Well, that was abrupt. Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's coverage of the World Series of Poker Paradise main event. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane, and I confess I'm a little bit discombobulated by the presence of Henry generally on this side of the desk. Let's find out what happens when a couple of play-by-play guys get the reins as we step into the cockpit. First opportunity for you, Henry, to cover the World Series.
Yeah, I mean, this was your golden opportunity to just go, look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now. Okay? But no, it feels a bit weird being over here, but look, great to be alongside you. We don't often get the chance to call the action. And yeah, like you said, in the booth for Wsop coverage, for me personally, growing up watching day ones was what it was all about. It was that golden bracelet for grabs, millions of dollars potentially, life-changing kind of storylines. So,
Sure.
yeah, day ones, I'm looking forward to this.
Now, listen, we're pulling double duty. We just wrapped up an abbreviated version of the Triton Super High Roller Series, a two-event festival that, of course, included a 500K Invitational and a 100K main. But that's all behind us now as we focus up on this World Series that has been running already for a total of 7 days. And those of you who have been grinding the online streets have been maybe keeping tabs on things. But for those that haven't, let's talk about what has already transpired thus far here at Atlantis.
Well, I think most of our viewership during the Triton coverage was from players in the 2500 mini main, over 2,000 runners in that one. And it was actually a first-time bracelet winner, Jeffrey Hakeem, taking it down for the WSOP Golden Bracelet and $575,000, which, when you compare that to the size of the buy-in, 2,500 with almost 600K for first. I mean, dude, he's got to be absolutely chuffed with that score.
Listen, that's just one of 4 other bracelets that took place, and Jeffrey actually had to defeat a couple in Alina Palioshka and Andrei Pietrushenko. I think that's my best effort there. Who actually are an item, and they finished on the podium alongside him in third and second. Now, if we're going to talk about couples, how about those couple of titles in the Invitational, 500K for Triton and the 100K? Not only did we award the Triton Trophy Extra Large Edition, but World Series of Poker bracelets alongside Papo MC in that Triton Million. He took it down, and he did it in style, earning himself a whopping $12 million plus. Consider that that's a guy who's familiar to you based on World Series of Poker performances. Final tableist back in 2021, I believe it was. 7th place, and then avenging maybe some of the disappointment, if we can call it that, associated with failing to plant his flag at the top. Can't overlook, of course, Alex Foxen, who yesterday had an absolutely seismic declaration of war against Joao Vieira, who went super hard with a 7 million chip bet effectively for the tournament on the river. 10 high, busted gut shot that he picked up on the turn. And Foxen called with what, Henry?
Bottom pair, my friend.
1 pair of 3s. 4 overcards staring him down. No straight possible, no flush possible, but still just an absolute menace.
Yeah, I had to watch that one back this morning as I was having my morning coffee, and I must say, there aren't many people that I enjoy watching win as much as I enjoy watching Foxen win. There's just something about him, always a gentleman at the table, but at the same time, just fearless, knows when to pull the trigger. And yeah, to see him kind of come in clutch. On the back of, by the way, joined us for the first time in Monte Carlo, took down his first Triton title over there, beating Ponakov's heads up, and then to just back it up here with a 6th place finish in the 500K. Fast forward a couple of days, ends up taking down the 100K main. It's incredible.
Yeah, several years removed, by the way, from his Montenegro 2019 debut at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Talk to me about this Spaniard, though. He picked up a bracelet for himself as well. We're talking Lautaro Guerra.
He did. I saw that, and I was following along on the Poker News updates, and, as soon as he that final river card was dealt, and he knew that the WSOP gold bracelet was his, he was saying it was just like a massive kind of sigh of relief for him. He'd been dreaming of a moment like that, and we've seen him in the PLO Triton stuff. Hasn't really had much success over there. I personally haven't played much with him, but I know that he is really well respected by the other PLO players that travel the tour. So to see him taking down the 100K PLO, getting a bracelet and the 2.1 million, beating Ben Tollering heads up, by the way, which is, look, man, there aren't many people that can brag about beating Tollering heads up. So
I mean, honestly, that's a tough assignment. Let's not forget the Blez
He
was
yeah,
there
third.
as
How
well.
does Blez just always run deep in these big PLO, man?
Jared, if you're out there, if you're listening, and you're selling a little sliver, holler at your boy.
Yeah,
I'm just letting you know.
Stop with the football cards or whatever it is that you do. Just stick to 100K PLOs, my man. Like, it seems like you got a good thing going, so.
All right, listen, also getting something going was a 5K deep stack that managed to garner 363 total entries. An incredible turnaround in that one as China's Yu Lei came back from vapors. I mean, he started with 9 big blinds at the final table, 9-handed, and then all of a sudden he spins it all the way back up to his first bracelet and $293,000 as that Chinese flag flies oh so strong each and every year. We see more and more players. We're talking about Ding Biao. We're talking about Zhou Chuan, regulars on the Triton Super High Roller Series. And who knows who else is percolating, bubbling beneath the surface, waiting for a visa and a visit to one of these World Series at some point.
Yeah, look, man, a 9 big blind spin up. When you go into a final table shortest stack, I think the mentality is, okay, if I get 1 or 2 ladders, I'm leaving a happy man. But to go in and just get it done for the gold and all the money, that's huge. Congratulations.
Right. If we're talking about getting it done, finally getting the monkey off his back is Eric Wasserson.
Yes, sir.
Originally a Philly, in Vegas now. Finally, he picks up a bracelet, and it happened in the 25K Dealer's Choice. Was a great cash game player, but obviously showing his tournament aptitude, prolific sports bettor as well, and he took down Josh Aurier. Couple of relatively older school guys, dare I say. Josh, I actually first met here a couple of decades ago almost, and it was my first trip to Atlantis. Aurier falling to Was, $353,000 picked up for Eric there. And we've got a 50K PLO event taking place today as well, Henry.
Yeah, in a weird way, I'm kind of disappointed that we don't get to cover that one because it looks incredible. You got Tollerene, Chidwick, Shulman, Weissman in the mix in that one, but look, I wouldn't trade a day one of a super main. So, but hey, maybe we get some sideline reporting going on.
Well, one of those names that you mentioned, I believe, was the man who fell in second in the 100K PLO and now is part of the final 7 in the 50K. Don't stick 4 cards in this man's hand.
Yeah, he has an overwhelming chip lead, by the way. He has like 15 million. Second in chips is like 4 million with 7 left. So, yeah.
All right, let's turn our attention then to the Super Main, which is what we have on tap in just a few minutes. $25,000 buy-in. An astounding, guys, $50 million guarantee. And if you want to hit that number, you're going to have to use all available avenues, aren't you?
Yeah, a ton of online action, satellites. I mean, the great thing about having an online platform like GG Poker is people months leading up to the event get to play satellites. I mean, there were free rolls into satellites. There was all sorts of step satellites. So yeah, there's been a lot of satellites into day 1s and day 2s. People have already qualified into day 3 where they've 1 guaranteed a cash, 2 had a hotel and all of that kind of stuff sorted out. So they're just here chilling at the Atlantis, money locked up, waiting for these day 1s and day 2 to be over and done with. And yeah, they just get to enjoy the lazy river, enjoy the beach and the buffet, and yeah, come back for day 3.
90 of those types are lurking around the property right now, waiting for these other live players to whittle themselves down into the money. Day 1A actually took place yesterday. Guess who bagged the chip lead? And guess who was in second? A couple of names very familiar to us. How about Juan Pardo and Jonathan Jaffe, 1-2 Triton studs?
Yeah, I saw that and I just rolled my eyes a little bit. I was like, really, Juan? Really? I mean, just like, couldn't
Take it easy.
Just leave the guys alone for one day? Bag chip lead on 1B. Give them a chance on 1A.
Take a day off, as you like to put it. 459 total entries, by the way. The World Series of Poker, I thought this was really, really cool, Henry. How about a value add in the form of gifting everybody who busted on day 1A a seat in a 1K Sadie here today to try to hop back into the Super Main?
Yeah, that's huge because that's going to be like a 400 runner plus satellite. So expecting to see a ton of seats in that one. And potentially some incredible storyline where someone busted day 1A, was planning to go home, got given the 1K sat as a route back, wins a seat. Who knows, man? I mean, I'm a dreamer when it comes to these things.
Shades of Chris Moneymaker 03, a $40 buy-in, I believe it was originally, that parlayed its way all the way into victory. Now, there was a man in the casino last night that was looking to parlay his way into some profits. apparently Henry getting a little bit defensive. I'm talking about NBA legend Tony Parker. James was playing paparazzi as he sent us some photos in the group chat of Tony playing craps, but he's actually here to play poker.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he was throwing dice, and now he's going to throw some chips around, hopefully build up a bit of a stack here. Going to be on the main stage, and yeah, always love seeing, you know, sports stars coming into the 2-card and 4-card streets.
Sure, not unlike Sergio Aguero, who came through last year. Second feature table has Jamie Gold, the 06 main event champ, seated out there. So without further ado, we're going to send it down into the arena to get this World Series of Poker Paradise underway. Don't forget, Jamie bagged $12 million, not unlike Lococo, in that Triton Million for his performance in 06. Still, largest ever cash until the very first one drop belonging to Jamie Gold. And now we glance upon the field for the first time ever. How about that LED graphic loaded up by the folks at Share Hands? A deeply tropical aesthetic being appropriately deployed here. It almost makes it seem like you're playing in the aquarium, like back behind
I was thinking that.
The Royal Lobby out here at Atlantis. That actually would be a sweet graphic if we loaded up
some sharks and that.
Yeah.
And barracudas.
Well, we got a few of those predaceous fish out there. Look at Zhou Chuan, aforementioned part of the Chinese delegation, also a Triton player. Is that Byron Coverman there with him?
Yeah, it looked like it.
And here's one of those 2 feature tables we were talking about. Lagoon and Reef is what we're going to call them. Okay. Keep them with the theme. 250 big blinds deep is everybody. 500,000 chip starting stack with the blinds at 1K, 2K, and a 2K big blind Annie. That's 5K in orbit, the price of poker. Roland Rakita, Noah Schwartz, Jian Wei Lin, another Chinese delegate, along with Eli Nakash.
Better not. So.
And there's the Spurs point guard, NBA legend, Frenchman, Parker.
I need your help just straight off the bat, settling a debate. Well, actually, hold on, because we might have a hand straight
That
away.
we might.
Go.
Hines, King Jack of clubs, getting after it from the button. Parker content to flatten a squeezable candidate here for Hudden. Or Hudon, I'm not sure.
33.
Re-raise, 33,000.
So Hines with the King Jack on the park.
You're 7.
Super deep here. I mean, level 1, 250 bigs.
33,000 the 3-bet from the ace-queen of clubs. A call from Hines. And now look at Parker. He's like, really, guys?
33. You're kind of priced in now.
I'm good. I'm good.
Wow. Bows out as the Club Royal is occupied. Leaves behind Hudon to square off against Hines. And he would have been out-flopped here by the King Jack. Would Parker?
3-bet pot. Expect to see Hudon continue small and wide on such a dry and disconnected Jack 4-3. 2 overs, backdoor straights, backdoor flush potential. Nice to get a bit of clearance. And also just, I think, from a theoretical point of view, when you do 3-bet squeeze, you're supposed to continue with close to range.
And that's what Hudon has done.
It's a huge c-bet, by the way. I think this is designed to really put pressure on 5s through 10s. And 56 into 74 is, yeah.
Yeah, Hines didn't come this far to step aside in the face of a single c-bet with top pair on a dry board, so he makes the call. And look at this. The Queen of Diamonds pays a visit to the turn. and sticks the
maybe
pre-flop
just
three
text
better
wants to
in
be like-
front.
Text wants to quick and be like.
Well, this is
"Hey,
one
I'm
of the
gonna
good
put
things that can
2
happen.
accounts."
A byproduct of continuing with the 2 overcards. Question is now, are we comfortable going 2 more streets? I think the answer is yes. You know, there's going to be some I want to say like king, queen of spades, but maybe not against that size that he continued with on the flop. So, it is interesting what hands we're targeting for value, actually, because I don't think Hines should have much queen X. He's going to have some jack X, obviously, as we can see here. And then if we were targeting hands like 6s through 10s, they're never calling down 3 streets. So
He's facing 125,000. That's the second act.
15K big blind.
And the
I was
king
like,
jack
oh, boy.
suddenly feels a bit more disturbing than it did a moment ago.
honestly feeling different on this turn for Hines.
And it went like
I wouldn't fault him for
one
peeling
goes
off one
raise,
more,
goes three,
but
like,
it
three
is
bet shoves,
your
one
entire
big,
stack getting
five,
leveraged.
eight,
Hand
two,
number
three,
1
big,
of the
just, like, finding the other thing,
25k
just
super
like
main.
aces
Just
and
let's go with it, and rightly so. Good fold, sir.
Yes.
Avoids harm
My legs.
as
Yeah.
Tim Adams presents some harm to the field.
Man,
Triton stud.
what is this first feature table? This is pretty insane. I mean,
Greenwood here as well?
Yeah, Greenwood's here, Adams is here, Tony Parker's here. Hudon's a crusher from Canada. And like 5 million
Man,
in
if
live
you-
earnings.
So far, every tournament this trip has been 2 bullets, no cash.
Well, Greenwood advising that it's been a
Yeah,
rough outing for him.
0-4-7,
2 bullets,
so
no
not
cash.
easy.
This trip has been the losing formula.
Here's the
I feel
debate
that
I
was
need you
kinda
to
fun.
help settle
I
Okay.
definitely feel like
for me,
I
Ali.
have a lot to like
Oh.
learn,
Yeah.
but I
Is
also
this-
definitely feel like
Well,
there's like
I was gonna
like
say
the bad players are losing way more.
something that probably would have landed me
Yeah.
in trouble. But go on,
Right here.
Henry.
No,
I
no.
think
Ah,
people just don't
what
get
you were
it,
going to say.
that,
yeah,
like,
I mean, when do you not
You're
get
just,
yourself in
you're
trouble?
just
Let's
kind
be
of like
honest.
getting like
It's
chalked
sort of
up,
my
like,
brand.
You just keep putting in.
Honestly,
like,
me and Rasty have been,
you know,
we've been getting in a bit of
like,
trouble
it's
as
like,
well.
oh, like you have like
We've been
X
fighting
and
against the
close
YouTube
together, it's
chat
like,
and all
okay,
sorts.
But like if you just keep
But
putting
anyways,
in, like, whatever,
If Tony
4 big
Parker
blinds with like 35%,
had 10
like you know.
3-point throws to yours and Randy's 100 3-point throws, do you think you and Randy would convert more than he did? So he gets 10, you get 100. And
Right.
be honest.
Well, the first thing that I'm going to do is point out that they're not throws, they're shots. But
Is
you
he
know,
not throwing the ball?
yeah. But I mean, do you call baseball pitches shots? You know, you throw the ball in baseball, you shoot the ball in basketball. But
Listen, I'm going to shoot you in a minute.
all right, Randy and I. So Randy's good for 0. So I might give him the ball to shoot once, right? Just so that technically he was a part of the process. Then what we're really asking ourselves is, can I make 9 to 10 3-pointers out of 99 attempts? I don't know that I can.
No?
I'll be honest.
I think it's tough. I think it's really tough.
I think, here's what I do think. I think Tony would be game for it. And
I
say
was
this
saying this.
based on the fact that way back in the day when the Aussie Millions was still a thing, Andy Roddick partook in a little prop bet involving Mike Matusow and Gus Hansen and returning Roddick's serve, which at the time on the Pro Tennis Tour was the fastest around. 130, 140 mile an hour serve.
Honestly, if Tony bags day 2 and has nothing to do over the next couple of days, we need to speak the WSOP team and see if we can get a little prop bet going. You're right for Randy. I do want to include him, but I don't know whether we give him one
Yeah, I think
One
you sort of,
throw.
like almost like
shot. I think maybe we just
Go with 0?
Yeah, we give him 0, but maybe we give him one of those big fingers,
Right.
pointing fingers to just
Right.
like cheer for us on the
Yeah.
side for morale.
How much for one of those?
But Teal, by the way,
How much
taking
do
one
these
from
cost?
Adams rather uneventfully with
The jerky, yeah. The healthy,
The
like
ace?
the.
I got this in. Have you seen this before? No.
Hmm?
Have you seen this bag?
I have seen that before.
Okay, because
Yeah,
it's
of course.
from Toronto, I think.
Yeah.
Trust the
Uh,
British guy
we bought it
to
at some, like,
butcher
market in Toronto.
whatever it's called,
And it's, like,
a
the
throw,
best
a shot.
I've ever had.
That's
Oh
all
yeah?
right.
Yeah.
So it's well worth the price.
Yeah, this is like $10, and the Wagyu one's like 15
Mm.
Canadian. But like,
You
Thanks
just
for
bought
pointing
like
it out
20
there.
bags,
exploring
and brought some over.
we didn't. We just bought
what seems like some craft jerky
Okay, yeah.
that Adams has brought
It's really good. It's the
as
best.
gasoline
Nice.
Like, literally
to the
just,
racetrack here today.
and salt.
Race.
Raise 5,000.
Go
And
get
who
those
don't?
cows in, you know.
Yeah. 2.5x from the button with the ace-4 offsuit. Adams heads back to the jerky bag. Greenwood. 10-9 offsuit. Will hop in. He finds bottom pair and a gut shot. More than we can say for ace high, though the spade works. Greenwood checking over.
Bet 4,000.
Hit on with a nice blocker there with the ace of spades. Blocking some continues. Also can just turn equity and really lean into one pair type holdings. See Greenwood going nowhere just yet.
Check calling 4,000. Pot up to 21. Who don't keeping an eye on him. And the jack rolls right off, giving Greenwood the straight.
Interesting turn card for Hudon. I mean, ace high is never good. Do we want to turn this one into a bluff? The idea being that we have equity to Broadway. We block ace 10, and we can just really put pressure on, you know, any pair, any one pair type holding is struggling to continue here against this size, even against third pot. I really like this. And it's also one of those hands where we're never getting blown off of equity. So if we do bet and face a check raise, we just fold the hand. It's fine, you know, which looks like it's going to happen here.
No, just a flat from Greenwood as Hudon's pressure came to the tune of 7K. And now he finds a sliver of showdown, perhaps false in nature.
Feels like, yeah, fake showdown. He's going to take it, though.
Great.
River goes check, check.
Do you know a whole
Nice
lot
little
about
pick up there for Greenwood.
food like this? Because me, I buy like regular beef jerky. You know how red meat has like bad rep, but like now people say it's actually healthy, but I never know because I buy it from the grocery store.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I don't know. Like,
you just buy the high quality stuff
Yeah,
because it's
exactly.
like might as well.
yeah.
Oh.
Like the grass fed.
Yeah, apparently it's good.
I mean, the cows are not like in fields; they're eating like grass from like a
Yeah.
like they're not like. Oh, the watch? Yeah, of course. No problem.
Fold. Raise 6,000.
Folded around to Hines.
Call.
He raises. Parker flats. This looks familiar.
Elliot's an aggressive player, and he's,
Raise.
Re-raise.
yeah. There's a little squeeze. His face looked like he was going to get involved in some fashion.
Deja vu, by the way, with respect to an open, a flat, and then a 3-bet from those characters.
Someone breaking the stage in the
Sure.
background. Hope they're okay.
I hope that they can cover the cost more so. You know, it ain't cheap out there.
Yeah, broken arm, broken leg, and a 30K fine.
I guess that adds insult to injury, doesn't it?
It really does. So we are going to play this one without graphics so far. We don't
No,
get
you're
the
actually
best.
priced in.
Full-on
Okay.
mystery hand. And Hudon telling Parker this time you're actually priced in. So apologies for the lack of graphics right now. We are efforting a fix.
No, this is just a mystery hand.
Yeah.
A three-way mystery hand.
10-9 tray, rainbow board. Hines checks.
Actually, a board that probably most likely favors Parker more than anyone. I mean, sure, Hudon has the overpair range advantage, but Parker is going to have every set available. He's going to have 10-9 suited. He's going to have hands like King Jack, Queen Jack. Hudon's actually got top. Hang on, did Hudon c-bet pot?
He sure
Holy
did.
mackerel. This guy.
Pocket fours have bowed out in the face of the 50. Parker peels with the gutty, which turns into an open ender. Hudon with the 10s and another opportunity to swing. Down to heads up.
I mean, maybe I'm being a bit nitty. I feel like here we bet another street because we do want to still get protection from hands like King, Queen, King, Jack. Also some value from weaker 10x. But then at the same time, again, against this size, I mean, this guy is something else. He's just here, and it feels like it feels like his mouse slider is stuck on the pot button because that's what he's been doing, just mashing buttons so far today. And now for Parker, I mean, somewhat improved, if you will. So got an open ender. Does make the call. We're playing a 465k pot with one card to come.
And now it's top 2 on the river for Hudon in case there was any concerns about his hand being no good. Parker swinging and missing.
Yeah, obviously bad news for the Parker fans out there. Hudon is going to be up to almost 2 starting stacks. I want to say not even an orbit into this tournament, just through...
Check.
I don't even know how to explain it.
A snap jam.
The sizings he's using are insane.
This feels very deliberate, by the way, and I'm curious to see as he ventures out versus other opponents in pots that don't include Parker, whether or not he goes ham in this way.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a bull in a china shop at the moment. I don't know what was in his morning coffee. It's a marathon, not a sprint. He knows this is a multi-day tournament, right?
Maybe that's exactly what he's thinking, though, because those who didn't cash, or find a bag, rather, in day 1A, they can hop into day 1B. And
Yeah.
there's still 3 more after this.
There is, yeah.
So if it all goes awry, you can decide to come back, play tomorrow. You could rebuy here today. So a lot of available other opportunities, and maybe as such, he's made a conscious decision to look for a big, huge spin up or an exit early.
It makes sense. It really does make sense. I mean, you see some of the best in the world
Raise 5,000.
coming in like a wrecking ball in day ones, just trying to build huge stacks. It doesn't surprise me that Juan Pardo bagged chip lead day 1A because he has exactly that kind of play style.
Well, in spite of that high VPIP, Hudon getting through and knifing his way through the action early here at Atlantis. I'm not doing it again, Henry. This one's you.
There's no way. Listen, man. Have you not signed up to GG Poker yet to get your free $50 ticket?
I don't know that we're allowed. If we are, I will. And
Well-
if you haven't, you should. New players to the world's largest online poker room. Sign up today and use the promo code Triton_2024 to get yourself a free $50 ticket to the Weekender with a minimum deposit of $20. I confess, Henry, that given the Triton part of the program is complete, maybe the promo code needs to be updated. You know, is there an expiration date on that promo code? Because Lord knows I do a decent amount of online shopping, and I'm always out there, you know, slick deals, coupon cabin, looking for a little promo code. Every single time I find one, they're always like, oh, this one's expired, this one's not valid. It's a
You
scam.
going anywhere for the
Listen,
holidays? or you
even
just
if
staying
it
home?
was
Did you?
supposed to be updated.
Or you moved in?
Let Triton get their extra day's
Well-
worth of value, pal. Do you really want that to feed back to Andy Wong that you've kind of, you know, you didn't get that extra day of value?
I probably don't now that you think
Yeah,
about
how
it.
far is it from Toronto? Like an hour and a
On
half?
my behalf.
Yeah.
Nothing to think about here for
Which
Batil?
direction is it? What?
Heinz is being put through the ringer so far today, I
This poor
feel.
guy's just getting abused.
Like where is it? Like
Jack 9 suited, to be fair, under the gun, clicking. This is the kind of thing that can happen.
The size of the 3-bet as
okay,
well
so you
from
take- so you
Batil.
take
What
the
is
key
going
out
on,
here,
man?
yeah,
Everyone's just like, level 1, I want to be playing
know,
5
but
starting
you-
stacks, or I want to go home.
This is not going to be something involving surgical instruments, it would seem, but rather blunt force trauma is what's going to be on the menu.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Got Chase over on YouTube saying, I can never tell if these are actually live or if I'm being duped. Well, Chase, we are live, my friend. We are on a 1 hour delay to obviously protect the integrity of the game, but Ali
no
and
way.
myself
That's really cool.
are seeing the same feed as you guys are back home. As always, let us know whereabouts you are joining us from. Probably have
That's pretty
a lot of
cool.
Europeans in the mix, winding down for their evenings. Perhaps a Friday night session being fired up over on GG. Good luck to those of you that are grinding whilst having the stream up. And unfortunately, we won't be covering the PLO Championship. I see that in the chat, but you can follow along over on Poker News as Ben Tollerine looks to defeat a very tough final 7.
Tim Adams with King 9 suited. Spoke first. Greenwood spoke louder. Queen 10 suited, motivating the 3-bet. As yet again, we see an early thirst for drama.
Pretty funny to see these two squaring off. Level 1, day 1B, obviously typically calling the action on them in the high rollers. Fun flop, the King 7-3 rainbow disconnected. Adams is always going to check over and Greenwood's going to continue at a very decent frequency. You know, start applying pressure on some ace highs, some small pocket pairs. Just get some clearance. Continues for quarter pot. A lot of good things can happen with this hand, obviously. Backdoors galore. Adams with just king heart, top pair, sorry, no backdoor hearts. The weakest of the king X that he's going to have here.
Now, Greenwood having C-bet finds second pair on this turn.
Check, check. Yeah, there's the check back.
River is an ace, and that's an interesting one because you could see a pre-flop 3-better barreling flop, checking back turn, and then hitting an ace on the river. 59,000 in the middle, unclear whether or not Adams will maybe try to set the price, go for a block, or simply check to side. There's your answer. Feels prudent. And Greenwood swiftly checking back and being shown the king. Those two have countless pots played versus one another, both playing under the Canadian banner.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that was like
I know
having
you.
a hard time feeling.
I know. And like they're so the pictures are so big too.
I was like,
Raise.
Ace 10 suited now for the man who's brought us the bulk of the Frisk on the day
Winner
thus
of the
far.
cottage in Quebec.
Makes it 5K.
I don't know what Sam and Paige are going to do yet.
Boyanovsky
But me and my mom
of
might do
Brazil,
that for
hard 8.
sure.
Easy
I've
flat.
played like half an hour from. Yeah. I've played like half an hour from passes, so
Paticchio
we'll
with
try to see him.
the Jack 10 on the button.
We have,
Gives in to temptation.
Apparently they just got like 30 centimeters of snow or something, so probably get some skiing in.
So it'll be a 3-way affair with 20,000 in the middle.
No, they're just going to stay home. I
If
think
there's
it's
any
like-
blood.
It's a bit of a shame.
337, a good flop for Boyanovsky.
No heart in sight for Hedone. Does just immediately shut down. Out of position against 2 players.
And note,
Yeah,
by the way, the manner in which he's approaching this
it'll
particular
be
affair.
fine,
Granted, he had
man.
position against Haynes and
Yeah,
Parker,
I'm trying to-
and
I
Parker
mean,
was
what's the
involved
best
on those
strategy
prior
to
2
do is-
altercations, but nonetheless,
I know, but
worthy
I'm
of
kinda, like,
observation
glad
that the
if I
man
can
has more than
keep
1
it
gear in the
down,
transmission,
like,
and of
just
course,
stay home for 2
$5 million
months
plus
and,
in
like,
career earnings, as you pointed
try to
out
figure
earlier,
anywhere to JJ.
suggests
That was going to be.
that we're not
Yeah.
working with a 1-stroke motor.
Oh, because I guess your baby should be there, yeah.
Boyanovsky's pride comes to the tune of 5K, and he will be happy to take it down.
Trying to think of some one-stroke
You definitely
motors
can't
like
go to
those
JJ. Yeah, I figured.
annoying
yeah.
bikes in Thailand. They're always whizzing
like
up and
the
down.
baby was
Whizzing
born.
might be a little bit generous. They make a tremendous amount of noise,
Definitely not going to do it.
but
Especially if
often
you have a bad
aren't
trip.
really
Hansky's over like,
demonstrating
with the
much
baby, and you're
pace.
Like, I just.
Telling you.
Yeah, they
Five
normally have
free
about
bullets again.
17 people on them as well.
I was
which
going to
is
say,
always
have you ever
impressive.
seen it when there's like 90 kilos of recycling
Yeah.
stacked up on the back with
Yeah,
like
I
one
guess-
stretchy cord?
And the
And you're
entire
like, how's,
family.
where's the
Gonna
center
be
of
a
gravity
couple
on
months of
this
staying
thing?
at home for you.
Those bikes, man, I mean, good
I
job
guess
they
we
are
can maybe
one-stroke
do more
motors, to be
Niagara.
fair. Anything more, the death toll would be a lot higher.
I like when they go through like an
Tunnel,
underpass,
yeah.
and then they
Yeah.
didn't quite judge it right. Paticchio judges
Yeah.
King Jack to
We
be
have
worthy of 6K. Parker's
Montana
turn with the 4s. He'll
too.
flat.
Both of
Who
us
don't
have,
now
like,
with one that
one
could
has,
see him
like, a
involved.
year and a half old,
Yeah,
like,
normally a
6
hand
month old or whatever.
sub 40 that you'd probably just see fold with like ICM, but at the moment,
We could just, like,
we're playing
babysit
some
and,
very
like, hang
deep
out
stack
and
poker.
have a free time and I
Hedone
don't
just
know.
flicking in the ace6, always a troublesome hand to navigate
It's like
post flop, but he seems pretty comfortable
definitely taking, but
out here playing big
Well,
pot poker and aggressive.
I think it's like I've talked to her like this, and I think we're like both like 'cause she's like a teacher too, right? So we're
Particular
like,
does continue.
with, like,
I do
yeah,
like
we're,
this,
like,
by
I
the
think
way.
if we wanted to have kids, we'd be, like,
King
really good
Jack,
parents
Jack
and
of
do whatever.
diamonds.
But then we're also both like
12,000, not going to be enough to
Yeah,
shed
like, I'm
Houdon,
not
I would
sure
imagine, just given
what she
the
likes.
strength of an ace of diamonds in second
know.
pair, and predictably, he does come along
Yeah.
as the 4s
So I
bow
think
out.
it's like it's sort of like weird because like
Let's
when
see
I
if
was, like,
Paticchio can
dating,
find a double
like,
barrel,
some people I go on dates with,
blocking the
like,
strongest
yeah,
queen X that Houdon can have.
like
King, queen of hearts, queen, jack of diamonds.
Even if someone's like, I definitely do want kids. they're just
Does
like,
have
"Yeah,
one
let's
overcard
do a
to the
second
queen
date."
as well as an emergency out.
You can cross this bridge
Goes
when
check,
we're
check on the
2
turn.
months or
Running
whatever, you
sevens, front
know?
door flush is completed.
But with her, it's definitely like a thing where we're both kind of like, yeah, like I don't really know. But
To
then
see Elliot just try and get this one to showdown. Although Kicker does play
we have a point
blocking
where
the nut
we're
flush.
talking to January just to be like,
I mean,
let's
what are we
just, like,
targeting? Like
see
a
where we're at.
curious ace king, king of diamonds type holding. Pocket 4s,
Yeah.
pocket 5s.
And like, you know, there's definitely like a
Has
possible,
options to do a few things here.
like whatever.
I think all 3 options check. Bet small, bet really big. No, he's just going to block.
And
Yeah.
I was like, okay, like
Okay.
kind of disappointing, but also it's
Less
like,
than
okay,
10%
at least,
pot.
Like, the decisions were made, sort of, you know.
I wonder if, we'll never know, but I wonder if Elliot was planning on bet 3-betting that.
And
Like blocking to
selling
get
up
called
to
from like ace
clients
king,
and
ace jack, but then
that's what I'm
going for a
saying.
size that allows him to
Trying to
3-bet,
get,
blocking 6-7,
like
blocking
buddy of
6s,
mine
blocking nut
does a lot of
flushes,
wholesale
giving
stuff
himself
like
an
that,
out
like
to
she
then
does,
turn
like,
his hand into a bluff.
wholesaler
Sure.
who does, like, all
He's a
kinds
bit of a
of,
sicko, this Elliot guy.
like, hoodies, like,
It's
whatever.
allowed. And
So,
like you said,
I
a
mean,
50 million
and then
guarantee with
gambling,
multiple
trying to
opportunities to
tag
take a swing at it. Granted, $25,000 a whack.
So that's experience
But
processing. It's also a lot less work for me if I do it because it's kind of just like, oh, sure, we'll take like 300 of these like hoodies, send them here, and they'll put a logo on them, and then all like, you know.
Elliott's not one to pass up on a 3-bet. From what we've seen, it would be the third 3-bet in a row. Sorry, not in a row, but against Hines. And it's
22.
a pretty damn good hand. There it is. I wonder if Hines is just going to take this personally at some point.
The hand I 3-bet to at point
2 tens.
feels.
He's already
Maybe I should've
slid
thought
down
about
to
it.
380
also,
coming
you
into
know,
this pot.
I think I have too much of it. I think I must have some.
350 back?
Yeah, just a bit more.
Thank you.
Yeah, just like beating like a 6, a 7, or like blocking 9s or whatever.
Houdon asking for a count and was probably asking for something better than 9-8-5. He's got one heart working with the 2 overs. Hines with the over pair. But
Yeah, I think it's just like probably just
You know, in these 3-bet pots, do expect to see the 3-better continue at a high frequency, but on a board texture like 985, where Hines has 6-7, has all of the sets, all of the 2 pairs that are available. I say all of the 2 pairs, specifically 8-9 suited. So although Houdon definitely has overpair range advantage, I think Hines has more of a nut advantage on this board. Oh man, Elliott's here to
check calls the 15K. Go on, Henry.
he's here to piece people up today.
Oh my goodness. And again, he finds a queen on the turn for the lead against Hines. Last time it was King Jack versus Ace Queen, where top pair fell. This time, an overpair has fallen. But Houdon has ceded control post flop and continues to here on the turn. Gut shot straight draw. Hines playing pot control and failing to find assistance on the river. Backdoor clubs arrive. 4-liner on board. Let's see whether or not Houdon hunts value with 78 in the middle. Feels available.
Hines does have a pretty sick hand to turn into a bluff.
All the shenanigans, but they're definitely going to hit it.
What do we beat? We beat Ace King with the backdoor, Ace Jack.
I have no idea. I didn't.
We're not really thrilled about this spot,
The super
to be
thing
honest.
was after Steve's wedding.
10s, 10 of
Hotel in
clubs.
Dublin. So
Really just being put through the blender. He's going to get shown the bad news. I mean,
playing with GG.
down to 288k. Just a couple of orbits in, he's lost half a starting stack.
Oh, I didn't play
Man,
just
it has been
my
a
card,
brutal
so
outing early on
my,
here
laptop
for
was playing
Hines, and the
it,
bulk of the
like,
damage has
okay.
been done by that
Then
man
I
there,
played
Elliot
hotel
Houdon.
in my hotel in Dublin.
Quite the
was
inverse experience for
downloaded
him.
the internet through London, the hotel in Dublin, so I just couldn't play anything on Sows. I was like, oh, cool.
Hines undaunted, by the way, by the brutality that he's been experiencing.
Yep. Bro.
Looks like he has raised
Okay,
here,
but where?
unclear.
Toronto?
With what?
Okay, nice.
That's Irish resilience on display, isn't it?
Born and
First you
raised and
don't
always
succeed,
lived
try again. Ace-9 in front of Greenwood, who defended with King-8 from the
there.
big
Fortunate
blind.
that there's almost no poker over there. Unfortunate there's almost no poker over there. Yeah. I don't know why, because that's where all the money is, so. Like legislation or something?
Checking it over. Hines has just bet 3,000. Quarter pot. King of diamonds working. Oh, look at this. Greenwood. Check raises. Heinz is thinking, do my cards have backs on them? Or you got what's going on out here?
You go to the US sometimes?
Steps aside.
No, never. You just do Triton and like.
Yeah, that's pretty savage there from Greenwood. King 8, King of Diamonds is pretty gangster.
You do for jet lag.
Shows how breathless these guys are when it comes to playing against them.
I need tricks because I had one trip to Europe. I had a great poker trip, and I still was like, I'm never doing this again. Yeah, really? Like,
Yeah, that's.
Ace King now for Adams. Makes it 6 to go, and another Ace King directly beside him for Sam Greenwood.
This is fun because I want to see how willing these two high rollers are to fire multiple bullets in this. This is button against small blind, although getting in 250 big blinds each feels like a bit of a stretch. We are playing for chips, no ICM.
The 3 scoop comes to the tune of 30,000 rather.
$75K from Adams. Cool. Be very surprised to see a 5-bet from Greenwood. The 4-bet does feel mandatory in these positions this deep.
See if Tim agrees. Chewing on it for quite a while here.
Yeah.
But ultimately, does look like more soldiers have entered the battlefield. A 4-bet to 79,000. Now, Sam Greenwood, offsuit Ace King, blocking aces, blocking kings, blocking other Ace King. But obviously wary of the fact that Adams is 4-betting. This is, however, button versus small blind, so there could be some nonsense about from time to time.
$250 effective 5-betting. I mean, Greenwood is a wild man. But is he that wild? He always does this. This posture always makes me laugh.
Yeah. And his brother Luke does it as well. It's kind of a hallmark.
The palms over the face. So he thinks he spots through. Now, obviously, no time banks in this one. No shot clock. It's slightly different to what we're used to. They are chewing on these spots. Just making sure they've dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's when it comes to the checklist they have in their mind with these pre-flop decisions. 5-bet seems out of there, but at the same time, it's very early, day 1B. There's a lot of EV to just building a stack early, being able to leverage that towards the end of the day, going into day 2, being able to propel yourself up the leaderboard. Does he just jam? I guess jam couldn't be too bad, right?
I mean,
All in?
yeah, he does jam. Now, Adam says, okay, fine. You want to play a million chip pot? Let's do it.
That's what I want to see.
Well, he would have preferred a fold, of course.
You know, from an entertainment point of view, the viewers do deserve to see someone get four flushed here. So
Just in exchange for all the time that we spent pre-flop.
exactly. Yeah, it was a long-winded way
Not gonna happen.
for the money to get in just to chop it up. Sorry, viewers, I tried.
Carving board gets visited, as each player will earn a single big blind.
So they expected pocket ace, ace king, ace queen.
So, flipping back over now to our other feature table. For the first time, we find Orpin Kisachoglu, another Triton regular, playing on the invitee side of the invitational bracket in that 500K.
We're ready to fucking be in there.
Looks like
Maybe too much.
Kushikoglu's lost quite a few chips, actually, playing 60% of a starting stack.
Okay. What do you want?
With Schwartz beside him here. I believe this one is completed action. Four-way affair.
Now I need yellow.
Queen 8-7 rainbow.
A couple of open enders.
Yeah. Orpin with the better variety. Menechella, however, is the man that's going to speak, as Orpin chooses to check rather than follow through on what I imagine was a pre-flop open, given he is the earliest of positions. Folded back around.
I'm always hesitant to say that he's always going to come with call.
He does, however, do so, and he finds the nuts on the turn as Menechella can find no more than a pair of sixes. Lynn, in the crossfire here, has an 8 as well as a gutter, and he's got two checks in front of him as Menechella comes off the throttle. You wonder whether or not he's going to try to set himself up for a bluff here. He's reaching for chips, Henry. I thought checking back and taking a free tug would have been the preferred course of action, but as we can see, not so. The sentiments.
Yes, we have equity against a queen, but I feel like we don't really achieve that much here. We rarely get worse to call unless it's like specifically, you know, a flush draw, like a ace-9, ace-10, jack-10 of spades kind of situation, which has a ton of equity against our hand anyway.
There's the check raise, and Lynn immediately will lament his choice to put the 26K out there as Orpin makes it 75.
Don't level yourself, Lynn. You're off to a good start. Could certainly see him thinking, hang on a minute. I've got an 8 and a 10. Blocking a set of 8s. Blocking the 10-9. Is Orpin ever doing this with like an aggressive roll of a spade draw? This feels like posturing. Like the classic, I bet turn when I probably shouldn't have.
I mean,
Now I'm
another
gonna
49.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go. What have you been up to, Arlene Najad? I know you had a little trip down the lazy river. I feel like maybe.
Yeah, that was all work, though. Henry, believe it or not, the only time I've thrown my swimsuit on was for the social team. As we got out there and filmed a little piece for the Triton Twitter and Instagram account, Randy and I. And then, really, it's been not a whole lot other than sleeping, working,
Been sleeping a lot.
Getting my steps in, that's for sure. I
Yeah?
mean, this is an absolutely massive.
Let's have a look. Actually, I mean,
Property.
you're much further away than I am.
Are you you got the pedometer working on the phone there?
Yes, sir. Let me have a
Okay,
quick
talk
look.
to us.
I am curious. Yeah, I've been doing like 10K a day actually. That's just by like coming to and from the booth and to the room. That's not bad. I'll take that.
Passive, and Schwartz will take the ace-king, especially if it's going to go up against king-jack and ace-queen. Great setup for Noah, old schooler. First caught up with him on the World Poker Tour. Way back once upon a time, before this WSOP Paradise even existed, but since its inception, it has filled the void left behind by the PCA, and everybody really enjoying their time out here. Lynn, not going to be enjoying the reaction from Schwartz as he 3-bet, squeezing 23K, being mulled over, fourth scoop inbound.
We're really going to find out what kind of tournament this is going to be. Ali, like, have people flown all the way to the Bahamas to fold ace-queen to a 4-bet? Level 1? On day 1? I don't know. Let's see. There is the 4-bet. Manicello is seething that he doesn't get to see a flop. King Jack of clubs. Oh, it's shown it. I'm not sure I'd be showing it personally.
Lynn just releases. And Schwartz is going to show him the ace-king, give him some positive reinforcement there.
Very good.
This is the difference between
Queens. Thank you.
day 1A of the Super Main and the Triton. You know? But these guys don't mind showing each other cards.
Yeah.
Positive reinforcement. I'm just going to flash him the ace, you know? Flash him the ace and make him second guess himself.
I think at that point, gig is up. I don't think ace-jack is making that
ace
4-bet
five.
move. Ace-5 is the one that potentially could have been out of line. One never knows.
Man, Jamie Gold in the mix, eh? Love to see that. That's got to be one of the most historic, if not the most historic main event runs. He just went wire to wire, didn't he? Felt like.
Mm-hmm.
I think he flopped a set every other hand.
He ran good. He ran good.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, running well, playing well is the most lethal combo in poker, so great to see him in this one.
Osmus has parked his bones here as Kischakoglu in gold. Intertwine. Orpin. The opener, was that not Osmus?
No.
Oh, misread. I apologize. Just
Well,
a
the one
fleeting
in
glimpse.
between Gold and Kischakoglu?
No, obviously we know that's not him.
Oh, okay.
I could have sworn I caught a glimpse.
Oh, maybe you did. I don't know. I thought you were referring to Ronan Rakita, and I was just like, hang
No,
on,
no.
Ali. Maybe you do need to go
No
down
shot.
the lazy river. And, let's see. You're not normally one, like, you're a very reliable source when it comes to spotting poker players.
I may have botched that one. Could have sworn. But nevertheless, wouldn't be the most criminal thing I was guilty of
No,
in the booth.
It's gold plated. No, it was a gift. It's gold plated, but it feels, you know, it's weighted like that. But if it was real, it'd be like 10 grand, and you know, you leave it around a poker table, people swipe it. So it's better that it's not.
It is JA.
Better that it's
Okay.
not.
So I've not lost my mind or my vision.
I told you, man. You're a reliable source when it comes to spotting poker players.
You could hurt someone. You could hurt
That'd be
someone,
peg
with
it.
that. Or even just in your fists.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah,
Lynn
I don't know about that.
opening the Jack-10 offsuit. We've seen quite a broad array of hands electing to splash in there, and for that matter, 3-bet.
I see what you're saying.
We see the Ace-10 offsuit for Nakash.
So go
Ending
on.
matters quickly.
Other than counting your steps,
Yeah.
what have you been up to? Have you missed me?
Yeah, I mean, this is fun, given it's the first time that you and I have been able to pop into the desk together. So the answer to that is candidly yes.
Phone that I smuggled
But yeah, I mean, I haven't gambled in the casino. I've not done the water park. I really, you know, we're here to work for the most part. But I know you've
Work.
gotten down there and left your mark on the
Hang on.
UTH table and the baccarat table, from what I understand. Henry, are you a
Hold on.
black card holder here at Atlantis yet?
I hope so. I mean,
You've
hopefully
earned
when
it?
I check out, they're like, "Oh, Mr. Killman, we're so sad to see you go. Here's an invite back." But before
Actually,
you-
I always take it personal when they say something like that, because I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm a whale, am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, man, I aspired for years to become the whale. That was a dream of mine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, from a 1-2 grinder to then become the whale. That was always the dream. So I don't mind that. But before you paint me a picture of, you know, me being a massive degenerate, you said you haven't been to the casino. You're here to work. But I must admit, the workload has been relatively light.
Well,
You
if
know,
we're being
5
honest.
hours, 6 hours out of a 24-hour day. So have you just been back in the room? Or any
Yeah.
dinners?
I mean, candles on the screen, sure. A little bit of that as well. Relatively stressful
So
last couple of weeks.
working. You've been,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. My primary.
Did you have the dumplings?
Not been going well.
That might be the best thing to have. Or the A5
Everybody
Wagyu
relax.
on the hot stone.
Which is kind of how I'm feeling about this run up from Tesla. Just calm down.
Are you
Okay.
still trying to short the market in the biggest bull market of recent years?
Henry, just remember when you said that. And the answer is yeah. Yeah, I'm out in front of the freight train, my boy.
Wait, hang on. Hang on. Did
Meanwhile-
Menachella just check back Ace King from the big
He
blind
sure
v
did.
blind?
He could have assumed the role of freight train instead. He's going to take the chips he could have put in there pre-flop versus Schwartz and fire them post-flop. Swing and the miss for Noah, and he bows out.
Very well put.
Very unorthodox line taken by the Ace King.
No, it was at it was no. Yeah, it wasn't fish. It was over by the cove.
Carranza.
That was decent. It's good. Might have to check that out again.
Paranza is good, by the way, the Italian spot over at the Cove.
Well, we only have so many options.
You gotta go to Baja Mar if you want to. Yeah, they got Carna, the steakhouse is unbelievable. They have a lot of good options. You mean the one on the casino? Yeah. It's unbelievable. They have some really good stuff. Yeah, they got some good stuff.
Jamie Gold, 2006 World Series of Poker main event winner, still out here splashing. Henry, all these years removed from that 12 million plus that he took down.
Was it 2006?
Yeah.
Carna.
Man, I was 11 years old.
Yeah, it's great.
Wow. 5K, by the way, called by
Sorry.
Orpin, the only customer, and he finds bottom pair, which is more than we can say for this queen high.
Sorry, Jamie. Sorry, Ali. Making you both feel very old.
Nah, that's all right.
7,500.
Jamie does continue. I can get behind it, although it is a cut-off flat, so... But it's going to have some ace-X, and I think on this turn, where we pick up 0 equity, be a bit out of line to just barrel off.
So no action. Board pairing 7 on the end. Shutdown presumably will continue. Front door hearts have arrived. Gold does have the queen of hearts. Unclear whether or not this line would be tethered to a flush draw. Third and final check, and Jamie throws his palms to the air and says, "You're good." And Orpin will Happily check back and take that one down. Relatively uneventful. So have you done anything other than work and nosh about Nobu and then, you know, hunt comps over at the UTH and Baccarat tables? What's your docket look
I mean,
like?
I played some golf. Was going to play golf today. With the Finns. The
Okay.
plan was to actually not play and just drive the buggy and prop bet with Mickey Dueck and Yoni and Elis. But that probably would have cost me quite a bit of money, so I'm glad I came in early for the first shift.
Might not have been the cheapest hobby.
Yeah.
How do you like it?
But yeah, I mean, other than that,
That they're starting to invest.
All right,
The
out on
answer is
field,
no.
Day 1B of the Supermain. Let us check in real quick
Wow, Jeff,
with the
wow.
Irish takeover, Stephen Karen. Stephen, stand up for me for a quick second, please.
up,
Good to have
JP?
you here at WSOP Paradise. What's your Supermain experience been like so far?
Yeah, it's been pretty cool. We're not doing too bad. Big tournament like this, amazing to see the turnout and the production's amazing. And I'm just delighted to be here.
Give us a sense of what your poker background is like.
So a lot of cards at home with the family, Christmas time. But since I found out I'm coming out here, I've been taking it really seriously between my boxing training and playing poker on the weekends. So not lots of experience, haven't been to something like this before. But I think I'm well able to hang in there with the big dogs.
Love having you here. Let's send you back to the action so you don't miss a hand. Appreciate the time. Thanks, Stephen. Guys.
So it's
Thanks,
gonna be,
Jeff.
yeah, it's gonna be
Apologies
good.
for
Yeah.
clipping the front
So I
end
don't
of
know
that
how
one.
He's gonna invest though, you know. Like I don't know if he's gonna
Right.
do a lot, but
Which stadium do they play in?
the what?
Which stadium? do-
Charlie T, small stadium.
A small stadium.
But you know, PSG they want to move outside of Paris.
Okay.
They want to build like
For
a
the fun.
massive one.
Okay. Okay.
So
You said for the
where
fun?
PSG plays now, maybe
I thought he said
FC
45.
takes that.
Oh,
Because
Thank God it's for the
Qatar,
fun.
they want to play in
Bigger.
875 and a couple of diamonds here.
yeah, it's 45,000.
Yeah.
And they want to build
Done.
something that like 90, 100, like Barcelona, Real
Yeah, yeah.
Madrid.
On the button. Ace
So
Jack
maybe they take that one.
motivated him pre, but
'Cause
that
the
board
one they play
texture
in, I think it's like 25 something.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
does
20.
not
I don't know. I never
bring
been
forward a
to
C bet.
Paris FC, to be
TKO with
honest.
the best of things, pair
No, I was
sevens.
just reading an article the other week about it. That's why I was like,
Yep. Yeah, they just bought it.
Yeah, yeah.
Just bought it.
yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, they were very happy with their investment in the Olympics.
Olympics, yeah.
Because they started in sports, you know, with trophies. You know, they'll do, you know, all the trophies with the luggage, and it started like that. You know.
Right. Okay.
But then Paris got the Olympics. They had to invest in sports,
Yeah.
and it was huge success.
Check on the turn, and then guess who has made another hand? Elliot Houdon.
Yeah,
PSG
3-bet
is
pre-flop.
not a basketball team anymore.
And you just get to see
No.
how much he's
It's
printing
somebody
by
else.
3-betting. The fact that 10-7 suited,
BC basketball club, you know.
2-gapper is in the mix in a 3-bet.
But it's not
Checks
PSG,
down,
you know.
realizes his equity. He's up to almost
American
2
people.
starting stacks. Not even one level into play today. Love to see the aggressive nature of Elliot just working well.
Wow. Doesn't pursue value with the front door diamonds showing up. And that's interesting. Kind of shrugging his shoulders going, I've done enough damage out here.
Yeah, Ace Jack feels as thin as he would go.
Still good for
Tony Parker playing poker, he is indeed.
French. You can hear that he's from French
Yeah.
Canada. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Easy.
Big time, right? Okay.
easy.
And you understand.
Like I can
well.
know everybody who speaks English. I can know where they're from too.
Really?
When a French guy speaks English,
Yeah.
But you
it's
said
so
you're
heavy.
American. You're also American.
50-50.
Yeah. So okay. That's
But what I mean by that is like when Russian speaks English, you know,
Ah.
Yeah.
or when French people speak English, German, you know, everybody got their own accent, the way they speak
Yeah.
English.
You know what's funny?
'Cause
When I
that's
went
what you
to-
say when you say no accent is because of my dad.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah. Oh, it's me already. Oh. Talk too much.
Parker been very engaging, by the way. Obviously, a really cool opportunity for Houdon, who speaks French.
When I went to France
And Adams,
in
undoubtedly.
Paris, I
Sports
actually
fan
was
growing
speaking
up.
to them in English. Because when I was speaking French, they wouldn't understand me.
No.
Yes,
To
I'm
interact?
fucking serious. And I would try my
You
hardest.
speak good French.
No, but I would even like try to soften the Quebecer accent. It would
Really?
be like, just like,
Really?
well, I don't know what he's saying. I hear French, but like.
They do it on purpose.
Blue. What's that? If he needs blue.
Back over to Jamie Gold and Co. There's Roland Rakita. To Jamie's left, under the gun.
Yeah, very, yeah, definitely. That's really very observant to other people's shortcomings.
Feels weird having so many Triton guys at our two feature tables.
It's
I
a
mean,
bit confusing, isn't it?
What's going on, man?
Hand them over, buddy. You want to just give stuff away? That's very kind of you. Very altruistic.
Pocket aces. Weird is not the feeling. But rather elation for Lynn. Cut off open. Ace 9. Nakash, the customer. Gold comes along as well and flops an open ender on an 8-7 deuce board.
The bad news for Gold is that it is from the big blind, so if he was to hit this 9 or 4 on the turn, he might not get the full double because he is going to have more straights. But hang on, because Gold's coming with the check raise straight off the bat. Now if he does get there, I'd have to assume he gets paid. No 4x.
Lynn just going to call. Obviously some range advantage for Gold, and now perhaps an added excuse for him to continue to pile chips forward. 57 in the middle, and he's picked up the backdoor diamond draw. 50 declared. Now Lynn blocks the heart draw. So he's trying to deduce exactly what it is that he's up against here.
Well, the range of hands that he's losing to, of course, deuces, 7s, 8s. 7-8 suited. I don't think he has any other 2 pairs unless he's getting really frisky with like 7 deuce and 8 deuce. Backdoor diamonds.
Wow. Goes check, check, and Gold, sorry, goes 50K flat, and Gold picks up the flush draw. Coming in, completed on this river. And boy, he could really get greedy here. Maybe 9-10 is something to be concerned about. If we're Lynn, we anticipate that backdoor diamond draws that were check raising as a semi-bluff on the turn would have continued. Well, they did for 50K. I don't know if the sizing would have been different, but in any case, here's the blender. 60. Jamie leaving meat on the bone?
Yeah, now he goes really small. After betting pot on the turn. Which I guess if he had like a 2 pair or a set with a 9-10 completing, with diamonds completing, maybe he would go this size. Little close up there.
What do you got? One pair?
Oh, speech play.
You? And you?
Classic Jamie Gold
Yeah.
fashion.
Big time.
I got 6 high.
Oh, that's sick. He's not lying.
It kind of is.
No pair.
6 high, no
I allowed to
pages,
say that or no?
missing 1 key
You're allowed?
word.
You're not? Oh. He didn't hear me. It's okay.
He's already causing trouble.
Uh-oh.
60.
6 high, no pair.
Oh boy, that's a little grimy.
Oh.
Lynn actually took him at his word, by the way, which makes it sting even more.
But you know, I had a huge draw on the turn.
Yeah.
Let's flip it back over to Tim Adams and Boyanovsky. They're intertwined here. Queens and nines in the pockets. Ace, ace, deuce board. Presume this was hijack open, flat from Boyanovsky.
Yeah, although there's
some chance he 3-bet the button.
Yeah, there's 88k in the middle.
Yeah,
it's tough
you're
to
right.
reverse engineer this one. I mean, big blind 3k. There must have been a 3-bet in there at some point. Expect to see this one go check. Although Boyanovsky might want to get some protection / clearance from, you know, king queen suited broadways.
$60,000, and yeah, Boyanovsky must have been a 3-better pre-flop for the pot to have been 88. Though we kind of caught up with it going to the turn, so maybe there was a barrel involved on the flop. 15K from the button, so missed that part of it. Jack now on the river. Adams has the best hand, 208.
Yeah, snap check through.
Boyanovsky all done telling stories just in case ace-x was about, or something like this.
How do we feel about 6 high no pair?
I called it grimy because I think it's grimy. Jamie,
it's like old school, right? Like
it's very old school.
If you did that in Bobby's room, nobody cares kind of thing.
Oh, there's a few that care. I can assure you.
Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of stuff going on over on YouTube. Shout out to everyone watching over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel.
You still like watch a lot of NBA and stuff, or you?
Father, brother saying
Yeah,
that would
on the
make
team,
my
so
blood
it's part of the
boil.
job.
You okay?
In a EuroLeague.
Okay. Which team?
I don't know. I mean, I come from
Asvel, Lyon.
live cash game background.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind.
Some of that cheeky stuff
Yeah.
inbounds for you. Parker lays down king 10
What are you
suited.
gonna do
That
when
was
you
a
win
pretty
$5
snug
million
fold.
from this tournament? What are you gonna do with the money?
I don't know. Give it to my academy.
To who?
My academy.
Oh,
For the kids.
nice.
Lyon.
Lyon.
So not the Lyon football club. I'm thinking.
Yeah, OL, but it's not OL. They own a piece of my team.
They are.
OL owns 25% of my team.
Oh,
Yeah, they bought in 4 years ago.
sick.
Greenwood with the ducklings.
Excuse me?
Made it 7 to go. Boyanovsky flats.
Spurs and Wemby. With San Antonio.
San Antonio Spurs.
Oh, you say the Spurs right now?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I still do stuff with them.
10-8-6 board. Hines came along, defending his big middle pair and the gut shot up against top pair here. Greenwood, the razor pre, steps aside.
Hines has
Boyanovsky.
just been brutalized so far. Always has the second best hand. And Boyanovsky has a hand that wants to immediately start building a pot. Do not want to give a free card to Broadway cards like King Jack, King Queen. Can get value from weaker 10x from hands like this. 8x, gut shots. Nice to get some clearance as well as some value.
So down to heads up is Hines, predictably the man to stick around in the face of the barrel.
If I win $5 million.
And maybe it's predictable that he continues to have the second best hand, which
Can't say
he's
it on camera, though.
No.
unfortunately been afflicted with for the bulk
Wouldn't fault Boyanovsky for checking this one back. I mean, now losing to Queen 9, Jack 9, Queen Jack, Jack 10. Could also just bet this one again, try and deny some equity from the gut shots of the world, and then reevaluate rivers. Seems to know exactly where he's at in this hand.
$30,000. The follow-up by Boyanovsky. Just making sure he charges a price. Oh, and now Hines is fighting Henry. He's decided, I'm all done being passive. I'm all done with people pushing me around. And this does make the ace-10 a bit worried.
That's pretty grim.
I mean, Queen Jack, maybe a flopped 7-9. The big blind could have lots of connectors that have turned into two pair. And credit to Hines, who finally finds chips heading in his direction.
Yeah, a little glimpse as to what Hines is capable of doing as a very sexy bluff.
It was so windy yesterday. It was
Well played, sir.
I have a pretty good view of the ocean from my
Just
room,
put it like
and
this,
like you just see like these waves.
No,
Like,
you wanna
I
break
think
it?
I'm,
Over
like,
here.
serious. So, like, not gonna be swimming in this.
Yeah, Greenwood alluding to the fact that
Were you there? No,
I
you
wouldn't
did
call it
in
a typhoon,
Monaco.
but, you know, Mother Nature's made her presence felt here over the better part of the last 2 days.
One morning,
Palm trees being stress
and it was,
tested
like,
with the
it was
wind
really
whipping.
windy, and we started getting like sucked in with the tide. And I like kind of, I went swimming the day before, and I was like, uh-oh. So I just immediately like went back in. Ben and Dan like literally just had to float to like there was a pier, like not that far, but maybe like a couple hundred meters from like the shore. Cause they like reached the point where they're like you couldn't get back in. It's like it would be like swimming on like a treadmill at like max. You know?
Oh, because the current is too strong?
Yeah.
It keeps swallowing you?
Yeah, so they just had to like drift out until there was like a little dock, and then they got up on there.
Oh my god, that's
like,
scary.
Yeah, it was like scary. When I came back in, I was like full on, like I was like panting. I was like, oh my god, like that was.
Oh, it sounds like
Yeah, because like.
Greenwood almost died.
That is what it sounds like, Henry.
I mean-
He's making light of it at this point.
Yeah, he's making it sound like it was a funny experience, but let me tell you something, as ex-lifeguard, I've seen a lot of scary shit out there. The ocean waters are no joke.
Apparently neither is ace-8 of diamonds, deems Hines. Parker thought about the ace-4 offsuit from the big blind, eventually bowing out. Batil was always out of line with the queen-5, and Paticchio now left all alone on the button baby suited connector. Obviously, this is the portion of the program where speculation is afforded us, but not for the extra 24. So, Hines, take a picture.
You know, when I was like a teenager, I was a lifeguard, but that's not.
Taking down another
When I was a teenager.
pot. Oh, looks like you share the lifeguard line item on the resume there. Henry with Greenwood.
Yeah, but that was like 20 years ago.
Now I'm pretty jealous.
15 years
I thought I had a one-up on him on that
I had
category.
It would appear not.
I still had like, I had more energy, and I was just like, oh man, like this is not. Yeah.
That's not Dan Smith, chat, okay? I mean, does I can see it when the camera zoomed out there, had the overview of the table. I can see it, but okay, the Brazilian Dan Smith, sure. Although I'm not sure how much of a Brazilian name Boyanovsky is. Maybe the family originally came from the east and fled there once upon a time.
Yeah, it
couple of
doesn't feel like
generations ago.
domestic product in terms of the last name.
It really doesn't.
But remember, we've got Yuri Zivalevsky, you know, so perhaps some of the skis did find the piece.
Yeah, late 40s, early 50s, kind of.
Yeah, I don't really, history not my jam, but, you know, at some point the direct from Moscow to Sao Paulo, maybe. Nah, that's too far.
What, the direct flight?
Yeah.
Yeah, how long would that
You'd end up in
take?
the drink.
That would,
We're not quite there yet. Adams, meanwhile.
Did you ever,
King
this is
7?
completely random, by the way.
Talk to me.
Did you ever fly on a Concorde?
No.
How, bro? You love flying.
Yeah, I just like planes that don't end up in a French hotel
Wait,
on fire. Meanwhile, Ace Jack 10, it wasn't a great experience. You know, I'm at the Concorde room over at Heathrow. You know, with
Did it not happen like once? That happened once?
It only needs to happen once, Henry. It's not one of those things you can fade.
Okay, look, there's a nothing burger going on here.
Fair.
So you never like flew from London to America in like 3 hours or anything?
No. The Concorde, first off, it was exorbitantly expensive.
This is back.
And it was 2x2 seating. You know, this wasn't like a glamorous setup inside the cabin. The service was impeccable from what I understand, but just, you know, I'm okay with it. I'm living with it.
I feel like you missed out on something special.
Nah, Boom Aviation, they got some, you know, the Overture or whatever. It's coming back, and it's going to happen, I think, in a better way. Meanwhile, pair of 7s on the turn for Adams, who flopped the Broadway Gutty. Well, he feels like he's thinking about it. Tokens being deposited.
Makes sense. It's checked through. He's open under the gun. Has aces, ace king, ace jack, king queen. Side card is nice as well, blocking 2 pair and pocket 7s. This one's going to get through. It's a little pick up there for Adams.
Yes, indeed. As the 9s were best, but had no interest, understandably.
A few people asking why myself and Arlene Najad are in the booth on the back end of the Triton 500K and the main board. This is a collab, if you will, between Triton and Wsop Paradise.
Yeah, the Triton Million Invitational, then the 100K main, leading right in to this $50 million guaranteed WSOP Super Main out here in Paradise. Elliot Houdon presiding over the Lagoon table. We've seen the bulk of what's propelled him into that 1 million chip stack. He went with some very big bet sizings.
I just remember you were on the promotions.
Yep. Yep.
In turn, it was Jamie Gold resting at the top of the leaderboard at the reef
Any seat
table.
open in your cash game?
And I see what?
Any
Greenwood.
seat open in
Ace
your
King
cash
is
game?
made at 7,000.
anytime you want,
Boyanovsky, 2 jacks.
Always take games. I like it. I like taking guys.
Please go easy on me.
110 bigs apiece. Wonder if all the money finds its way into the middle. This is +1 against UTG, so it makes it less likely, even though we saw 250 bigs from Adams and Greenwood fly in earlier. Ace King against Ace King. That was small blind versus button. This layup would expect to see 4-bet. A decent frequency, but I think Greenwood will mix in some flat calls from time to time. Case in point.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going with. So, 23 a man. And some of that attached to the fact that this is under the gun, direct left of under the gun. So Greenwood mindful of the upper crust perhaps lingering over there. But goes from upper crust to just crusty on a king deuce deuce board. All Greenwood, the jacks downed by that king of diamonds.
Only 4 eliminations so far. Boyanovsky continues. 13K. It's a weird one for Greenwood because his hand is really strong and would love to build a pot, but his range just doesn't really get to.
Call 13,000.
So just playing it the way his range would, you know, sevens through jacks.
Check.
So the check call on the flop after Boyanovsky asked the question.
So, sorry for laughing, but this whole Dan Smith doppelganger, I don't know, maybe we'll just get Smith over. Sit them next to each other. Is that allowed?
I mean, I see it. We all see it, as does Boyanovsky in terms of the concerns about the check call from Greenwood on the flop, hence the check back on the turn, 8 on the river. Greenwood.
Has to bet for value now.
Do you go polar?
That's a fantastic question. I don't know if we get to. Although I guess Greenwood is going to have aces some of the time. Trapping kings. Maybe. He would have to be turning some ace-x with a backdoor, which there are 3 potential backdoors on the flop, of course. But turning something with a backdoor into a bluff, I think the suited wheel ace would make a nice bluff. Just really put the pressure on like 7s, 9s, 10s, jacks, queens. And then blocking aces and ace-king.
Full pot. And this is just a stone bluff catch if he chooses to make it, but Brazilian Dan Smith puts it in the bin. Do we just call him BDS from now on, Boyanovsky?
BDS?
Brazilian Dan Smith.
It took me a while. Listen, man, we're 8 days into this trip. My mind took a while there, yeah. BDS, I like it. No, BDS is going to be involved again.
Ace Jack suited. We're going to blame this one on the chat, by the way. Producer James nodding in affirmation. Of course, he himself doppelgangs Tobias Schwecht. So
Jesus
can
Christ,
kind of relate,
Ali.
you know. 7K, says Boyanovsky, after properly conceding the jacks to Greenwood moments ago, and he'll just pick up a much smaller helping of chips.
Do we, this is something that professionals such as ourselves should know, but I've already dug the hole, so I might as well just keep on digging. Do we know the blind levels? Hour long?
I want to say yes. Producer James is normally supposed to be on top of such things. Chad is usually on top of it as well. 1 hour is verified.
Fantastic.
As the blind lengths.
That is Tony Parker. Chat.
Yeah, NBA legend. Surrounded by a few legends in terms of poker.
Raise 7,000. Hold. 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 Hold.
Batil has shown frisk. King 7 suited, another one of those that Tim Adams opened from direct under the gun.
Get some live updates over on Poker News from that 50K PLO Championship. quite a few of you were asking about that one.
Do you still like play basketball often? Like, do you play
Like twice a month,
once a month?
2-3 times a month.
Yeah.
Yeah. At my academy. With
Yeah,
The kids.
with the kids.
Hmm.
How old are they?
Like on the 18 to 21.
Oh, okay.
But I played 3 days ago in Macau for the NBA. We did a game to promote the game.
Yeah.
And I did well.
Yeah.
I finished with MVP, so it was good. It was good.
You still you still feel good, yeah.
But the sport that I do the
Interestingly-
most now is paddle now.
Yeah, you play paddle tennis? Yeah.
Paddle tennis. That's the
Huge,
sport that I
It's
play the
so
most.
popular.
Yeah.
It's like so popular in Europe.
Yeah.
Huge in Europe. Huge.
Parker saying he was just out in Macau. That's a hotbed of poker. And then sharing the fact that he's into paddle tennis now, which, of course, many of the Triton Super High Roller Series regulars enjoy racket sports, including Adams.
Yeah, because because
Greenwood
that
enjoying
pickleball-
ace-3 of diamonds on the button. Takes it to
Yeah,
9,000.
I mean, pickleball
Totally
is, like,
different.
feels like
Game
a-
in comparison.
Boyanovsky,
But I
King
think
10
paddle will
suited.
take over.
Yeah.
I think.
But-
I think.
Because I was thinking like, because we're in Canada, living like, there's not any paddle tennis. People don't even know what it is.
Where?
In like Toronto.
Oh, really? They don't
And
know what it is
yeah,
yet?
it's starting to come.
They know
I-
pickle? They know
Yeah,
pickle?
they know pickle.
Honestly,
But I'm thinking like I should start paddle
I
tennis.
used to be a massive
Before it gets
hater,
popular.
It's so addictive.
but at this point, I should just give it a try.
It's too late. It's too late for sure.
Paddle,
Yeah,
pickle,
the- you might
everyone
have an
plays it, man.
opportunity in the US and Canada.
You're not wrong.
It's become everyone's personalities. Shout out to Michael Sawyer's wife,
Like my wife plays with her friends.
who's trying to convince me.
Yeah, the racket
Easy to
Still
play.
haven't
so you can
taken it up, but maybe
Exactly.
next trip, Jeju,
Exactly.
I'm in the paddle
And it's
streets.
social, 2-on-2.
Yeah, 2-on-2.
Okay.
And
What's
it's really like the tempo is really good.
what is the difference between that and pickleball?
I mean, paddle is
But
like
first of all, pickleball, you don't have the walls. you
Yeah.
know, in pickleball, you don't
it's
have
almost
the
like
walls.
a
Smaller.
squash, tennis, but not
A
really.
mix of
It's a lot
everything.
faster of a sport. Paddle is faster. You know, more running, a little bit more cardio.
Trying to do our best to lay out for the table talk, of course, but every now and again the action does beckon,
Okay.
as Boyanovsky has.
They're so
Three betting to 36,000.
Is that good?
The baby suited aces,
How often do you play? Like
I'll paddle, I play every week.
every
Every week.
solver bait,
I stay in shape.
yeah, yeah. Do
Greenwood
you have good like
Yeah.
guys to play with? Yeah.
playing it as a
Which one
Flat?
do you play? Paddle or pickleball?
Paddle.
Do you live in France?
Yeah, in France it's
now?
huge. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah.
Jack
Yeah,
8-6,
it's the
no
Europe
pair
versus
anywhere.
US for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think it's gotta like pickle is kind of like
Well, pickle is only the US so far.
yeah.
It's only
Maybe
one.
Canada.
In Canada they play too,
Yeah.
I play pickleball every day.
but
If
In
I
the
was
US?
in Europe, yeah.
I mean
I
I
was in
guess
Europe,
it's
I'd
different
probably
because like a pickleball court you can cheap. The paddle tennis, the court costs maybe like 30K euro to make.
Something like that. Yeah.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a proper like
It's a little higher end for sure.
yeah.
Barriers to entry
But
and everything.
all different levels, all different ages can play paddle tennis.
Bet
Getting bigger
35,000.
for sure. I think that's getting bigger in the US.
Nice
than
to see
pickleball.
Boyanovsky continue here as the pre-flop three
Many people
better.
still don't know, like, tell them
Interacting
to
with the jack of clubs and takes it.
Mhm.
Yeah, like
It'll come.
it'll come. I think it'll be Olympic sport maybe.
Hopefully.
In
Hopefully.
maybe 28.
But 28 is LA. They will talk about it. Yeah. They will talk about it. I don't
Yeah.
know if they're gonna
Yep.
the country, the host country, choose what sports they want to add and stuff like that.
What is the host? This.
LA. 28
Oh,
is
it's
LA.
LA.
Oh well.
So it's got to get big in US. Let's start
Yeah.
paddle tennis courts all over.
Yeah.
But it's addictive. It's so fun. You can play for 2 hours. You don't even realize you're playing.
Okay, nice. Is it like easier than tennis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I
A lot
tried
easier.
tennis this year and I was like, man,
tennis
this
is
is
tough.
hard.
Tennis is tough.
really tough.
Yeah.
You really need the
The
proper
racket, like you were
brushing.
saying,
Yeah.
is more friendly and
Yeah.
paddle,
Okay,
easy to
nice,
learn.
Nice.
With paddle tennis, there are many of these shots that are like high technique. These
You can slice it and all
Bandeka or
that.
whatever.
Yeah. Bandera.
But still, like I was saying, my wife plays. Like just hitting it over the net is super easy.
Okay,
And
nice.
There's a glass, so the ball bounces, and it's easy. It's easy to create rallies.
That's good, that's good. Okay, I like that.
But the high-end games, like, it's sick. Like the shot
Yeah, the
placement,
pros,
like
yeah.
hitting to the corners, like
Yeah.
That's perfect. Like a nice level of entry, but also a high ceiling.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's the perfect
Exactly.
sport. Yeah.
Exactly.
Really, just watch some YouTube videos and you'll
Okay.
be like.
Mhm.
I told my friends in Canada to watch some YouTube videos, and they follow some on
Okay.
Instagram or something. They
Yeah,
follow
yeah,
these.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
They're just like, this is sick.
I'm curious now.
It makes for great clips.
Sorry?
It makes for great clips. Like
Oh.
the best of the points are
Yeah,
very,
yeah,
very
okay.
fun to watch.
Yeah. It's
Wow.
the rallies can be insane.
Fold. Raise 6,000. Fold. Fold.
Rare opportunity to dip in between the paddle tennis talk.
I told you, man. It started off as a cult,
Yeah, he built a lot of them.
Yeah.
and now it's become a culture,
Yeah.
a way of life.
Same story for pickleball, by the way, which is not nearly as
Yeah, brings a lot
global,
of
I would
cash.
say, as paddle
Brings a
is.
lot
But
of cash.
Oh, I would.
I'm
I
sure
mean,
some people would push back on that. You think
Yeah.
pickle's more popular than paddle
I think it's a tie.
worldwide?
There's no one
Okay.
that
Yeah, people
Now
are
you go on the
obsessed
application
in
and
Europe
you
and
can
Asia with it as
Yeah, but
well.
the one you
Okay.
read, they have people.
Not quite
that
obsessed,
let
but
it
interested. Was
follow.
Paticchio with King Jack. Defended the small and this c-bet
1,000.
on a 6-6 deuce board. Designed to usher him out of the building.
Feels like Elliot has one gear and one gear only. Really
Yeah.
knows when to lean and when to just, wave the white flag.
I don't think we need to change the
I
brake
was looking
pads
for a new sport. I was doing climbing for a while.
on that
Try
vehicle
that,
just yet.
Like indoor climbing.
I'm the big one. They finally
tried a
arrived.
little bit, not for me.
Yeah.
What's your go-to sport,
Body type.
Ali?
Not, no.
Because you're shorter, you mean?
Yeah,
Stocks.
just like it's hard on the. Sorry.
Trust me,
You know what's annoying?
it can
is
get
that,
pretty physical.
Like when you're tall and you get a climb because you're tall, people are like, oh, well, obviously you should have gotten that. But,
It's
like,
great
there's a lot of
cardio
disadvantages
being
by
short.
tall also.
I gotta tell you.
I thought it was overall a disadvantage actually, like the lanky arms and.
It really depends on what type of problem you have in front of you.
You
Some
know,
of them, they asked all the top pros basically, and they all said it's the same. Whether you're tall or
unclear,
short,
yeah.
you're gonna be easier for some, harder for some. And, yeah.
a lot of doctors like to turn to the EKG to kind of determine your cardiac health.
Yeah, exactly.
But I've found a different way.
My wrists.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, yeah. It's
so
hard.
tough, so hard.
I'm going to find out
All
my
the form,
cardiac
yeah.
All the
health in
things that I probably
February.
need to do.
I'm ticking
It's, yeah, the first
Killy
couple times
off
are
my
rough
bucket
on you,
list,
honestly.
finally.
What is that? Kilimanjaro?
Yes,
Gets
sir.
easier.
The fact that you called it
You need
Killy,
to like it.
designed to
sure.
kind
Yeah,
of
I'm more
sort of
like,
make it
Make me
cute,
sound
like
like
a
a red.
coochie
You
coo.
want
No,
to
this
play
is
like
not
a
a
reg.
molehill,
Yeah.
my friend. Careful.
like my main sport.
By the way, I had a friend just got
Okay.
medevac off Killy, as you call it. Not kidding. Little bout of
Medevac.
hypoxia. Actually, no, they didn't medevac. It was just the Sherpas carried her down.
What, Hoxer or Hayes?
Shout out Carla,
Shout out Carla.
who, by the
indeed.
way, we now call Carla Manjaro.
I could never tell whether you're making stuff up or
I'm
not.
not, man. It's the real deal. As it was for Parker with bottom pair there, better than the opposition.
So she just had Hayes or whatever it was, didn't acclimatize. Do you know what route she took?
What route? What was it? Was a Google map up the side of the hill?
Well,
I don't
no,
know
I mean,
what
there's
route she
multiple.
took.
Like, if she did,
You know?
the 5-day matcha
told me
route,
I
then
have a lot
yeah,
of work to do.
She
less.
took the wrong one for her skill level. I can tell you that.
So I'm doing the 9-day Northern Circuit. I'll be fine with
You
acclimatizing.
do that, Henry. I'll be down here, sea level, chilling. Send me updates.
Yeah,
Mate,
By
I
the way, provided
guarantee
you
you-
have cell service up
I
there.
think I might.
You
I
know.
will
I
have
don't know
all
how
of my
many years I
positions
left.
closed for those 9 days.
Yeah.
And like,
Playing men's soccer.
Mother Nature might open a position or two on you, my friend.
Can you
if you're not
imagine me just
careful.
looking around trying to get cell service, see
and I
what
think
the
also because I
the
did
markets
my
are opening at.
competition in poker,
Or just
sometimes
something
you
to the
play with
IG
people and they're like super
as well.
intense and like hitting, and I'm like, I just like came here to like, I just came here
Chat,
to
by the
get
way,
a
step
workout,
in if
you
you're a big
know?
Henry
Like,
Kilbane
I
fan
don't-
and just kind of
I don't
advise the
wanna
young
get
lad that
into it,
sometimes
right? And then, like,
we leave mountains alone, and
No, come on,
you know,
man.
yeah.
I need you in here, buddy. You know,
And
don't leave me.
Playing
Dude,
basketball like once or twice a week.
you're
at,
lucky
just
Looks like a
local,
that
it's
like,
Killy,
community
okay?
center or whatever.
And not
like,
Everest.
I was looking at.
Everest is just
Maybe.
basically
I think
you know,
Sauce is,
cemetery
like,
of
dominating
sorts.
these games, and you
No,
never
it's not as
expect
bad as like
Yeah.
K2 and
You never
Amapada.
expect it. he doesn't have like the build. But
Look,
he's,
as
like,
far as
really
I'm concerned, once they
crafty.
reach a certain height,
Yeah,
you know,
he's a good
Death zone,
shooter,
8,000
and
meters.
yeah.
He'll always be in the post.
I think
and, like, some
Everest
guy
death
6
rate
inches,
is like
taller than him,
3%,
doubting him, and he gets this, like,
3.5%.
goofy
Not
headshot
great.
and it goes
It's
in.
not great. It really isn't.
Patikio looking to feel alive with
No, I
the
know,
suited
it's
one
funny, you never
gapper,
think of
which
him, look at him,
turns
but
into
it's
a
like
gut
this
shot on a
guy,
monotone
yeah.
ace-jack 10 board.
And then
Houdon
there's
got
a few
involved from
guys
the
that's
big blind
like,
alongside Parker, who's got bottom 2 pair and way the best of what's
played,
around.
Like he probably played like maybe like like got like a scholarship to some bad
Never
schools,
thrilled
like,
about.
States,
Yeah,
but he's
okay.
now like 40 and
Does
like
check. I
playing,
mean,
well, like, maybe
bottom 2,
mid-40s, let's say,
ace
and
jack
doing,
10,
like,
mono,
but it's just funny 'cause he'll
3
kinda
ways.
just, like,
I can
walk
get
away
behind the
from it, and then
check with
every
the
once in
bottom
a while
2.
he's like, "Okay, I'm just gonna score
Note, by the way, that
fast."
nobody has the flush draw. Patikio is barreling here.
And then there's this other guy that's
This is
Chinese
ambitious.
dad,
This
who's
isn't
probably, like,
over, man.
27,000,
like,
yeah.
5 kids, and his kids all play.
Sizing not lost on
Sometimes,
us.
Like, the round is like the family boost, like whoever shows up. It's pretty joke.
Immediately uncomfortable
I got,
for
like,
Parker's
matched up
bottom 2
against
pair.
One of his sons,
Yeah,
who
let's,
was, like,
let's it go.
15 and kind of like this pudgy kid, and I'm just like, whatever, like I'm not gonna try that out on defense.
Not enough
And then
money
like
in
I
it.
like kind of just like give him some space, and he just like 3 like splash, and I'm just like.
So I can rely on you
Just like, oh, yeah,
It's
to
like
send the
a good
chopper
one, but it's, like,
if
not worth
needed.
it for what
I'll
you
have you as
do.
like my go-to satellite emergency contact.
That's probably not a great idea. Henry, I have reach, but in terms of mountaineering related matters, the Rolodex runs lean.
I'm talking more about someone to
No,
just
not worth
wire in the funds.
For 18,
You know.
for 18.
Well, that market's still open right now, so that does sort of
We'll know
hinge
sooner
upon
or later.
where Tesla closes with respect to, fund availability, if I'm being honest. Batil with ace queen. He's going to deploy some funds,
Welcome
is
to
my
the
guess.
table, Batil. I feel like he's been here a while, just hasn't been that involved.
Yeah. That's in the cash game streets when you're like, has anyone seen Batil? Where like 3 orbits have gone by and the guy's not managed to play a hand. Just the needle,
Oh, man, I do love cash game needles. It's
Nothing better.
yeah, it's like playing golf with James Dempsey. It's just non-stop and it's great morale. Not gonna lie.
Adams, pocket 4s, on the hunt for a set and somehow manages to have an overpair to the deuce 3-3 board.
Interesting spot for Batil. Always going to continue at a high frequency with range on this board. Adams has options, by the way. This isn't just a check call spot. He can certainly check raise this one. Save playing a guessing game across turn and river. Narrow the range of Batil.
I think you're the second French-American I know. You know the
Raise
other
the
one?
raise.
All right, she finished in 13th in the World Series of Poker main event in Las Vegas. She's the most recent inductee in the Women in Poker Hall of Fame. And most importantly, she granted me an interview during a World Series of Poker main event. Let's say hello to Kristen Foxen. How do you look back at that run in the main this summer? Is it just something you've totally moved on from?
Yeah, moved on. I think it, fun experience, definitely a little bittersweet, but on to the next one.
You got really lucky because they're about to deal another hand, so I have to send you back to the action.
Okay.
But I have the approval for all day one interviews, yeah?
Day one is fine. If I can rebuy, I'll take it.
Okay.
I might charge you some of the rebuy
Fair,
fee,
totally
but
fair.
okay.
We'll charge GG.
Deal.
Okay,
All
thanks,
right,
Chris.
perfect.
Appreciate it. Guys, let's send it back to you.
We don't want that.
Thanks, Jeff. And if you're wondering what Kristen's talking about with respect to charging the rebuy fee, the Jeff Black curse. When he interviews you, oftentimes things go awry. This was
a while ago now.
to the point where some people were declining interviews
That's not a thing.
with Jeff. Okay, you've never been on the receiving end of it.
I would let Jeff interview me, and I would probably end up winning the tournament.
Like me. Never like.
You don't think Jeff's a good luck charm?
I think out of those two statements, letting Jeff interview you is one we can count on. King on the turn.
Maybe
Pocket
check
fours
it out.
have hung on here.
Could be interesting.
Yep. You're right.
Might discover some.
Might discover some stuff. For the next time we play, I'll give you other names.
Fours are good for Adams. The Jeff Platt
In your
curse,
casual,
eh?
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well documented, Henry. Just
You
telling
guys used to play a lot, like on the team playing and stuff. Yeah, I can imagine.
But the one we played the most, it was at my house.
Shout out to
With
Miss
all the
Foxon, by
best
the
players
way.
in town, you know.
Yeah,
Obviously
yeah.
had that deep run.
We
I
gather
knew
once
nothing
a month.
about it. I was offline, bumped into her at the gym.
Once a month is enough.
And
Yeah,
she
let
was like,
people reload, you know.
you know, Henry, it's so nice. You're one of the first people that hasn't asked me about my bust out hand. I was like, what do you mean? She's like, oh, you didn't know?
7.
I was like, no, Chrissy, do tell. She's well, I may have punted deep in the main, and it's like, okay, and then I looked back at the hand. Didn't feel like too much of a punt for me personally. I mean, just playing aggressive, had a good hand to do it with. It's always tough when the entire poker world's watching, you know, final 2, final 3 tables of the WSOP main event.
Do you play cash once in a while?
She embraced the variance.
Yeah, I think that's
Did
what
Chrissy?
makes her so tough to play against. With
And
her,
like, is everyone was
her
a cash player,
husband.
no?
True. No, I still play.
Nice.
It's fun. Do you play cash? No?
Rarely. I played like 2 months ago. That was nice. In Toronto, actually.
Oh.
I was
The private game?
yeah, a game, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't know. I don't think it's for me.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of shenanigans.
Yeah, exactly.
Raise 8,000.
And a lot of those games are crazy rake too. They're like impossible to win.
Adams
Yeah,
attacking.
it's more just like a party than
Suited
like
king
a
on the
game,
button.
you know? And I want to party, I'll like party with my friends. Not,
What?
as if I want to party, I'll party with like my friends, not like some random dudes in a cash game.
Queen 10-7. Boyanovsky's defense
just
with
like
the
going to bed at,
dominated
like,
king comes up
midnight, you know?
fruitless.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the problem with
Same
cash.
story for
I know.
Adams.
One of my best friends is a dealer in like a private game, and I'll always like call him, and it's like 4 in the afternoon. He's like, "Oh, I just woke up," you know.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I can't do that.
No, exactly.
Bet 7,000.
Follow through of 7K from Adams.
Boyanovsky with an interesting decision. Could check raise this combo against the button, king of diamonds, 8 of spades. He's Brazilian as well, so we know that they're naturally more inclined to check raise than, say, someone from insert more passive poker nation. Don't want to call anyone out.
Raise.
Hello. Little check raise. You can always count on the Brazilians
To get
find the
cheeky?
aggressive lines. Yeah, I mean,
King of diamonds, the bulk of what's motivating Boyanovsky here, and he just dispatches Adams. Not for the faint of heart. Check raising that much talent, but Boyanovsky embracing it. As you talked about that Brazilian banner, I mentioned Zivilevsky earlier. Bruno Volkmann, also part of that process.
listen, I'm going to tell you something right now. When the solver says, like, it's indifferent to check call and check raise, let's say it's meant to be mixing at like 50-50 frequency, the Brazilians don't see the other 50. They just put that all into the aggressive basket, and it just turns from a 50-50 spot to a 100% raise. Very tough to play against.
Pedro Gargnani, another member of that delegation. Looking at the all-time money list for Brazilians
Who can forget Felipe Ramos and Andre Akari, Alex Gomez, Pablo Silva, also in those conversations. Boyanovsky 14th all-time on Brazil's all-time money list. Sevens squaring off with King 10 suited. Greenwood flopping top 2, and Heinz's struggles appear to have resurfaced.
In single raise pot. It's all good. Just check fold this one. Over on Poker News, Shulman chipping up a little bit in that 50k. As Greenwood finds the bet as expected, I guess against 7k. Getting 4-1 on a call. It's so tough to have clarity on future streets, even if you think Greenwood could just be up to no good with like some combo draw.
Heinz simply steps aside after the 7K open, which was flatted by Greenwood.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's always an important consideration when making one's decision.
Like playground type place in
Future
Toronto. Because it would absolutely crash. I mean, maybe if Doug Ford gets his dream into it.
Well, a different part of the sound library has been sourced here. As you get a look at the chip counts at just the Lagoon table. Houdon continues to rest atop the leaderboard. Tony Parker played a big pot against him. Has much to do with why he is the top slot out of 3 Canadians. Up toward the north portion of the leaderboard. Next, Reef Table. Get a glimpse at this one, Seth Davies. Okay. And is this the next Lagoon table featuring Chance Corneth? Seems that way. Alex Foxen, who just won the 100K main, also at this table. So the 2 chip leader coaching guys having to contend with one another. Meanwhile, Greenwood putting the newly acquired chips to work from the cutoff with pocket 3s. Suited king for Boyanovsky on the button.
It just wasn't a very competitive bidding process, I guess.
Honestly, that lineup in day 1. Imagine you fly all the way from Europe or Asia
to get parked at that table.
Yeah.
You're going to have a grievance.
You've like qualified in from some satellite and then you just get seated at that table.
No, you have a legitimate complaint on your hands. As Boyanovsky leans upon the 2 3s as a 3-better and finds top pair on a king-high flop. Greenwood fails to find the set.
I've been friends with like a lot of the French Canadian guys, but kind of the older generation.
Yeah. Fast, yeah.
Nice hand to potentially check back with there, although in 3-bet pots we do typically see
I don't even know.
high frequency C-bet on the Broadway. Flops.
That's the last time you've been?
Probably 2014, 18.
Yeah.
Does want a pot control with some top pairs. Yeah, this one makes sense.
You didn't bother coming to WPT Playground recently.
What was it?
Board pairs and puts a 3rd diamond out there.
Yeah, I did that like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I drove there.
Yeah, like the old days.
Yeah.
How old are you now?
38.
This one likely to just check through on the turn, although Boyanovsky doesn't want to give a free card to a random 1 diamond type hand, such as this.
Yeah. Nice. Less emotional.
Wiser.
That's good.
You feel like you just maybe know yourself a little better.
Yeah.
Better decision. But like, yeah, just like prioritizing what.
Uneventful development
Stupid, but, like,
in this one.
Even today, I had the thought of waking up in the morning, like just the morning and feeling good and rested, and then like going.
Greenwood might do something cheeky here, targeting ace high. No, he checks.
Go to the gym, get coffee. Like those are the things that bring me like pleasure.
Yeah.
I think when I was younger, probably like more. Yeah, having some beers and being or whatever.
Surely value to be extracted
Still
from the
will have
king
those
7.
More balance.
Yeah, you sounds like you just.
In terms
know
of
more
sizing on this board,
What works for you?
Yeah.
anything between
Yeah.
1/3 to 2/3 makes a lot of sense. Target some 10x.
I think before I would maybe pick around some devices.
36k, bang on.
Basically, better decision.
No value this time though.
Is when you go to bed.
Yeah.
And if you don't,
Yeah.
you'll only get 7 hours, and then you'll be grumpy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So coming up to the first break of the day, 2 levels in. Elliot Houdon has just started off with an absolute bang. I mean,
Sailing has been very smooth for him.
Yeah.
Like putting your energy resources in places.
Yeah, because you've tried enough.
Brazilian has
other
really impressed.
methods and
I mean, for me personally,
You've made the mistake enough.
if I had to pick a demographic
Slept 6 hours.
over the last 12 to 18 months on the live scene that I feel have impressed the most, it's the Brazilians. I mean, we were speaking about this on Triton streams.
Correlation with like
Their play
levels of
style
happiness and your age.
is
Whereas the oldest, like the 70 to
just
70 plus, are
impeccable
like
at times.
Just the most content, at least. Yeah, I think it's for the exact reasons you just said.
Their
If you imagine
understanding
you
of
when you're
ICM,
70, you're going to be even more.
I think some of the best in the world.
and Just in line with everything.
Mystery hand time here, by the way, Henry. Something that our colleague Brian Rast has shown scary levels of aptitude on. We're going to block out Batil's hand as he 3-bets the pocket 7s, which took it to 7 for Greenwood. Another 17,000 on request.
Are you someone who questions himself a lot?
So yeah, you're just like a little more insecure. Maybe.
I didn't even.
Well,
insecure,
3.5x
I meant,
in position.
You look for answers a lot, or
Bigger than he'd normally go, just given how deep they are.
Traditional sense of like being kind of like bed
Queen
more.
4-3 as Sam dug in.
Okay.
Finds second pair effective on a queen high board.
Yeah, it's like not being sure.
Sevens, 7 of spades. Only 1 over to the 7s as well, which is always nice. Backdoor straight. Emergency outs.
Competitive environment. As you get older.
Gonna come with check call. One would have to assume.
Yeah.
I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I think every year I feel like I just answer a lot of questions, and sometimes it's temporary questions and answers.
Well,
but I feel like overall,
we do find a turn here as Greenwood hanging in. He's found himself the gut shot straight draw after check calling the 18,000. He checks once more. Two-tone texture.
Stop doing things out of fear so much.
Yeah, that's a big one.
But I just like recently. I
It's a tough turn barrel to call in Greenwood shoes, should Batil find it. I think the bluffs come from ace, jack with spade and club, ace, king with spade and club. Though maybe ace, king has enough showdown to check back and
like managing.
just realize going to the river. And of course, value is obvious. Overpairs, queens, ace, queen.
What you know is good for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All the obvious stuff everyone knows.
Exactly. But actually just like
65,000 now for Batil. 3-better pre, follow through of 18 post, now still betting. And you could see some suited ace-x combos that would continue to apply pressure here, involving one of the flush draws.
Maybe not ace-x combos. I think a lot of them would want to realize like getting blown off of a nut flush draw would just be disastrous. Because this is a turn card that Greenwood could raise in theory.
But that's good. Like at least it's worth something. Because I feel like I built a muscle over the years. Because I'm the same. I won't read about it.
Well, instead, he's going to be a check caller.
You'll be surprised. Like
So if we're removing the ace-x's, Henry, as we see the third club arrive in queen form on the river, pot at 222, do you have a sense of what's under the hood there for Batil?
Exactly, and also just like you learn.
Well, as mentioned, some of the bluffs would be like spade club combo. If he follows through here, it'd be incredibly polar. I mean, ace queen would be nice. The club blocker. Like, does aces and kings go for the triple? I don't think so. So this feels like trip queens plus.
141. So you're removing the pocket pairs that aren't full houses. I suppose 3s, 4s, and 5s were never really a 3-bet candidate pre-flop anyway. So all of that off the board, and you're calling trips plus here.
Yeah, I think in terms of value, anything other than like, he's never doing this with like 10s or jacks, right? Kings and aces. Yeah. Feels close. Little ace deuce of spades. Maybe. Struggling to think where the bluffs come from, like the ace 10, ace jack, ace king type combos. You know what would be really sick would be like ace 5 of hearts. But that feels really out there.
And it was ace deuce suited for Batil. So he turned the wheel. It was trips plus, as you suspected. Didn't seem like that was the one.
Okay. Thank you.
As Greenwood did struggle, but ultimately found the appropriate fold.
Can't interview 2 Foxens in a row, WSOP rules. Plus, Alex is getting a massage, so I'll annoy him later. But let me annoy Chance Corneth right now. Chance, if you don't mind standing up for me, please. Thank you so much. What was it like for you being on the sidelines on the rail for Alex's Triton main event bracelet win?
It was almost as cool as doubling through him just now.
Did you double through him? I saw you jam against him. I call.
No, I mean, that was, in all, seriousness, that was incredible. Whenever I get to watch him have these massive scores, it's fantastic, yeah.
How does your approach change in a big field main event tournament versus those smaller Triton high rollers that you have been playing?
In these massive fields, there's so many buy-ins for first place, and at the top that the incentive to build a stack is greatly increased. So definitely playing some more pots in the early stages than I would. I got a straddle in level 1, and tried to bluff it off and made a pair on the river. And
I saw the King 3 offsuit that you showed. So, see, I'm going to send you back to the action so you don't miss a hand. Appreciate the time. Thank you, Chance. All right, you guys will be able to catch Chance and Alex and Sosia on our feature table after the break. But first, let's send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Jeff. Who works harder than Jeff Platt, by the way, when it comes to these World Series events? Always rocking the sidelines. And the very unenviable, as we can see briefly there, is it queens full on the flop against aces? It sure looks that way. Greenwood could lose heaps here. He does cover Parker. And let's see with the 5K C-bet whether or not Parker can resist the temptation to leap out of his seat and announce himself. I was going to say that Platt has that unenviable task of sometimes having to talk to people after they bust out. Or, of course, allegations of the curse. It's not an easy assignment. Parker doing well so far here as a flat caller.
And this is big blind defend. Value certainly to be extracted from 6x. Spade draws out there as well. Maybe some backdoor heart floats, although Greenwood blocking The ace of hearts. Parker's played some pretty honest poker so far, if I'm being honest. I saw him fold the tens earlier, pre-flop, so should Greenwood double barrel and should Parker announce himself, I do think there is an avenue which Greenwood can exit from. A lot easier in here when you can see the cards, but I'm just talking about what I've seen over the last 2 hours. Haven't seen Parker check raise as a bluff, and he's been relatively passive so far with his draws. Referring back to that King-Jack hand earlier, love the check call from Parker, just keeping his range really wide.
I don't know if Greenwood's going to be able to avoid a value bet on the river, but
I agree. As played, I think Greenwood maybe value owns himself a bit.
I mean, the progression has been such that it's not going to be egregiously harmful.
Parker might lead, by the way. There was a lot of hesitation.
Posturing from the NBA long-time superstar. One last check. So I have to imagine Greenwood doesn't expect there to be Queen X over there, but he may think that there's no value available in the event that this is just a busted spade draw, which, if Tony's playing the honest poker you mentioned, is what feels like would be lurking.
Yeah, it's weird to say, right? That it feels thin with aces. But look, Greenwood's one of the best no-limit hold'em tournament players in the world. So, not surprised to see him look to extract. I mean, is it even thin? Are we just being results-oriented? Can see the cards on the screen. I mean, sevens through tens.
Boy, and how weird does this feel? Parker, 3 checks, and all of a sudden he speaks up as 31 becomes 100.
And now we just have a fold, right? Now we have a fold. We've got our answer. We tried getting thin value. It's gone check call, check raise. Quite literally the most underbluffed line in poker.
Yeah.
And Greenwood wasting no time, actually. Not even chewing on it for more than 30 seconds before letting go.
He didn't love it, obviously. But like you touched on, Henry, an underbluffed situation. And it was honest poker there for Tony Parker as he finally finds himself off the bottom of the leaderboard at the Lagoon table, which will be swapped out.
Ah, Jamie Gold over on Reef.
Have I been calling Luke Greenwood Sam Greenwood this entire time? And you failed to... You know, it's funny because I know them apart, and my goodness, not until that very last moment there did I realize that I had the wrong side of the twins.
I mean, listen, you've called me other names in the past.
I mean, but, you know, not like your twin brother's name, Henry. Listen, I'm going to be shape-shifting in just a few moments as we've got the first break of today's coverage.
What are you up to? Where are you going? Lunch?
Well, no, I'm going off to handle some business still with the post-production
Nice.
for Triton, but I'm about to turn into the Tobias Schweck doppelganger that is producer James Dempsey. He's stepping out from behind the camera. He's coming up to the desk, much like he has in the past when the crew was over in Rosvedov last year, shivering, playing a little Chinese poker after hours out there.
Oh, we need to...
Yeah, I know. I owe you guys. I owe you guys a little bit. And we owe you guys a little bit of a break. So a few minutes, and then we'll be right back here. How many minutes, Producer James? 20. Okay, so you got plenty of time. Grab a bite, grab a drink, do what you need to do, and then come pay us a visit back here as this continuing coverage of the Bahamas will be helmed by none other than Producer James. We'll see you in a few.
Probably have
pretty
a lot of
cool.
Europeans in the mix, winding down for their evenings. Perhaps a Friday night session being fired up over on GG. Good luck to those of you that are grinding whilst having the stream up. And unfortunately, we won't be covering the PLO Championship. I see that in the chat, but you can follow along over on Poker News as Ben Tollerine looks to defeat a very tough final 7.
Tim Adams with King 9 suited. Spoke first. Greenwood spoke louder. Queen 10 suited, motivating the 3-bet. As yet again we see an early thirst for drama.
Pretty funny to see these two squaring off. Level 1, day 1B, obviously typically calling the action on them in the high rollers. Fun flop, the King 7-3 rainbow disconnected. Adams is always going to check over and Greenwood's going to continue at a very decent frequency. You know, start applying pressure on some ace highs, some small pocket pairs. Just get some clearance. Continues for quarter pot. A lot of good things can happen with this hand, obviously. Backdoors galore. Adams with just king heart, top pair, sorry, no backdoor hearts. The weakest of the king X that he's going to have here.
Now Greenwood having c-bet finds second pair on this turn.
Check, check. Yeah, there's the check back.
River is an ace, and that's an interesting one because you could see a pre-flop 3-better barreling flop, checking back turn, and then hitting an ace on the river. 59,000 in the middle, unclear whether or not Adams will maybe try to set the price, go for a block, or simply check to side. There's your answer. Feels prudent. And Greenwood swiftly checking back and being shown the king. Those two have countless pots played versus one another. Both playing in
Like
where's the center of gravity on this thing?
At home for you.
Those bikes, man, I mean, good job they are one-stroke motors, to be fair. Anything more, the death toll would be a lot higher.
I like when they go through like an
Tunnel,
underpass,
yeah.
and then they didn't quite judge it right. Peticchio judges King Jack to be worthy of 6K. Parker's turn with the 4s. He'll flat. Udon now with one that could see him involved.
Yeah, normally a hand sub 40 that you'd probably just see fold with like ICM, but at the moment we're playing some very deep stack poker. Udon just flicking in the ace-6, always a troublesome hand to navigate post-flop, but he seems pretty comfortable out here playing big pot poker and aggressive.
I think it's like, I've talked to her like this, and I think we're like both like, she's like a teacher too, right?
Peticchio does continue. I do like this, by the way. King Jack, Jack of Diamonds.
But then we're also both like
12,000, not going to be enough to shed Hudon, I would imagine, just given the strength of an ace of diamonds in second pair, and predictably, he does come along as the 4s
so
bow
I think
out.
it's sort of like weird because like.
Let's see if Peticchio can find a double barrel, blocking the strongest Queen X that Hudon can have. King Queen of Hearts, Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Even if someone like, I definitely do want kids.
Does have one overcard to the Queen as well as an emergency out.
Goes check, check on the turn. Running 7s, front door flush is completed.
But with her, it's definitely like a thing where we're both kind of like, yeah, like I don't really know. But
To see Elliot just try and get this one to showdown, although Kicker does play blocking the nut flush.
in January just to be like,
I mean,
let's
what are we
just, like,
targeting? Like
see
a
where we're at.
curious ace king, king of diamonds type holding. Pocket fours, pocket fives.
And like, you know, there's definitely like a
Has
possibility,
options to do a few things here.
like whatever.
I think all three options check. Bet small, bet really big. No, he's just going to block.
And
Yeah.
then it's like, okay, like
Okay.
kind of disappointing, but also it's
Less
like,
than
okay,
10%
at least,
pot.
like, the decisions were made, sort of, you know.
I wonder if, we'll never know, but I wonder if Elliot was planning on betting that.
$1,000 a whack.
So that's soon
But
it's also a lot less work for me if I do it because it's kind of just like, oh, sure, we'll take like 300 of these like hoodies, send them here, and they'll put a logo on them, and then all like, you know.
Elliot's not one to pass up on a 3-bet from what we've seen. It would be the third 3-bet in a row. Sorry, not in a row, but against Hines. And it's
22.
a pretty damn good hand. There it is. I wonder if Hines is just going to take this personally at some point.
Two tens. He's already slid down to 380 coming into this pot.
350 back.
Yeah, just a bit more.
Yeah, just like beating like a 6, a 7, or like blocking 9s or whatever.
Hudon asking for a count and was probably asking for something better than 9-8-5. He's got one heart working with the 2 overs. Hines with the over pair. But
yeah, I think it's just like probably just
You know, in these 3-bet pots, do expect to see the 3-better continue at a high frequency, but on a board texture like 985, where Hines has 6-7, has all of the sets, all of the 2 pairs that are available. I say all of the 2 pairs, specifically 8-9 suited. So although Hudon definitely has overpair range advantage, I think Hines has more of a nut advantage on this board. Oh man, Elliot's here to
check calls the 15K. Go on, Henry.
He's here to piece people up today.
Oh my goodness. And again, he finds a queen on the turn for the lead against Hines. Last time it was King Jack versus Ace Queen, where top pair fell. This time, an overpair has fallen. But Hudon has ceded control post-flop and continues to here on the turn. Gut shot straight draw. Hines playing pot control and failing to find assistance on the river. Backdoor clubs arrive. 4-liner on board. Let's see whether or not Hudon hunts value with 78 in the middle. Feels available.
Hines does have a pretty sick hand to turn into a bluff.
All the shenanigans, but they're definitely going to hit it.
What do we beat? We beat Ace King, the backdoor, Ace Jack.
I have no idea. I didn't.
We're not really thrilled about this spot,
The super
to be
thing
honest.
was after Steve's wedding.
10s, 10 of
They
clubs.
found that one. So I could
Really
play
just being put through the blender. He's going to get shown the bad news. I mean,
playing with GG.
down to 288k. Just a couple of orbits in, he's lost half a starting stack.
Yeah, really? Like,
Yeah, that's.
Ace King now for Adams. Makes it 6 to go, and another Ace King directly beside him for Sam Greenwood.
This is fun because I want to see how willing these 2 high rollers are to fire multiple bullets in this. This is button against small blind, although getting in 250 big blinds each feels like a bit of a stretch. They are playing for chips, no ICM.
The 3 scoop comes to the tune of 30,000 rather.
$75K from Adams. Cool. Be very surprised to see a 5-bet from Greenwood. The 4-bet does feel mandatory in these positions this deep.
See if Tim agrees. Chewing on it for quite a while here.
Yeah.
But ultimately, does look like more soldiers have entered the battlefield. A 4-bet to 79,000. Now, Sam Greenwood, offsuit ace king, blocking aces, blocking kings, blocking other ace king. But obviously wary of the fact that Adams is 4-betting. This is, however, button versus small blind, so there could be some nonsense about from time to time.
$250 effective. 5-betting. I mean, Greenwood is a wild man. But is he that wild? He always does this. This posture always makes me laugh.
Yeah. And his brother Luke does it as well. It's kind of a hallmark.
The palms over the face. So he thinks he spots through. Now, obviously, no time banks in this one. No shot clock. It's slightly different to what we're used to. They are chewing on these spots. Just making sure they've dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's when it comes to the checklist they have in their mind with these pre-flop decisions. 5-bet seems out of there, but at the same time, it's very early, day 1B. There's a lot of EV to just building a stack early, being able to leverage that towards the end of the day, going into day 2, being able to propel yourself up the leaderboard. Does he just jam? I guess jam couldn't be too bad, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, he does jam. Now, Adam says, okay, fine. You want to play a million chip pot? Let's do it.
That's what I want to see.
Well, he would have preferred a fold, of course.
You know, from an entertainment point of view, the viewers do deserve to see someone get 4 flushed here.
Just in exchange for all the time that we spent pre-flop.
Exactly. Yeah, it was a long-winded way
Not gonna happen.
for the money to get in just to chop it up. Sorry, viewers, I tried.
Carving board gets visited, as each player will earn a single big blind.
Yeah, very, exactly. Really, very observant to other people's shortcomings.
It feels weird having so many Triton guys at our 2 feature tables.
It's a bit confusing, isn't it?
What's going on, man?
Hand them over, buddy. You want to just give stuff away? That's very kind of you. Very altruistic.
Pocket aces. Weird is not the feeling. But rather elation for Lynn. Cutoff open, ace-9. Nakash, the customer. Gold comes along as well and flops an open-ender on an 8-7 deuce board.
The bad news for Gold is that it is from the big blind, so if he was to hit this 9 or 4 on the turn, he might not get the full double because he is going to have more Straight, but hang on, because Gold's coming with the check raise straight off the bat. Now, if he does get there, have to assume he gets paid. No 4x.
Lin just going to call. Obviously some range advantage for Gold, and now perhaps an added excuse for him to continue to pile chips forward. 57 in the middle, and he's picked up the backdoor diamond draw. 50 declared. Now Lin blocks the heart draw. So he's trying to deduce exactly what it is that he's up against here.
Well, the range of hands that he's losing to, of course, deuces, sevens, eights. 7-8 suited. I don't think he has any other two pairs unless he's getting really frisky with like 7 deuce and 8 deuce. Backdoor diamonds.
Wow. Goes check, check, and Gold, sorry, goes 50K flat, and Gold picks up the flush draw. Coming in, completed on this river. And boy, he could really get greedy here. Maybe 9-10 is something to be concerned about. If we're Lin, we anticipate that backdoor diamond draws that were check raising as a semi-bluff on the turn would have continued. Well, they did for 50K. I don't know if the sizing would have been different, but in any case, here's the blender. 60. Jamie leaving meat on the bone?
Yeah, now he goes really small. After betting pot on the turn. Which I guess if he had like a 2-pair or a set with a 9-10 completing, with diamonds completing, maybe he would go this size. Little close up there.
What do you got? One pair?
Oh. Speech play.
You? And you?
Classic Jamie Gold fashion.
Yeah. Big time.
I got 6 high.
Oh, that's sick. He's not lying.
It kind of is.
No pair.
6 high, no
I allowed to
pages.
say that or no?
Missing one key
You're allowed?
word.
You're not? Oh. He didn't hear me. It's okay.
He's already causing trouble.
Uh-oh.
60.
6 high, no pair.
Oh boy, that's a little grimy.
Oh.
Lin actually took him at his word, by the way, which makes it sting even more.
But, you know, I had a huge draw on the turn.
Yeah.
Let's flip it back over to Tim Adams and Boyanovsky. They're intertwined here. Queens and nines in the pockets. Ace, ace, deuce board. Presume this was hijack open, flat from Boyanovsky.
Yeah, although there's...
Some chance he 3-bet the button?
Yeah, there's 88K in the middle.
Yeah.
It's tough
You're
to
right.
reverse engineer this one. I mean, big blind 3K. There must have been a 3-bet in there at some point. Expect to see this one go check, check. Although Boyanovsky might want to get some protection / clearance from, you know, king, queen, suited broadways.
$60,000, and yeah, Boyanovsky must have been a 3-better pre-flop for the pot to have been 88. Though we kind of caught up with it going to the turn, so maybe there was a barrel involved on the flop. 15K from the button, so missed that part of it. Jack now on the river. Adams has the best hand, 208.
Yeah, snap check through.
Wojnowski all done telling stories just in case ace-x was about, or something like this.
How do we feel about 6 high no pair?
I called it grimy because I think it's grimy.
Well, a very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the 50 million guaranteed 25K Super Main here live from the Atlantis in the Bahamas, the largest ever guaranteed prize pool in poker. James Dempsey stepping in for Ali Najad alongside myself. And James, 10 levels of play today. It's Canada's Elliot Houdon who just came out from the gates, just raring to go. He's managed to build up to 2 starting stacks, but I think we can expect some very honest poker over the next couple of hours, given how deep people are, and there's no ICM, no payouts or anything like that so far.
Yeah, it's a big day, day one of a main event, especially this main event being the biggest tournament, as you say,
Right.
pretty much in history. Obviously, a lot of people don't want to mess up on that day one. Of course, you can re-enter, but who wants to be in for like 4 or 5 bullets in this one? So, yeah, expect some cagey play, but at the end of the day, Henry, cards do collide.
The thing I love about these types of events, especially when we cover them on day one, we were just joking with Jeff Platt on our break there, is how there's an eclectic mix, right? You have the people that have qualified in, the dream of winning a bracelet, winning millions of dollars. They've managed to satellite their way in for, some people as little as $20 over on GG Poker. And then you have tables with Chance Cornuth and Alex Foxen, the table of dream crushers that you and Jeff were kind of joking about. And yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see the tables that we have coming up, but there are a ton of world-class players out there battling from the start of day one, as looks like we're ready to throw it down to the main floor once more with...
No, 30 seconds, Henry.
30 seconds? Oh,
seconds.
okay.
Come
Well,
on
we're
now.
changing
You're a
it,
bit
yeah.
too eager. I don't blame you. I'm very eager because those names you mentioned, Chance Cornuth, Alex Foxen. Alex Foxen, of course, just having won the Triton main event, getting his 3rd bracelet
Yeah.
up against his buddy. There's going to be a lot of back and forth. It sounds like Jeff mentioned at the interview there that Chance has just doubled up through Alex
believe
before
so.
coming back to this. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that Chance actually mentioned to Jeff, I could be in for a few bullets in this one. I'm not going to be folding many pairs. So he's going for it today.
It makes sense. If there's a tournament to really empty the clip into, it's going to be this one. Players want to not only build a stack today and qualify into day 2 and then take a couple of days off in paradise, but also just having a stack going into day 2, because money is made start of day 3. So being able to lean and put the pressure on during a day 2 field is where you're going to print EV. So a couple of fresh tables. Who have we got over here? Leading the pack, Audris Stakelis from Lithuania, 171 bigs. Bottom end of the leaderboard is Tomo playing 85 bigs, still very deep here, of course.
And of course, the name there, Stephen Cairns, the one that, again, you guys witnessed that interview with. Young, up-and-coming Irish boxer in the mix, giving poker a go. Said he's taking poker very seriously, so it'll be interesting to see how he navigates this one. And of course, 2 of the bigger names in poker, should we say, like Seth Davis. And of course, Jonathan Little, who's pretty more known for his coaching side these days than out-and-out playing. But interesting to see, exactly as you say, Henry, how this mix meshes here, deep stack poker.
My question is how does the young Irish up-and-coming boxer find time? Is he like, he's got like GTO Wizard open on the side in between sparring rounds, just solves a couple of spots, then goes back to the pad. So I respect it. I mean,
again, I'm not going to pretend to know much about the inner workings of training as a professional boxer, Henry, but there's only so many times you can get smacked in the head in a day. I guess you get a lot of downtime.
A little top pair here. It is button against big blind.
Yeah, swiftly checking through. Stakeless picking up that gush to go with it. And Henry, a hand that he's got to feel pretty good about at this point, right?
Yeah, I'd expect so. I mean, check through on the flop. Sure, Tomo's going to have some pot-controlled kings in his range. Case in point, the king-8 here. But does come out with the probe, and it's a sizable one. almost a pot-sized turn probe. Toma understandably going nowhere as he does flick in the call, and surely now Stakeless has to be somewhat concerned that he's up against a better hand.
And is that kind of oversized, not oversized, but that larger turn bet kind of a view that a lot of the times he only gets bet one street, right? There's so many scary cards on this river that perhaps he wants to just get max value there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, sometimes you get looked up by a very curious, like, tens, like 10 of hearts, 10 of spades. But when you do bet that big,
10,000.
you do tend to really thin the types of hands that continue, as he now comes with block for 10k. And after, hold on, I thought, oh, Toma had me sweating a bit there. I thought the cards were about to be pitched straight into the mark. There's the call. I think Stakeless is going to be somewhat surprised to see that he loses this one.
Yeah, he's quickly doing. You can see him quickly looking at the board there, like, which kicker plays here? Do I get half of this? No.
Morning. Hi.
Ah, is that Matt Glantz? Yeah. In the foreground, taking an empty seat here. I think it is. A man who, Henry, that a couple of years ago at the World Series of Poker in Vegas was everyone's villain.
He pulled a massive bounty, right?
He pulled the million bounty in the first million bounty event at the World Series of Poker. And you get an event like that, it's a 1K buy-in. I was in the mix in that one, and it's so exciting. Someone's going to pull this million. It's going to be life-changing money. And the man who pulls it is the multi-millionaire poker player, Matt Glantz. And everyone in the room is just like, really, this guy? Where's the teacher from Milwaukee? That's who it's supposed to go to. Come on.
The rich get richer, eh? What is Matt's? I mean, I do apologize to the Matt Glantz fans out there. I feel like it's a name that has been around for as long as I've known how to spell poker. Is it mixed game?
Yeah, mixed game. Mixed
Okay.
game predominantly. I mean, no slouch in the two-card game either. But yeah, certainly a mixed game, cash game background. Commodities trader by Trade, I believe.
Non-pro?
One of those, like, I think stopped trading for a while, played professional poker, now probably does a bit of both. I don't want to speak too much out of turn, knowing exactly the breakdown, but yeah, I mean, very, very sharp guy. Like a great gambler. But yeah, Hold'em's certainly not his number one game, but you'd buy a piece in this field.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on him. This is a pretty sick table, I mean.
Yeah.
All things considered.
What a great setup as well for some of these guys. Perhaps, you know, we see the likes of Seth Davies, who's been on this stage many times, but you turn up, you win your satellite, you pop down to Paradise, and you get popped on this stage. Get to play under the bright lights. Very exciting.
It's exciting and nervy at the same time. It's always fascinating to me. Some people fall on either side of the sword. Some really step up to the occasion. You know, mum and dad, the girlfriend, the boyfriend, the husband, the wife at home watching kind of thing. They really dial in. And then there's others that really just buckle under the bright lights, the big stage, the mental kind of, oh, what if I make a big mistake in front of the poker world kind of thing.
Toma's after his 5 minutes of fame. 6-5-0 from the hijack. Let's have a go. Gets it through. Henry, of course, we've only played 2 levels of this one. Very, very early days. But I have had a little sneak peek at the leaderboard.
Go on.
And there's some stacks beginning to build in there.
Anyone with 3 starting stacks yet?
Phil Miguel from the UK. From Brighton, in fact, my hometown. He's in there with 1.6 million, so 3 starting stacks.
Okay.
But otherwise, the big stacks, Jesse Lonas, this is the reason coming to it, obviously a regular at the biggest stage. Big Hooney in there with 2 starting stacks. And Eric Wasson, just fresh off that first bracelet win the other day, so he's rolling with it. But again, early stages, two starting stacks is nothing just yet.
Well, listen, Jesse going for Player of the Year points, currently ranked #1 in the world.
Oh, there we go.
On the GPI. So if he can finish out strong here in Paradise with just, 17 days left on the year, which sounds insane, by the way, as soon as I said that. Where is this
I mean,
year gone, Dempsey?
Realistically as well, this is the last event.
It
Yeah.
is.
There's no one's turning up to an event between Christmas and New Year, Henry. This is it. Last chance to get points. All right. Ken's with the open from under the gun. A little action from Gibb in the big with ace-4, and he finds it on the ace-jack-7.
What's it they say about kings? The old ace magnets. Still expect to see him continue here, opening from under the gun. Yes, there's an overcard out there, but value to be had. Protection from gut shots. You want to get value from 7x, Jack X, unfortunately for Khans. Although this size, you know, 80%. Gibbs ace-4, not loving it.
Does though come with the call for now. 66,000 brewing in this one. 9 hearts, no improvement for either. Gibb checks it over once more on Ken's now. Perhaps Henry with more of a decision point.
Well, yeah, I was thinking if a queen or a 10 rolls off, then perhaps Ken's just thinks he has the best hand plus equity and barrels, but on this turn card, naturally slows down.
And again, another card that doesn't really suit Ken's. Gibbs certainly going to have more of the 7x here. Going with block. And Ken's wasting no time in making the call. We'll get the bad news.
Nice little value bet there from Gibb. Perhaps going to squeeze out a bit more. We'll never know. Updates from that 50k.
Oh yeah,
the
talk to me.
PLO Championship. We have had the first elimination of the day. Pascal Lefrancois out in 7th. Ben Tollerin still leading the field, but it's been a bit of a swingy day for the man that came in as chip leader. Losing a couple of big ones early on to Wang Yang. Shulman has chipped up nicely, as has Dylan Weissman. So we'll keep our finger on the pulse of that one. Obviously, 1.35 million up top. Everyone guaranteed 304,000. It's tough, you know, as a commentator to not root for Shulman, but always a fan of, you know, Benny looking for his 6th bracelet, Chidwick looking for his 2nd, Wiseman looking for his 3rd. Ben 86, aka Ben Tollerin, looking for his 1st, by the way. Tollerin without a bracelet. Which seems absurd because he's one of the most talented poker players of all time.
Yeah, it's funny. I was talking to a couple of the guys before that final table got underway, Benny Glazer and Dylan Wiseman to be precise, and I sort of said to both of them, went, you guys got a tough day ahead. Huh? It's like you're all got to dance the beat of that drum. But they're holding in.
Yeah, I'm surprised given how shallow it was at the start of the day that there's only been 1 elimination so far.
Yeah, I feel like PLO gets a bit of a bad rap in that sense, right? Everyone sees it as kind of a gambly game. But in essence, once you get short-stacked elite players with ICM, they all know how to navigate. And
tournament PLO is a very, very cagey game, especially if everyone's, like you said, ICM aware and playing good PLO. As I mean, dude, what is happening today? The bet sizes we've been seeing has just been absurd. We had Elliot. First orbit was just like potting, flop turns and rivers, playing 100, 200 big blind pots very early on. Toma here betting 29k 3 ways.
Yeah, and Gibb putting up some resistance here.
I mean, he's called, but he has a hand that check calls and then struggles on any form of aggression on later streets, unless he, you know, improves to trip jacks, of course.
Well, that's not the case on the 7 of clubs turn. Swiftly checks it on over to Toma, who see if he carries this aggression on.
I would love to see it.
It's scary though, isn't it? Once you bet so big on the flop that get called, it really does narrow things down multi-way as to what your opponent could have called with. But
Toma certainly retaining, you know, the set range advantage, the overpair range advantage, ace queen, blocking ace x of clubs as well. And look at this, reaching for chips, 94k now, and now Gibb.
Wow.
Feels like an impossible call.
Putting on a bit of a show for us, Henry, already.
Yeah, Toma's here to either bag chip lead or fire 5 bullets. There's no in between. Let's go, my man. Want to see him picking up some chips.
Yeah, I like it. We saw the 5-6-0 open. We're seeing this one. Obviously, 2 hours into the day, Henry. Other players at the table would have had some inkling that perhaps he's been up to this kind of nonsense, or maybe they don't. And now they're going to get the news in about an hour's time.
Got a certain John Duffy in the chat, of course, throwing shade. As always, saying there's hundreds of world-class players having a day off before day 2 and we get Dempsey. Wow.
Wait, Duffy's implying he's having a day off?
That's some low-hanging fruit right there. From Duff Dog. That's a low blow, mate. Absolutely no need for that.
I like this nickname you guys have given him, Shark Davies.
No, it's not a nickname that we gave him. It's Jason Kuhn is just the king of nicknames. Like, that is Seth Davies' name. If you ask him, it's like Daniel Dvoris is Ox, Seth Davies is Shark. Got Mad Dog.
Yeah, Mad Dog's a great one for Watson. Get peels the button with 2 4s. Doesn't like the Jack 10-3, but neither will Davies, especially against that perceived button range.
Yeah, that's a pesky button range. Tough one to kind of continue on. The Jack 10 just really interacting with a lot of the hands that flat.
Keep wary that plenty of better hands than his will check that pulled over to him. So knuckles for now. 7 gives Davies a weak improvement.
Maybe enough to find a barrel on.
Just to target this sort of hand?
Yeah, this sort of hand, maybe another ace high, although we beat most of the ace highs that don't 3-bet. In fact, we beat all of them, unless Gibbs mixing in some like flats with ace queen o.
Big bet. 40 into 30, really just making it impossible for the weaker stuff to continue.
Even like a hand like King 10 that pot controlled flop, it's just in a world of pain against overbet. I love this, by the way. I mean, we rarely get to see the Triton high rollers, I don't want to say navigate a weaker field, because that's a bit harsh, but there are qualifiers in this who perhaps aren't as comfortable at this price point of 25,000, maybe a few
Back
nerves.
out in the field, day 1B, the WSOP Super Main. Let's check in with 2006 main event champ Jamie Gold. Jamie, stand up for me for a quick second, please. We were just chatting about this earlier today before play started. The differences in WSOP Paradise from last year to this year, they just continue to step up, it seems.
It is bigger, it's more spectacular. It's amazing what they've created here. There's a $50 million guarantee. The cash games have been really fun all night. Yeah, I had a half and half going. John Robert had his massive game going, and Wolfgang had a game going, and it's been so much fun. And the people, you know, having you all here, it's pretty amazing. And I think, you know, we as poker players should really appreciate how much work goes into all of this, and the staff and the dealers and WSOP and GG and Triton and what they have to put on and how much money it costs and how much they create for us to just simply show up and enjoy. I think sometimes we get a little spoiled as poker players and we just expect, oh, well, things are all going to be set up for us, but it doesn't necessarily have to be this way. And they've chosen to do all of this. And of course it's a business, but what they've created for us here, the business would still run if they didn't try so hard, right?
That's so true.
We're showing up anyway.
They're doing another hand, so I'll send you back to the action. Crush Osmus for me, okay?
Easy.
Thank you for the time, Jamie.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Let's send it back to you guys.
Well, thanks for that, Jeff. A little conversation. The 2006 main event champion, Jamie Gold, just giving GG and WSOP their very well deserved flowers for what they've done here with this 50 mil guaranteed. Biggest ever guaranteed prize pool.
It's absolutely insane, Henry. 50 million. 2,000 players recording the 25K. Did you ever think you would see the day?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. 2,000 runners in a 25k. What has poker gotten to?
What's happening here? We're picking this one up. As soon as it was a 3-bet from glancing the smaller kind of pot size. And
You have 6.
Looked like a 4-bet, to be honest with you.
May well be.
Given the size of the pot.
Yeah, there was like 40 bigs in there, right? Yeah. Great tip from Jamie Gold as well. There's a man who knows about taking down big fields. 2006 main event champ.
Yeah, that run was something spectacular. How about that reef table?
Mm-hmm.
Chance Corneth bossing up. Sosia Jiang, final tableist in the 500k Triton WSOP Invitational. So got Foxen, the 100k Triton and WSOP Paradise main event champ. Took that one down yesterday for his second Triton trophy and third WSOP bracelet. Be fun to bounce between the two tables.
Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying the start here. It's been some fun already, but Henry, I want to go over to the reef. I want to see what those guys are up to over there.
Hopefully we can go over there after some fun here with Davies. Big slick. Uh-oh. What's this? 55 bigs. Hands in trouble with a troublesome hand.
Toma. Liking that price from the small jack 10 suited, flicks it in, and I say that with one of these tricky ones, Henry, these hands just kind of perform badly, don't they, in the multi-way situations, but 100 bigs plus deep, decides to flick it in. 9 tray. Davies somehow still with the best of it.
2 overs, King of Hearts. Be nice to thin out the field. You don't want to take it 4 ways to a turn because you do just play a guessing game. He's open from early position, so still retains those over pairs. Shouldn't really be up against much 3x, perhaps only against the big blind. I really like that Davies has found the bet here. I think just showcasing why he's one of the best, because a lot of people would pass up on this spot. Hold on. Hold on.
Careful what you wish for, Henry. Hands peeling in position. Mayfield's got the best of it, but also, of course, very good chance to bluff this one down the streets.
There's only 1 ace left in the deck, but should it come, would be fireworks. And well, if ace 10 was good on the flop, maybe it should still be good on this turn.
Kind of think that Henry is going to freeze the action, one would imagine. Ken's less incentivized perhaps to bluff.
Wonder if Seth tries to get like 6s.
That's, you know, I was just thinking, it's like at this point.
Not for this size.
Is this just targeting some of those flush draws that, okay, we beat, but it's very hard to know when we're good?
Yeah, I think it's precisely that. I mean, Seth unblocks diamonds as well, so there's going to be some ace-X of diamonds in there that floats.
Well, betting with the best hand, but securing the entire pot, never a bad thing. But yeah, coming back to what you were saying before, it is nice to see this mix, the likes of Seth having to compete against players that he probably doesn't play with as often. You know, he's so used to playing against the elite of the elite, and we can call it as we see it. There's no disrespect to the players at the table, but they're not all the super elite.
100%.
The standard's going to be very high, but it's a comparative game.
Never any disrespect from the booth. It's always business. But yeah, we're going to see just how someone like Seth, we got Chance on the other table, we got Foxen on the other table, see how these guys adjust, because they're going to adjust. And I think from an entertainment point of view, it's fantastic, but also from an educational point of view, if you're at home trying to improve your game, maybe you've struggled adjusting against players that are perhaps less experienced, and you can just get the notebook out, get the pen and paper out, take note on how some of these world-class players navigate these fields from day one, level 1.
And Davies at it again. Ken's flicking in the call from the hijack.
That's a bit against the 2.5x. I don't like that.
Oh, Stackless with 6-3-0 in the big. Wants to have a look. Won't like what he sees. Davies with a, well, about as good as it gets.
I think this is one of the points that we're just trying to make.
Right.
Right here, right now. Like 2.5x open, 100+ big blinds deep. 6-3-0 just hits the muck, man. I mean,
in my mind, if I'm in that seat, I'm also going to fold even tighter against Seth Davies, right? There's some spots in this tournament I might call a little wider against. He's not one of them.
Call.
Cans with that bottom pair and gut shot. Making a call.
60k out there. The SPR is pretty dicey for Cans.
Davies turning gin with that flush. Second nuts.
I'm excited to see 2 more people register for this satellite here in 2
Does he ever just sort of send this over to his man?
Yeah, extend the rope, the invitation.
I mean, there's going to be some genuine concern. Of course, the Ace of Clubs is a plausible card that would call the flop. And he's going to go route 1.
Looks like Seth's just going to go bet here.
Again, Henry, of course, these guys new to us on the feature, but they've been playing for 2 hours out there in the field. There will be some baseline, some data has been crunched.
Let's it go.
Shark Davies.
Yep.
On a tear.
I'm pretty sure that is James Dempsey. YouTube chat. In the booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. We've got Randy Liu here. And Ali Najad as well. We will be the 4-man rotation for the next 7 days as we work our way down to a champion in this one. I mean, 50 mil guaranteed. I'd have to go out on a limb and say it's going to be at least 5 million, if not 6 for first.
Insane money. And yeah, that 50 million guarantee, Henry, I'm sensing some overlay.
Some value.
I mean, you're watching this. You're nearby. Hey, you're not nearby. You got days to register yet for this one. Day 2 entry is, of course, a thing through, I believe, 2 levels on day 2. So if you're watching this, getting a bit jumpy, you know, get on a plane. They exist. It's worth it.
I mean, from the East Coast.
Henry, from the East Coast of Australia, you can get here.
Listen, if you're on the East Coast of Australia, I'll completely forgive you for not coming here. But everywhere else, you have zero excuse.
6. Should have played.
If you're on the East Coast of Australia,
You had?
good morning.
I had. Could have played, man. You had 2 overs.
I know.
50%.
50-50, I know. Outplayed me.
He could have outplayed me, too. Could have had 60%.
But yeah, no excuses. I know there's some people back home in England, Henry, who are keeping an eye on the numbers. The overlay hunters. They're waiting.
Those are the guys that go to Waitrose at like 6 o'clock, closing time 6:30. They're looking for those orange tags.
When was the last time you were in a Waitrose?
A long time ago, mate. I haven't been to one in a long time. I'm not that rich, mate. We were more Asda
Asda
kind
man.
of family.
Yeah.
Asda and Lidl.
There we go.
Love that.
Ken's peeling the 3-bet. A bit more understandable with this one, but that stack is getting rather shallow. Jack 10 suited needs some help. And finds about as good as you can get on that 9-8 deuce, Henry.
Let's go, Cairns. Open-ended straight flush draw. Look at this, equity-wise.
Oh, don't do it. Find the check. Looks like he is just going to lead. And this is, if he does, this is just pretty grim for Glance, right? He's seen this guy in basically every hand. Obviously, we think with the cold 4-bet not long ago, or at least the big 3-bet played a pot against him. We picked it up on the flop. Now with this hand facing that lead, and especially the king of diamonds.
I'm curious at this SPR if jamming for glance is just a thing, you know.
Well, it's curious for now. Has the best hand, although obviously not the best equity. Brick on the turn.
Oh, surely not. Is this one of those just too many outs? Any queen, jack, 10, 7, diamond?
Henry, a jam here. I mean, glance surely can't call. Oh, he does just check it over.
Behave.
Oh, what is this? This is just sets him in.
Glance, you bully. I love it. Absolutely love it.
I mean, Cairns just surely, Henry, obviously perhaps we would have preferred just to follow up with a jam on the turn, but it has to be too much hand to think about folding.
Yeah, I agree. Looks like he agrees with you. Cards on their backs. Matt.
What a genius Matt Glance is, by the way. He's managed to get this in on the turn with ace-high, having the best of it.
He's given it a little nod of approval, kind of like he seemed to know where he was at. He was up against some kind of combo draw. See if he can hold. Gan's looking for a queen, jack, 10, 7, or a diamond to stay alive. Doesn't find it. Ace, king. Scoops that one. And the boxer.
KO'd.
Yeah. Out of there. Level 3.
Yeah, that was a grim one. Obviously, we saw him in a number of skirmishes there at the start of this frame. Some maybe a little more liberal than others, but every time he kind of had just the wrong side of it. And here he is, flopping the open-ended straight flush draw. Every reason to think he's going to win that one. Somehow ends up getting it on the turn and losing to ace-high.
Yeah, I have to agree. It was just out-pipped in a couple of spots, and then to brick that combo draw. Always brutal.
Well, here we go. Back over to that table. Reef. Socio Zhang with the same hand. Jack 10 diamonds, giving that a go. And look who's lurking with the aces. Just flatting in the hijack against the under the gun open. Saucy, laying a trap for someone behind.
Listen, I'm not going to question the Fox dog. Okay?
Henry, I'm questioning it. We're like 80 plus deep. What's going on here?
Like this, he's going to get value from Jack 7. Jang's got an open ender.
I'm telling you what it was. It was Chance was lurking behind and he wanted to be able to punish him.
He's got the ace of clubs, 36k out there.
3.85 million in his pocket.
Plus, how much from the 500?
Yeah, like another 2.5 or something. Yeah, I forgot about that. He hasn't, but I have.
A little $6 million upswing. Well, hang on, because it's check round to Foxen, who's bet third pot. Bovey's obviously made the call, bottom pair, jack of clubs.
Yeah, just enough, isn't it?
It is. And Jiang, just enough perhaps? Or does she want to turn this one into a bluff?
I come to the Bahamas. Been here like 10, 12 times. Also been focused on.
Yeah, I like where your head's at, kind of a weak draw.
I came every time.
6 outs to the nuts.
Then I go to Vegas and
Sometimes we like turn those ones into bluffs, but she does just check call, take it 3-way, try and make the nuts. Not to be on that turn.
It's getting a bit dicey for Foxen now on this two-tone turn texture. A lot of gut shots out there.
Yeah, is this the sort of situation where maybe he wants to bet once more and quite big?
Yeah, agreed. I think a big bet here just to get some protection, get some clearance.
my son is taking care of the company.
He's going to be playing a guessing game on pretty much every river bar, like a 4-3 or a deuce.
There we go. Bets a little over 2/3.
Large company.
So he's got to read that as pretty strong. Like this man's bet that board texture 3-way, being called twice, and now wants to follow up again.
Yeah, and given that half over outs could be dead, yeah, just lets it go.
By the way, speaking of guessing on the river, I want to talk about the call this man made last night to win the 100k. Triton main, third bracelet, second Triton title. The Guy had bottom pair, Henry.
Yeah, it's interesting because Rusty was firing shade about the Foxen stare down and Foxen's live reads, and I do have to wonder,
It is, yeah.
after playing against João Vieira for as many hours as Foxen did, whether he just
I look at a poker
picked
table like
up
a
on
board,
something,
and
just
I
had
decide I'm in quite a few
saw
board
something that
directors.
us mere mortals
This is
couldn't.
like the board of directors, so you have to catch the vibes
Foxen, one of the best
of everybody that is
live readers in the
that is,
business, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously got a good partner on screen there in that sense, right, Chance?
So it's the judging of the people that
On
is
the rail there with him,
part of this,
known as the Bondi Master. I know you and Rasty were going back and forth about this, the kind of the guys who have the reads, the guys who are intimidating at the table. He was sort of saying the likes of Mateos can't get anything on him, but giving a lot of praise to Chances.
I was surprised that Rusty didn't think Foxen made the cut for the goats of live reads. But maybe Rusty knows something I don't.
I think he knows a lot. We don't know.
I think Foxen knows a lot. I think Foxen's elite.
Yeah, I mean, case in point, that call the other day. I mean, I'm not saying he picked up a live read, but it's hard to imagine it didn't play a part when you call, even just the turn call with the bottom pair was kind of out of line.
Yeah. It was. He was blocking some of the bluffs as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's the company. I mean, it's the company that I founded, and that that's my. You can't choose your own company. It's the ones that wanna that have the ambition, and that's why they get me to make an international expansion. Not only be good in whatever is their business in their country, but to go to other cultures and other. Other geographical locations. My company, I have offices in 80 cities and 40 countries. So basically, in every country on that is economically important on the planet.
So my company is Chip Leader Coaching, and I would say 90–95% of our clientele is in the U.S.
Yeah.
What would be the one or two pieces of advice you would give if we're trying to expand to other markets?
Wow, Chance out here. Looking for business advice, Henry.
But don't answer. I gotta think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the beautiful things about our game, right?
Certainly is. Another beautiful thing is having ace 9-0 in the small and finding a 9-9 flop.
Unfortunately for Jiang, nothing but air for her two opponents.
Yeah, another bad card for her in the sense that Chance has to be super wary against her peeling from the small. Seeing that kind of texture. Although maybe he might think he can make some of those small pairs fold now. He's just going to check this one back. Deuce on the end. Completes the run out surely now. Socia has to do her own bidding.
Yeah, can't wait for someone to build the pot for her. Two quick folds, of course.
My initial.
Jiang made that final table at the 500k as well.
Being recorded here. Just being recorded.
Yeah, great performance from her. Second time making the final table of a Triton Invitational. Obviously, not the finishing position you're after when you go into those things, but they're quite often the highest buying events of the year, Henry, so any final table is going to be appreciated.
Probably, unless you really are very, very ambitious.
Listen, if you go through life just final tabling the invitationals, you're doing okay.
Yeah. When are we getting you in there? Triton Invitational, Henry Kilbane.
I don't think it's going to be...
Who are you going to invite? I'm assuming you're not a pro. We're going to get you in there as non-pro.
Let me chew on that for a bit.
Who's the one you get? And you can't say Espen.
No.
Chance at it again from +2. Exactly what he was saying when he was speaking to Jeff. That he is going to be getting a little out of line this one, trying to build stacks. And there's no way he would normally be raising this Queen I-0. Tonda in the big blind. The man talking business is defending this Queen 10. Sosia flops the flush drawn deuce, deuce 4. Has the best of it with ace high. I mean, they're trying to sort of bulldoze your way through the field, and then there's this one, but he is going to go for it.
Something we've been seeing from the more aggressive players so far today. I know we're only 3 levels in, so very small sample size, but we're starting to see a pattern between some of the elite and what makes them so good.
Well, his small bet does get picked up by Sosia. And she turns the nut flush. One has to feel that Chance was kind of a really cheap bluff on the flop here. One and done. Gazes over to his opponent.
I mean, Kornoff getting involved with the Queen 9-0 is...
I'm saying this man. he declared he was going to play a lot of hands, Henry, and try and build a stack.
I love it.
As many bullets as it takes. And that's actually the thing. We're talking about these players coming along, coming up against the elite on these day ones, Henry. But the elite on day one maybe give you a bit more of a chance than they normally would.
That's true. Yeah, they do get involved. They're a lot looser than normal. They're probably looser than most of the field, right? Like the Chance Corners of the world.
Facing this 17k bet.
Bit of posturing here from Corneth.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely fine. Chew on it for a bit before letting it go. Oh.
Oh, Henry. Henry.
Oh,
Henry,
hang on.
talk to me. What is going on here? What is going on here? Huge check raise from Chance Corneth with the no pair, no draw. Open this Queen 9-0 +2. Peeled in a couple of spots. Sosia cannot believe her luck.
Corneth just making me eat my own words there. I thought he was just chewing on it before folding.
Henry, he's splashing. We're having a go today.
He was chewing on it. Because he was taking it upstairs. 83k to go.
And I mean, for Sosia, of course, there's always some concern. We haven't got the nuts here. But this hand surely just filters into our... We'll call this.
Yeah, for sure.
Let on man do the bluffing. Do the betting.
I also think, like, raising... We just give hands like Queen, Jack, King, Queen of Spades a way to actually fold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point.
Pot controlling when we are up against 10s or 4s. 217 out there.
Now, Henry, I'm not going to guess this one because I thought we're done on the turn. But Chance, can he ever really follow this up?
There's 217 out there, and if there's anyone that is capable of following it up, mate, it's that man.
I mean, let's imagine Sosia was in here with a hand like 7-8 of spades. That kind of hand's not going to enjoy much heat at this stage, is it? Obviously, the nut flush a different kettle of fish.
Has no blockers, no pair blockers, no spade blockers.
Henry, here's no hand from +2.
Oh my word.
Wow. Well. Chance going for 150k. Good off the bat in this one. Now, of course, the decision back onto Sosia. This size, can she ever now raise with a flush on the paired board?
I don't think so. Even though it isn't as polar as one would expect it to be, 150 into 217.
Now I understand the question
but this deep, getting like 200 bigs in with nut flush is pretty well. Although, you know, we can remove jacks, but we are losing to 10s and 4s, obviously.
Deuces, of course, as well. An opportunity.
Oh,
she goes for it.
Oh, what a sicko. Oh, jang. That's pretty wild to me.
Yeah.
IMO, I mean.
Again, though, Henry, is this exactly what I was saying? That Chance is playing out of line today, so she thinks all the normal rules and maybe not applying?
I mean, clearly. How about this stage, by the way? Massive shout out to the Shared Hands and WSOP Paradise crew. It really is jungle paradise kind of vibes.
Yeah. Henry, I saw last night, we were kind of prepping the first part of the stage switch over. I thought, oh, this will look good. The blue theme is beautiful. Then I came in today to see the trees. Wasn't expecting that.
My hand.
Maybe they blew in from outside. It's a little blustery.
It's been a bit windy, hasn't it?
Welcome one and all tuning in on the World Series of Poker YouTube chat. Myself and Henry are keeping a beady eye as we go along. A whole week of action for you here on this channel. 3 day ones to cover. And of course, day 2 through to our champion. You will not miss a hand on this channel. I mean, secrets out perhaps a little bit.
I mean, listen, man. You dance with the ball. Sometimes you get the horns, Steer. Be careful, pal.
Well, a board that should hit both players, but in actual fact hits neither. I like this from Steer, though, picking up on the fact the Chance is going a little bit too often.
Yeah, nice little C-bet. Doesn't even have time for the graphics to catch up. Corners, King 9's hit the mark. $3,400 of you watching now over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel. I want to give a shout out to each and every one of you. Do let us know, firstly, whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. Let us know if you've got any friends and family here, perhaps, playing this 25k Super Main. Maybe you're out there in the ballroom on one of the outer tables playing this very event whilst watching the stream. And if you haven't already taken a couple of seconds to just drop us a quick like, help support the World Series of Poker and their stream. Listen, we don't get invited back unless we get 1,000 likes per video. I'm just saying, okay?
Oh, I'm liking it now, Henry.
It's going up. It's going up, slowly but surely.
Actually, I think I was the first person to like the stream this morning. I'm just putting it out there. Do I get a bonus?
I'll think of something. I'm still trying to think of who I, you know... Honestly, I do think Foxen or Chance would be in like my top 5 picks.
For taking this thing down?
No, if I was to play the Invitational, who would my...
sorry, I'm back there now. Yeah, sorry.
Yep, I've been chewing on it a bit. Trouble here for Jiang, by the way. Sizable bet as well from Tondo. It's been a day of big bets.
It really has. We're playing deep, but players doing their best to shallow things out. Hey, you want to get max for your good hands, and especially in this table. I mean, we've seen pretty wild action thus far. Big turn card for Thunder. He wasn't sure before. He's sure now. Top two. $55K bet. So she's facing here. Hasn't proved herself in the sense that she picks up that gut shot draw, but obviously now falls behind the likes of King Queen and Ace King, Ace Queen types.
I think it'll be on YouTube where you can watch back whenever.
Oh, really? On YouTube?
I think so.
Let's find out.
At the very least, once we're off the stream, you can use your phone.
Oh. James, been saying it all week. If the viewers by any chance haven't already signed up to GG Poker, well, they've been sleeping on us because they can get a free $50 ticket into the Weekender. Min deposit of 20 bucks. All you got to do is use the promo code Paradise2024. It's a pretty decent ROI on a $20 deposit. Get involved, ladies and gents. Would love to have some of you coming up to us next winter qualifying into this event over on GG. Good luck, everyone.
I'm sure you've already bluffed me. Yeah.
Yeah, players discussing there, of course, we are on a delay. A lot of hands they've got to discuss between them all, Henry. I think once they go up this table,
yeah,
there's going to be some sharing of information. There's been a lot of outline action.
Yeah, TV tables, WSOP, obviously don't have the Triton Poker Plus app. No phones allowed. Andy Tillman runs a very tight and strict ship. So phones are taken away from all of the players when they're brought up to the main stage.
Okay.
So yeah, I think the curiosity of most of the players has been piqued.
They've done that with a couple tournaments here where the
How's
greens
that, Elton?
were like, the greens are
taking
either like
the empty
5 or
seat here.
100K.
Finished in 4th place in the main in the summer in Las Vegas. Jason Sago has made his way to the Bahamas. Jason, stand up for me for a quick sec, please. Good to see you again. Of course, what brings you to WSOP Paradise?
Well, I'm a part-time player, so I'm going to play all the big major events, I guess. And I actually like coming here. You know, I get to play golf, and I get a nice resort, nice restaurants. Maybe get lucky again. Who knows? That's kind of the plan, I guess.
What was the reaction like back home from everybody, family, friends who saw your impressive run in the main?
Actually, yeah, they were all happy for me, obviously, because I've been playing for a long time, almost part-time my whole life. But it's nice to finally get a big score and a big success and show that, you know, you can make money playing poker.
More big scores are available here. We'll send you back to the action. Appreciate the time as always. Thank you, Jason. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank
Yeah, what a
you,
run that
JP.
was, Henry. I was really engrossed in the main event this year. Watching that run of Jason, really enjoying himself at the table, as he would be. On the table of the main event. Once in a lifetime opportunity, for most people at least.
Yeah.
28.
Never experienced it myself, but running deep in the main, I mean, there probably aren't many feelings similar to that one in poker.
How do I know which one's mine?
It's the reason why most of us are here, right? The money maker. Boom.
My phone's not in here.
Timer then opening up for
Somebody took my
+1.
phone.
Seth 3-betting from the button with those 2 8s.
Isn't that
That's not what he said. We fiending for the phone?
Gets
I
it
got-
done.
I
And
got
sure
things
enough,
going- I got
Elton
work.
was taking that empty seat vacated by Stephen Cairns on this table.
It's really bad being away from the phone when you're a trader.
Yeah, that's the last thing you can.
You just got to sit out for 2 hours here.
It's really gonna stop me from playing some tournaments, honestly.
Yeah,
Really
yeah.
bad. It's really bad, honestly, because I could see other people doing it too. People who want way more than me in the tournament.
It's a good point, obviously.
Sorry, I missed that. Go on.
It's a balance we have to strike. Obviously, as you mentioned, no phones out the table, but Glance has got some
Funny enough,
positions he
damn.
wants to go check on, and he's saying
It's like
ultimate-
Ali
Which is
in the
PLO.
booth, you know?
But ultimately, of course, that does start to become a little bit restrictive on some players, and some players may elect
yesterday on the 100K final
not to
table
play
they were allowed, right?
some tournaments on that basis. But it's a balance we have to strike, right?
45? You can't wear headphones here, right? But you can wear an Apple Watch?
I'm trying to see
No,
if
you
I
can't
can-
wear an Apple
okay.
No?
They said you could
Wow,
play
no Apple
GG on
Watches
your
allowed.
phone, though. So I'm not really sure what they want us to do with that if I'm in the middle of a tournament on GG and I come up here.
Did they really say that? You could play.
That's what they said the first day here. Because I'm like, this is crazy.
Lance.
Yeah, that's
Big slick facing that open from Davies.
Like I was
3-bet
trying
from
to get a
Elton on
GG
his
screenshot
first
out.
hand, I believe.
Yeah, I just have
Put it as my wallpaper.
Remember that when you were a kid? There was
I'm not going to get
there was
involved.
like a game that, like, if you were playing computer
myself
games, you
in
could, like,
trouble.
hit a button and it would just like pop up some fake schoolwork real quick.
Hello.
I remember
That's
that.
conversation.
There was those.
Sounds right though.
When I was in like high school, there was that. I think it was the site Addicting Games. It was just like a bunch of simple games. You play all kinds of them. But you could just like hit this kill button and you just pull up like a spreadsheet.
Don't do it, Sang.
he's like, really? You gonna come here and do this stuff to me?
This is your first hand dealt?
Second.
Well, it's not first then.
Elton might
Yeah,
just
yeah,
run
they get
this, you
custom
know. Like, these guys seem to want to build big stacks. Ace Jacko feels like a bit of a torch. There we go. Told you.
Gotta love it. Elton.
There it is, man.
Just registered. Sits down. Wants to run it. For all 500. Let's go. Gamble, gamble. Well, he gives his name at Starbucks as ET. He's going to be phoning home.
Unless he can find some hearts or a jack.
Okay.
It's gone from 3 to 4 outs.
Does he look bothered, Henry?
Give him a jack one time.
You have it covered, right?
Do you have me covered? Does he just sat down with the strike stack? The Gardeners less got heaps. That guy being Mac Lance up to 1.3 million. Courtesy of that. Well,
I had no idea.
somewhat of a gift from Elton. I mean, a gift slash spin. Elton
I never
obviously here
watched
just to
poker,
try and
but
build
I
a
know the
stack
name.
quickly.
Yeah. Does he own the Triton or something?
I don't think he's an owner of Triton. But he's.
How do I know that name?
He's like one of those guys.
Yeah.
He's not an owner, but I could see why you'd think he was.
Yeah.
At least, I mean, actually, he might be. I don't know for sure, but I don't think. But yeah,
He plays like an owner.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously one of the Triton OGs there, Elton saying, just running it.
Listen, there aren't many people in the world. I would go out on a limb and say maybe
I don't know
20
if it's getting,
people
like, think
who have
facetiously,
won
so
more
I
money
could
than
ask him, like, is it
Elton
throwing
in
races or
poker
something, but I didn't know what am I gonna.
in the history of the game.
He said it before I even called, so it's like,
Yeah. No, that was
it's a weird thing to say.
that was honest.
Yeah, it was definitely
I'm
honest.
sure he wants to gamble a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of
early
what I was
in
saying
this
before, you know, you come down here, you play this tournament, you register, and you're up against all these faces you've seen
This is low stakes
in the
for
Super
him.
High Roller scene, especially Tritons. You think, oh no, I'm up against it, but they're gambling day one, Henry.
They are.
I don't
They
mind them
really
at my
are.
table if they're going to put in all these blinds. Sub-premium.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Matt Glance, the beneficiary of that gamble. So what we got here, a little three-way affair as blinds have gone up 3K, 6K, 6K. I want to say a swing and a miss. I mean, King-Queen is the best hand with middle pair, but never thrilled about it on the Ace-King-7 all-hearts board. Couple of gut shots out there now.
Mm-hmm. A little with the double gutty, right?
Yeah, very disguised double gut shot. Did open from the hijack. 5-high is never going to be good. Happy to just check this one. Try and see a river, which he gets to. Now, surely someone's going to sneeze at this.
But you'd imagine that Gibb being the last man may feel like he has enough to check it back with that pair, so perhaps it falls on one of these two, and Toma, he hasn't been shy thus far. Let's give it a go.
Nice. I really like this. I'm glad he's recognized that someone needs to bluff at this.
Race.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello, John. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, J-Doc.
Well.
How about it?
Well, well, well. He's seen enough so far of Toma. We've seen that man not shy to give things a go. Picked up on it.
He's still running back and forth with his phone. Poor guy. Totally addicted.
Yeah, he's
doomed.
He's off the deep end.
Yeah. We'll be all right.
We gotta get you some Google Glass or something. Google glasses.
You allowed to wear those?
Just don't tell anybody.
What is the?
Put some tape over the
I mean, Henry's
logo.
got 1.3 million chips.
For, you know, like I could understand, like obviously why they're doing it. Like I could totally understand that. But I think it's just better rule that you're allowed to put it. You just can't have it on the table anywhere.
Yeah.
On the table you have behind.
I agree with that for sure.
There's too many, like, whatever. You got young kids. You don't want to be not away from something happens.
Yeah. Yeah, they just had that really bad visual when at the final table when they were just like had a computer up with all the poker sims. There's like
Listen,
Oh, always work. Somebody.
I'm going to come in here and defend
they
the
overcompensate.
WSOP.
Yeah.
Okay, because
Because
it's
they
all
pay you?
well and good saying, oh, we should allow it here, we should allow it there. But the poker world would be the first in uproar if there was ever a cheating allegation. So just remove all of that. You're at the feature table for 2 hours. It helps protect the integrity of the game. And I love the fact that we have got there because there's just been so much nonsense over the years. We don't want to allow it. So shout out to WSOP and Andy Tillman and all those guys just removing it.
Shout out to Toma here, managing to generate a pot with this free roll. Both here, Little holding that King 10. So now being checked over to. This one checked through flop.
10. Wow, free roll.
Free roll.
So then, we switch back to the reef, where Cornwall and Co are putting on a show. Here he comes this time, ace, queen of clubs, and steer. Well, we saw about an orbit ago, Cornwall open under the gun, get 3-bet by this man. Here he is, opening again, and surely once more, 3-bet incoming.
And given the way things have kind of played out at this table, there's some weird dynamic where, oh, just forget everything. Forget everything because Nachev's got ace-king. There's gone Corneth +1 open, steer 3-bet. Nachev, who's down to half a starting stack, he's playing 40-something bigs. Just jams. So that should get rid of Foxen. Although this isn't the first time Steer has 3-bet Corneth. And Corneth has to be aware of the fact that people seem to have been going after him a little bit on the lighter side.
Yeah, this is just all the product of the fact that Chance isn't playing like Chance. Hey, he's thrilled to see the snap call from Steer, knowing he's made a good fold.
I'm not going to lie, I wanted to see the ace-queen in there, not because I want to see Chance lose, but just wanted there to be a chance to see a massive pot. No free roll.
Run it out. Job done.
Chop
Yeah,
it
what a
up,
relief
gents.
that is for chance. When you're thinking about maybe getting it in and you see the snap call behind you. Chances on it. Run that out. Come on, dealer. Let's go.
I agree.
And
but be
some-
nice to the dealer because
Oh, yeah. No, he is.
she's only doing it for production purposes.
Usually they do it once it's over.
See in the chat here, Henry. Spruce Moose. Along the same page as you, saying 100% correct. World Series Poker. Made a mistake in the summer with the farm table, but are showing they are serious about defending the integrity of the game.
100%, mate. Listen, I don't want to throw shade Matt Glance's way, but if something happened at his table, he would be the first to take to Twitter and demand that it would be, you know, rectified. So that's it. End the conversation. Italy won, Bulgaria won, says Suha. Well, I mean, it doesn't feel like either of them scored. Feels like they both missed a penalty, if anything. Kind of like Madrid, Liverpool the other week. Couldn't believe it. Both Mbappe and Mo Salah missing penalties. That's just insane.
Henry, I was watching that game in a hotel room in Altarenz and I was a little bit drunk, so I don't recall it too well, I have to confess.
I actually was at a poker table in Madrid.
Oh.
And bet on
hang on.
him missing the penalty.
Hang on.
And he missed it.
Hang on. Henry.
You sound surprised. I mean, he's got Queen 6-0. This is Fox, and this is standard stuff, day one.
Okay. Standard. This guy's absolutely crushing live poker this year.
What a stage. Look at that. Where has poker production taken us?
Yeah, Henry. Fox up to $11.3 million this year in cashes.
So he's only like, he's like third behind Mateos and
Antonius, and Lococo.
Wait, Mateos and who, sorry?
Antonius.
Ah, okay.
But he's only, I say only, 1.6 million behind Mateos.
This
So he
is
could
so
pip him
clear,
here.
like,
The
4 years ago,
last
they were
event
all
of the
doing
year.
that. This year, a lot of them
very heavy.
were leaning.
Everyone I knew was betting Trump. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it. It was like 90-10.
Yeah, there's just been a crazy X.
Why the hell are you betting on the other side then?
Because I just wanted the price. I would have took either side. Anytime it got over plus 150 on either side, I was going to take it.
Yeah, that's what it felt like at before. It was just like, this is a flip. If you can get the price, just take it.
Stack list popping up this ace
14, right?
9-0 on the button.
Oh, that's the last one.
Little in the small blind. Looks like he's piecing to give us some chips, Henry. And the shark with the ladies.
I think it's just condensation.
That's where the sharp part.
He's also got a bit of an image as
But
well.
I'm sure he
It's
does
been
know where to get the sparkling.
aggro at this
Bet
table.
on that.
But still, cold. I mean, it's an interesting setup. Button v small blind v big blind.
105.
Yeah, I love the sizing, by the way. I love it because it induces out of line back jams from, well, not these hands, but could certainly see someone level themselves into thinking that Davies is up to no good.
Okay. You bluff me?
Didn't bluff you.
All right.
Real hand.
Mm-hmm.
Honest man.
Mm-hmm.
He's not lying.
Honest man with a couple queens.
I always have offsuit hand.
Yeah, those offsuit hands. Don't like that price, Henry.
Couple honest men here.
Yeah, well.
Well, you can't lie because you're going to find out in an hour anyway. So what's the point of lying?
Qualified.
You only lie when there's no stream, so then you can't get caught.
Pass.
Okay. Third time lucky for the seat.
You only lie on stream.
Is that
So
Jack
then they
Salter
won't- yeah, reverse
sliding
it,
in
they
there?
won't leave you when you're not.
I think Jonathan and Seth are playing the wrong game if they're always honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably, Henry. Probably.
Yeah, just like a couple of honest men. I mean, maybe away from
The colors are right. I'm so
the poker table.
I think you're playing the wrong game.
I really,
if you're going to be honest.
So many times I almost bet 100,000 rather than 5,000. So crazy.
What's up, Jack? Haven't seen you in a while, dude. How you, man? Good, dude.
Top pair for Shark. Gibbs. Big blind defend here. The Queen 5-0 is it's out there. It's reaching. I wouldn't even call that bottom of range. That's just you know, put that in the bin.
Good time card here for Seth. Another under. Also has the live flush draw.
Feel like a fish out of water.
Yeah, yeah. That's a bad sign though, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that. We all feel like that, but we really shouldn't. Right?
Stackless. Pretty good hand to continue with.
At least it's a kind of big buy-in tournament and not a 2K or something.
Yeah. True. Like, think about that. Would be really torture, actually.
Yeah. I mean, then you would just probably sit out.
Okay, respecting the three-way pot, Henry. Just
You might be right.
lay it down.
2K?
Kind of thinking,
I just wouldn't play the day one.
doesn't know which side of the hand could be good.
Well, the odds of being at this table are
Sixes
low.
with a diamond is
I mean,
unfold.
As soon as they told me, I was not happy because I asked them, like, can I just, I don't know who's the table. It's not, I just don't want to be on the beach because
I was in
one of the phone.
Can you do the unregistered thing here?
You got 45 minutes and we're gone.
I would only do it if they said it was
Oh, really?
allowed. Like, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it to, like,
yeah, good point.
I don't like doing, like,
I never
gray
considered
area
that.
stuff.
Yeah, okay.
It's not, I mean, if it's the rule, it's the rule, you know?
Yeah.
You know, they give you one a summer or whatever it is, right?
In the summer, yeah.
Leave you what?
I don't think I've ever done it.
You
but-
can register, and if you don't show up for whatever reason.
But you're not allowed to look at your table,
really?
right?
You're not supposed to.
I think you might be.
Set.
I think as long as you don't sit down, you can do whatever
Seems
you want.
against the spirit of the
Yeah,
game.
for sure against.
Definitely against the spirit of the game, for sure.
Yeah, they can't do that here because you can actually see your table. In Vegas, it makes sense.
Yeah.
'Cause you
Here
have to
you've
like
got the
actually
names
draw
on
it.
a screen.
Really bad because you can look at this. Yeah.
That's true. But I mean, like, you maybe wouldn't play if you knew you would have waited 2 hours if you knew you had to work or whatever.
You got a full stack over there, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Not for this, I wouldn't have waited, but if it was a smaller bind, I would for sure.
Yeah.
Well, the market's closed soon, Henry. He'll be okay. But it's an interesting point they're talking about, and there was a lot of talk about this at the World Series of Poker in the summer, especially in the biggest buy and stuff. Players would buy in. For those unfamiliar, you get printed your seat ticket, and you could walk over to the table and have a look and be like, oh, there's Mateos, there's Kuhn, there's Negreanu. I'm going back to the cage and getting a refund, and then I can re-enter later. Big problem.
So what's the strat here?
I mean, obviously, there's not really anything the way things are at the moment that can stop doing this. I think that in the end they said, if you register for a tournament and then unregister and re-register, you only kind of get away with doing that once in a whole summer.
Oh, okay.
Which I think is because there are reasons you might have to do that, right? You're gonna go register a tournament, you play it, maybe you register the day before, print your ticket, then something comes up that day, you want to go on unregister and then come back later, and maybe play it. There are genuine reasons why you would do that.
The live version is just 20
But there were certainly cases of people cherry picking their tables, especially in the main event. I heard stories of this. People would walk around and see
the
that
main
bad
event?
table.
They did like
going
4
on register and
online
then straight away
flights,
re-reg. It was like
and
kind
they
of crazy.
guaranteed like 200 people in each one of them. So 30 players advanced no matter what.
30 per flight?
Per flight, so
Go there, Henry.
120.
But it was like, even if there was
Mr.
only
Platt
50
is lurking
people,
somewhere.
Yeah, and some
I,
flights.
That sucked me in, man, on that last, last Sunday.
So 120 people already made the money?
Yeah, yeah.
Did it just? Oh, it just played down to 30. Got it.
Yeah, but
there were like
then
200
got
people anyway, I
overlaid.
think. But if it had been 100, they would have stuck to the play.
Okay, back out in the field on X, he called it a historic event. Let's check in real quick with Faraz Jaka. Stand up for me for a quick second, please, Faraz. Tell me what it's like for you to be a part of this $25K, $50 million guarantee.
Look how beautiful this is. Like, even though I don't get to enjoy the beach today, I still feel like I'm in the Bahamas. This is epic, you know, this is historical. So it'd be an honor to go deep in this, and it feel really special. Even just the people showing up here, like I've met so many people that have never played an event, like even a 5K event, and they're so excited. So yeah, just you feel the energy in the room.
Along those lines, I see a lot of people out here with the Jaka coaching patch. What do you think when you see so many of your players out here?
I'm super happy. I'm super proud. I would love for one of them to go deep. And you know, when they come up to me on the break and tell me they took down some pots they never would have taken down if they didn't watch this lesson, like it just makes me feel so proud.
It's a different kind of fight for Steven Cairns. What have you seen from him in his poker game?
Yeah, so you know, yesterday was the first time I ever talked poker with him. I did a lesson with him, and you know, he's relatively new, but I was pretty impressed with how quickly he was picking stuff up. And he was even texting me later that night that he wanted more videos to watch on my site. So he seems hungry, and he seems like he's just the type of guy who, if he does something, he wants to get good at it. So I'm excited to see how he progresses.
Love to hear it. Best of luck to you and your career the rest of the way.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Faraz. Appreciate it. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Well, thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Faraz. Faraz, man, it's a name from my day, Henry. Been around for so long.
I'm not too. I can't say I'm too. And I've obviously seen him on socials, but don't know all too much about him myself. We jump back into this. How about this for a little mystery hand? Swing and a miss for everyone else. Shark Davies with the mystery hand. 57K out there. It's checked around to him.
14.
Macedo's got the ace of clubs. And Stakeless has king, queen of spades, 2 overs, backdoor straights and flush opportunities.
Yeah, a hand that in a heads-up pot may be a little bit more attractive, a little harder in these four-way scenarios.
But against this size, I mean, he's getting
We're
under a heat lamp.
6 to 1 on a call.
You need to work on that
Oh.
tan, buddy.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, comes with call.
I got excited there. I saw him reach for chips. I'm not familiar with the colours yet, Henry. Oh, hello.
Macedo will be getting out of the way should there be another bet. But Stakeless, after picking up the flush draw,
Stop over?
won't be going too far.
That's crazy. That's hard. I didn't know that. That's miserable.
He has to be careful,
There's no
by the
Mexico
way,
flight here?
because Ace-Jack of spades is very much a cut-off, flatting kind of hand. It's a +1 open.
Probably makes sense. Like they got rolls. Like, is it hard to get a visa?
I have to go to London, really. Basically,
Right, pull away, bet flop. Got called twice.
5 minutes online form. I have stayed before. I was there in the lockdown, so I stayed for like 7 months.
So they won't let it do it. They won't let you get it again? Or they just make it hard?
No, yeah, they definitely gave me a 10-year visa, and then I lost the passport that the visa was in. So now I got a new passport. I have to go to London.
You can't do it online. You have to be there.
I think Seth would very comfortably continue with sets here. I think maybe Ace-Jack for this size, because neither player should have like 7-8, 7-3, deuce 3, right? Like it's not a big blind defend kind of situation. So betting this size into 3 players, he's trying to get the pot as big as possible, which he's achieved here.
Is this a case again with those strongest of one pair hands we might do this? So if we have, like you say, the Ace-Jack, kind of just bet big here because so rarely do we get to bet the river if called.
I think Ace-Jack makes a lot of sense, yeah, 3 ways. You do want to get some clearance,
And
fold
then-
out some hands, get some protection.
I guess the bluffs are going to be have a lot of club combos, right?
Spade club combos are really nice. Hands with 2 overs, like a king-queen with king of clubs, queen of spades. Obviously, we can see that's not possible here. Stakeless has king-queen of spades.
Could this be the same hand in clubs? I mean,
this could just be 7-8 suited for Seth. I mean, it's day 1. We've seen players like Seth, Foxon, Chance really showing a willingness to get involved and play as many hands as possible. So flatting 7-8 and then betting when check to is very much a possibility.
and of course the sets himself 4s, 5s, certainly in there.
Bet flop into 3 opponents, bet turn into 2 opponents big. If he follows through here on a 4-liner, where, you know, ace-deuce of clubs is now straight, ace-7 of clubs, ace-7 of spades now makes a straight.
Whoa. 500k bet.
Has he got it? Or an absolute airball from Seth? 10 minus spades.
Henry. We're out there, we're playing. The gloves are off.
Sharp Davies.
What a baseball. 2x pot on the river. Have that.
The fact that he stabbed when check to 4 ways and then bombed turn as well.
Well. Seth Davies up to second in chips on this table. Just 1.5 times the starting stack. It is, of course, all Matt Glance so far. Courtesy of Elton's entire stack on just his second hand of the tournament. Jack Sawyer just joined us.
Again.
He's in there with starting. Derek Gibb, the shortest here for now with 300k, but I'm kind of surprised we don't have more chips on this table, just given how much action we have seen thus far. The guys they're out there fighting, and Seth Davis, take a bow. What a move that was.
Well, talking of fighting.
I'm not going to fight you.
They're down to 5 in the 50k Potlem Omaha Championship. Benny Glazer has been eliminated in 6th. And we have a new chip leader. Wang Yang has moved up to 1st in chips, overtaking Ben Tollerine. 5 left in that one. Nick Shulman looking for his 6th bracelet. Stephen Chidwick looking for his 2nd. Wiseman looking for his 3rd. And both Ben Tollerine and Wang Yang looking for their 1st. So we'll keep an eye on that one for you all.
Just want to give a shout out here, chat, Henry. So Julie's Realty in the chat, who said he's got a jack. It's not rocket science during that mystery hand. Well, turns out it is rocket science because we have the furthest thing from it.
It's the confidence levels in which one goes out of their way to type into the YouTube channel with such levels of confidence to then just get showered like that in front of thousands of people. Honestly, there's plenty of coaching sites to choose from. I think Jonathan Little is out here representing his coaching company.
Now, obviously, I think Julie was mentioning that like earlier on in the hand. I don't think by the time that he bets 2x on the river that anyone thinks he was repping.
Pedal now, James, because you feel like I've gone too harsh on the guy. I mean,
33 minutes of the phones, guys. We could do it.
Just take an early break. You know you need it.
What a world we live in.
Yeah, there's one way out of this situation.
You're going to look up in 10 minutes and that clock will say 43 minutes.
The withdrawal
You ever seen that
symptoms.
Dave Chappelle sketch where he's talking about the
Not
first
being
time he
able to
does
be on their
mushrooms
phones.
or something?
Yes.
It's like ran around the block, exercise. Looked up and only 1 minute had gone by. It's so funny.
Shout out Dave
Took a nap,
Chappelle.
woke up, still fucked up. Looked at my clock,
One of-
only 1 minute has gone by.
The greatest
I
comedians
love
of all
Chappelle.
time.
I went to see him last year at the Hard Rock in Miami, in Fort Lauderdale, and it was the worst show ever. He was so drunk and sloppy and like,
Shit.
I couldn't believe it.
That sucks.
We were in the front row. We walked out.
I guess it's hard to keep it up for
I
like
love
20
Chappelle.
years
He's
straight,
so
though,
funny,
right?
man.
He's been crushing it for so long.
But yeah, if he's all fucked up.
He just really fucked up with alcohol or something. He just was like stumbling. It was bad.
Yeah, his
People are like,
shit,
what's
his
going
shit
on?
needs to be sharp too. Like,
Yeah.
like there's so much timing and like everything in it. That's too bad.
So fun when on like TV.
How's your day going, Seth?
Must be hard when you choose do so many years and then they offer you some crazy money and it's what you know and love. You can't really just say no. I'm a bit fucked up at the moment.
Would have flopped that
Coming
one.
with a small bet. And even he feels like he has to show that hand, Henry.
Stop showing off.
I mean,
A veteran like Seth is still like, look how ridiculous
if
this
he had his
hand
phone
is.
on him, he would 100%.
Yeah, I would have took a picture of that one.
You can take a screenshot
Oh,
later
yeah.
on.
Yeah, there you can.
No,
On
because you're
YouTube.
gonna get the screen and then you'll get the
Oh yeah, that's
phone.
right. It's on YouTube. I'll have to. I'm gonna rewind it for that one. Look at this hand. What a hand. Yeah, you got it.
Maybe Chappelle doesn't love it anymore.
Maybe
And they
not,
offered him
yeah.
crazy money.
That's what I mean.
And he's like,
kind of like, well,
what you gonna
can't
do?
Not stand up and tell some jokes for however much money.
Does it?
You could see a lot of them genuinely being better if they were a little bit high or drunk. So then it's probably hard in your mind
Yeah,
to
for
like,
sure.
draw the line, you know. Say I can't actually be fucked up.
And like I always think about that in music. So many of these like incredible musicians,
Yeah.
historic musicians, they made their best music when they were like in their early 20s. Then they just get super rich and they're like, all right, I'm not gonna like try really hard anymore, you know.
They make more as well, you know. Like Rolling Stones does a tour or something, they just make imp now.
Exactly, yeah. That's like like those guys wrote those songs when they were in their 20s.
Yeah. I probably make more from one show now than from like 20 shows in the
Yeah,
past.
exactly, yeah.
It's the kind of like you have to.
Right.
Or you feel you have to.
Yeah, yeah.
Do we get possibly get switched off at the end of this level? Nice.
And they still probably enjoy it a lot too. A lot of them, I'd say.
I don't
Yeah.
know, man. I think doing the same thing over and over again.
I still enjoy it. Remember doing commentary for 10 viewers once upon a time.
Songs and albums and everyone
Back
just
in the
wants to
day.
hear some song from
Yeah.
like 1990
Fun Christmas, huh?
or some shit.
That's probably super tilting.
I promise you, they're so overplaying those songs.
Yeah, you're right.
Out of those 10 viewers,
what?
half of them were the production team. The other half was my mum,
Robert
dad,
Plant said, like, Stairway to
my
Heaven.
2 brothers, and my
dog, the
uncle.
cat.
Yeah.
Sounds right.
And it's also like those guys probably think their best art is some of their most underappreciated stuff, like their most kind of complicated things, whereas like their hits are probably their simplest.
Yeah, there's probably
Catchy
loads of
stuff.
stuff only a musician would really enjoy more than the classics, you know, and all the normal people.
No
are
action
like,
so
yeah,
far. Stickless with that second pair on the turn.
These guys just hate that the classics are.
Mercedes Henry with just enough to get involved.
And there might also be variants too, in that they just had their best stuff in their brain for 20 years when they turned 20 or 25 or whatever, and then they put it out, and then they didn't really have much else, so then they kind of were forced into being creative.
For sure.
Against 2/3.
Different.
You got to make a song, you know?
Yeah.
So
Bit
come up with something.
spicy, this. Check call here.
Make a song, get $1 million. Don't make a song, don't get $1
Oh,
million.
dude, speaking of
Much
that,
rather call with
today,
5-4,
Dr. Dre
5-3.
Snoop
I want to
Dogg
be
released a new CD today.
unblocking
It
some of
sounds
the bluffs like
awesome. Were you
7-8,
all
7-6, but I'm stretching a little bit.
Awesome. And they've like, I've seen some of the clips on Twitter. It sounds great, like super like old
I
school.
saw they did like a remake of an 80s song or something. It was really
Did
cool.
they?
It was, I'm trying to remember what song it was.
I gotta
We
check
can listen
it out.
to it
It
when we
got
get our phone.
released today. Yeah. If I had my phone, I'd check it out.
Just look at Spotify, I'm sure it's there.
It was with Sting.
Well, we're not
It
using
was-
this
it was-
iPad for anything right now, so let's get
sure
some,
you can
let's
pop
get
it
some
up.
Dre and Snoop.
Get some
It was
Spotify
Snoop and
going.
Sting. It looked awesome.
Sick. Yeah, all the clips I heard sound.
Obviously, Jack referencing
awesome.
the dealer
I'm
there with
excited
a
to listen to it.
with an iPad. At the later stage of this tournament, shot clocks will be a thing. iPads out there, actually still serving a purpose today, Henry, which is
Sting's
at
gotta be
every
old as
break,
shit, huh?
every dealer inputs the stack
Right,
of every
those guys
player.
are too.
So everyone in the field does
Steven
get a
Gerrard probably almost
representation
50,
of the leaderboard every
Way
break.
More,
Okay.
yeah.
But for now, yeah,
Eminem's probably.
let's put some tunes on.
Definitely.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Because like early '90s, they were probably 20.
Snoop
Yeah,
might be like 68 or something. No.
Dude, Snoop
I would
was
say
like
under
20.
60.
Well,
Yeah.
You really think so?
Under 60.
We're going to look this up.
Well,
dude, when
can't
that,
do
when,
it now,
when,
that's
when,
for sure.
When Snoop blew up was like 92, 93, and he was like 20 years old.
Snoop's
He's probably
53.
51.
Yeah.
Well, we'll look it up in a minute.
I was
Yeah, we'll get
I was gonna guess like.
Who's betting that he's
All right.
under that
Like
age?
those dudes were all
Matt.
super young when they blew
I
up.
think they're betting way over.
Like, they
Someone was
weren't-
saying
like
he's in
Snoop
his
wasn't
60s.
fucking 35 when he released.
There's no need to
Chronic.
speculate. We're going to know in 20
Floor.
minutes. Yeah, Floor, can you please look up
We
something?
need your phone.
We really need
Just borrow the iPad. You can look it up right there.
I don't want to get her in trouble. I just want to see how nervous she
Yeah,
gets.
I don't think that's a good idea. Is there internet on it at least?
Of course. Oh, it's dead.
Oh,
Or turned off. It's
Good we go from +1. I think
If I didn't
sort of
have to
may have
watch,
just
we would
called
make
this.
it
This is 3 bits, the same number. But
So what do you got over?
I didn't see many
54?
chips in front of him.
I would take over 54 for sure. I mean, I don't know. I'm not betting on it.
I'll take under for $100.
I don't want to bet.
45, I believe it was,
Okay.
as we bounce back over here.
I mean, you bounce back over here, you think nothing's going to happen. Let clue with 960 on the button, but the corner's got King 7 and the B in his bonnet. We know this is going to be a hand.
Every time.
Wow, chances just.
Then I can't call.
There's some Jitby to coach in there.
Imagine being sandwiched between Foxen and Corneth. I mean, you're in the Bahamas to play a 25k 50 mil. You just get that seat draw.
It's tiring. Like the lights make.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might put
It's so much more tiring than. It's warmer too, for sure. Yeah.
Just wait till you step down after on break.
Yeah, you'll feel it.
Can you send the photo?
So it's 2 queens from the jump.
Oh, no.
What hand does he have to find to fold? Henry? Oh, Jack 5-0. Okay, we'll allow that one. See some people in the chat asking, is Dean Eggs playing?
No,
Don't believe he's in it just yet.
He'll be
And
in.
some others in the chat. Obviously advising, there is the WSOP Plus
One didn't
app
even have
available
any
for
ink
you all
on
to
it.
download. It does actually show you who's in, what table they're at.
I would've
Chip
gone out of
stacks
my
every
way.
break will be updated. And all sorts of updates in there. But Henry, you keep motioning towards the screen because what's happened?
Yeah, I mean, the updates from. How is that checked through, man? Well played, Jiang. I mean, she's just found a way to lose the minimum here. Might call one straight, naturally, now that she has a straight draw herself.
We do go back. We do go back.
Makes the call.
Well, we were having a conversation about it.
Just
You still made me
beats
ask you
nothing
to
now.
You couldn't just tell me?
Losing to 2 pairs, 2 straights. Flush gets there. Blocking the most obvious bluffs.
Right. Yeah, Queen X of Spades would be the best hand to bluff with, wouldn't it?
Good. Next time I will have a good hand.
$36 into 85.
It's hard to sub those 6 out.
I like the sizing. Would have gone a little bit bigger myself.
What did you fold then?
But against the perceived range of Jiang, might just get paid, whereas had he gone more than half pot,
You would have had the best hand.
maybe she finds a fold with queens. Let's see if she can get away from this.
It's kind of hard, though, isn't it, on a table where people are playing way out of the zone to adjust. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Made the call. I thought for a second we'd gone, hey, queen blocker. It's rep queen 10, but no. Makes the call. Loses a small one.
Yeah, all things considered, that flop check back kept the pot smaller. Not really beating much on the river, but plenty of bluffs in there out the big, so can forgive the hero.
You're not wrong, Henry. What is that seat draw? How do you get drawn between Chance and Foxen?
It's out there as one of the worst seat draws on day one.
It's just not fair.
Okay. Sign me up.
Hey, Chip.
That sounds great.
Ace 10-0 with half a stack. He's going to enter the fray. Foxen next seat down with ace 7 of diamonds. Coming in with a 3-bet, a little less than 3x, targeting that sub 40 big blind stack.
Most likely lie. I'd have to leave to fold the freehand.
Maybe if you leave the table.
Yeah. I think that might be my best chance.
It's absurd the amount of 3-betting we've seen today. We're only 4 levels in. I mean,
it's crazy. We got 2 more days of day ones to cover, Henry. Your mind's going to be melted.
I assume today is going to be one of the most aggressive days because of the what you just mentioned, that there are more day ones to cover. So a lot of the aggro guys are in today trying to back big stacks, and there's a high likelihood that they do.
Right.
So I feel like tomorrow will be toned down a bit, and then the final day one will be a lot more passive as well because it's the last chance to qualify.
Depends on my stack.
Of course, there is day 2 reg
well.
available. There's other ways in, but yeah, I think you're right. There's going to be some of these blasters are going to bag big stacks. Got some work to do to catch the likes of Juan Pardo. Bagged a little over 9 starting stacks yesterday after 10 levels of play. That's some going.
Oh, bin, right?
Bin,
that's impressive.
Boxing under the gun. Zhang in the small ace-8 clubs.
Get him.
Chance rooting for Jiang to get out the Voxen. Jiang has checked. Actions on Foxen. Does come for the C-bet and the snap fold. Jiang, no nonsense.
This is so, so friendly. See, picking up the cards, he's showing her the king. It's it almost feels like a home game compared to the stuff we usually see these guys battle against each other in.
Yeah, it's been very laid back, as expected though.
I mean, it makes sense for this man.
No pair, no draw, no backdoor.
Do you think he got much sleep?
I hope so.
I figured you were just owning my soul every
Just
day.
another day in the office for him.
With no cards. I don't think I've
You're
seen
so
your
cold,
hand in one of
Henry.
the pots that you beat me.
I mean, there's no emotions in poker, man.
You saw Jax.
I'm one of those guys.
When you had some
Baccarat, though.
maybe you have decided to
You
block
let it all
them
out,
instead of
right?
jamming, they probably would have won if you jammed.
I played once.
Is that it? You're one and done?
I am one and done, yeah.
No, come on.
Yeah, no, I said, like,
You're going to hit and run them like that?
The people were surprised as well. Some of the people that I was playing with, they're like, how do you just leave? It's just like, well, how else are you meant to book a win if you don't leave whilst you're up?
I was very unlucky to run.
I just want to be one of those guys that rides
Just
up
career up in Baccarat.
I mean,
That's kind of fun, actually. You just, for the rest of your life, you're a net winning Baccarat player.
Yeah, I'll probably like break even in Ultimate lifetime. Probably down a bit, actually, if I'm being honest. But
Don't be honest, Henry. No one wants to be honest when they discuss their own gambling.
Probably down a bit. Like, let's be real.
It's the from the hijack 2/6 raising up. But I hope you give him some resistance from the
This time
cutoff.
it was one motion where he pulled it back, so that's okay. But the other
This
time he
king
just, like,
queen.
left it
Oh, and look at this flop 6-3 deuce for the peeler.
and the sizing was different too.
Unfortunately, for the movie, he's representing a very narrow range, some of which contains overpairs. Doesn't have them though this time. Let's continue small and wide as one would expect.
$32K the follow through. Just here, Henry one imagines with. I'm going to say options that he has activated here with the check raise.
I kind of understand it if you do just give Bovey like aces, kings, queens a bunch.
Right.
You want to start building a pot before like a 4 or a 5 rolls off.
And just so deep as well, right? You want to kind of make it easy to get these chips.
Yeah, maybe even, you know, hand like ace king, ace queen with the back door.
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hell yeah.
Okay, this also makes a lot of sense. If you're in this, if we got the table to the situation where King Queen O is going to stick around on this board to a check raise, then we're definitely check raising with a set, Henry.
Now check, bro. Check it
Yeah.
over stick.
Oh, slide it on over.
You're stacking aces and kings anyway, right? At this SPR.
He's piecing that together. Looking at the stack behind, it is the covered stack of Bovey, just 420k with 275 in there, and he finds the check. Henry's
Let's go.
Smile from ear to ear right now.
Let's go, my man.
And I mean, we've peeled the check raise. Surely, with this hand, it's to bluff.
275 out there. What's he got? 175 that. Or 145, okay. So he's gone like Geo, basically. Like what was it? 145 into 275.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a little north of half pot, which is pretty much bang on what he would have back.
Wow, Steer, just cannot believe this scenario.
Steer's a bit of a live read guy.
Yeah, see this. Thing is, if I'm watching Steer here, I'm not feeling like he's got it. Has he just gone for the check raise here?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
And Bobby's like, really? I just got check raised twice in the same hand. Whoops.
I show my bluff.
Always sick to see the double check raise. Well, unfortunately, for Steer, the man was bluffing.
Yeah. Guys, 14 more minutes of the phones.
Jesus Christ.
Could get a table move straight to like that. Oh no, they're moving.
I was about to say, I really hope that
happens.
happens.
Bring you all back, yeah.
Yeah, what if you get balanced off our table right on?
At least you get a quick text in the break though. Get your fix, you know.
That'd be so funny. Big blinded off right onto the feature table.
You may put in your trades as fast as you can during the little break.
Marcus closed. Marcus just closed anyway. Just
Oh, brutal.
I think it's 4 o'clock
Friday
right now,
too,
right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was in the win in August, and even in cash game, you can't use your phone now.
wow.
Really?
I think for 10, 20 and higher or something. No phone, yeah.
Do they take them, or just like
No.
just like penalize people? If they
Oh,
have
maybe did they take them? I can't remember if we handed them in like this or it was just no phone. Definitely, you couldn't have it on here for 100%.
I kind of love it, man.
Good.
Force it to get out of the. For myself, I mean.
Yeah, yeah. Is that, yeah.
just like-
For myself, yeah. For the game, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Tomer attacking that glance, plus
Just
one
feel the
open.
thing just
2
melting my
jacks this
attention
time.
span away.
Although we've seen him
Every
willing
day.
to battle with far less.
Yeah, anything that you do when you don't have your phone for half an hour. Even.
Exactly, yeah. We're pretty lucky.
Apart from now, when we're all complaining about it.
I'm not complaining. I love it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty cool. Like,
Henry, I did an experiment on someone.
My phone when playing anyway.
World Series.
and I find
Go for
myself using
yeah, it's nice when you just don't even.
I
have the
allowed
app.
myself to use my phone at
Yeah,
the
maybe
bottom of the
it's
hour
not
and the top of the hour. 25 minutes to 30 and
Cool
55
that we
to
get
0.
do, like, poker,
And you just
like,
spent the rest of the time
there's-
focusing on the
You
table.
can play with just zero technology, you know. Like not too many people, not too many things you do anymore. Just zero technology.
If you try taking phones
Super
away
good
from us in
card.
the booth, pal. Okay, these experiments of yours that
Chips
you're
are great
running.
technology. Think about
Chips
it.
are technology,
Heck of a-
right?
heck
So are
of a
cards.
technology.
You're
Yeah,
gonna
cards are heck of a
have
technology.
no
It's the
commentators
thousands of
showing
years
up.
old technology.
Right.
No, I like it. I've been thinking about it myself.
Table, what a good concept, right?
Tables are
You
great.
know, I said on the floor.
So easy to get lost in your phone at the table.
Yeah.
They need stand-up tables. I think.
Yeah, missing a lot. There's a lot of information to pick up on.
Big craps.
Yeah. Yeah, why do you stand up at crafts but not other games?
Wouldn't that be hilarious? Just like a craps table with just a
Say
bunch of
they're
people
gonna run it
sitting
for
in
10
chairs
blinds.
around it.
looked so funny, right?
Never fun being all in for your tournament life on level 4. Day 1 with ace-7.
Everyone at the table's laughing and joking. You're sitting there with 10 blinds. Keep now finding ace queen and small as well. Just when you get called, you've got ace-7-0. There's just nothing good can happen here. Praying to see a hand like king queen suited, but
Niagara Falls. Yep.
it is domination.
Then you're there on the way to Atlantic.
They wanted to go
No.
shoot dice. I'm like, oh, let's go back and play dice. And they're like, oh, come to our room. We'll shoot dice against the wall. I'm like, oh, no, I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
That's enough for me. I'm not going to your room to shoot dice.
I've heard of it.
I've been there 12 years ago. I was there.
Yeah.
I flipped the coins in public.
A fun
They had like a WBT there when I was there.
just like flipping game is.
Still have WBT up there?
We used to play this in bars or like.
I think it might have moved to Toronto.
You just take dollar bills, or you can do.
Well, queen in the window, about as bad as it gets for Macedo. Couple of paths to victory. That not being one of them, Henry. GG's, my man.
Dead on the turn, eh? Yeah, that's gonna sting. I mean,
And then it's just like
a lot of dreams
you'll have a pile
gonna
of
be
bills,
shattered
right?
today.
Let's say you're playing with 5 people.
Yeah.
Sure, we all dropped 5 bills.
Yeah, we all dropped 5 bills. And
Shout out to Ryan DePaulo in the chat saying, wait, are there no phones allowed at regular tables there? I'm coming tomorrow, and if I can't vlog, I'll secretly be happy to just focus on the poker. Well, I'm afraid you are allowed your phone at the regular table. Just up here on the stream table, it's not allowed.
Do you drop it on top of the pot every time?
Yeah, I mean,
Make
it
a new
doesn't,
pot
doesn't
every
really,
time?
no, same pot every time.
Because it might get confusing. As to
Henry,
which
Yeah, so
card-
you
want an update from the 50k PLO? Come at me.
Separate, so you know exactly
Let's
what
have a
people are
look.
flipping.
Yeah.
Those tuning in, that is the farm table of the
It's a
50k
fun game.
PLO.
Because yeah, even if you're
Going off here.
$1 each, it can
Myself and Henry both love the 4-card game.
Yeah.
Jesus, man. Wang Yang is up to 19 million. Chidwick's now second with 5.2.
Oh, wow.
Schulman's in third with 5.4. Ben Tollerin's dropped down to 3.7. Wiseman's playing 2.8 million.
Crazy turnaround there.
I love that.
Wow. That's
You guys show me
insane,
how to do
yeah.
this, I don't
Big blind 300k as well, so you just have 3 guys on less than 10 bigs.
And reminder, of course, Ben Tollering started that far table with, I think, about 70 blinds, and the next biggest stack was approximately 20, something silly like that.
Yeah, a little bit less, but thereabouts. Yeah, it's just been a rough day for
you
him.
take all those numbers and make the best 5-card hand.
Yeah, so I have a straight here, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, you guys straight to the 6.
Right.
Oh, that's fine.
Sometimes there's quads, sometimes there's boats.
It's just whoever has it.
Spin the wheel.
I gotta see what I got in my pocket.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you come with a stack.
See if I can make a full house real quick.
You know, you get money from the.
Oh man, I only got a pair of 2s.
Oh, sometimes your hand's really bad.
I got 2 pairs.
Wet flop.
Sometimes you have 1 pair.
Gives Glance the best of it with that Queen 3. And a rare 4-way Limpton counter. Toma having started off from under the gun with 10-9-0. We're playing frisky out here, day 1 of this super main.
What on earth is going on here?
Henry, it's the super main here at Paradise. Things are happening.
This is fantastic. I mean, guys, if you're on, like, you know, a downswing and you just want to get out of it, fly on over.
Like I say,
25k, 5 million plus for first. That's pretty wild. Is Glance like bluffing here? Is this like, is this a value bet?
Yeah.
Is he trying to get a queen to fold? Like fold in a chop?
So it flips a bunch. So you can't just like.
As you say, Henry, you can get here in time to register from anywhere on this planet.
Oh man, you really can. You could have qualified over on GG Poker. If you did miss that boat, how about a little $50 ticket into the Weekender? A min deposit of $20 by using the promo code Paradise2024. It's going to be the best place in the world to qualify into future WSOP Paradise events. So good luck to all of you over on GG.
Yeah, of course. Plenty of players qualified for this event over on GG. And a lot more even played the day one and a day two over there on GG, Henry. In fact, I believe it's 90 players
That would be worth
who've already
for the,
made it through the day three, which is where the money's going to start.
Like just have like an extra, like a bonus
So they're
thing.
here.
People might just like, hey,
Homework already done.
I'm serious for marketing.
Weekend to enjoy. You know the vibe. Were you a get the homework done early kind of guy, or were you a
5-minute video explaining how to play this game.
last minute?
Like the strategy.
It
Come up with a good
shifted.
excuse.
It shifted.
Well,
That's
there's
a
no
bit
strategy.
of
The
a...
strategy is you get a bill and see what you have.
Oh, I don't know how to play.
So there is no strategy.
Oh, okay.
But you like you squeeze and then say I make a pair.
Oh, you're not
I
bet-
squeeze and then you squeeze until you're ahead. Then
You
I
can make a
squeeze.
game out of
not
that.
raising
Like
your
you could
betting.
bet. Like you could look at the first
No
three
strategy.
numbers and then bet.
Then I'll become a fish. You know, I like
It's
it when
just
you
the way to
squeeze it and then you win. Like if I'm allowed to do some betting, I could get in trouble.
You could make a game like that though.
You can make a simple bluffing.
It
game.
could be like,
Like,
if
say you
you either
squeeze it.
concede or you don't. Everybody squeezes
Yeah,
two,
exactly.
and then we put in
Yeah,
a dollar.
you can fold or
Squeeze
raise.
again.
Of course, yeah.
Have a round of betting. Sort of like Indian poker, in a way.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
But it'd be very easy for people to cheat.
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, I accidentally saw all my numbers.
No. You would all have to put your bills in a pile, and then everyone gets one randomly. So you can memorize your own bill, but then you don't know the other bills.
But no, he was saying if you do the peeling, if you're doing one number at a time and then betting.
Yeah, it'd be very
You
hard
could
to like,
easily
tell somebody to like flip the thing up. Okay, then cover
yeah.
it. You know, it'd be like
Yeah, just play the game in good
it would have to
company.
be.
Let's
like,
just
you'd
see
have
who
to,
wins the
Play
flip.
with your kids and you'll be okay.
You have to put a sticker on it or something.
Oh, well, I don't even know if that would work.
You're just
Then
trying to make a poker hand.
No phone to
Yeah,
dinner.
yeah,
You flip with the bill, right?
Yeah.
You need a...
No technology.
You're just trying to make a poker hand with the numbers.
Yeah.
You'll make some kind of hand, but sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
Is there letters or
right?
just number?
The letters are irrelevant.
Sounds like you just make two pair like a lot.
You make two pair a lot and straights a lot. Sometimes boats. Sometimes one.
Yeah, boat's got to be like a great hand.
Yeah. I've seen
Henry,
one.
you ever played serial number poker on
More
a
than you would think there'd be.
US banknote?
Yeah, with Rasty a couple of times. I like that one. That's a fun one.
My favorite's actually golf. You go along hole by hole, and each hole's your score. Each number's your score.
We did it on the bus back from the golf course with Neil. Do you remember?
For great bill poker.
I think we just did odd or even.
Some hustlers out there.
That was a
Oh
boring
wait, so
one.
what are you talking about?
So you've got like the 9 numbers on the serial number.
Sure.
And you just go number by number, and
Nasty hustle.
obviously the lower number, you get a 1 means you got a hole in 1. A 2 is a 2, so you got a lower number, number by number, and you play it hole by hole across the banknote. Really
Okay.
drag it out, you know.
Oh, you guys are sick. That's impressive, even by my standards. I mean,
Yeah, if you get hold of a banknote that's got a whole load of 1s on it, keep hold of it.
yeah.
It can be worth a lot. Salter's 3s are worth more than you might imagine here on this Jack 10 board. Even better.
Everyone's got a little piece. I mean, Doma with a 4, non-heart, make a straight. Stakeless with a gut shot. I like the bet. In theory, I can see it's not going to work, but if he can follow through on
I made 2 straights
Brick
in the first 2
Rivers.
games of this tournament. Nice. Lost a huge pot.
Oh. That's how it goes. You played poker before.
Yeah, I've done it before.
A couple of people shocked that this is a 50 mil guaranteed. I don't know why you're all shocked. And Salter has got his eyes on the lion's share of that prize pool. It'd be more than 5 million going to first. He's rivered a second nut flush. See if Stakeless continues trying to tell the story he started selling on the turn. I guess this is designed to just fold out ace highs like ace king, ace queen.
Impressively stoic here, Salter, with that posture. I'm beaming at that neck, Henry. There's a lot of it, trying to get a read, but walks into it facing this 25k bet, just desperately hoping Stiglitz isn't bluffing here. Certainly plenty of hot combos he may have fired turn with. Looking for the cold deck.
So close.
Stiglitz getting pieced up in a couple of spots.
I'm trying to figure out if it's going to be a better feeling to look at the phone or take a piss. It's got to be close. I texted you.
It's a flip, that is.
You can do both at the same time.
Yeah.
Save it, save it.
Go sit on the toilet.
Why would you want to waste the feelings at both at the same time? You won't get the full effect of both.
It might be a double.
I think you
But
want
imagine
one
like-
and the other.
It might be like a
These guys
compounding.
need
Imagine
help.
the euphoria of taking a piss and looking at your phone at the same time.
I might stall this hand just to make sure it's the last one.
Yeah, we are coming up towards that second break,
I've never
Henry.
stalled in poker in my life,
Fresh
so
feature
I'll
tables
start now.
will be afoot.
First time for everything, man. Oh. I might try this little piss text thing you got going on.
Do it.
We really are drawing dead as a community, aren't we?
Listening and texting on together.
Outside of poker, that is.
Yeah.
And Henry, I do gather that Tony Parker's table is going to be making a reappearance back at our feature.
There we go.
So those who missed the opening frame will get a chance to see him in action. Very talkative table he had there. A lot of French speakers at the table as well. Quite curious.
The French Canadians flying down. That was a fun table as well because you just had Elliot, Hudon bossing it up. Jay Little. 3-bet with the hooks. Should get through. I say get through. He would happily entertain some action. What's Salter thinking of? Maybe coming with the 4?
Yeah, not done with this one just yet, it seems.
Hijack open. Or is there just some stalling to make it to that break that they were all talking about?
No.
He's reaching.
Green chip incoming. How small are those jacks now, Phil Henry?
Oh, Jay Little's not thrilled about it. Starting the hand, what, 80 big blinds deep. Playing the hand out position. Sicko.
Wow.
Just double check the numbers.
You don't mind hearing that in little shoes.
I'll tell you what, I've been impressed by Jonathan so far today. He's found some really good spots. That raise earlier with the 6-5 was pretty gangster.
Oh, yeah. That was a fun one.
Now just running it with the jacks, 5-bet shipping it in. Not scared money, that man. Nice little pick up there to send him on his way into the second break of the day. There's the chip counts at the Reef table and the Lagoon table. Glance obviously playing that monster stack byproduct of Elton Sang. Just ripping it in his face when he held Ace-King. So Sia Jiang doing well over on the Reef as we welcome you back to the break desk. James Dempsey alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Really chatty kind of, you said it perfectly actually, like home game vibe almost. And this is a 25k buy-in. And I think that's what we can kind of anticipate the next few days, right? As people are in paradise, we're at the Atlantis, it's the Bahamas, the beach, the sangrias, you know, the poker. I think we're going to see this.
It wasn't just the chat, though, that felt like a home game. A lot of the play, no disrespect to the players, but a lot of the play felt very home gamey. People are blasting. They're trying to build stacks here on day 1B. They know they can re-enter. They know they want to get a big stack in this tournament, one of the biggest tournaments of the year, and it's given us a great show so far.
There's so much EV in building up a stack, as you said, going into day 2, just being able to leverage the fact that money comes into play at the start of day 3. So not surprised to see this kind of play style. And yeah, it's made for some very entertaining poker so far. I'm going to be stepping out. Believe Randy Lou's going to be jumping in.
Randy's jumping in for you. Ali's jumping in for me.
There we go.
It's all
Okay,
change.
so fresh shift change, but continuing coverage in a few moments' time. Don't go too far, because when we return, we have, well, what, 6 more levels of play today. So enjoy the show.
All in. Call.
See how these guys adjust, because they're going to adjust. And I think from an entertainment point of view, it's fantastic, but also from an educational point of view, if you're at home trying to improve your game, maybe you've struggled adjusting against players that are perhaps less experienced, and you can just get the notebook out, get the pen and paper out, take note on how some of these world-class players navigate these fields from day 1, level 1.
And Davies at it again. Ken's flicking in the call from the hijack.
That's a bit against the 2.5x. I don't like that.
Oh, Stackless with 6-3-0 in the big. Wants to have a look. Won't like what he sees. Davies with a, well, about as good as it gets.
I think this is one of the points that we're just trying to make. Right here, right now. Like 2.5x open, 100 plus big blinds deep. 6-3-0 just hits the muck, man. I mean,
in my mind, if I'm in that seat, I'm also going to fold even tighter against Seth Davies, right? There's some spots in this tournament I might call a little wider against. He's not one of them.
Call.
Cans with that bottom pair and gut shot. Making a call.
60k out there. The SPR is pretty dicey for Cans.
Davies turning gin with that flush. Second nuts.
I'd like to see 2 more people register for this satellite here in 2.
Does he ever just sort of send this over to his man?
Yeah, extend the rope, the invitation.
I mean, there's going to be some genuine concern. Of course, the Ace of Clubs is a plausible card that would call the flop. And he's going to go route 1.
Looks like Seth's just going to go bet here.
Again, Henry, of course, these guys new to us on the feature, but they've been playing for 2 hours out there in the field. There will be some baseline, some data has been crunched.
Let's it go.
Shark Davies.
Yep.
On a tear. But yeah, no excuses. I know there's some people back home in England, Henry, who are keeping an eye on the numbers. The overlay hunters. They're waiting.
Those are the guys that go to Waitrose at like 6 o'clock, closing time 6:30. They're looking for those orange tags.
When was the last time you were in a Waitrose?
A long time ago, mate. I haven't been to one in a long time. I'm not that rich, mate. We were more Asda kind
man.
of family.
Yeah.
Asda and Lidl.
There we go.
Love that.
Ken's peeling the 3-bet. A bit more understandable with this one, but that stack is getting rather shallow. Jack 10 suited needs some help. And finds about as good as you can get on that 9-8 deuce, Henry.
Let's go, Cairns. Open-ended straight flush draw. Look at this, equity-wise.
Oh, don't do it. Find the check. Looks like he is just going to lead. And this is, if he does, this is just pretty grim for Glance, right? He's seen this guy in basically every hand. Obviously, we think with the cold 4-bet not long ago, or at least the big 3-bet played a pot against him. We picked it up on the flop. Now with this hand facing that lead, and especially the king of diamonds.
I'm curious at this SPR if jamming for Glance is just a thing, you know.
Well, it's curious for now. Has the best hand, although obviously not the best equity. Brick on the turn.
Oh, surely not. Is this one of those just too many outs? Any queen, jack, 10, 7, diamond?
Henry, a jam here. I mean, Glance surely can't call. Oh, he does just check it over.
Behave.
Oh, what is this? This is just sets him in.
Glance, you bully. I love it. Absolutely love it.
I mean, Cairns just surely, Henry, obviously perhaps we would have preferred just to follow up with a jam on the turn, but it has to be too much hand to think about folding.
Yeah, I agree. Looks like he agrees with you. Cards on their backs. Matt.
What a genius Matt Glance is, by the way. He's managed to get this in on the turn with ace-high, having the best of it.
He's given it a little nod of approval, kind of like he seemed to know where he was at. He was up against some kind of combo draw. See if he can hold. Dan's looking for a queen, jack, 10, 7, or a diamond to stay alive. Doesn't find it. Ace, king. Scoops that one. And the boxer.
KO'd.
Yeah. Out of there. Level 3.
Yeah, that was a grim one. Obviously, we saw him in a number of skirmishes there at the start of this frame. Some maybe a little more liberal than others, but every time he kind of had just the wrong side of it. And here he is, flopping the open-ended straight flush draw. Every reason to think he's going to win that one.
Playing some tournaments, honestly. Yeah, it's really bad, honestly, because I could see other people doing it too. For sure. People you want way more than me in the tournament.
It's a good point. Obviously.
Sorry, I missed that. Go on.
It's a balance we have to strike. Obviously, as you mentioned, no phones allowed at the table, but Glance has got some positions he wants to go check on, and he's saying...
It's like Ali in the booth, you know?
But ultimately, of course, that does start to become a little bit restrictive on some players, and some players may elect
yesterday on the 100K final
not to
table
play
they were allowed, right?
some tournaments on that basis. But it's a balance we have to strike, right?
45? You can't wear headphones here, right? But you can wear an Apple Watch?
I'm trying to see.
No, you can't wear an Apple Watch. No?
They said you could play
no Apple
GG
Watches
on your phone,
allowed.
though. So I'm not really sure what they want us to do with that if I'm in the middle of a tournament on GG and I come up here.
Did they really say that? You play?
That's what they said the first day here. Because I'm like, this is crazy.
Glance. Big slick facing that open Davies. 3-bet from Elton on his first hand, I believe.
Yeah, I just have
Put it as my wallpaper.
Remember that when you were a kid? There was
I'm not going to get
there was
involved.
like a game that, like, if you were playing computer
Get myself
games, you could
in
like
trouble.
hit a button and it would just like pop up some fake schoolwork real quick.
I didn't
That's conversation.
There was those.
Sounds right though.
When I was in like high school, there was that. I think it was the site Addicting Games. It was just like a bunch of simple games. You play all kinds of. But you could just like hit this kill button and you just pull up like a spreadsheet. Or
Don't do it, Sang.
he's like, really? You gonna come here and do this stuff to me?
This is your first hand dealt?
Second.
Well, it's not first then.
Elton might just run this, you know. Like, these guys seem to want to build big stacks. Ace Jack O feels like a bit of a torch. There we go. Told you.
Gotta love it. Elton.
There it is, man.
Just registered. Sits down. Wants to run it. For all 500. Let's go. Gamble, gamble. Well, he gives his name at Starbucks as E.T. He's going to be phoning home.
Unless he can find some hearts or a jack.
Okay.
It's gone from 3 to 4 outs.
Does he look bothered, Henry?
Give him a jack one time.
You have me covered, right?
You have me covered as he's just sat down with the strike stack. The guy on his left got heaps. That guy being Matt Glantz up to 1.3 million. Courtesy of that. Well,
yeah, I had no idea.
somewhat of a gift from Elton. I mean, a gift slash spin. Elton
I
obviously
never
here
watched
just to
poker,
try and
but
build
I
a
know
stack
the
quickly.
name. Yeah. Does he own the Triton or something?
I don't think he's an owner of Triton. But he's
How do I know that name?
He's like one of those guys. He's not an owner, but I could see why you'd think he was.
Yeah.
At least, I mean, actually, he might be. I don't know for sure. But
So we can.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the $25,000 GG Poker Super Main, part of WSOP Paradise. The reason that the bulk of poker has descended upon the Atlantis Resort. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu here at the desk now, relieving producer James Dempsey, who is moonlighting at the desk along with Henry Kilbane. Let's just get our bearings, shall we, Randy, in terms of what the current situation is. Philip McGill, rumored to be the chip leader here on day 1B, 1.6 million in front of him. Fedor Holtz up there as well. And as you get a look at the names in the top 10, perhaps no surprise with respect to the upper crust. I'm going to pass this tablet over to you, Randy. Just take a look at what I got on my screen. There are some very familiar names up there.
We got Alexei Boyka. He's played some high binds around as well. Eric Wasserson, Matt Glantz, Alejandro Lococo, Byron Coverman, Sean Winter, Thomas Muehlacher. How come I know every single one of these names?
Because they're upper crust, my friend, and they find themselves at the top of the leaderboard. Nice pass there, Randy. Appreciate that. Lococo, of course, coming off of that $12 million+ win in the Triton Million Invitational. Just astounding. Had a chance to visit with him briefly in the hallways as he was conducting a little bit of business, maybe doing some interviews, given that he is definitely a poker celeb of the highest order in the moment right now. But, of course, one of 5 day ones is what we've got on our hands here today, Randy. And if you don't manage to find the bag at the end of day 1B, you still have 3 more opportunities to plunk in $25K and get in there. Or, as those on day 1A who busted were fortunate enough to receive a free roll into a 1K Sadie to hop back in.
Oh, I did not know about that.
Yeah.
That's cool. I'm definitely playing that satellite first before I hop straight into it. Extra little value, you know?
And I'm definitely having trouble hearing you. Is your mic like inordinately far away?
Hold on.
Right now? Is
this
it just
better?
me,
Is this
Randy?
better?
What's going on out
What did
there?
producer James do?
Yes, much better. Now I feel the full-throated Randy Liu back with us here. Just about 30 seconds from getting you back into the action. Tony Parker has been splashing around. Last year it was Sergio Aguero, the famous Argentine footballer. Some celebrities tend to work their way down here to Atlantis to rumble in these streets. Obviously not a tough sell with respect to coming out here. And you went into the pool despite the typhoon conditions outside?
You know, the lazy river, how can I resist? And I tried to get out of the tube and I went full plunge.
Randy's dismount, part of the program that he may need to work on a little bit as we get back to the program. Super main event day 1B from right here at Atlantis, Paradise Island. The backdrop, it really is like winter camp down here right now. So many familiar faces who you've bumped heads with at card rooms or on circuits around the world. Well, looks like that gentleman back there may be light on REM sleep. Head firmly planted in the crossed arms. You know, it's a grind. There's no doubt about that.
And does he have João Vieira to his left?
Yeah, that makes things even more difficult. For a second, I thought it was Eric Seidel. Is that Seidel?
I think it is Seidel.
It might be. The cyborg with the little snooze.
He's got jet lag from what, New York? Vegas?
It's
I
the
don't know.
same time zone if it's New York. He does split his time between New York and Vegas. Caught a glimpse there of Alex Foxen. Looks like he's tired of cracking skulls, as he has made 2 final tables here and hoisted the trophy in the 100K Triton main, which preceded this event, overlapping with Day 1A action. There's a former featured table. Jamie Gold, Roland Rakita, Orpin Kisachoglu, all there. Jamie looks like he's in a good mood as per usual.
Yeah, I would love to see Jamie go do some more magnificent bluffs.
I'll tell you what, Jamie's speech play, something that we don't really get to revel in all that often these days. Top tier pros kind of tend to be quiet about their business. Not a quiet piece of headwear on that gentleman there. That was a 15-gallon hat, if I had to guess. Big uni right there, foraging. And there's a look at the Lagoon and the Reef tables. Felipe Boyanovsky with Tony Parker. We had them at the feature at the top of the show. Parker, 540,000, has bounced off the low point. Boyanovsky, 705,000 in front of Elliot Houdon, who was chip leading at this table earlier. There's Byron Coverman, one of the top 10 stacks in the field, 146 bigs deep over at that other feature, as we dive right on in.
Got some strong players at this table, Timothy Adams and Lucas Greenwood.
Who I called Sam for the whole first frame without having any corrections offered by Henry Kilbane. Apologies to Lucas. He's taken no prisoners with 64,000. Deployed 8 bigs, sub 10, looking for the spin.
Much is that?
64.
Really?
Asking for a count here.
You could be
I feel like
interested in
I'm
face
free
9.
rolling because either I win or I get to say Tony Parker who knocked me out.
Let's do it. Go.
Okay. No,
Uh-oh.
I didn't want you to
Good
call.
call.
Lucas.
I thought you wanted a call with that speech. I was like,
Claimed free roll.
Hey, Jack 10 is not bad, though.
No, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
not
2
bad.
live cards.
The coin flip.
you should have said.
I was just being
At least you
honest.
got some outs.
I
You got
was
some
being
outs.
honest.
You got
I'm
some outs.
balancing my range, you know?
That coin's a little bit heavier
Just
on Tony's
give us
side.
a sweat. Like an ace in the window will be so boring.
140 in the middle. Greenwood asking for a sweat, and he finds a jack for the lead.
Sweaty enough.
I mean, so far so good.
Stays there on the turn. Just needs to fade the needle,
Okay.
which he does. 3 jacks for good measure.
Not good.
Sometimes you shoot and you miss, right?
Was that a basketball analogy? Randy,
tried,
that
I
you
tried.
Just reached into the barrel for. Well
He doesn't
done,
have
my friend.
100%, you know, accuracy.
Now, I don't know whether or not you overheard Henry at the top of the show proposing a prop bet whereby Tony Parker gets to shoot 10 3-pointers. And then we, meaning you and I, get to shoot 100 3-pointers. And then we have to see who makes more. I said I like Tony's side,
I like
Randy.
Tony's side,
I
too.
also said I would only give you one opportunity to shoot a single shot, just so technically we adhere to the terms of the bet. You can make a much safer bet by heading over to GG Poker, the world's largest online poker room, and signing up for a new account using promo code PARADISE2024, as that code has been updated. Minimum deposit of $20 will get you a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. Head on over to GG Poker today and sign up.
But it's noteworthy. I agree.
Probably a whole day.
He's queen for Batil. Should kick things off.
Of course, in the hijack,
17.
healthy stack. 17 to go.
Call.
Ace-8 suited. Parker a customer. Out of the small. Pocket 8s now for Houdon. Now he likes to play big pots, and in particular when Tony's involved, we've seen him really force the action. Not on this occasion, though, as we're a little bit deeper into the docket. 4, 8, and 8. 20K in orbit, the price of poker. His flat yields second pair effective on the Jack 7-6 board, more than we can say for the opposition.
Yeah, ace, queen, 2 overs to the board. Getting 2 callers, though, it is very difficult to see bet this board texture. Although there are cards that you would multi-barrel, such as like the king or 10, which would give him a gut shot. Playing cautious from small blind flat.
King on the turn after a round of checks.
Like that Parker is attacking here. He's picked up the nut flush draw. He knows he has clean outs. His opponents have shown weakness on the flop. Why not?
Peppermint tea.
Green tea. Post on it?
Approved. Approved.
Yeah. I took the same thing yesterday.
20K out of Parker. Did shed the 8s, but not the ace-queen high, which is performing well. The nut flush draw does not come to fruition, nor does that Broadway gutty. And let's see whether or not Tony's got bluff on his mind. He sure does, and he barrels just 20K.
Man, this is weird because it kind of feels like you're getting milked and you just have ace-queen high, but then the price is so good to keep missed draws honest.
It's also made strange by the fact that you know Tony is not a professional poker player, so you know his sizings aren't necessarily chosen in line with what you would anticipate, and so you can't necessarily tie it to sort of hand range.
That's true. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean that Parker is the type to only bet a king. He could be betting a jack in this manner, just thinking his hand is good. But Till, he's thinking, let me represent a big king. Like ace king with a raise to 105,000.
And credit to Batil, by the way, he doesn't want to simply click call and get shown something raggy, so he is going to lean on Parker. That 4 of diamonds, not a card that rates to help Batil, but irrelevant as he muscles his way with the best hand into the pot.
A really nice play from Batil. I think the small adjustment I would like to have seen Parker do was just make it a little bit bigger on the river where your opponent is less likely to make a move against you.
Mm-hmm. And that's where Parker, you know, if he goes back into the lab and sort of re-examines things, provided that he makes it over to day 2, maybe somebody steps up to offer some tutelage, he'll
Thank you.
be able to recognize that a bigger sizing there would have prevented him from being raised.
All right, we are back out here in the field, the WSOP Super Main. It is day 1B, more than 200 entries so far. No good luck interview for Kristen Voxon just yet. How about with Dylan Lindy? Dylan, stand up for me for a quick sec. I'll make sure you don't miss a hand. I feel like over the last couple years, you've really made that transition into No Limit Hold'em high rollers. What would you say has been the biggest challenge for you entering those kinds of fields?
Well, besides the stress of playing for extra large buy-ins, I mean, there's like you have to play against a super high caliber of players, and then you also have to mix that with playing against some players who really don't care about the stakes. And I think that that mixture is very difficult to transition to.
What's the mixture like here in a big field main event like this?
Oh, this is much more what I'm used to playing, like tournaments and big main events in Vegas, where you get kind of every gradation of player from the super casual to the super pro. So this is very adaptive, and you're not playing against just like the two extremes. It's not as polar.
I'm going to send you back to the action so you don't miss a hand. Appreciate the time as always. Thank you, Dylan. All right, guys, let's send it back to you.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Dylan, for giving us a moment of your time. Meanwhile, we pick one up in progress where a pair of 8s for Adams has checked it over to the gut shot straight draw of Boyanovsky, who presumably was the opener under the gun +1. Adams with a defense.
So both players start this hand with a lot of chips. Could change how he approaches. More likely c-bet with deeper stacks because you don't really get blown off your equity. You can just bet call, draw 2 of nuts, looking for the 9. Half pot. Actually, that's full pot, isn't it? And that makes it very uncomfortable for Adams. You know, he's got middle pair, strong kicker, but when someone puts full pot out there, kind of worried about turns and rivers if hard to play unimproved. Doesn't surprise me, and lays it down, realizing that the future of the hand unimproved is just so difficult to navigate.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that, Randy. You know, more so I would say of late than before. I don't know if it's simply me paying attention to it or more opportunities that the deck has given us to observe that particular movement.
No, I think you're right. We definitely have noticed it happening more, especially from like bottom pairs without good backdoors. The thing is, with deep stack poker, it's not just flop and we get in on turns. It's flop, turn, and river with potential raises, and you need to think about how different board turns and rivers kind of change how you approach, and is it worth getting involved at every single moment?
Yeah, you kind of pick your battles, and of course for Elliot Houdon, this is a battle he's ready for with pocket queens. $16,000, a min raise on the button. Adams with Jack 10. Flat from Tim. Greenwood likes the math.
Likes the math, also playing a very short stack. 56K in the middle.
Three-way affair. Top pair for Greenwood. An excuse to get himself into trouble against the queens.
Greenwood might even just lead this flop. Just because the pre-flop raiser checks back at a very high frequency against two players on a very connected board that hits the blinds more. Because he doesn't really want this one to just check through and a random overcard just kills his hand.
Choosing the lead. This texture really allows him to do that as the flatter from the big. All manner of holdings for Houdon kind of need to respect the fact that on balance, Greenwood could show up with a lot of hand in a spot such as this, so you don't want to necessarily go blasting with these two queens. Coordinated texture.
If Greenwood was deeper, he certainly would be flatting. There is definitely merit to raising just because Greenwood only has 100K behind, which is about 12 big blinds or so. So it's not the end of the world if you get in against that.
40. Right, 40,000.
Houdon does say 40,000. Unwilling to put on the cuffs. Now what's Greenwood gonna do?
It's a pretty tough spot now. He's open to action and he's gotten raised. Now this pot is pretty inflated, but he has top pair for 9 kicker. Houdon shouldn't be just outright bluffing too often here. Even if he had a hand like ace-7 open in a straight draw, these hands don't tend to raise. They tend to just call. So I would feel that Houdon's got a made hand at this point. But he's getting a pretty good price still, 24K more, 20% equity with 2 cards to go.
For Greenwood with only 100K back though, Randy, this decision is a very big one.
Yeah, so he's hoping to hit his hand, of course. And there are turn cards that kind of freeze the action. He gets a free river card like 3s and 7s. And 5 is not one of those freezing cards, given how deep they are at the moment.
Greenwood checking.
No reason for the queens to play it slow. There's only 76K remaining, 136 in the middle. You don't want to see a straight card come out.
Yeah, we're Just north of 0.5 SPR. Taking his time with it is Elliott. In comes a bet of 25,000, and things are starting to feel very milky.
Yeah, it's strange because you're probably never ahead. I would imagine if Hudon did have a semi-bluff, he would have just ripped it in on the turn. And I think I like Hudon's sizing here at 25k actually, because with the board pairing 5, if your opponent has 6x, their outs are reduced, right? A 9 doesn't give Greenwood the win anymore. He needs a 6. Maybe if that turn card didn't pair the board, that Hudon is more likely to just shove it in. But you can see the differences in sizing based on what particular turn card drops. The price is just too good, though, for Greenwood, I would think, from his point of view. Because he might be thinking, just in case I'm up against a very similar hand, this is awful, like 6-7.
So uncomfortable when you consider the significance of even a barrel of 25,000, which is a third of his remaining stack.
You can tell Greenwood knows he's not being bluffed in this spot, but he's being asked for 25k more. You also got to think about if he goes with 25k now, he has 50k remaining. He's just going to shove it in and, wow, 4% equity.
So Greenwood decides to utilize what he thinks might be some sliver of fold equity by check jamming. And of course, Hudon was always prepared, as he did not deploy it across a single street. And you see Greenwood reaching for the mic. 9 doesn't do the trick. It's just a 6 that spares him. And instead, it's a 3. GG's issued. And that'll do it for Lucas Greenwood, dispatched by Hudon. Good news, there's 3 more day ones if you got an appetite.
He's got an appetite.
Queen Jack, Dvorak showing his hunger. With 2 overs and the gut shot straight draw, he was the pre-flop raiser, picked up both blinds here.
Set of 4s. Loves this. Opening with a check raise from the small blind.
Not going to waste any time is Kunze.
It's a bit scary, though, because your opponent flatted from the small blind check raises you on a board with 3 number cards like this. It's very plausible that Kunze has a set. It's probably not check raising 10x unless it's like ace 10. Clean draw to the straight. Although I suppose one of those 9s does bring a heart, but he has a heart in hand. Oh, he hit it?
My goodness, this is stone cold savagery on the turn as Dvorak peels and finds Jin. Disaster for the set of 4s. Drawing live, of course, to a board pair with 212 in the middle. The covered stack, 307 behind. Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's going to bet pretty big, too, because of the 2 flush draws out there. 3 to a straight. Needs a charge. Hoping to get it in. He's going to be shown the bad news. Especially if he bets pretty big, I imagine Dvorak is just going to jam.
85,000, the sizing. Sub half pot.
Sure, Dvorak has so much hand, but I'm leaning towards him just raising, getting in now for his opponent to check raise this flop and still bet means he's got something worthy of continuing, whether it be a big combo draw, which he wants to charge against, or it's a set that he just wants to stack now before like a jack, queen, or 7 comes.
Yeah, it's that board texture in particular that lends itself to Dvorak asking for it all. And of course, Kunze can't fold. Calls, drawing live, but drawing, as opposed to being in the lead like he was on the flop. Needs a 10-9-8 or the final 4 in the deck for this 826 to direct itself back toward his seat, which will be quickly unoccupied if anything else falls on the river. And that 5's not going to do it.
Seat open.
Randy, you got to wait, man. You can't do it until the, you know what I mean? Like, show some respect for the fallen comrade.
He's fallen into the coral reef.
Yeah. Getting roughed up in the wash. And that's the high seas of Dan Dvorak that tumble right through Kunz. The show just goes on, man. That's the thing about these spots. There's just no mercy. Yeah, bad beat, gut shot. Good night.
Good night, and see you tomorrow in day 1C. Unless you're...
Not without 25K, you won't.
Come on, you know he brought another 25K.
I don't know that, Randy. You know?
Oh.
Just, it adds up quick out there.
It
You play
does.
all 5 of them, you're playing 125K super main.
Yeah, you're playing a high roller. Everyone's playing a 25K.
Exactly. Not that 25K is a low roller. In fact, I remember the first time a 25K poker tournament was announced, everybody just marveled at the stratospheric nature of people playing for that sum. And now, when you consider the inception of the Triton Super High Roller Series and obviously high roller events worldwide, since then, many of which leach into the 6-figure territory, it doesn't feel quite as impressive as it once did. But when you guarantee $50 million as GG Poker have, the impression is indelible. Meanwhile, Coverman finds a pair of 4s here to inch in front of Mr. Milonas. A-side checks it over.
Looks like it should be just taking it down here and now. 16,000. If Milonas had the ace of diamonds, I would expect him to continue, but here, not much backdoor prospects. No, it's the shake of your head like you hate this flop and check call. No, it's check raise. Did you see him shake his head left and right? Was it just me?
No, I saw the same thing you did. It just didn't match up with the check raised to 50,000, Randy. And let's see whether or not Coverman makes something of these mixed messages, normally reserved for the chat feature on Hinge or Bumble. And yet here we are.
Undeterred, he makes the call.
Jack on the turn, and now let's see whether or not that key second barrel is within Milonas. If you're willing to check raise there, you can't expect guys like Coverman to just concede with high frequency. They want to see what's what in position.
This is amazing.
And I'll tell you what, that is no easy feat. Pushing a man like Byron Coverman off the best hand, which is exactly what Milonas has done.
Well deserved.
And you know, lines like that, it's the kind of thing that we're not accustomed to bearing witness to during the bulk of our work in the booth. Randy, just given it surrounds the very incestuous and small community that is ultra high stakes tournament poker, like that which we covered over the prior 6 days, rather, 3 days of the main and then 3 days before it of the Triton Million. And I think it makes things neat because you realize that by and large, MTTs are filled with players that are going to do things like this to us. And they require kind of a different approach as a result because you're not all speaking the same language out there.
Exactly. And you heard Dylan Lindy say, you know, there's a wide variety of players that show up to a big main event like this with $50 million guaranteed. And, you know, they all have their own strategy. It works. You know, they're plunking in $25K to play. No chump change. I'm here for it.
I'm with you, partner. As Devoris explores the merits of the suited one-gapper from under the gun, deep stack, early day one poker on display. Coverman also likes the suited connector. You know, these are the types of hands that perform well and allow you to issue some bad beats and win some big pots. Herman, 4-5, turning into a gutter on this 9-7-3 board. Open ender for Devoris, the antagonist. He does not follow through. Coverman was second pair now and 2 checks in front of him.
So much interference with these 3 hands. Herman, like imagine he finds a 6. Divorce makes a better straight. Coverman with blocker to the 6. Do check around, and the king kind of spoils things a bit.
Does not help anyone.
I would say this card is most advantageous to Divorce because not only does he have the best kind of like draw, open-end straight draw, he raised from UTG, so he has a lot of King X that doesn't want to see bet this board. You know, Ace King, King Queen, King Jacks. So he can credibly rep this board right now.
$22K from Devoris. Obviously, King X could very much be a part of the line here for him. Early position open, check that board texture on the flop, and then activate here on the turn.
This is a pretty tough call, even though it's the best hand for the pair of 7s. Man, everyone is here to play, aren't they? Here we go, Coverman.
Hangs in there with the 7.
Good read.
Now Devoris finds an 8 on the river for the best hand, Randy.
It's showdown value. Everything going Divorce's way, and Coverman's got enough showdown value where he won't need to turn the 7 into a bluff. It's just so much fortune for Divorce at the moment. Coverman still beats like Queen 10, Queen Jack. That probably would take this line.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to hunt value here. He should be content to simply check back, right?
Agree. Value would be super thin. It's more so if he's betting, he's turning himself into a bluff.
But what are we targeting in that situation?
Nothing. Because you beat a lot of hands already, so no point to bet.
Byron agrees, and you see the disappointment as he gets shown that 8, realizing the call on the turn was correct. It was the non-compliant river that was not.
It almost makes me a little extra angry when I make a nice call and then they get there.
You know, Randy, I confess, in all the time that you and I have worked together, I don't think I've ever seen you angry.
Put me behind a computer with some mice and then look around. There's a lot of other dead mice around.
The Orkin man over here. I think I've heard you angry over the phone. I remember we were over the phone and you were a little bit upset about something, but not even like mad. You know what I mean? Like it was just kind of, you could tell you were upset.
I'm a nice guy, Randy. You want to fight later?
No, but we did famously tap into your alter ego on the Triton Instagram account at one point in time. A-hole Randy, as we like to christen him. It was all made up, though. Randy really is a nice guy.
Yeah, it was made up. You're right.
Until you're playing him in a massive pot on the river, and he takes 3 barrels and then windmills the bluff in your face. No, you always have it, right?
I always have it. Yeah, I always have it.
Knight's got ace-5 suited. I don't know if that qualifies as it, but it definitely is a hand that the solvers like. Pocket 4s haven't done so hot in recent memory. Herman will try them on for size. DeVoris likes the math. And he'll take his 1 million chip stack and hop in there. Dominated on that 5. Swing and a miss for all parties on a Jack 7-3 board where the 4s are still in front.
So Knight raised in the cutoff. You would see much more C-bets from him into 2 players if there was a club on board for backdoors. Now he does check it back. 4s are still best.
Not a bad card for those 4s.
Not bad at all. It's a little tempting to bet to shed equity. Then again, you know, a better hand never folds.
Another round of knuckles, and the queen is safe for Herman.
The 4s doesn't need to turn itself into a bluff. That will definitely go into the checking range. If it does get over to Knight, he still has ace high, might be able to win that way. I'm curious to see if DeVoris tries to represent something because his opponents has shown a lot of weakness, but he instantly checks.
So this one plays out uneventfully post-flop as Knight never felt the need to barrel, or desire for that matter. And the 4s are able to roll it over for the W.
Thank you.
Do want to remind those of you who are streaming this $50 million guaranteed 25K Super Main Event Day 1B to hit us up in the YouTube chat. Randy and I both keeping an eye on things as we give you a look at the state of affairs across the Lagoon and Reef featured tables, where the chip leaders are comfortably ensconced up at the top. Patikio, the shorty at the Lagoon table with 40 bigs. Tony Parker in that neighborhood as well. Krasimir Nechev of Bulgaria, sub 30 blinds beneath 3 Americans, one of whom is Jeffrey Hakeem, who picked up a bracelet already here in the Bahamas. He had to square off 3-handed against a couple, an actual item. Yeah, that could be a little bit dicey. You're like, hey, no footsie. Okay, no signals.
18.
No, you know, look at me.
Which event was that?
Don't make it weird. What was that, Producer James? The mini main.
Oh, I thought it would have been funny if it was the dealer's choice and they just keep picking the same game. You know?
Yeah, the newlywed game. He's like, guys, I'm drawing dead. Pocket jacks for Coverman. He made it 18,000. Milonis with ace king suited, speaking up.
Coverman is playing effectively 60 big blinds his hand because of Milonis' stack. I think it's kind of too deep to 4-bet jacks in this spot. Like this call, navigate accordingly. You're out of position. Oh, nice flop, and that other card to join it with it. The ace is going to be trouble for Milonis.
Uh-oh. Top pair, top kicker has the action checked over from middle set. And boy, Coverman's going to get his pound of flesh, isn't he? After that check raise and barrel that moved him off of the pair.
There's definitely a decision on whether to raise now or just check call course, you kind of want to keep bluffs in there, but if you think Melonis has just got the goods to bet 50K once more, don't mind check raising as well. But you don't want to blow out like queens or kings, which would be a disaster, or a very weak ace. If you're out of position, you're more likely to check raise. In position, you would always flat this texture, just because you can't
135.
close the action on the turn.
I mean, all the Broadway combos, spade combos, ace X's could be lurking. And as a result, Converman says, let's slather another 85 on top of this 50.
Coverman isn't supposed to raise worse aces in this spot, like ace queen, ace 10, ace 9. So I do like the call and react if maybe a spade drops. Maybe there's a way to get away from ace king.
Yeah, for the time being, escape is unavailable. As you see Melonis make the call, and now he's turned top 2 pair, Randy, to make matters worse, but at least he's drawing live.
At least he's drawing live. You're right about that, but there's no chance he doesn't lose all his chips here, especially because now he beats ace-jack, which is some of Coverman's check-raise value range.
$390 in the middle. Sub 1 SPR for Melonis. All of it requested, and you see him making the call. Shows the ace-king. At least, as we said, he draws live versus dead, which he was on the flop. But now, another one of these almost 1 million chip pots breaks out involving a set. Dvoris hit a gut shot against a set. To down it, can Melonis hit an ace or king to do the same? No.
Good game.
And the GGs are issued. Pretty brutal turn card there.
There's been so much carnage already this frame. The experienced pros just keep stacking.
I'll get used to that sight there, which is Byron Coverman taking one down. Now Ding Biao has joined things here. Another one of those Triton Super High Rollers. As Houdon's had his hands full to the left on the day. Greenwood's void being filled by Biao.
Okay, the standout moment last year at WSOP Paradise had to be Jeremy Dan pulling the $500,000 bounty here at the Atlantis. Let's talk to Jeremy right now. You can stand up for a quick sec for me, please. I'll make sure you don't miss any of the action. Okay, so last year...
It might be better if I miss the action. What's going on?
So last year we had that, the 500K. This year we have what?
Wow, this year I might give it all back. Hello.
A little trouble in paradise, as they would say.
Absolutely. I mean, we're 0 for 2, but we're going to do our best to go 0 for 5. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, sold the backers like 130%. So, like, just got to keep trying to get it in bad, you know, like be dignified. Cracked aces yesterday, which wasn't good, but we figured out a way to give it all away anyway. So, you know, we're working at it, but hopefully remain consistent and bust another 2 bullets today.
We really try to appreciate, or we really do appreciate you helping us get to that $50 million guarantee. That's basically what you came here to do, to just give back to WSOP Paradise, since we gave so much to you.
Pal, it's all about giving back. Hopefully our boy Nick over there binks the 50 right here. But yeah, no, we're gonna keep trying, you know. I mean, it's a lot of hard work, you know, to be able to bust so many times, pal. Pal, if I was... Let me stop.
Let's just send him back to the action.
I was going to say
before he
something
says
crazy.
Yeah, it's just safer if we just send him back and send it back to you guys.
Jeremy's saying he was going to say something crazy. You mean other than having sold 130% to the event and trying to blast off? If that man looked familiar, by the way, it's because last year here in the Bahamas, he had a clip that circulated poker Twitter and was incredible. He pulled a $500,000 bounty and then erupted. I mean, full on running through the room, hooting, hollering, and why wouldn't he? As that was an amazing
150?
mystery bounty pull there for him.
That's like his 10th watch like this.
Look, I like the guy. He was laughing, obviously trolling us, trolling Jeff Platt the whole interview. Yeah, he's still happy. You can tell.
He loves it. Know where he'd rather be. Having a lot of fun out here.
Okay.
Adams, party starting with King 10.
Damn.
Batil says, let's go. Computer hand, Queen 7. Turns into top pair against a gutter. Brisk check.
Taking a computer here. Top pair is good. Although Adam does have one over, got shot, betting initiative. The betting initiative isn't going to win it on the flop.
$35.
35K announces Adams as the follow through.
3/4 pot or so. Still top pair is top pair. A lot of the hands that kind of go very big from time to time do have some equity. So Batil needs to be very careful of like King Jack or 10 fall. Ace, not ideal.
Another check out of Batil after calling the C-bet. And maybe an excuse for Adams to continue to tell the tale.
It's a good card for Adams to multi-barrel. Ace overcards the board. He bet pretty big, so some of the ace-high backdoor flush draw hands won't be check calling. So you can discount the ace, improving his opponent to some degree.
85.
And it's very threatening when your opponent once again bets about 2/3 or 3/4 pot and you're just holding a queen and maybe one more barrel coming in.
You know, sometimes we do need to conquer the discomfort on these turns because it's not with 100% frequency that the barrels on the river do come. But Batil content to just be out of there. And credit to Tim Adams for finding that second barrel. Now for our man Jeremy Dan, finding a tied pen apparently might be what's on tap. I don't know if you caught what seemed like it might have been some coffee stains or perhaps some overexuberance down at the Poseidon Buffet earlier today that was
This has to go.
Look, if someone made a mess, I don't need to point it out.
No, to be fair, the chat was all over it, so I'm actually going to hold them accountable, and I'm just simply echoing their observations. Although, to be fair, the entirety of the interview, I was staring directly at it like a Rorschach test myself. Jeremy, by the way, a legend. Once upon a time, Nick Schulman snapped a picture of this man during the summer World Series and just kind of pointed out
watch as well.
that is a particularly degenerate amalgamation of carbon that comes together to form Jeremy Dan, and we're here for it. King Queen, Hines is here for it. He was getting smacked up early on the day by Elliot Houdon. Was really holding over him. He has steadied himself, still with sub $500,000 starting stack.
Yeah.
Looking for customers and not getting any here. They were after his pot of gold, Randy. Cheap joke. I know.
Yeah.
I know. I don't have much else.
There's going to be a lot of this, isn't it? This is a long event, isn't it?
What are you?
Just day 1B. When do we get to day 2 and 3 and 4 and just end this thing?
Wait, what do you think my corny joke clip is empty? I mean, I got a lot more where that came from, Randy.
I do get partnered with other commentators at some point, right?
That's up to producer James, who actually has the power. So if you'd like to grease the floor man, so to speak, make sure you get a seat at the right table. His palm is outstretched.
Two scumbags. Where's Henry at?
Is that check or step?
King 10 here for
yeah, it's
TP. Took a minute.
I like that he folded King 10 early position offsuit.
Mallards, as one Brent Hanks likes to refer to them. Actually covered this event with Brent last year, remotely from in Vegas.
Mallards for which hand? The deuces?
Ducks.
I don't know what a mallard is, to be honest.
Randy, look, I know you're no Steve Irwin, but I would have thought that maybe a little National Geographic was somewhere in the DVR. It's a species of duck. Generally, the one species everyone knows.
Are you serious? Everyone knows that.
Chat, back me up. Did anyone in the chat not know that mallards were ducks? I mean, truly, as much
You know
as
the only
we...
duck I know? Roast.
Peking.
Peking,
Yeah.
that's pretty good too.
Pocket nine's pretty good. Peticchio chewing on it in the small blind. Perhaps. Northbound? No. Just a flat.
Yeah, always tricky to get in like 45 big blinds with nines. Flatting seems fine. Brings in Hines, 8-6 off.
You know, as you said that, I thought about ketchup. Heinz. Which I hadn't up until that moment in time. 10-7-4. One pesky overcard to the nines, which are blocking the double gut shot
Clear
of Hines.
interference with those hands. Deuces is the pre-flop raiser. Let's suppose most boards aren't great for deuces if you don't flop a duck.
$17,000. The follow-through from Boyanovsky, and this is, dare I say, an unnecessary barrel, Randy?
Slightly ambitious because this board texture kind of hits the small blind and big blind. If you bet this flop of deuces, you should have a lot of intentions to bet turns and rivers just to kind of blast away. Got one check call. 8-6 is a candidate to actually check raise in the spot. You're in the big blind. You have two pairs that other players won't have.
You know, we've seen Hines activate in other spots, namely against Elliot Houdon earlier, as he had just had enough. Making it 55,000 here, dispatching the deuces. Peticchio, let's see whether or not on this rainbow texture he's going to get sticky. Having two nines in our hand is a little bad in terms of blocking a lot of those straight draws that we might expect make this move. So understandably, Peticchio bins the best hand. And nice from Hines.
Yeah, you're
one of
right.
his 57 varieties.
There's a low sodium, what, extra sugar maybe?
Extra sugar? You mean high fructose corn syrup?
Mixed with mustard, is that a flavor?
I actually, no, you know, there's some weird ones out
Name me
there.
some. Wasabi,
It's
is that
there's
one?
organic. I've seen a green one, like Chipotle. I don't really know. I mean, is it 57 recipes throughout time? I don't.
There really isn't 57 recipes, right? Or kinds. You made
Heinz
that up.
57. I don't really know. You've never.
Oh,
heard
is it
that?
called Heinz 57?
Yeah. There's actually, I think, one of the varieties. What the hell are we talking about? This is all my fault, isn't it? Ketchup.
Yeah, and all I said was his name, Heinz.
I know, but then I'm kind of hungry, and you know, these are really sort of lazy synapses that find connections that maybe wouldn't otherwise be there for the average person floating around in my cortex. Meanwhile, Ding connects with 16,000. Boyanovsky and Parker there as well. King, Queen, v Jack 9 and 2 5s pre-flop. $60K in the middle. And how about not one but two fives? Parker with two pair the hard way and two spades on board could find Boyanovsky a customer.
I don't think Parker believes it. Quad fives and Yeah, Boyanovsky is going to get in some trouble, especially if a spade comes in. Very likely he just bets this in position with equity. $16K is the bet. Look at Parker. He's kind of like wincing a little bit like, yeah, that's not the greatest flop for me. Casual check call.
I'm trying to sell that idea. I'm not so sure it's going to fly, though. We get to the turn. No spade for Boyanovsky is actually a good thing.
Good for now. He can still hit a river and find a flush. Still, though, Boyanovsky's got to construct a range that check call, check fold's turn. Would have to be just some decent ace highs, I would think. Most pairs aren't folding. Check makes sense.
Ace on the river. Now let's see whether or not Parker finds the check and tries to induce from Boyanovsky. He was not the pre-flop opener, so we can't necessarily give him the ace-x.
Heads up. I think. Versus or
30K.
Yeah, leading.
1/3 pot.
I think.
Small bet. We've seen players raise on the river trying to represent.
1, 2, 6. 8, I think.
3, 1, 6.
1, 2, 5.
Is Boyanovsky going to try to outplay Parker here? Nah, he's done.
Well, Tony doesn't get the action that he would have hoped for.
You didn't want to show that one? Some people get excited when they make such a big hand, you know?
You're right about that. I'm actually kind of impressed.
All business?
I mean, I'm sure there's some pleasure. Hopefully, last night in particular, as he was shooting dice in the casino. Didn't get the full update on outcome, but obviously I would imagine plenty of people at the table had a little fun. Not every day you get to gamble it up with an NBA legend.
Man,
Ding.
I could have been shooting dice with an NBA legend.
Right.
Dang it. That was on my bucket list.
Well, Boyanovsky, he's going to get to play a pot with a Chinese legend. Ding Biao, 7-4 suited. Pocket three's the flat.
I think it's clear to say that 7-4 suited and +1 is out of line.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Randy, but if you're going to get out of line, the early part of the program is where you're going to want to do it, especially as those speculative holdings have so much to do with the biggest stacks in the room. Some bad beats do loom. Meanwhile, the clubs are smothered, so it's a good thing the flush draw doesn't show up for Ding Biao, but what does is a pair of sevens, which is the best hand on a 9-high, 2-heart board. A couple of knuckles in front of Boyanovsky.
So discard rates to hit the pre-flop raiser. However, Ding Biao does have showdown value, so he doesn't necessarily need to rep the ace as he checks it over once more. Boyanovsky.
Checking back. Yet again. Sevens somehow are still the best hand here, in spite of 4 hearts being on board.
So Houdon not going to try to represent the flush. Dane might try and rep it, even though he's got the best hand.
Somehow, you're spot on, Randy, as he turns the best hand into a bluff, betting 40 into 60, and quick work made of the 3s. And in turn, I would imagine this king high, although Houdon, for some reason, has not binned it yet.
There we go.
Not gonna do anything fancy.
Yeah, he was thinking about it.
Fuck. Bluff.
I have pair.
Hmm? Pair?
Well, yeah, advising that he had a pair.
Yeah, he had a pair on a 4 flush. That's called a bluff, my friend.
I didn't say he had a good hand. I just said he had a pair, which is what he told Houdon. Hey, back at you, Jimmy Bluffett, in the YouTube chat. Good to see you out there. He's queen suited now. Houdon going to work. Ten, 5, 4, a couple of clubs. Houdon with 2 overs in the nut flush draws. He picked up Adams for the ride. Defense with the 9-7 off.
Slipping it over to Adams. Obviously, Dave's queen has got so much firepower. Can even check raise the flop if a bet comes in. Could check call.
Adams assigning genuine disinterest to this check. Barrel's 12,000.
I think there's definitely merit to both check raising and check calling. He went for the more passive line. So the king doesn't rate to improve Adams too often, just because if Adams had a naked king X, he'd probably be looking to just check it down as it would have showdown value. So it actually wouldn't be very credible for Adams to bet the turn. Having said that, I don't really expect him to bet the turn too often.
So it goes check, check. River is a king. Nut, no pair for Houdon. It's Broadway gut shot. Hand flush draws both fail to come in. He's happy to check. 9 high doesn't really have showdown here, Randy. And the bet, check, bet line available to him with credibility?
It's credible now, especially with the board pairing king. A 10 would bet the flop. It would check the turn because there's king X in Houdon's range. And now that he's seen another check, he can safely value bet a 10. If he had it. He's got 9 high. Looks like a nice find incoming.
$24,000. And remember, Adams obviously going to call pre-flop out of the big blind. Wide variety of holdings.
Well, it was
it limp pre?
It was a limp pre, so he's got a very wide range. He can have so many random 10s. It kind of looks like he's getting milked. I think that's what's crossing Hudon's mind. Thinking he's underrepped his hand quite a bit.
And these are the situations we find ourselves in when we choose to take the limp pre-flop line and then go passive post-flop. Oh, and Hudon flicks it in there and catches Adams. Boy, that is a very tough customer in Elliott, who's asserted himself on multiple occasions here at this table. He was really going ham when Parker was involved earlier. And let's get a look at what is the final two in event number 8, the PLO Championship. Stephen Chidwick, known for 2-card aptitude, out here in the 4-card streets. He plays it all, though, to be fair. One of poker's winningest all-time players.
He's playing against China's Wang Yang.
Yeah. Nick Schulman, apparently unable to make it to heads up there. He was a part of that final table. Jeremy Dan was pulling for him during that interview with Platt. By the way, those two guys at that PLO final table, both Triton participants.
Yes,
So
they are.
the cream hath risen in the PLO 50K.
Raise 40.
And Tony Parker hath risen, courtesy of 2 aces. 18 becomes 40. Paticchio with the ace-5 offsuit open.
Very loose open. Face 5 off from +2. The price is amazing, but to call 3-bet out of position with this hand is kind of asking for problems.
Yeah, even if you give me a great deal on a Ford Pinto, Randy, it's still a Ford Pinto.
That's a great way to put it.
I mean, I don't know if the ace-5 offsuit is a Ford Pinto. Maybe that's more like a Ford Fiesta? What was a Ford Festiva? What was that? There was a lot of dusty cars that came out of Detroit.
Shout out Ford.
They make a good car now.
Okay.
You know.
But not a good Pinto.
The Pinto, man, that was, you got rear-ended in that thing and it was kaboom. You remember that?
I remember that.
You had to pull the rear license plate down. That's where they decided to put the gas opening? Who was the idiot engineer that came up with that? As Paticchio engineers his way out of trouble. You got this one, Randy. I believe in you.
Yes, I do, because if you put in a minimum deposit of $20, you get a free $50 ticket to the Weekender using the promo code Paradise2024. And you can sign up over at GG Poker and use those emojis to the left. How's that?
Wow, that was so good, Randy. I think you should do them all.
And I think not.
No.
I was like, what? Breaking the record of my 2 bullets yesterday. Getting to this level.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. What level did our happen? Pretty early, right?
It was
3rd?
2K, 3K.
2K, 3K. Yeah. You probably remember that time in the street.
Well, it could have been 2K, 4K.
Deuce 4 suited. Paticchio. Yeah, he knows the action is on him. I think he's just thinking about getting 3-bet with the ace-5. Pocket 5s. Hudon activates.
Are we doing what I think is happening?
We are indeed. Mystery hand time. Couple of question marks. That which we're going to assume was dealt to Tim Adams. Chat, join us if you will as we try to whittle down the holding that is chosen to flat on the button. The lone data point for the time being with regard to Adams' hand, which will go heads up against Hudon, who caught him with his hand in the cookie jar moments ago. Perhaps pursuing a measure of revenge is Adams. 7-6 deuce board. 2 overs to the 5s.
It is 2 overs, but those overs don't rate to be in the flatting range too often, so it's not the worst flop for the 2 5s, especially with 3 to a straight.
I think it was more like 100. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Flop.
Yeah.
Goes check, check. Turn is the queen. Once again, Houdon declines to barrel.
Makes sense. He's got showdown value at the moment, hoping just checks down.
Running queens, not a bad board texture for the 2 5s.
Especially as played. I would think that a hand better than 5s would be betting at some point, whether it be flop and turn or turn. Not faulting Houdon for hunting thin value of the 2 5s right now as played.
Bet 22,000.
22,000. A little north of 1/3 pot.
Raise 88,000.
And Adams is choosing to raise. Now remember, this is a man who flatted on the flop, or pre-flop rather, and then checked back both flop and turn, and suddenly is making noise here on this river. Could it be Queen X? That's the story he's trying to tell, I assume, Randy?
Yes, Queen X is the main story, and it's a weak Queen X, so like Queen Jack, Queen 10. I believe King Queen and Ace Queen would bet the turn almost always, especially Ace Queen. Against a small bet, it allows Adams to raise the worst queens. You know, if who don't have put in like full pot, he probably would just flat, assuming Adams even has a queen. Bluffs, they're hard to find. I think a lot of players don't really like to represent thin value like a queen when there's 2 queens out there. I kind of think Adams has it in this spot, but he's certainly capable of finding bluffs. And I think we can throw out a lot of the typical like heart draws and 8-9. These things like to bet flop or turn when checked too.
Every hand is very slow. Feature table, hands are very slow.
Slow and strong as well, normally. Don't get many shitty hands, right?
Another 66,000 to call.
You want to look like an idiot.
Now remember, just moments ago, Adams got caught bluffing against Houdon. So in
would've
context,
taken
maybe
that
Elliot is thinking to himself, would you really do it twice to me? Talk to us, chat. Where do you put Adams' hand?
Over there, you mean? Yeah.
With the cards I have here now.
Here, good cards only.
Throws it away. And Adams, what do you got?
We have Ace Jack high.
No, it's a fake watch.
So this time, Tim gets away with it.
What's the brand? What's the brand? Ubo.
Would you really try and bluff me twice? Answer is yes.
Confirmed.
Box. At home. I don't win.
Flipping back over, we find Dvoris, Ace King suited, greeting him under the gun. 1 million in chips. He's 7 suited for Mr. Warren in the hijack. A troublesome time to flat, and 2 queens makes that an even greater reality. Knight.
We could just play 1.1 million chip pot right now. Squeeze incoming for the 2 queens.
One would assume.
And Divorce, face king suited, he could react in a very aggressive way and just rip it in.
There is the third scoop. More ice cream in this cone. And I don't think we're done churning here at the creamery. Divorce with the ace king. 4-bet inbound, Randy?
Most of the time, it is a little worrisome that he raised some UTG and then got 3-bet from the small blind, so the small blind squeezing range should be still very strong.
It's that flat from Warren that obviously leaves Divorce thinking that there could be plenty of hands that are just looking to snack on the flat in between and target the big stacks open. It's the real deal, though, and it's the classic. As the 4-bet comes in, and suddenly Divorce finds himself playing another massive pot. Granted, he covers Knight handsomely. But 1.1 million plus does lean toward the queens. An 8% favorite. And 10-9 deuce on the board here. And look at this. Divorce now a favorite with 2 to come. A 2% advantage given the nut flush draw and the 2 overs. A lot of sweat for Knight. Okay, 5 of clubs. We begin to exhale, but you see him with the gulp. Understands. Threats loom large. But that is not one of them. A board pairing 10 will leave the queens doubling through Divorce.
That was as sweaty as it gets. Curtis Knight holding flop, turn, and river. Big stack no longer for Divorce.
Wash it down, young man. Back down to roughly starting stack is Divorce, I believe. After the 550 is shaved off.
Yeah.
I say shave, more like lopped. As Curtis takes the cleaver to double D. And he shoots up the leaderboard. Does Curtis.
He's got 1.15 million now with that double. Flip it on over.
Pocket kings. Adams just going to open to 21,000. A sliver north of the minimum. Hines with the ace-6, natural defense. Let's see 3. Ace in the window, as those Cowboys tend to be magnetic in this unpleasant fashion. Hines quickly checking over to Adams. Do you favor the passive line here, or with the king of diamonds in tow and maybe the ability to just clear out a whole host of hands, do you probe a little bet there?
I like clearance because, I mean, I like the passive line is what I meant to say.
Okay.
Because you're not really looking to clear hands. If they're behind, they're so far behind, they need some kind of runner, hopefully get there. And you have the king of diamonds, so blocks some of those running diamonds, you know, of course.
Not
right?
afraid of really much.
Why build the pot against an ace? And why open the door for your opponent to maybe check raise you off your hand?
All sage insights as Hines Finds a diamond draw of his own, which is inferior, of course. Unwilling to barrel on the turn, and now he improves his kicker up to a king, but unfortunately for him, it's the card that fills Adams up.
That's like an amazing run out for Adams. He's shown so much passive action that Hines is going to feel that the ace is always good as played.
Listen, he doesn't feel so comfortable as to barrel, although this could also be a function of looking to induce versus something dusty, because we have observed in these early phases of the program, many of the top-tier pros showing off their range pre-flop, and with no showdown, sometimes they'll be barreling on this river, as Adams does for 28. So credit Hines, as he kept himself out of trouble there on the river by check calling.
Felt like he didn't lose too much there. You know, Adams didn't give Hines credit for an ace, hence why he bet so small on the river card.
Boyanovsky now with a little alphabet soup.
20.
Alphabet soup. That's a new one.
QJ clicks it. KJ in better shape. Suited and on the button is the Italian.
It's a nice hand to flat with in position. See some players 3-bet it, but flatting's pretty nice with the suited variety. 3-bet the offsuit.
So Peticchio, the only man to be involved, and he does have Boyanovsky dominated, and now he's got trip kings as the Cowboys have grown sticky. Broadway gutter, Jack of Hearts working for Boyanovsky. Let's see if he chooses to rep.
It's his type of board.
Out of position, however.
I like leaning towards flatting with King Jack in position. There's a pure nut advantage for Boyanovsky on Ace King King board. So you kind of want to leave the rope for someone who has a nut advantage to just barrel you off of a hand.
17 into 65, and Peticchio breaks with your suggestion, Randy, as he takes it to 50,000 now. Does it make the fold straightforward, given the pair on board, or are we supposed to peel and try to find a 10?
We should be looking to peel here because your opponent might be stabbing. They're not supposed to raise an ace on this flop, so it's a king or nothing situation. But he just lays it down. There we go. Nicely done. Maybe figures that Peticchio is just not bluff raising in this spot.
No stupid bluffs, right?
Hmm?
No stupid bluffs on this table. You said it, so
Only
you
smart
can't have
ones?
a bluff.
No, he had it.
Oh, sorry.
Ace Queen now for Ding Biao. He'll open up front. Suited and connected, Peticchio.
It's always piquing your interest when you got a hand like this in position, playing off of a 35 big blind stack.
I mean, it's important to sprinkle some of this sort of suited, connected stuff into your range and arsenal.
The reason it's important is mainly for board coverage, so that you have hands, you know, on low boards. You don't want people to just narrow your range based on whatever flops come out because you don't play particular hands. Ace-Jack could get in some trouble here.
Raise 40.
Look at Parker with a little squeeze, but the 3-bet is just up to 40,000, and maybe that's a good thing as Houdon looks down at 2 kings, and he'll be looking to torque this thing even harder.
Yeah, it's actually very fortunate for Parker to have 3-bet small in this exact instance. In general, I would have preferred a bigger sizing just to make sure he shakes out his opponents.
Raise.
Re-raise 100.
4-bet comes into 100. The ace-queen shriveling.
I mean, to see a cold 4-bet in this spot is extreme strength. I think Ding Biao knows he's usually behind, but he's kind of itching to, like, I kind of want to build a stack, you know? It's day one, but nice lay down there with ace-queen.
Yeah, you're rating more to destroy a stack. If you end up putting the 5th scoop into a spot like this, granted, he did have Parker in a bad way as it gets folded back around to Tony. And let's see how he feels. This is the man who has been his nemesis thus far on the day. And, you know, Tony's a savvy guy. It's not like he hasn't clocked sort of the frequency with which it seems that Elliott has been looking to inflate pots and isolate. And some self-awareness in terms of Tony recognizing these guys think he's deeply amateur. The pros might be gunning for him. This would be a terrible time, though, to push back under the assumption that Elliott is light. As we can see, he is loaded for bear.
Especially because Houdon had no chips involved pre-flop. For him to 4-bet is still strength, even if he was picking on Parker a little bit. Ace-Jack. Not the greatest hand in this spot, but he's going to try and flop something.
So another 60K invested of 323. Can he find an ace? One's already in the bin, but another one shows up here. Ace 8-4, ultra dry, super dry.
All in.
Slam dunk flop. Wow, he just open ripped it too.
I think I lose. You beat the big pair?
Well, you know,
Big pair?
to be fair,
6-7?
maybe Tony would be better served to check at least one street here and see what's what. The 2 kings do find the bin as Parker makes things easy on Houdon in that regard.
You queens?
Oh.
Ace-Jack.
Oh.
Wow, Ace-Jack.
Oh, he had Ace-Jack.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit too excited to hit the ace to jam there. You kind of want your opponent to put a little bit of chips in there for you. If your opponent has kings or queens, just 2 outs.
I thought about it. Think you were gonna call pretty often.
Raise 20,000. Hold.
Pocket fives taking it upstairs, and now an ace-queen for Tony Parker. Ace-jack was worth a 3-bet moments ago. This time, though, he shows balance as he flats and does so versus a late position opener from the button. So good luck trying to clock Tony Parker, who's avoiding any sort of pattern behavior. Action on Houdon now, and he has an ace-queen of his own.
And you've been saying that Houdon's been going after Parker,
He has.
so I believe this ace-queen is going upstairs.
The thing is, as we can see,
85.
there has been real hands associated with the get up and go from Houdon. 3 bets to 85,000. Peticchio feeling victimized.
This is annoying for the 2-5s, not getting a good price with the stack remaining. Maybe he's picking up on the fact that Houdon's been attacking Parker and it's like, I've had enough. Is 5s enough?
I mean, Peticchio's had a view of what's been going on, too. You know, there's a point at which he's going to be like, I know what you're up to over there, Mr. 1 seat over from Tony Parker.
Yeah, he's had enough. He's going to try to see a flop here. And Parker now, he's queen, clearly under-repped.
The thing is, the real I've had enough comes in the form of a 4-bet. Here,
Sure.
He's actually just going to mine a set. Now Parker. All sorts of body language.
Yeah, this type of body language usually follows through with a fold, but I don't want to say that's what's going to happen because Parker could easily come along with ace-queen.
I mean, it does feel a little bit range capping, doesn't it?
It does, and especially with the little chuckle, tapping of the cards.
Wow. Parker lets it go. So Houdon gets to own the ace-queen all to himself here, heads up, but out of position against Peticchio. 210 in the middle. Struggle was real there for Tony. And he's going to feel okay about things, given that both he and Houdon missed this flop. 10-7-4. 5s still best.
You can see Parker is very invested in this board texture at the moment. He's like, all right, just no ace or queen.
Right.
And I'm all right. For now, though, it is Houdon. Ace-queen himself with the diamond. 2 overs.
Bet 60,000.
Man, if you got this far of 2-5s and you see a very small bet of 60K, I'm going to feel very compelled to call here to keep ace-king, ace-queen honest.
Maybe, maybe not, though, Randy, because sometimes players will espouse the philosophy of no set, no bet, and just kind of like, this is a straightforward sort of hand. I don't want to get deeper into murky water in this predator-rich environment. And yet, as you suspected, appeal inbound as another 120,000 works its way into the middle. You see Elliott just trying to deduce what is it that I'm up against here. King of Diamonds is a very interesting card for Houdon. He picks up the second nut flush draw and a Broadway Gutty. Is it going to be enough of an excuse to barrel once more into the man who opened this pot, called our 3-bet, and then called the follow-through on the flop?
This is a slam dunk all-in on the turn. Your opponent has 185K remaining. There's 330 in the middle. The king is very much in your range when you squeeze because you have all the ace-kings. It's very scary for the 10-7-4 type texture. I love this play.
And there it is. The old Daryl Dawkins. As Houdon does dunk, as you suspected. And the 5s crumble under the weight. It has just been really a high frequency with which Houdon's chips enter the arena and then come back to him with new friends. And he hasn't had to show it down all that often either.
He's playing great.
Yep. So's Tim Adams, by the way, who not long ago did not show down, but did bluff Elliot Houdon successfully after failing to do so during a mystery hand, one in which I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that one Jimmy Bluffett in the chat did call Adams' hand correctly. Ace Jack. So shout out to him for hitting the nail on the head. Can't tell the timestamps with respect to whether or not some others were simply identifying the Ace-Jack or also had guessed Ace-Jack. So shout out to those of you who may have gotten it as well. As now the 5s resurface for Boyanovsky. He will open under the gun. Batil with King-Queen. Asking questions.
Yo, Parker, didn't you have these aces earlier? Because you got them again, and this time there's a 3-bet in front of you.
Let's see if he's got the Trappy McTrapperstein gear. With a raise and a 3-bet in front of us, we're more inclined to put in number 4, Randy, than we would otherwise be?
Yes, and that's mainly because players are 3-betting their strongest hands always, right? So you want to stack the kings, queens, jacks, ace, king. Of course, if he could see Batil's poke cards, he would prefer flatting.
So everybody showing some respect to Tony Parker, and shout out to Neo in the chat who's showing some love. He says Randy and Ali are a brilliant duo. Love these guys. Perfect balance between banter and expert commentary. Brittany Spurs then stepped in to say one is a comedian and one is a poker player. One can use chopsticks and the other can barely handle a fork. Who do you think Brittany's talking about, Randy? Because out of the two of us, one might understandably assume that my yellow brethren here would be the man that can work his way around a set of chopsticks more proficiently. But I don't know that that's the case, Randy, because as we've established, you may have been raised by wolves.
I kind of prefer using a fork. What can I say?
You're my least Asian friend.
Give me a spoon as well.
It's so true. Randy, you like Panda Express, don't you?
I do. Orange chicken. Where are you at?
By the way, that Shake Shack that they have on property here, if you're ever playing Atlantis Trivial Pursuit, the 3rd highest grossing Shake Shack in the world. Outside by the pool over there with a beautiful aquarium backing. Like the entire wall is that main aquarium over at the Royal. I just found myself eating the burger and staring at fish. And then I was wondering if the fish were staring at my burger. You know what I mean?
I was kind of disappointed they didn't have a filet-o-fish there.
Randy, that's a little bit uncouth, man. You know, you don't serve bacon, you know, at the pig petting zoo. That's the Snack Shack. That's not. I mean, at least it would be fresh if they did. But anyways, 10-8 suited here. Hines going to work. a speculator. Boyanovsky, ace-4, a defender. Five, 4, board trips for Boyanovsky. What a reward this is for the defense, and the ace of diamonds for dessert. But Hines, 10-8 of diamonds and excuses to continue.
13,000.
He lights the end of this firecracker for 13K.
Firecracker could be coming for Boyanovsky. He's got trip 4s with the ace of diamonds. And there's pretty deep stack, so he might want to look to build a pot. He's going to check call. And I believe Hines is going to double barrel at a very high frequency with 10-8 suited. Especially when he picks up a gut shot. Still 2 overs to the board. There's a lot of ace highs that check call, check fold turn. It doesn't need to be the wheelie stuff. Even like ace 9, ace 10, these would check call from the big blind on this texture.
Now we've got ourselves a gut shot straight draw to boot. Added excuses to continue to put chips forth for Hines. Potentially, you do not want to be blown off equity here. At the end of the day, it is just 10 high for the time being, and the range advantage does belong to that big blind of Boyanovsky. 81 in the middle, so tantalizing though. And Hines can't help but sink his canines into this thing for 45K.
Should be a lot of check raising with the 4 on this turn card. This turn card brings a lot of river cards that are quite bad for you, that kill your action, like the 8, the 6, the 3. Diamonds or hearts are bad as well. If that 7 was less connected, like a 10, a 9 or jack or so, then he probably goes for check call once again. But raise is definitely ideal with this texture.
Man, and this is the minute, or the moment rather, that you just instantly go, why? I could have just checked back and seen the river for free. Now all of a sudden I've got to spend 135 to take a swing. And the pair on board obviously is pesky as well, Randy. You don't want to draw dead.
True, and also because some of his outs, right, they improve your opponent to like a full house, which is bad when you try to hit a flush. These outs are not clean, especially with the 10 high flush draw. But yeah, position. I would say though that Boyanovsky rarely doesn't have a made hand at this point. So definitely changes the way you would probably approach this one. Can't really go re-blasting, that would be quite insane. It's got 23% equity still against ace-4. Needs to call 90.
Yeah, he's got 342 back.
One of the questions too is, if I hit my hand, can I get paid off for the rest? Unlikely on the 6, you know, it brings 4 liners. The diamond, it's very obvious flushed I got there. Probably hard to get paid off for more.
And that's an important consideration for Hines. You see, he finds the fold. Boy, I want to rabbit hunt that river badly. Which you can do on GG Poker, by the way.
Not really.
Boyanovsky was vulnerable there, but chose the aggressive line and avoided potential disaster with those trip 4s. Pocket kings. Hines immediately able to hunt revenge. Equal opportunity pursuits.
A little bit of a marginal spot with ace 10. Don't mind that fold. Just gets very confusing. Sometimes you want to avoid the confusing spots.
You have 3 green.
Till. 6-3 of diamonds.
Call.
In the big, hops aboard. And this rates to end uneventfully as it comes ace, queen, 10. Of course, those kings, as someone in the chat pointed out earlier, the dearly departed Booth brethren, Mike Sexton, used to refer to them as ace magnets. And that's holding true here. Hines with the Broadway gutter. Checking back. Board pairs.
There's not much for 6-3 to bet with. There's a lot of weak aces that are going to check back. 10x, queen x, not looking to fold. As played right now, would like to see Hines check once more. Don't want to open the door to get check raised off their hand, and now he makes the straight.
Jack on the end. Patil never a customer.
Trying to represent the straight. He's basically targeting pocket pairs lower than the 10 exactly with this bet.
Reading the 2 checks in position from a preflop opener is honest. Patil does try to lay claim to this 55. Of course, he's going to get his hand smacked. Tend to just call with the presence of the pair on board is Hines. Flesh wound for Patil. Well, Randy, you said orange chicken when I brought up Panda Express. You're not a one-item plate guy, are you? I mean, you got to go minimum. For value, at least, you got to go 2 items. Note, by the way, that the difference between 1 and 2 items is actually smaller than from 2 to 3. It's a shady little panda they got working the till over there at Express.
That's why you don't also order the tall at Starbucks. You got to go venti, right? The value is just... it's there to increase. Go
Producer
for more.
James disagreeing. By the way, Randy, I'm somewhat embarrassed that the 2 of us have just gone down this road. Just, you know, given, humbly speaking, our respective bank accounts, I would imagine this is something that we shouldn't really be paying too much attention to, is 30 or 40 cents here and there. But I can't help it. We got to be GTO about life.
GTO. Look, I'm a poker player. Plus EV decisions, right?
So you're saying you spring for the honey walnut shrimp?
Oh, those are good. Also
Not
like the
good
broccoli.
for you, but
I like
yes.
broccoli beef as well.
Tasty. Yeah, but the beef they use in that one's kind of dusty. It's better to go with the Angus Shanghai steak or whatever that is, you know.
It's kind of crazy that you even brought up Panda Express all of a sudden. You getting hungry there, my friend?
I'm starving, Randy. Salivary glands activating for Houdon here. King Queen, though, is getting munched on by Peticchio's Ace Queen pre-flop here. We await the Italian's response. I don't think he's a Panda Express guy. Or for that matter, Sparrow.
No, Sparrow's awful. Awful. That's awful.
I was like, all pho. They don't serve pho at Sparrow, but they do serve 175,000 in Camp Peticchio here. 155 more and no opportunity to bluff your way to a winner.
This is a bit too rich. He raised from +2, 15.5 more big blinds, and also because the big blind has a lot of reason to just call your pre-flop raise. They close the action to get a good price. So a lot of the hands that rejam out of the big is much stronger.
So the king queen does concede. Do you go half and half chow mein and rice for the side? Are you all chow mein? You all rice? What's the deal?
You know, the white rice isn't worth too much. I don't go with white rice. But
I
you
go,
talking
I
about
go
fried
white
rice?
rice. No, but see that the fried rices. You're already really defiling yourself. So why not at least come off the fried rice and go white? You know, reduce the sodium intake.
Oh,
I go half
we're
white.
going to Panda Express to reduce the
And chow
sodium
mein.
intake.
Do you think there's a Panda Express in Nassau? They've got this little place called Chopsticks right off the hallway to the
You know,
area over here.
the-
Producer James declining to research whether or
The
not there's a
orange
Panda
chicken
Express.
at Chopsticks.
You ate at Chopsticks, right?
I did eat there once. It's probably going to cost you like 70 USD.
For an orange chicken?
I'm guessing. It's pretty close.
You didn't. You ate there, but now you're still guessing. Wait, you didn't look at the bill? How rich, Randy? What's going on? I mean, you're talking about tall venti strat, but then you're not looking at the chopsticks.
My
bill?
last comment about chopsticks is I used a fork.
Ding using his last 55,000 as he chooses to rip it here over the top of the Houdon Open. High VPIP in that seat, so you kind of understand it, but Houdon, again, has a legitimate hand with which to be participating. Ace-Jack for Hines. He deliberates out of the big.
He might just be on the read that Ding is out of line. If he wants to continue ace-jack, he doesn't. 3.5 more big blinds, deep stack, sevens. Got a call in this spot. Even out of position.
A call from Houdon, and how about that flop for Ding Biao? Maybe you get the sense that he's all done trying to struggle here on day 1B, and the deck says no, sir, for the time being. Top pair flush draw way in front. Look at Elliott looking over, thinking luck sack.
Luck sack. Come on, he's got 2 sevens. It doesn't mean... He doesn't know he has king 3 suited, my friend.
You're right. He doesn't. He's not supposed to have an 8x, though. So absent a king, maybe the 7s stay interested. Obviously nestled between the 8 and the 6. You know, for some reason, Randy, I'm unwinding, you know, my assessment here. I thought Ding Biao had very little back when he made it 55K. I'm not really sure why I had the aneurysm. Maybe I was thinking too much about Panda Express. But anyways, showing some left brain activity.
Have you hit up the Wendy's yet?
There's a Wendy's? Right?
There's a Wendy's off property in a truck.
Time
It
out for
is
a second.
official, I'm
Time out.
serious.
Listen, man. You know, I don't know Dave myself from Wendy's, who I think passed away, Dave Thomas, the founder, whose daughter was Wendy. He named the chain after her. But I would imagine in the franchise handbook, you can't have wheels on your restaurant. And you're saying that the Bahamian Wendy's is a truck?
It's a food
like
truck.
a semi?
It's
or
a
like
like a food truck. And I've read they don't like that Wendy's there. They're trying to get rid of them.
Listen, I mean, you know, don't bully a man out of his livelihood. If he wants to peddle Wendy's wares out of a food truck, let him. As Ding now peddling an ace-10 offsuit. Boyanovsky choosing to flat ace-queen off, and look at the suited variety to the direct left for Batil.
$70,000.
Right, 70,000.
And a little constriction here as Batil gives it a squeeze. Up to 70,000.
Remember, not too long ago, we had an ace queen situation where Parker had flatted and the ace queen had squeezed. Different players this time. But kind of get this vibe that this ace queen isn't going anywhere. Especially with the original opener folding.
You know, the thing about context is you just expect a lot of squeezers when you flat an opener. Just because of the value proposition of picking up an extra helping of chips, if you're able to get it through, some presumptions that the flat caller is on the weak side of range. As we can see, Boyanovsky under-repped with this ace-queen. He does hang in, and let's see who wants it more. 185 in the middle as the ace-10 bowed out and would have had the best hand on a jack-10-4 board. Instead, leaves behind a couple of Broadway gutties.
It's always a bit difficult to play like ace queens, ace kings on these boards when you bet and get called. You're not really sure if you're getting slow played or where you're at. Regardless, though, it is 2 overs. Can follow through with a c-bet, hopefully take it down against like pocket nines and lower. They don't really want to call this type of texture. Some suited aces, they'd be looking to pitch it as well. Especially because Batil 3-bet in position, so players are less apt to put some defense against you when they're out of position for the rest of the hand.
45.
This bet is small.
45K.
Just 45K. Ace queen should be hunting that king. Ace queen sometimes is the best hand.
That's a price that Boyanovsky can't step away from. Clearly. Is it so small that it emboldens him? No. Happy to just check call and take a peek at the turn. Neither player connecting with it. No diamond on board. Didn't dissuade Batil. He's got it checked over to him one more time. Sizing up Boyanovsky here. Thinking to himself, come on, Dan Smith, cut it out.
Really? Gonna call Boyanovsky Dan Smith now?
You know,
in the
the
middle of
quickest-
this 3-bet pot? It's getting a bit intense, and
Well,
jokes just come in like that?
I'm just saying, you know my irreverence is boundless, and the easiest way to determine whether or not it's actually Smith in disguise is to lick your hand and then rub the forearm of Boyanovsky. And if the tats come off, then you know. It's like one of those Scooby-Doo villains.
All right, so train of thought gone. But we are here with Jack 10, 4, 5, 3. 2 ace queen highs. I guess let's just check it down. What's the villain's name in Scooby-Doo?
What do you mean the villain? It wasn't one guy. It was like a different dude every episode. Maybe that Wendy's is in the mystery machine. That was the van they rolled around with. That's what I'm picturing in my head. Let's see whether or not Batil pictures being able to take this one all to himself. And he just gives up and chop it up, boys.
That was friendly.
That's me, right? Yeah.
Of us. Both of us.
Yeah. Compared to yesterday, a lot friendlier.
Randy, I've got an update from producer James.
I think you're more okay with the chop even.
Yes.
I even get an extra.
He decided to indulge us in a quick search for a Panda Express in Nassau. Top result was actually chopsticks. Right outside the WSOP ballroom. And the first review was save yourself the time. Go to Panda Express. You're going to get like a 90 item combo for the same price. You know? You know they have a secret menu at In-N-Out where you can get like the 4x4,
Yeah.
the 3x3, all that stuff. Panda needs that. You know, where if you want like a 4-item combo, a 5-item combo, you know, or like some shark fin, bird's
Shark
nest.
fin, really?
You know what I mean?
How much would it cost, the shark fin and bird's nest at Panda Express?
Depends. Is it like imitation bird's nest and shark fin, or is it the real thing? That's what we're going to be asking ourselves when it comes to Ding Biao's holding as we go back to the mystery hand streets, giving opportunities for the chat to show its aptitude, along with you, of course, Randy. So far, we know that Ding wanted to open from up front. Under the gun +1 made it 20. Ace, Queen once more being played in not one but two spots, perhaps? No. Hines will step aside given the offsuit variety. So Boyanovsky's choice this time not to flat, but rather to 3-bet, showing his balance. And it's back over to Biao.
I mean, Ding is playing a very high VPIP game right now here on day 1B. So he's in. And undefined at the moment.
Ace, 8, 7, top pair. And a queen kicker to boot for the pre-flop 3-better, Boyanovsky. Ding checks with the flow.
This is practically top pair, top kicker for Boyanovsky. You're going to hear from Ace King pre-flop, so your hand is very nutted. This hand is worthy of 3 streets right now.
$30K into 145. That's not exactly a sizing that's going to shed a whole host of Ding Biao's holdings, and that's by design, of course, given the strength of Boyanovsky's holding.
Yeah, and also the small sizing kind of forces Ding Biao to include hands with backdoor equity to continue.
Ooh. And that continuation is going to come in the form of check raise for Ding Biao, who leans right back on Boyanovsky with a volley.
So Ding's value range is like 7s, 8s, 8-7 suited. There's probably not that much ace-7 suited and ace-8 suited to call a 3-bet out of position, but perhaps a little bit, especially if Ding Biao is feeling a bit frisky. Can't fold his ace-queen.
So Boyanovsky flats and a mouthful of cotton on the turn. Very dry. 3 of spades.
If Ding Biao had value, definitely continuing on this very safe turn card. A lot of the check raise bluffs on the flop, they tend to be hands with equity, you know, like big combo draws, Jack-10 suited, 6-5 suited, things like this.
210,000.
Ding's practically asking for it all right now. 210K, there's only 200K behind. You really just have to soul read your opponent right now with ace-queen because you're at the top of your range practically right now.
I mean, what
yeah.
makes sense in terms of the hands that we're beating that called the 3-bet pre, check raised us on this flop, and then on this ultra-dry turn have risen up and fired half their remaining stack at us?
So Ding Biao's sizing, I would think that he's not bet folding the turn. It seems like he often has like a big draw, not just something just pure trash like Jack-10 offsuit, for example. That's a very safe river card.
Boyanovsky making the call definitely implies a good bit of strength of his own here. SPR is low, 206 effective. Is Ding going to unload this clip?
Well, if he's got value, he definitely has. He's going to jam. If he's got a bluff, man, I'm not buying that he's got that much bluffs in this spot, but I know Ding's capable of it.
Okay, talk to me about the hands that make sense. Does Ace King go like this? Do 2 8s or 2 7s go like this?
Yes. So set of 8, set of 7s,
Can't
8
fold
7.
this to someone who has a 270K watch.
Oh my
no.
gosh.
That is a lubeless river there. Oh my goodness. Those sorts of experiences are generally reserved for those that drop the soap in cell block D, Randy. Oh my. 6-4. Deposited where the sun don't shine as it puts Boyanovsky down on 11 bigs. Oh.
I told you, Ali, Ding Biao is looking to build a stack. That is his intention here on day one.
Listen, what he did there is destroy a stack. Boyanovsky was sitting atop that Lagoon Table leaderboard before getting intertwined with Ding Biao. 6-4. Good luck getting that one in the mystery hand streets.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure no one got it.
Yeah, I didn't see, and I'm keeping an eye on the chat right there. Anybody assuming that that's what Ding Biao had, he just went ham. And I got to tell you, when it comes to some of our kind of, more invitee side of the spectrum, although Ding Biao is a very legitimate top tier, let's call him pro, a 25K buy-in, respectively, isn't the kind of thing that intimidates, and it's even the kind of thing where they can go out there, blow off some steam, have some fun. Unfortunately, on that occasion, the samba was danced all over the Brazilians' stack. So we're going to take a 30-minute break, and every one of those minutes are going to be needed perhaps for Boyanovsky to just collect himself and figure out what the heck just happened. Randy is going to be stepping out. Producer James Dempsey is going to fill that seat. You don't want to miss that. Come back and see us in about 30 for the final couple of frames of the night from here at Atlantis. This is a battle he's ready for with pocket queens. $16,000, a min raise on the button. Adams with Jack 10. Flat from Tim. Greenwood likes the math.
Likes the math, also playing a very short stack. 56K in the middle.
Three-way affair. Top pair for Greenwood. An excuse to get himself into trouble against the queens.
Greenwood might even just lead this flop. Just because the pre-flop raiser checks back at a very high frequency against two players on a very connected board that hits the blinds more. Because he doesn't really want this one to just check through and then random overcard just kills his hand.
choosing the lead. This texture really allows him to do that as the flatter from the big. All manner of holdings for Houdon kind of need to respect the fact that on balance, Greenwood could show up with a lot of hand in a spot such as this, so you don't want to necessarily go blasting with these two queens. Coordinated texture.
If Greenwood was deeper, he certainly would be flatting. There is definitely merit to raising just because Greenwood only has 100k behind, which is about 12 big blinds or so. So it's not the end of the world if you get in against that.
40. Right, 40,000.
Houdon does say 40,000. Unwilling to put on the cuffs. Now, what's Greenwood gonna do?
It's a pretty tough spot now. He's opened action and he's gotten raised. Now this pot is pretty inflated, but he has top pair for 9 kicker. Houdon shouldn't be just outright bluffing too often here. Even if he had a hand like ace-7 open in a straight draw, these hands don't tend to raise. They tend to just call. So I would feel that Houdon's got a made hand at this point. But he's getting a pretty good price still. 24k more. 20% equity with 2 cards to go.
For Greenwood with only 100k back though, Randy, this decision is a very big one.
Yeah, so he's hoping to hit his hand, of course. And there are turn cards that kind of freeze the action. He gets a free river card like 3s and 7s. And 5 is not one of those freezing cards, given how deep they are at the moment.
Greenwood checking.
No reason for the queens to play it slow. There's only 76k remaining, 136 in the middle. You don't want to see a straight card come out.
Yeah, we're just north of 0.5 SPR. Taking his time with it is Elliott. In comes a bet of 25,000 and things are starting to feel very milky.
Yeah, it's strange because you're probably never ahead. I would imagine if Houdon did have a semi-bluff, he would have just ripped it in on the turn. And I think I like Houdon's sizing here at 25k actually, because with the board pairing 5, if your opponent has 6x, their outs are reduced, right? A 9 doesn't give Greenwood the win anymore. He needs a 6. Maybe if that turn card didn't pair the board, that Houdon is more likely to just shove it in. But you can see the differences in sizing based on what particular turn card drops. The price is just too good, though, for Greenwood, I would think, from his point of view. Because he might be thinking, just in case I'm up against a very similar hand, this is awful, like 6-7.
So uncomfortable when you consider the significance of even a barrel of 25,000, which is a third of his remaining stack.
You can tell Greenwood knows he's not being bluffed in this spot, but he's being asked for 25k more. You also got to think about if he goes with 25k now, he has 50k remaining. He's just going to shove it in and, wow, 4% equity.
So Greenwood decides to utilize what he thinks might be some sliver of fold equity by check jamming. And of course, Houdon was always prepared, as he did not deploy it across a single street. And you see Greenwood reaching for the mic. 9 doesn't do the trick. It's just a 6 that spares him. And instead, it's a 3. GG's issued. And that'll do it for Lucas Greenwood. Dispatched by Houdon. Good news. There's 3 more day ones. If you got an appetite.
He's got an appetite.
Queen Jack. Dvorak showing his hunger. With 2 overs and the gut shot straight draw. He was the pre-flop raiser. Picked up both blinds here.
Set of 4s. Loves this. Opening with a check raise from the small blind.
Not going to waste any time is Kunze.
It's a bit scary, though, because your opponent flatted from the small blind check raises you on a board with 3 number cards like this. It's very plausible that Kunze has a set. It's probably not check raising 10x unless it's like ace 10. Clean draw to the straight. Although I suppose one of those 9s does bring a heart, but he has a heart in hand. Oh, he hit it?
My goodness, this is stone cold savagery on the turn as Dvorak peels and finds Jin. Disaster for the set of 4s. Drawing live, of course, to a board pair with 212 in the middle. The covered stack, 307 behind. Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's going to bet pretty big, too, because of the 2 flush draws out there. 3 to a straight. Needs a charge. Hoping to get it in. He's going to be shown the bad news. Especially if he bets pretty big, I imagine Dvorak is just going to jam.
85,000, the sizing. Sub half pot.
Sure, Dvorak has so much hand, but I'm leaning towards him just raising, getting now for his opponent to check raise this flop and still bet means he's got something worthy of continuing, whether it be a big combo draw, which he wants to charge against, or it's a set that he just wants to stack now before like a jack, queen, or 7 comes.
Yeah, it's that board texture in particular that lends itself to Dvorak asking for it all. And of course, Kunze can't fold. Calls, drawing live, but drawing. As opposed to being in the lead like he was on the flop. Needs a 10-9-8 or the final 4 in the deck for this 826 to direct itself back toward his seat, which will be quickly unoccupied if anything else falls on the river. And that 5's not going to do it.
Seat open.
Randy, you got to wait, man. You can't do it until the, you know what I mean? Like, show some respect for the fallen comrade.
He's fallen into the court.
Good to see you out there. He's queen suited now. Houdon going to work. Ten, 5, 4, a couple of clubs. Houdon with 2 overs in the nut flush draws. He picked up Adams for the ride. Defense with the 9-7 off.
Slipping it over to Adams. Obviously, the ace queen has got so much firepower. Can even check raise the flop if a bet comes in. Could check call.
Adams assigning genuine disinterest to this check. Barrel's 12,000.
I think there's definitely merit to both check raising and check calling. He went for the more passive line. So the king doesn't rate to improve Adams too often, just because if Adams had a naked king X, he'd probably be looking to just check it down as it would have showdown value. So it actually wouldn't be very credible for Adams to bet the turn. Having said that, I don't really expect him to bet the turn too often.
So it goes check, check. River is a king. No pair for Houdon. It's Broadway gut shot. And flush draws both fail to come in. He's happy to check. 9 high doesn't really have showdown here, Randy. And the bet, check, bet line available to him with credibility?
It's credible now, especially with the board pairing king. A 10 would bet the flop. It would check the turn because there's king X in Houdon's range. And now that he's seen another check, he can safely value bet a 10. If he had it. He's got 9 high. Looks like a nice find incoming.
$24,000. And remember, Adams obviously going to call pre-flop out of the big blind. Wide variety of holdings.
Well, it was
it limp pre?
It was a limp pre, so he's got a very wide range. He can have so many random 10s. It kind of looks like he's getting milked. I think that's what's crossing Houdon's mind. Again, he's underrepped his hand quite a bit.
And these are the situations we find ourselves in when we choose to take the limp pre-flop line and then go passive post-flop. Oh, and Houdon flicks it in there and catches Adams. Boy, that is a very tough customer. In Elliott.
Oh, that's great, yeah. What level did our happen? Pretty early, right?
It was
third?
2K, 3K.
2K, 3K? Yeah. You probably remember that time as 3.
Or it could have been 2K, 4K.
Deuce 4 suited. Tadikio. Yeah, he knows the action is on him. I think he's just thinking about getting 3-bet with the ace-5.
Range 20,000.
Pocket 5s. Houdon activates.
Are we doing what I think is happening?
We are indeed. Mystery hand time. Couple of question marks. That which we're going to assume was dealt to Tim Adams. Chat, join us if you will as we try to whittle down the holding that is chosen to flat on the button. The lone data point for the time being with regard to Adams' hand, which will go heads up against Houdon, who caught him with his hand in the cookie jar moments ago. Perhaps pursuing a measure of revenge is Adams. 7-6 deuce board. 2 overs to the 5s.
It is 2 overs, but those overs don't rate to be in the flatting range too often, so it's not the worst flop for the 2 5s, especially with 3-2 straight.
I think it was more like 100.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Flop.
Yeah.
Goes check, check. Turn is the queen. Once again, Houdon declines to barrel.
Makes sense. He's got showdown value at the moment, hoping just checks down.
Running queens, not a bad board texture for the 2 5s.
Especially as played. I would think that a hand better than 5s would be betting at some point, whether it be flop and turn or turn. Not faulting Houdon for hunting thin value of the 2 5s right now as played.
$22,000. A little north of 1/3 pot. And Adams is choosing to raise. Now remember, this is a man who flatted on the flop, or pre-flop rather, and then checked back both flop and turn, and suddenly is making noise here on this river. Could it be Queen X? That's the story he's trying to tell, I assume, Randy?
Yes, Queen X is the main story, and it's a weak Queen X, so like Queen Jack, Queen 10. I believe King Queen and Ace Queen would bet the turn almost always, especially Ace Queen. Against a small bet, it allows Adams to raise the worst queens. You know, if who don't have put in like full pot, he probably would just flat. Assuming Adams even has a queen. Bluffs, they're hard to find. I think a lot of players don't really like to represent thin value like a queen when there's two queens out there. I kind of think Adams has it in this spot, but he's certainly capable of finding bluffs. And I think we can throw out a lot of the typical like heart draws and 8-9. These things like to bet flop or turn when checked too.
Every hand is very slow. Feature table, hands are very slow.
Slow and strong as well, normally. Don't get many shitty hands, right?
Another 66,000 to call.
You want to look like an idiot.
Now remember, just moments ago, Adams got caught bluffing against who don't. So in
would've
context,
taken
maybe
it
Elliot is thinking to himself, would you really do it twice to me? Talk to his chat. Where do you put Adams' hand?
Over there, you mean? Yeah.
With the cards I had here now.
Here, good cards only.
Throws it away. And Adams, what do you got?
We have Ace Jack high.
No, it's a fake watch.
So this time, Tim gets away with it.
What's the brand? What's the brand? Ubo.
Would you really try and bluff me twice? Answer is yes.
Ace Queen now. For Ding Biao. He'll open up front. Suited and connected, Peticchio.
It's always piquing your interest when you got a hand like this in position. Playing off of a 35 big blind stack.
I mean, it's important to sprinkle some of this sort of suited, connected stuff into your range and arsenal.
The reason it's important is mainly for board coverage, so that you have hands, you know, on low boards. You don't want people to just narrow your range based on whatever flops come out because you don't play particular hands. Ace-Jack could get in some trouble here.
Raise 40.
Look at Parker with a little squeeze, but the 3-bet is just up to 40,000, and maybe that's a good thing as Houdon looks down at 2 kings, and he'll be looking to torque this thing even harder.
Yeah, it's actually very fortunate for Parker to have 3-bet small in this exact instance. In general, I would have preferred a bigger sizing just to make sure he shakes out his opponents.
Raise.
4-bet comes into 100. The ace-queen shriveling.
I mean, to see a cold 4-bet in this spot is extreme strength. I think Dean Biao knows he's usually behind, but he's kind of itching to like, I kind of want to build a stack, you know, it's day one, but nice lay down there with ace queen.
Yeah, you're rating more to destroy a stack. If you end up putting the fifth scoop into a spot like this, granted, he did have Parker in a bad way as it gets folded back around to Tony. And let's see how he feels. This is the man who has been his nemesis thus far on the day. And, you know, Tony's a savvy guy. It's not like he hasn't clocked sort of the frequency with which it seems that Elliott has been looking to inflate pots and isolate. And some self-awareness in terms of Tony recognizing these guys think he's deeply amateur. The pros might be gunning for him. This would be a terrible time, though, to push back under the assumption that Elliott is light. As we can see, he is loaded for bear.
Especially because Hudon had no chips involved pre-flop. For him to 4-bet is still strength, even if he was picking on Parker a little bit. Ace-Jack. Not the greatest hand in this spot, but he's going to try and flop something.
So another 60K invested of 323. Can he find an ace? One's already in the bin, but another one shows up here. Ace 8-4, ultra dry, super dry.
All in. Slam dunk flop. Wow, he just open ripped it too.
I think I lose. You beat the big pair?
Well, you know,
Big pair?
to be fair,
6-7?
maybe Tony would be better served to check at least one street here and see what's what. The two kings do find the bin as Parker makes things easy on Hudon in that regard.
You queens?
You call 40, I already you
I thought about it. I think you were going to fall pretty off.
Raise 20,000. Hold.
Pocket fives taking it upstairs, and now an ace-queen for Tony Parker. Ace-jack was worth a 3-bet moments ago. This time, though, he shows balance as he flats and does so versus a late position opener from the button. So good luck trying to clock Tony Parker, who's avoiding any sort of pattern behavior. Action on Hudon now, and he has an ace-queen of his own.
And you've been saying that Hudon's been going after Parker,
He has.
so I believe this ace-queen is going upstairs.
The thing is, as we can see,
85.
there has been real hands associated with the get up and go from Hudon. 3 bets to 85,000. Peticchio feeling victimized.
This is annoying for the 2-5s, not getting a good price with the stack remaining. Maybe he's picking up on the fact that Hudon's been attacking Parker and it's like, I've had enough. Is 5s enough?
I mean, Peticchio's had a view of what's been going on, too. You know, there's a point at which he's going to be like, I know what you're up to over there, Mr. 1 seat over from Tony Parker.
Cool.
Yeah, he's had enough. He's going to try to see a flop here, and Parker now he's queen, clearly under-repped.
The thing is, the real I've had enough comes in the form of a 4-bet. Here,
Sure.
He's actually just going to mine a set. Now Parker. All sorts of body language.
Yeah, this type of body language usually follows through with a fold, but I don't want to say that's what's going to happen because Parker could easily come along with ace queen.
I mean, it does feel a little bit range capping, doesn't it?
It does, and especially with the little chuckle tapping of the cards.
Wow. Parker lets it go. So Houdon gets to own the ace-queen all to himself here, heads up, but out of position against Peticchio. 210 in the middle. Struggle was real there for Tony. And he's going to feel okay about things, given that both he and Houdon missed this flop. 10-7-4. Fives still best.
You can see Parker is very invested in this board texture at the moment. He's like, all right, just no ace or queen.
Right.
And I'm all right. For now, though, it is Houdon. Ace queen himself with the diamond. 2 overs.
Bet 60,000.
Man, if you got this far of 2 fives and you see a very small bet of 60K, I'm going to feel very compelled to call here to keep ace king, ace queen honest.
Maybe, maybe not, though, Randy, because sometimes players will espouse the philosophy of no set, no bet, and just kind of like, this is a straightforward sort of hand. I don't want to get deeper into murky water in this predator-rich environment. And yet, as you suspected, appeal inbound as another 120,000 works its way into the middle. You see Elliott just trying to deduce what is it that I'm up against here. King of Diamonds is a very interesting card for Houdon. He picks up the second nut flush draw and a Broadway gutty. Is it going to be enough of an excuse to barrel once more into the man who opened this pot, called our 3-bet, and then called the follow-through on the flop?
This is a slam dunk all-in on the turn. Your opponent has 185K remaining. There's 330 in the middle. The king is very much in your range when you squeeze because you have all the ace-kings. It's very scary for the 10-7-4 type texture. I love this play.
And there it is. The old Daryl Dawkins, as Houdon does dunk, as you suspected. And the fives crumble under the weight. It has just been really a high frequency with which Houdon's chips enter the arena and then come back to him with new friends. And he hasn't had to show it down all that often either.
He's playing great.
Yep. So's Tim Adams, by the way, who not long ago did not show down, but did bluff Elliott Houdon successfully after. By the way, that Shake Shack that they have on property here, if you're ever playing Atlantis Trivial Pursuit, the 3rd highest grossing Shake Shack in the world. Outside by the pool over there with a beautiful aquarium backing. Like the entire wall is that main aquarium over at the Royal. I just found myself eating the burger and staring at fish. And then I was wondering if the fish were staring at my burger. You know what I mean?
I was kind of disappointed they didn't have a Filet-O-Fish there.
Randy, that's a little bit uncouth, man. You know, you don't serve bacon, you know, at the pig petting zoo. That's the Snack Shack. That's not. I mean, at least it would be fresh if they did. But anyways, 10-8 suited here. Hines going to work. A speculator, Boyanovsky. Ace-4, a defender. 5-4-4 board trips for Boyanovsky. What a reward this is for the defense, and the ace of diamonds for dessert. But Hines, 10-8 of diamonds and excuses to continue.
13,000.
He lights the end of this firecracker for 13K.
Firecracker could be coming for Boyanovsky. He's got trip fours with the ace of diamonds. And there's pretty deep stack, so he might want to look to build a pot. He's going to check call. And I believe Hines is going to double barrel at a very high frequency with 10-8 suited. Especially when he picks up a gut shot. Still 2 overs to the board. There's a lot of ace highs that check call, check fold turn. It doesn't need to be the wheelie stuff. Even like ace 9, ace 10, these would check call from the big blind on this texture.
Now we've got ourselves a gut shot straight draw to boot. Added excuses to continue to put chips forth for Hines. Potentially, you do not want to be blown off equity here. At the end of the day, it is just 10 high for the time being, and the range advantage does belong to that big blind of Boyanovsky. 81 in the middle, so tantalizing though. And Hines can't help but sink his canines into this thing for 45K.
Should be a lot of check raising with the 4 on this turn card. This turn card brings a lot of river cards that are quite bad for you, that kill your action, like the 8, the 6, the 3. Diamonds or hearts are bad as well. If that 7 was less connected, like a 10, a 9 or jack or so, then he probably goes for check call once again. But raise is definitely ideal with this texture.
Man, and this is the minute, or the moment rather, that you just instantly go, why? I could have just checked back and seen the river for free. Now all of a sudden I've got to spend 135 to take a swing. And the pair on board obviously is pesky as well, Randy. You don't want to draw dead.
True, and also because some of his outs, right, they improve your opponent to like a full house, which is bad when you try to hit a flush. These outs are not clean, especially with the 10 high flush draw. But yeah, position, I would say.
And welcome back to the desk here on the back end of a rather lengthy break, one that some people may very well have needed every minute of. Talking about Boyanovsky, of course, who took that dirty beat as we went to that 30-minute interlude. Alina Jad now sitting beside producer James Dempsey. And James, there's been some developments in terms of more bracelets being awarded since we were last here.
I mean, I wanted to talk about the knife and fork and the hot dog you ate on the break, but sure.
Guilty as charged.
Another bracelet won during the break. We mentioned before the break, Stevie Chidwick playing heads up in that 50K PLO, and he managed to close it out during dinner. So there we go, bracelet number 2.
Against Wang Yang, obviously no surprises there. And as we look at the overall leaders in day 1B, here a shake of the head, James, brought on by what exactly?
Ridiculous. Fedor Holtz, chip leading. Like, give someone else a go, please.
Didn't he just finish third, was
He
it, in the main for 100K, the Triton event that came with a bracelet yesterday? Of course, he fell short of winning that bracelet. Alex Foxon ultimately claiming the trophy and that honor. But how much is he sitting with?
He's got 2.9 million, so just under 6 starting stacks. But have a look who's in fourth.
Yeah. You know, we're not bringing it to you on our iPads right now, but trust us when we tell you that a certain Argentine who played the Triton Million and earned 12 million plus for doing so has hopped into this 25K. You can't keep the good man down. It is Papo MC, Alejandro Lococo, 4th overall here on day 1B of this WSOP Super Main with 2.1 million in front of him. As we're just about set to get things back underway here, several tables of action still going, and I would imagine many of these faces are going to be present. Oh, there he is. Is that the moment?
There's our man.
Yes. And who is he placing that bracelet on? There's his wife.
In fact,
there you go, honey.
I remember his other bracelet, despite his proficiency in all games, also came in PLO. I remember exactly the year it was, because it was the year he didn't play the World Series of Poker, in the sense he didn't grind. I think it was just after the birth of his child, and he went along right at the end of the series, turned up and shipped 25K at PLO, if memory serves. So
I'll tell you what, he plays short deck, he plays pot limit Omaha, he plays no limit. If it involves poker in tournament form, you can count on Stephen Chidwick showing up. Meanwhile, you get a glimpse at some of the others who have shown up here. Many of the Triton Super High Roller Series regulars that made their way to the Bahamas aren't trying to check out after simply a week on the island. They are sticking around, namely Michael Soiza and Sosia Jiang there. Chance, of course, did play. Foxen also here.
yeah, I mean,
Looking to keep the blood sugar up.
we had that table on earlier. It was a lot of fun. Foxen and Chance, of course, bantering back and forth. Soiza's joined it since. Sosia's still there as well. So
Foxen made a deep run in the Million Invitational before winning that bracelet in the main.
Sixth Invitational, yeah. And then taking down that main. See Santos there. A man with a bracelet on his resume. Faraz, we saw him earlier.
Seth Davies was on his feet there. How about the Cyborg, Eric Seidel, Kiat Lee?
Oh, Benny Glazier as well. He was on the final table of that PLO that Stevie just took down. Ah, there's the man.
Hola.
Wow, that's a fun table.
You know, you say fun, man. That's no walk in the park. I got to tell you, given that this is kind of a wide open MTT, a lot of people qualifying through satellites and the lot, this is definitely drawn the upper crust out of the woodwork. 25K buy-in.
I'm going to let you into a secret.
Talk to me.
All the qualifiers put into day 1A. Some of them would have got through. Some got chewed up. Some may elect to come back in, but now we're talking about people who have ponied up 25K to play, bar the ones who have won maybe a live satellite here yesterday.
Okay.
So no surprise to see today being that much tougher than perhaps you would expect.
Not to be overshadowed, of course, the fact that GG Poker stepped up and provided everybody who was willing to play day 1A with a free entry into a 1K Sati if they met their demise during yesterday's play. So day 1B, new Lagoon and Reef tables. Ding Biao helming things over there. I say new. That one is static.
Yeah.
It's, of course, due to the presence of Tony Parker.
We need it, right? How can you have him here and not have him on the stream? Tony Parker playing some poker.
How often do we get to see legends like that out of their element? As we see KT, Alan Keating, Punat Punsri, along with Bucky, Matt Wantman.
Yeah, Jesse Lonas, let's not sleep on him being in there as well.
Oh, yeah, I did overlook that.
This is a great table.
Listen, as much as we want to watch Tony Parker rumble, there's a lot of excuses to spend some time over at that Reef table, but we will begin with Tony and company.
How do you think Biel's dinner went down after finding that barreling off with a gut shot, getting that last hand of the dinner, getting the full double up?
Remember, he opened, got 3-bet, flatted. Checked, raised the ace-high board with the gutter, barreled again on the turn, and then found presto on the river.
Yeah, and this is the victim, Boyanovsky, with just 11 blinds. And his dinner probably tasted a little sour. It was one of those, such a bluff, Ollie, that when you got called and your opponent turned over those cards, he probably still thought he'd won. It would take you a minute to realize that 6-4 had backed into a straight, or at least hit the bottom end of the gut shot straight.
Ace-Jack offsuit in the hijack for Paticchio. He's going to jam his final 205,000 blinds. 6, 12, and 12. 30K in orbit, the price of poker. Parker looks intrigued. Ace-8 offsuit on the button. This would be poorly timed if he got stubborn.
205.
I can see his interest is peaked. He has 2 players to worry about behind as well. Yeah, nice fold. I have to say, Ali, he was doing some magic last night in the casino.
Did you really sweat the craps?
So, here's the truth. I retired from craps a long time ago. It's the one table game I never go near again.
Oh, no, sorry.
Wait a minute, you still play the pits, but you won't touch craps?
Yeah.
You know you're doing it wrong, right? You're like, roulette, send it. Caribbean stud poker, I'm in. But not craps where you get the best odds?
Yeah, but also, you know, my emotions get the best of me sometimes at the table.
Okay.
I was over there, sweating some of the boys who were playing. They asked, do I want to pool money? I said, no. I've got a hard and fast rule. I'll never play the game again.
All
But
right.
I'll sweat. Then I'm like, who's this throwing? I'm like, hang on a second. That's Tony Parker. And let me tell you, I mean, I'm a huge believer in the all the superstitions of craps. And you've got to have a good thrower. And by that, I mean, there has to be good arc. There has to be good aim. I want the dice landing in the right spot, missing chips, hitting the wall on the first bounce, all that kind of stuff. Okay. This man, no surprise, complete mastery over the bones.
Really?
Oh, beautiful.
An artist?
The arc, the back flick, oh, it's everything.
Listen, when you're able to move a basketball around the court like he did for so many years as a point guard, then you can understand why tossing things in the right spot is very much up his alley. Meanwhile, under the gun, ace-7, an expensive 30K trip through the blinds. Inbound, and Boyanovsky says, let's take our chances here. 132,000 delivered. Biao Queen Jack suited.
Maybe he gives him a spin here.
He didn't hesitate whatsoever, by the way. I don't think that the range for Boyanovsky is going to include too many things that are behind the Queen Jack suited in spite of the leanness of his stack, and yet Ding Biao says, hey, bud, let me go ahead and finish what I started.
You can't do that to a man, not give him a chance to get a little bit back.
Okay,
Come on.
that's fair.
9.
7, 9, 10. And how about 7, 8, 10 is Ding Biao. 2 overs in the gut shot against bottom pair.
Look, Adams can't believe what he's watching.
Oh.
No.
And the disbelief now planted squarely on Boyanovsky. Best of it pre and on the flop. Worst of it here on the turn. Ace or a 7 needed. And instead, the 8. We'll send BDS packing. You know what it stands for then, don't you?
Brazilian Dan Smith. I see it. I see it.
The chat's responsible. I can't be held accountable for this.
You always blame the chat for your transgressions.
I don't always. This time I do. I do have to blame them. I hadn't thought it. I just thought that's Boyanovsky. Does seem like they could have run the parent trap. If I'm being honest.
Is sparkling water
Belongings collected. His stack is collected by Ding Biao.
Careful. Cables are.
Yeah, it's a bit of a minefield coming off that, can be a little bit depth perception issues. Not since the floor of the Death Star have I seen.
He's still not found his way off just yet.
Something.
Should stay with that.
That nicely buffed and black being walked across. Pocket sixes now. Peticchio.
He certainly looks Italian, doesn't he?
Yeah. I'm not pushing back on that. You know, customs and immigration, the man presents the Italian passport. I'm not verifying its authenticity. Yes, obvious. 27,000. Perhaps slightly suspect the authenticity of the strength of this holding from under the gun.
Yeah, one of those. He's popped this up. Doesn't really enjoy playing this hand from this seat off that stack, but just enough. I think certainly as well. early in the day one. We need to start building that stack up. And Batil, again, won't really enjoy defending this one too much, but at the end of the day, it's an ace.
Jack 7-5. Swing and a miss for the ace deuce. Checking, and Peticchio nestled between the 7 and the 5.
Yeah, kind of a weird spot. Not really a board he gets to hit that off. And of course he gets all the other pairs and some strong jacks, but this hand in particular I think does warrant betting. Somewhat vulnerable. Does have future equity, yeah.
Easy check fold there from Batil. Some inquiries, by the way, in the chat on the heels of that Boyanovsky stacking at the hands of Ding Biao with regard to whether or not this is a re-entry event. Most definitely is, and it's a $50 million guaranteed event. So obviously you're going to need re-entries, you're going to need satellite qualifiers, you're going to need online qualifiers, you're going to need 5 day ones.
Four live day ones, aren't we?
Well, there was day 1A.
We've got
B, C, and
BCD
D,
we're covering.
And then the online day one.
Right, okay, yeah. Okay,
right?
I think there were,
Okay.
yeah, I think there were multiple online day ones, so there's plenty of ways to get through. But yeah, you're right. You're quite right. I believe 90 players are already getting through to day 3 from online, so they're chilling, relaxing, already in the money. But yeah, like, I mean, there's still plenty of chance to get in this. Henry mentioned earlier when we were in here together, said, you know, if you're on the East Coast, short flight, you can get down here, Reg. I said, Henry, if you're on the East Coast of Australia, you can still get here in Reg. Border plane.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of chatter about whether or not the guarantee is going to be met. Definitely a hot topic out there at all of the tables. You know how it is, though. Anytime you've been in a local casino and you think, oh, there it is, they're not going to make it, all of a sudden that last surge tends to get things over the hump, but very unclear as to whether or not millions could get added to this prize pool.
This is a tall order, this one. $50 million. I think it'll be, I mean, never say never, but I'd be surprised if they got there.
Well, obviously, we're not rooting against it, but if it does manage to not hit, the good news will be for all those that bothered to make it out here to the Bahamas. The order not so tall for 10-9 suited out of the big blind. Happy to defend is Peticchio. Unhappy to be outkicked on a King 10-7 board unbeknownst, where he interacts nicely with that 7 of diamonds and checks it over to Elliot Houdon.
Yeah, electing as the opener to see bet on this board. Does get to do it. Does get to have quite a lot of hands that want to bet this board. Certainly a 10 with the top kicker. Worthy enough. Peticchio, I don't think really with any option but to call for now. That second pair. Backdoor diamonds. Connectivity in the form of a backdoor straight as well, also possible. So many options here.
18,000, check called, pot up and over 6 figures. Now the diamond draw acquisition on the turn for Peticchio will keep him interested.
Yeah, and with the stack to pot ratio here, it gets a little icky for Houdon. Whether he wants to bet here, obviously really horrible to ever get jammed on. But hard to ever get more than almost street anyway. So you could bet here, Ali, and then shut down river, get some value against the draws, or you could play as to check back and then call a lot of river bets when your opponent bluffs said miss draws. And that's the route he's gone for.
I'm not sure that the Jack of Spades is a card that's going to leave Peticchio looking to reach for chips here. It very much interacts with that Houdon line.
Yeah, they'll both hate that river card, and I think both be happy to take this to showdown. Yep, nicely played by both. Do you think these players all had hot dogs on break? Or was it just you?
You know, I didn't really have a choice, James. You know, the mess hall today was dogs and burgers day. And I confess I wasn't even that hungry, but I had 30 minutes to kill, and so I decided to defile myself with a hot dog. James, I thought I might have been able to do so without it being public, but here you are.
What really surprised me was the double layering of the ketchup. I noticed you applied once.
That's correct.
Then clearly took a bite, decided it needed a little bit more seasoning.
You know, the thing is, I'm trying to mask whatever's actually contained within a hot dog. It's more of a catch-up delivery vessel at that point
Yeah.
in time. As, you know, the taste of hoof and tendon, whatever else gets mixed into the grinder is not really what's on my mind. What is on my mind, though, is what exactly Aiden Hines has lying beneath those two question marks.
Here we go.
Big blind. Defends against the Houdon open with the 2 9s. Jack 7-4 board. 1 overcard to contend with for Elliott. Action checked over, and he flicks in a C-bet. 25K.
Yeah, another one of these scenarios where the big blind obviously gets to have quite a lot on this kind of board. But at the same time, Houdon with 2 9s, especially with a spade, plenty of hand to be betting with, can get worse calling. That's for sure.
80.
Uh-huh.
Check raise from Mr. Hines. 60K more required if you want to battle on.
Yeah, again, people might look at this originally and think, hey, 2 9s kind of bad cards to call with here because you want your opponent maybe to have some of those gut shots. But I think that 8 9, 9 10 kind of hands do tend to just want to check call here, and the check raise bluffs are more likely to be the 3 5, 5 8 kind of gut shots, especially maybe those with backdoor hearts as well. So I think 9s is a nice hand to continue with here. But it's certainly going to get scary.
It's kind of one of those you continue and then reassess depending on what sort of posture is taken on by Hines on the turn.
Obviously, things get very shallow once we call. We only a 1 pot bet behind.
Setting up an SPR just north of 1 is Hines. 6 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad card to see for Houdon. Like I say, some of those bluffs you might expect are the 3 5, 5 8 types. Some of the 6 8 type hands might shut down now as well. I mean, Hines is still in a situation where he's going to have 2 bet sizes. Obviously, some hands he wants to just jam with here. How does he make it cutesy with?
Well, as you try to whittle down the range, I know it's still a little bit early here. Do you have a sense in terms of Hines is holding, especially now that you see him jam?
Yeah, that's just such an ugly card. Although I wouldn't expect him, if he has check raised with some of those gut shots, to now jam.
If he got there, you mean?
Yeah. I think, is he really turning? Yeah. Those 6-5 type hands. Does he follow through here as a bluff? I don't know. I feel like less likely to do so. I think you're just too likely to get called by the overpairs.
Well, when you're out there, heads up, every hand is a mystery hand, as you hear Houdon working his way through the possibilities. He brought up flush draw. He brought up 6-5.
I just don't put you on a jack, but like it's so hard to call.
Yeah, I think a jack's unlikely anyway, Houdon, when you've opened +1.
Who plays that jack like that?
Yeah, exactly. Just so much value there. Only far fewer bluffs now. I mean, all the sets, 2-pair combos are there.
How much is it, you said?
250,000。
谁的了？他去哪吃去了？你去拿的？这么快？
Maybe it's jack.
哎，他这个好呀，这么轻，什么牌了？他这个好，什么牌了？
Elliot really chewing on this one, quite literally.
I was more noticing the fact the bird had returned.
Now, you know, that chirping that you hear in the background is very much this finch or sparrow, I'm not sure, you know. I don't have all of my avian species down, not part of the Audubon Society, but he's desperately been looking for a way out of here, unless, based on the fact that the windy conditions have been making things rough outdoors, he found a way in.
Seeking refuge.
Not the worst place to be.
Elliot really struggling on this one. I think I just fold at this point. I mean, we're going to have jacks. We're going to have over pairs.
Oh, I can't take it.
Okay, he concedes. Drum roll, please. It was
Yeah.
7s and 4s for Hines.
I'd say it's just the 6 of clubs is such a bad card for Hines, in the sense that a lot of his bluffs have either got there or now don't really want to bluff.
So he would have preferred something else that would have allowed Elliot to maybe bluff catch?
Just give me the offsuit deuce.
Well, you heard Elliot talking about who plays a jack like that. And once you remove that from the arsenal, the nines start to look a lot better.
Here
Now,
we go.
Alan Keating. King Jack opened. Matt Wantman, pocket tens flatted, and Punat Punsri with a baby-suited ace. Puts in scoop number 3.
Love it's just
Back
me.
over to Keating, cash game stream legend.
Other way, Wantman, what a stack. 3 stacks already in the middle, getting squeezed here, but tens is a hand you don't mind getting squeezed, holding.
Fucking chair leans all the way back. All right.
So out of the way is Keating. Wantman in there, and he's found middle set, although not a whole lot to be interested in if we're Punsri. Just that heart.
Yeah, and this is a pretty ugly board in terms of what you'd expect Wantman to flatten open with and call a 3-bet. It's going to be all sorts of Broadway combinations. 10s and 7s as well, of course, part of that range. Although the 10s would have 3-bet themselves at some frequency. Here we go, though, aren't we? The theme of the day. The Triton guys are just trying to build stacks.
Very much so. $85,000. Very wet texture here in terms of the queen ten of spades and Wantman.
Yeah.
Unblocking all of that ace king, ace jack stuff, the overpairs.
230.
I like this. I think on that board texture, when Peanut does c-bet, a lot of the time he is going to continue. So just trying to get it in there.
Check raise though.
Fun here. Fun's good.
Does away with Punat.
You want to do something? You shuffle.
You see him
like
representing
100K. You wanna do
Triton
something?
with that
Do what?
half
Like
zip.
flop. I mean, you want to 4-bet or
A
something?
regular.
I was thinking about it.
And a man who's very much behind
Very
the
suspicious of
scenes,
the
trying to
gentleman.
get poker legalized in Thailand.
Mm-hmm.
Would love to see that happen. There's his
Okay,
buddy
what's
to
it?
the left of the screen. Kanapong Tanaratakul.
He like
Right.
call,
KT,
and then he would fold.
as we call him.
I don't think there's anyone that
For
believes
obvious reasons. I mean,
Like Queen Jack suited.
there's only so many times you can rip through all those syllables
Should've let him just keep
before you
bluffing.
tap out.
You didn't have the 10s, did you?
Ollie, you know
Oh
my
my gosh,
Either 10s or 7s.
that's crazy.
talent level, or lack thereof, should we say, when it comes to pronunciations of certain
Oh,
names.
That's 10s
You're
or
an
7s, like, every
absolute
time?
Tanaratakul.
verbal cleaver.
Tanaratakul, I think that's... Is that
Yeah.
about right? Close enough?
No.
King Jack
Okay.
suited. King
No.
Jack spades.
Katie.
Wow.
KT, you did great there.
Don't give me
Thank
that
you.
much credit.
Pocket fives.
Yeah, you probably fold that.
Doing all right here versus ace king suited on the button. Lonis
Oh, okay. He's made it 20.
getting his bearings here. Jesse,
Oh no, the all in.
a young man who's very much
Almost went all in, right?
burst onto the scene, so to speak. His first ever Triton Super High Roller Series coming
Ah, the
just a
king
few
ten.
short
If
weeks
he made it
ago
25, I fold.
in Monte Carlo.
I thought he made it 25.
Rounding out the action is Vardanyan with 9-6.
wow.
Swing and a miss, and a set-rich environment And this time, the ace-high hearts won't be able to find refuge as Punsri did before Keating. Allen, top pair, top kicker, fuse lighting 30K.
Yeah, this is grim. Only saving grace for him is that, of course, Jesse's starting this hand so short in chips that Keating's going to have plenty left at the end because there is no way.
Whoa,
Ooh.
hang on a second. You're saying no way, and the deck has other ideas. Deuce of hearts, nut flush draw, and the wheel gutter, James.
And he found the snap check. Wow, I thought for sure this was just going to go bet flop, bet turn, but he's letting Jesse do the bidding.
His hand's too good to
Yeah,
bet?
that's what he's deciding, I think. Obviously, you got to...
Knew it'd be us.
He gives a little speech as he checked jabs. I love that.
So Keating
Mamma mia.
asking Lonis for the remaining 160. Of course, Jesse with the snap call all in.
Real ones.
Yeah.
And we have some real cliff-hanging on this river with 593 in the middle. And the fate of Jesse Lonis. Oh, and the 9 of hearts puts the backdoor nut flush out there and showers Jesse Lonis.
Why you look at
Not so
me and
much as a
then
flinch.
smile and call?
I was just appreciating the moment, you know. It's a pleasure to be alive, pleasure to be here. It's nice to have top pair, top kicker,
and flush draw.
And a flush draw. Yeah. What's not to be happy about, you know?
Life is good, and the living is easy. If you're Alan Keating. I mean, you name someone else who's going to be parked in Lonis' seat with that hand that's going to enjoy a different fate.
Yeah.
And I'll show you a guy who has X-ray vision. Never a chance to get away from it. Pocket nines now, as Keating showing the other side of the spectrum. 10-3 offsuit made it 26,000. So in the cutoff, rips it. And this one should be over swiftly. Now, if Keating is familiar, it's because you're a guy or a gal that streams a lot of poker that includes cash game streams.
Yeah.
Famously was involved with the Brazilian football star, international legend Neymar, playing on a cash game stream out in Los Angeles. And they ran it twice, officially, I believe, and then Keating, having missed both times, asked Neymar if he wanted to run it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, something to that effect, for an extra 50,000 or something each time.
Going, yeah.
And I think Neymar rang the till for another $250,000
Yeah.
before Keating tapped out.
It's tough to lose more than your entire stack in a cash game, but he found a way.
I remember a day in the markets, James, where I had a negative 367% day. That was, you know, obviously.
And here you are at work the next day. Like,
yeah, wholly invested. Literally. Queen Jack. Peticchio limping this one. Ace-5 suited.
Yeah, 16 blinds. Just obviously deciding he certainly doesn't want to jam it.
Cool.
So keep some depth in the stack. Maybe let some weaker hands in. What's going to happen here? Because Adams will get a free look.
Surprised to see Houdon not seek privacy out of the small there.
You kind of get a bit suspicious, perhaps, when Peticchio limps here. Don't know how many times he's done that up to now.
Yeah.
I've seen him be willing to open in a couple of spots on the marginal side, so I'm kind of surprised to see it as well.
Adams quite pleased to not have been dispensed as he finds top pair on this board. Second pair for Houdon. Round of checks. Now the wheel gutty for Houdon as Adam solves any potential kicker issues, courtesy of this 3, giving him 10s up.
Yeah, dreamy scenario for him, having seen this free flop and finding this board.
Adams speaks up. 24K. Queen Jack should be arrivederci.
Yeah, that should be, but Houdon. Tough scenario brewing for him. Of course, that second pair, top kicker, gut shot to the wheel.
Predictably, it gets folded over to him. Now let's see what he has in mind. Call is cozy. We hunt the 4, the 5, or the ace for the win. Instead, running 3s now filling Adams up, and that is a run out that could potentially see Houdon looking to bluff catch. Front door spades arrive.
Yeah, certainly there are plenty of candidates that are still bluffs at this stage. Obviously, the spade's complete, but some of the 4x, 6x even, that Adams may have fired the turn with, would be inclined to bluff again here. As you mentioned, you wouldn't expect Adams to really have a 3 here. A 3 doesn't make much sense as a turn bet early, unless it's a hand like 10-3, 5-3, deuce 3. So, somewhat of a blank. $96K in there. How much will he go for? Looks like he's going big.
You know, against Houdon in particular, who Adams has observed throughout the course of today's play, I like this because I think he understands that Elliott is one of these guys that will call light in spots such as this, given the polarity of the sizing and kind of the heroism that lies beneath the Henley.
Yeah, I mean, Elliott's hand just looks like it's this. Like a 5 or somehow a deuce from the small. It could be like ace deuce, but obviously there's far more 5x limits from the small. So he kind of just looks like he's got this hand. But I suppose he could have a 3 as well.
An offsuit 3 would have served Adams much better than this spade, especially given that Houdon unblocks the flush.
Yeah, actually, think about this. Houdon does get to have some 3x himself, so... Yeah. Makes it slightly less likely Adams is bluffing. But again, yeah, this size just obviously removing a 10x being part of the bet. He's saying flush or bet up with this size, and it is the bet up. Once again, Houdon in a tough spot. Nice fold. Chat asking Ollie, where is the clock? No shot clocks day 1 here?
Nope. Very much commensurate with World Series operations, standard and customary. Of course, if something gets egregious, clock can be called.
Mm-hmm.
Dreams.
Tournament staff generally not far.
Of course.
Come over and
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm not a fan of shot clocks in general. I understand they are a necessary evil in a lot of tournaments, and so I get it. They're better than the alternative, but I just wish we didn't need them.
yeah, but you know, unfortunately, the reality is that there are those who will always seek to egregiously exploit a lack of a shot clock, and this is, of course, why we observe their advent over the last few years.
Just feel like sometimes it unduly punishes the less experienced players because they need a bit more time to
Yeah.
think these things through.
You're not
Also,
wrong.
the more active players kind of get punished. If you're sitting there not playing that many hands and you've got your 10 time banks, not too much problem. If you're the guy sailing around in every hand without a map, then, you know, you burn through more. I don't want to discourage those players.
No, I hear you. I think that the time banks is obviously a nice solution, as the antidote to 2 8s is on display here. Mr. Glazer, who takes Vardanyan upstairs. Note that Vardanyan simply limped the 2 8s from early position. Now Keating appears interested. We didn't mean for this to be a mystery hand, but unless Allen scans his hand, we're not going to know what he's got, so perhaps an accidental opportunity to indulge in some mystery as floor number 3 is paid a visit.
Yeah, Vardanyan removed any kind of decision now, having limped that in. It's going to lose the minimum one suspects unless he really, really senses something's up here. Be pretty ballsy. But I imagine, only we're just joining this table they've been playing together today. I imagine there's been a lot of this sort of nonsense going on. With Keating at the table, Poonat, KT, all this kind of stuff.
I mean,
Jesse Lonas.
those high rollers that have an appetite for action can definitely create some discomfort for those for whom a 25K is maybe the biggest buy-in they've ever played. I'd imagine just given the sheer volume of satellites that were run, giving people opportunities to get into this one. There's no shortage of people who fall into that camp. Glazer must contend. Now out of position for 110K with Keating. 262 out there.
Oof.
And an ace, deuce, deuce, 2-spade board. No spade for Glazer. And no real sense of where he's at right now. And it's Jack 6 for Keating. He's 4% from this point forward. Could easily draw dead on this turn. And yet he's just convinced himself he's got ace X here, Dempsey.
I just described certain people who sail around in pots without a map. This hand feels like one of them.
Listen.
I love it.
This is no Chris Columbus nor Lewis and Clark.
No.
Compass free.
This is flat earth stuff.
Very much so. Glazer, gonna keep him honest. Dempsey, I feel as though there's a small chance, as all of a sudden, chance is what Keating has, given the arrival of the spade, that Allen didn't look at his hand. James, I'm dead serious. Especially because, remember, it didn't get scanned. And then all of a sudden on the flop, you know, he reached down, took a peek, and then barreled. I really feel as though every now and again, he likes to keep himself entertained in this way. Pot up to 372, and we don't like getting called.
Wow. Barring again. I mean, how can you continue with Jack's no spade here?
Well, if you do, it would be courtesy of the fact that Keating has just brought forth 110,000. Granted, it's a callable sizing, but it is milky.
It's that, yeah, actually. When I first said that, I hadn't seen the size of the bed. It is pretty small, but that in itself brings so much suspicion. Is this like a ace-X type hand that just wants to bet once more small? You would imagine that the big pairs with a spade. Yeah, maybe they go this. Maybe they check back. I'm not sure, but it doesn't make too much sense for any hand to really go this size. And usually when it doesn't make sense for any... Oh?
What was that?
He said about jacks, I think, and then folded.
Oh, my.
Felt it. There was a spade coming on the river, though.
Glazer trying to rationalize the laydown there by suggesting another spade was coming as Keating just rolls it over and shows him the filth. Owie. Well, if you somehow have yet To be the proud owner of a GG Poker account, have we got news for you. A free $50 ticket to the Weekender can be yours if you sign up today and use the promo code Paradise2024, along with depositing a minimum of $20, 2.5x on the investment. Head on over today to the world's largest online poker room and get involved. I got to tell you, James, I myself, genuinely, and I'm not, shy about saying this, I don't have that gear. I don't have the 3-bet Jack 6 off or don't look at my hand. I can't do it. It goes against the fabric of my DNA, and I'm not necessarily proud of that because Keating gets action that I know I never will in spots, So there is a lot of value, but that is a variance multiplying sort of phenomenon that Keating has an appetite for. Not me.
I would never fold to you again.
And I would imagine not most of the field is Glazer saying, I'll never fold to you now. That's the thing, though. Keating is allowed to pick up real hands as well. And when he does, all of a sudden you find yourself convinced that the man is light and he just shows up with it.
You've seen it a million times, Ollie.
Mm-hmm. Marketing budgets.
Yeah.
King 9 of clubs, though. Glazer undeterred by the pain of that last exchange and still sitting north of $1 million coming into this one. Did open. Punsri flatting on the puck. Inferior suited king for Seo in the small blind. Also hopping aboard. Ace 8-6. King 9. Actually best.
Yeah. So unlikely here. Very hard, though, to fire this board with that hand. Same for Puna.
Board pairing ace. King 9 still best and no one with the flush draw after the round of knuckles.
Yeah, I think no one really incentivized to bet this, remarkably, even though whoever bets wins. Ollie, I see a question in the chat. Just simply, how can you possibly have a 50 million guaranteed? And you're right, it's madness. And I know you want to pick on the username that's asked that question. I feel like they've only gone so far in opening their account here on YouTube.
Yeah, Google Gmail is the handle that submits that question. Listen, I'll tell you how. You have the backing of the world's largest online poker room who've got some real coffers. As we see the 4th diamond rolling off after the 2nd round of checks.
Yeah, this is suddenly where I think Glazer, as the opener, gets to have the most offsuit combos, so can potentially bluff here. But he's just going to check it. Does this possibly check through again? I mean, Puna, again, he can certainly have some flushes, some single card diamond hands here. See, he's got Queen Jack off. I don't think you'd necessarily expect him to have that all the time, but here we go. He's going to sneeze.
Well, if you boys don't want it, I'll take it, says Punsri, betting 66, 2/3 pot, and he gets it on through. So well done, Punat, as he activates at the right time. Arsenic, by the way, asking where can I buy Punsri's jacket? Wouldn't call it a jacket, would call it a quarter zip. And that is, of course, the Triton logo emblazoned upon there. The folks who collaborated with this particular WSOP Paradise across the past 6 days for the Triton Million and the Triton 100K main.
Oh, no.
And their merch shop
And so I wanted to play extra good.
is where
The reason I
you
don't
can
sell
get
is that I feel like
that particular
piece
piece
of
of kit.
people's money. Oh, okay. And so that's why I folded, because it was other people's money. Usually I would just call you down.
Next time.
Okay, we've all had excuses before.
Maybe.
Mr. Glazer, I'm
Greetings.
calling that one out.
I mean, I got to tell you, Alan Keating is a guy that'll give you indigestion.
Growing up in New York.
New York.
Yeah. You're from LA?
No, from Michigan originally.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, no way. Yeah. No, you were Midwestern. Did you go to University of Michigan?
Wantman.
Nice. I went to Wisconsin.
Open the 5, Sale with the Ducks.
Yeah, and
jamming.
For 15, I think you kind of have to just shrug and call.
Maybe not.
He's going to be delighted to see the situation if he does call.
There it
Yeah,
is.
they're pretty good.
Wantman with the overpair.
You're cool. Flip over fires and your opponent taps the table. You're like, that's good news.
Where do you live now?
Well, we're going to have to see 5
Oh, you live in Vegas.
before fates are determined, but understandably, Seo reaching for the mic. This has become very standard protocol, oftentimes invoked in superstitious fashion so as to
High-rises, or you have a house?
provide an offering of humility to the poker gods who actually don't look to be shining upon Seo on this flop.
Yeah, you can take the mic off now.
Were you?
You can be down the stairs already if you want.
I grew up in the city.
You know,
Oh,
you
no, I
say
grew
that,
up in
James. I've actually run into
Suburbs.
the running
wondering what it
quads
would be like.
before.
Growing up in the city.
Aces on an ace-high flop, pocket 9s went
It's just a
9-9
different way
on
to
me.
grow up, you know?
I was just talking to Eric
Yeah.
Seidel about this because he grew up
990 to
on the
1.
Upper West Side.
Run
And
that
I
back
told him
1,000 times.
anyone I know
Yeah, that hurts.
that's our age that grew up in Manhattan is a psycho.
I actually
Is
remember a
total
few years ago.
psycho. Because they're usually very rich. And
I call, by the way.
Right, right. Like when you grew up on the Upper West.
Just you remembering a few years ago.
Fair enough.
Or at least middle class.
Go ahead.
Going down to a cash game in Vegas.
Yeah,
Okay.
And we're about to get a game started.
All right.
Going to college.
And so my pal John Duffy was in the game.
Okay.
And another friend was in the game. And I just threw down some chips, lock up my seat. Had to go and run a quick errand, come back.
No
20 minutes
limit hold'em
later.
cash game, I assume?
No limit hold'em cash
Okay.
game. Toss a couple of flags down there, lock up my seat. Come back. No flags there. I'm like, sure I put some cash down. What's going on? And Duffy's like, I owe you 10. And I was like, what's going on? The game's just started. And lo and behold, he'd squeeze it up with queens, flopped a queen, and his opponent had called. Turn was a 9. His opponent called. River was a 9, and the same situation had befallen him. The runner quads to start a cash game.
Which is to say, it happens.
And somehow I was down 10K.
Minor.
You know what? You definitely got to get in the game at that point because Duffy's nice and steamed up.
Yeah. Actually, what we did was we played for about 30 minutes, wait for the game to fill up, and then me and Duffy went for dinner. Everyone was waiting for him to come back. And we just never did.
Wow.
Let them all stew.
Sporting.
Yeah.
Although the real Stu is the man that lost to running quads, I
Yeah.
would say. Meanwhile, back over to Tony Parker and friends. Parker putting in a long day. Normally, 48 minutes and he's done.
He rolled for 48 minutes yesterday, Ollie.
But no quarters, no halftime. Just a full day of poker. That which Tony gets to experience out here. And you know, all of the physical exertion associated with an NBA game, there's some mental exhaustion that can pay you a visit on the back end of having to compete with the talents of what it must be said is a pretty thick field out here on day 1B.
Yeah. I mean, he's been relishing it. He was here a good 30 minutes before the start of play today when I came in. So we're milling around. We saw him come in last night, was sweating the final table of the Triton main event.
Okay.
He's enjoying his time here.
25 to go, said Batil. Batikio.
Pretty cool with 5-6 suited.
Yeah, speculating. And
especially
Houdon closing it out with the snowman. Go on.
Just off 12 blinds as well.
Found an open ender on a king high board. Did Batil.
Yeah, like this. Houdon's going to have so many hands that have to just check fold, and PTK one can assume has turned up with a lot of, shall we say, subpar holdings in spots. We see him in here with the 5-6. I'm sure he's been doing similar most of the day. So nice adjustment for Batil betting this draw. Yeah, Houdon just keeps getting put in these kind of awkward spots, but I just don't think we can call here in a three-way pot. I mean, look at the equity, Ollie, even if we are right.
Yeah, it actually favors Batil. The king counterfeits us. 9, jack, queen, or ace are all problems. Yeah, you sense the reluctance, but Houdon does step aside. It's board texture that's supposed to interact quite nicely with Batil, and then the prospect of having to play it against him.
Yeah, Hudon's having it kind of tough at this table, has to be said.
You know, he was the man that was given fits early on the day, Hudon, particularly to Tony Parker, who at some point must have felt like he was dealing with a playground bully, just given the frequency with which big bets and 3 bets abound out of the 2-hole.
Cards are different.
A lot bigger.
Golubchik
Tough to peel, they're so fresh.
takes a seat in the void left behind by Boyanovsky.
The most chatty table.
The first 2 levels were.
Oh, okay, I was at a chatty one.
Yeah.
Didn't work out.
You need to bring the energy. Did you just buy in?
No, I
Parker
just
limping the button with
yes. That's not a
the
no.
Robbie. Ill-advised.
Yeah.
Hudon wants to play pots when Parker's involved. This much we've ascertained.
Although, Ollie, I'm going to throw it back at you. He's got Adams here dominated.
Yeah. I'm sure that's why we're in there. Adams, of course, happy to check back. 3 amigos look up at Jack Deuce Deuce and perhaps a skosh of clairvoyance for Parker.
Yeah, obviously, this is just a board as the button MP. Kind of just bet all the time anyway. Goes for 3 blinds, and that'll be the end of that.
Bet and take. With ease. Parker, by the way, north of the starting stack of $500,000, so he's on the black side of the ledger, which is more than we can say for many of the mighty who have fallen throughout today's play.
Ollie, I've just read a hand history from one of our former featured tables.
Okay. Walk us through it, if you will.
One we saw, players sitting there chatting. Quite a tough looking final table, but it involves Soiza and Chance.
Corner.
Chance opened 35k with what turned out to be aces. I approve of the play.
Thank you for that, James.
Alan Sita flat in the next seat. And Soiza decided to jam 627k with ace-king. That's right, ace-king off. Chance call with the aces.
Don't tell me.
King on the flop. And then 4 flush for Soiza to pick up a 1.3 million chip pot and send Chance back down to a starting stack.
All of that hard work unraveling in the blink of an eye as Peticchio put forth his entire stack with that suited connector there. Didn't find patrons.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see.
What's the line on Peticchio owning driving gloves? You know what I'm talking about? The kind with the little Velcro strap at the bottom and then maybe like a resto kind of... Yeah, the little hole over the back of the hand.
He keeps them. He keeps them in the vintage Alpha whilst he drives down to the
glove box.
to the boat.
Yes.
I'm not talking yacht. I'm talking.
No. One of those boats with like nice teak wood.
Yeah.
Kind of
and
thing.
He takes
like
it out on Lake Como.
On Como, exactly.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
We are very much. The vividness of my imagination, it's nice to know, is shared by you because
spend far too much time with you. This is all that's clear. What are those boats called? Exactly the one we're talking about. Christ, this is scary.
Ace Jack against 2 jacks. Adams, legitimate open on the button to 28,000. Ding Biao will make some legitimate noise of his own out of the small. This is the man who eviscerated Boyanovsky with that 6-4.
Yeah, we haven't seen him really involved since that hand. Clearly just digesting dinner. Adams would have played a lot of hands against Ding. Both Triton regulars, of course. 3-bet to 10 blinds.
And the fact that they are both Triton regulars, and that's a tournament series that is incestuous in terms of being a small community of players that throw themselves into the Hadron Collider with frequency 4 times a year, means that Tim is well aware of Ding's procedures, which might include excuses to find a 4-bet with ace-jack offsuit on the button, perhaps, Dempsey? You're nodding your head?
Yeah, I could see this being the line. I'm also wondering how much Adams thinks, hey, is Ding really going to go after me at this table in this tournament? Is he going to maybe pick on the players that aren't as experienced as us?
That's a good point. There's better spots.
Of course, that becomes a he knows that I know situation. All of a sudden, you're going after each other more than usual. As it is, just flats. Makes sense. Ace-jack-O, strong hand. Performs well against the 3-bet bluffs.
Not so strong on a queen 3-3 board, however, as Ding contends with one overcard.
Yeah, kind of bored that we see the player 3-betting from the small blind continue a lot on this kind of texture. Although if there's ever a hand you want to check, it's always the biggest pair under the largest card, as it were. Jacks need the least protection, but also don't want to get too much action. But going for the small bet, I like this. Let's say you're just going to want to 3-bet so often from the small blind that you are going to have to follow through a lot on a lot of flops of weak holdings. So hands like Jack certainly going to be in the value range.
Look at the sizing of 55,000, though. This is really designed not only to protect Ding against gratuitous investment, given the board texture, but also retain hands that perform poorly.
Yeah, there you go.
Ace-jack among those hands. As you can see, Adams lacking equity. Goes from 14% to 7%, given he's only got one pull at an ace now versus 2. Deuce is arid.
Rainbow complete as well. I think Ding, this just fits nicely in now as one of the hands that we use as a bluff catcher. You've kept in plenty of weak hands for Adams. His ace highs hanging around. Even some of the, you know, king 10 of diamonds type holdings would still be here. They're going to want to stop bluffing. As it is, I think Adams with ace-jack, that's enough hand to just check back.
Well, he's been given that opportunity.
I guess there is an argument for betting really small here, thinking you kind of got the best of it and saves you facing a big bet, saves you giving free cards to, say, a hand like 9-10 suited that randomly 3-bet from the small that's never going to give you any more chips. But I think overall, just checking here and getting this to showdown is the best play.
Adams agrees. As the board double pairs, and might that be enough to keep him interested under the presumption that Ding Biao's bet here could be a zero showdown sort of affair?
Well, suddenly, yeah, Ding can get called a little lighter by a lot of hands.
And he can target ace high with 374.
But not just that. I mean, Adams just has, you know, the 4s through 10s as well. Yeah, they're all going to call a river bet here.
You know, it's a little bit dicey, of course. Ding Biao understands that Adams is one of these characters that could really stick us in a blender if we do open the action from time to time. We saw him do it in a mystery hand situation with an ace-jack versus Hudon earlier. $250,000, though, and I think this may be a touch too meaty.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if Adams had a hand like 9s, though, this is a horror spot. As it is, I mean, if we're going to fold some hands on the river, the ace highs makes most sense. I think he would have bluffed the turn with the king high floats, the king X with the backdoor flush draws that could have been in there. So I think this is low down in the hands we have.
We kind of take the other ace high off the board in terms of Ding's range.
Yes, because Adams just gets to have pocket pairs that will call here at some frequency. So I don't think the other ace highs really have a bluff here. But I mean, Dink can just still have all sorts of nonsense. The 3-bet from the small. That's what's going through Adams' head. And how much more likely is that in this event compared to sort of the 100Ks they usually play with? We saw Dink so out of line with that 6-4 offsuit.
Right. And Adams was right there for it with his eyes wide open.
Yeah, and he's opened this hand on the button. Dink's 3-betting. He's thinking, right, here we go. We're going to play a big one. I've got ace-jack. Trying to work something out. Nicely
Reluctant
done.
fold, but a correct one from Adams as Ding unable to get value. Maybe the bet gets downsized a little bit more and the ace high would be willing to take a peek.
I'd be more interested to see what he would have done with, say, a hand like 6s there. I think the ace-jack's just a little too weak.
All right, flipping it back over to the other feature table. Glazer's ace-queen has been flatted by Keating's ace-jack. Pocket 5's coming along. The Lithuanian over to Vardanyan's big blind. He can take a price here if he so chooses.
I don't like this if he's going to play King 3-0. Sure, you're getting an amazing price, but what flop do you want to see?
3-3-3.
Okay, Ali. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, asked and answered, barrister. 118 in total. 4 players to the flop. Jack 9-4. Keating out flopping Glazer.
I imagine you spent some time in court.
You know, in fact, I have, James, mostly for traffic violations.
That I can believe.
Note that I said mostly. Ace on the turn after a round of checks. And now this is bad news for Glazer. As Keating has made top 2 versus top pair. Well, Glazer's telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as he bets 55,000. However,
yeah, and this, if Keating finds the raise here, it's going to look so odd. And given that he just bluffed his man, showed them Jack 6 offsuit, the meta involved is kind of ridiculous.
It really, it's just so brutal when you put it in context.
Like Keaton's trying to say he's got ace-9 or ace-4 here, right? You'd expect ace-jack to bet the flop. You'd expect sets to bet the flop.
Right. Remember, he flatted pre and checked on the flop. This is something that's going to make it even more difficult for Glazer to find the escape. Yeah, first, he needs to find a call of 130,000.
This is just absurd, given the hand we saw before, given the fact that Glazer gave him a little speech, hey, I just folded this because for the first time ever I've sold some action to my friends. I didn't want to call off their money on stream. Now here we are, the next pot they play, and he's getting raised on the turn in a spot that makes no sense.
I don't know why I believe you.
Oh, wow.
Cool.
No way.
I believe in you.
I mean, the Queen of Clubs, obviously, a card you'd rather your opponent have. But this would be very strong fold.
It's very bad fold.
Whoa.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what. Bravo, Mr. Glazer. The call, you know, in terms of what the poker dictates.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You did? Yeah. Do you lie? I don't know. Actually, I can't recall if I've seen you lie.
I don't think you would have.
Keating did not perjure himself.
Great
but
fold.
that case got settled out of court as Glazer avoids damage in a real way. He said, I don't know why I believe you. You know, that meta that you touched on, James, sometimes
works the other way.
You think to yourself, this man just rolled the Jack 6 off in my face.
Yeah.
Surely with that already behind us,
and
he's not doing it again, is he?
I think that holds true most of the time. But if it doesn't, It's that man right there.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
100%.
Yeah, great fold. Well done.
Ace Jack being tried on for size by Wantman. Unaware of how well it performed moments ago for Keating. He takes us to 32,000 with the blinds having crept up to 8 and 16. 40K in orbit now.
Mm-hmm.
You had it right, ace queen. Guessing my cards each time. Wow.
No takers for Bucky.
Thanks a lot.
A late hour getting to Puna. It's been a long week already. Another week to go.
You know, the only thing missing from this image of Bucky, who is Matt Wantman, by the way, is one of those elongated purple plastic flutes of alcohol that they typically hand you.
The
in
yard of
Vegas.
ale?
Yeah, exactly. You know,
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's got that, you know, he's ready to go. At least the image suggests that he is. Ding Biao, 1.25 million, coming mostly at the expense of a dearly departed Boyanovsky. Tony Parker now second in chips over there. Just a nose in front of Bariskin Batil. Wantman, all alone at the top of the reef festivities. Keating.
Yeah.
Going to try to work his way up to the 2 million chip club there. Mostly done so at the expense of Jordan Glazer so far.
I'm pretty sure I've wandered the streets of Vegas with Bucky, with
that
one of those
shirt?
cocktails.
Oh, okay.
You know, you get the neck attachment. You just hang it.
Oh my God, there's a neck attachment.
Oh, you're not seeing these? You think you have to carry that thing? You know how heavy they are? You can come
Well,
with a
I mean,
ribbon and
listen,
you...
putting it around your neck isn't exactly going easy on
Well,
things.
you can go
not
hands-free. You know, it's
not
nice.
since Mr. T had Fort Knox around his neck, we've seen that sort of pressure on the
you
T2
get the
vertebrae.
They attach. I'll show you one day. I'll take you on
Please
we'll take you
don't.
on a Vegas walk. When was the last time you walked the strip?
It happens.
Other than to get from one restaurant to another, or
You know, I had to
I mean-
walk from Aria down to the
Cosmo?
Ferrari paddock recently.
There we go. I just got that one in there.
I mean, I didn't have to, but
Neither of which are on the strip. Nicely
did
done.
it.
Nicely done. You managed to, especially to cross the strip to get to the paddock.
yeah.
I'll give you that.
Race.
32,000 was the open from Wantman. Vardanyan's ace-king performing well. 3-bet to 75,000. Fourth scoop applied by Glazer, who shares Big Slick.
Yeah. I mean, Vardanyan won't be loving this, but starting the hand with sub 30 blinds, I don't think really much option. But it certainly doesn't look like, does it? Bucky under the gun.
What was that? Just verifying the sizing, apparently. 153 officially from Glazer. And the jam comes in from Vardanyan. Glazer wastes no time.
Neither of them like this, so they're both going to be very
Yeah.
happy to see they've each got ace king. Yeah.
Not finished.
The cold 4-bet, 5-bet jam and the cool, it's...
Everybody has a clean suit.
Yeah, actually.
Everything.
We both celebrated too soon.
Only one phone.
So we're off to the races. 8:30 in the middle. Of course, the vast majority of the time, we pay a visit to the carving station, but 2% equity for both parties and a free roll to spades for Mr. Vardanyan.
Now, it's easy to sell this on the flop when it's a backdoor draw. As soon as it becomes real on the turn, the laughs usually fade, Arlie.
Yeah, that third spade, all of a sudden we pucker a touch.
Ferrari garage, huh?
Yeah, now, I confess, producer James is an avid, as is producer Martins, by the way, Formula One fan. And yet, me as kind of a casual, don't really keep up on things, had the opportunity to host an event for the Ferrari team involving Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz, their two drivers, Michael Phelps, Antonio Esfandiari there as well. And, you know, I don't miss up on a good opportunity to maybe ask for a little cheeky paddock pass, and lo and behold, the Italians had one at the ready for me, was out there, and then maybe 20 minutes before the start of the race, James, gentleman who was my kind of docent, if you will, Francesco, said, I have something for you.
No. This is
And
going
I
to make me
said,
angry, isn't it?
What's that? He walks me from kind of the hospitality suite directly into the garage just before the race, where I was within sniffing distance of the two cars. But when I whipped out my phone, he immediately said, no. All of the telemetry and monitors and everybody, you know, doing their thing. He said, can't do that. Was able to snap a pic of me back by the tires, pointed the other way. I got to tell you, it was a little bit of a dream-like scenario for me. Meanwhile, not a dream, but rather potential problem here for the Lithuanian, who's got himself second pair. Ace of Hearts working hard. Keating with top pair, having flatted from the small blind. Note, Tsukinas is doing well by checking back. 96,000 in the middle. Thought maybe a C-bet was coming our way. This one was 32 ahead to bring us to this point. 0 inserted on the flop. And now Keating changes that here on the turn.
Yeah, it's reasonable to check this one back. I think King 10 kind of board always favors the smaller kind of Broadway combos. And of course, we just got a really good hand to check back with a 10 and the backdoor nut heart. So kind of like the best hand to check back with perhaps. But as played, of course, we have to call here.
Oh, yeah.
So we arrive at what is a very dry river, and Keating playing with pace, it would appear, as he's got the pink chips being shuffled.
In Armenia?
How many of them
Do you play poker?
might be headed for the middle here?
This is kind of fun.
You
Lots
know,
of stuff missed. The 10-8, King 10, straight draws.
Just like on the side.
What around there missing? Hearts have missed. I kind of like going big here.
Yeah, I agree.
And when you have the reputation that Keating does, these big bets often get paid in ways that they don't versus other competition.
Oh, yeah, I love this. Going over pot with what seems like such a weak hand to go over pot with, right? One pair, no kicker. But it's perfect. He knows exactly where he is in this spot. He knows his opponent hasn't checked back stronger than this on the flop. And he's just going for it. And exactly that. How do you fold to this man, Ollie?
It isn't easy, you know. It just isn't. And this is where Keating excels, James. He's got so much self-awareness with regard to his table image, the perceptions of his specific opponents. Tsukinas, 637 back. You just hate it.
Yeah.
You hate it so much. He blocks the busted nut hearts.
Yeah, not too much of a thing, I don't think. You expect Keating to go. I think the bluffs are more likely to be the straight and flush combos.
Queen 9, Queen
Yeah.
Jack, all of which is unblocked here.
Jack 9, 7, 9. These kind of things. And of course, for Keating, could just be Jack 6-0. We've seen it before.
Yeah.
Wow. Well done. Well done.
That takes a lot out of you. Granted, the correct laydown. You see everybody chuckling as if to presume that Keating just never has it. As we can see, he did.
That's a great fold. I think hard to imagine a better hand we have there other than Jacks or Queens in terms of literal hand strength.
As played.
As played. And Jacks and Queens are like worst to call with in the sense that we block those straight draws, right? So
correct.
Ace 10, I feel like
you'd rather have
is like the
as a
best
call.
hand to bluff catch with. So very well done.
Yeah. Credit to Sakinas.
Still don't want to lie.
Maybe just, as you mentioned, the Ace of Hearts was enough to make him think, hey, maybe, okay, this guy didn't have the nut flush draw, though. Again, I don't think that makes up too much of the bet bluff line, but if he'd folded that with the Ace of Diamonds and the 10, that would have, like, I don't know what else you could ask to call with.
KT, by the way,
106.
a hard 6.
There we go.
Good for 106. Remains of his stack.
I saw a couple of those last night.
Were you on the hard 6? No, you weren't.
I mean, I railed for a while. I'm not saying my my shekels were in play, but
Well, Wantman's shekels rate to get involved here potentially with this Ace Jack of clubs, and there it is. Punzer got anything? No, he's out of the way. So on their backs they go. Stone coin flip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
Very fair.
Sorry.
Declared here. KT technically ahead at the time being, but we're going to spin the wheel here. 244 in the middle.
Good luck, bro.
Thanks.
10-6 deuce on the flop. Club-free environment.
King of Heart. Right? King of Heart. You have
KT can get behind it, and you like the sporting request for a little bit of sweat here as he calls for the King of Hearts. Instead, it's a cozy 4 of Hearts. Now, all we got to do is keep the Applejacks at bay. No ace, no jack. No problem.
6 big blind.
easy.
So 1.5x.
Thanks.
106.
Nice returns for KT there.
Happy to have you for a little longer.
Why don't you do the housekeeping here, Ollie? I want you to open up your phone.
I was worried you'd lose the hand.
And our good
Bob,
friend,
you'd never
Mr.
see
Randy
it.
Lewis, sent through a picture. It's a
Has he?
callback to a previous frame, and I just want you to talk me through what you see.
Sure enough. As advertised earlier during the last frame, a photo of this fabled Wendy's food truck, and confirmed
I'm so excited.
it exists.
While you show the
And
ball.
apparently Randy's out there right now, but I got to tell you,
Jack 6.
if it involves having to take a
Unbelievable.
trip off of Paradise Island,
I think it's on the island. I think it's.
On the
Do you think
bridge
Randy's
elsewhere?
walking far? Have you seen this man?
I didn't say he was walking. Maybe he, he took a jitney of some sort and worked his way over there.
I think it's just outside the city limits,
So you're saying it's on Paradise Island?
I think
That's
it's
your
just past the coral. There is a row of stuff that just outside the thing. Yeah, I think that's where he is. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I've not explored the nether regions.
Well, we went past a whole load of stuff on the way to golf the other day, and
I see.
Maybe that's where it is. I don't know, but maybe I could check it out. Interesting. I do know that Randy's been having a burger pretty much every single day for lunch. I'm going to put him on blast there. Shake Shack.
No, I mean, and
Finally.
I don't know what sort of health plan we offer. I don't think there's a union for poker commentators that I don't know about. And last I checked, as much as we do,
Andy, Ollie, I think if there was a union for poker players, the entire fund would be using your legal defenses, so you wouldn't be allowed into said union.
No, that's true. I might have a carve out there, just given some of what passes my lips from time to time. But, absent a sort of included health plan, Randy may want to go easy on the red meat there. I'd hate to see a blockage do him in. Heart disease is a thing.
Kai Kim in the chat saying 10-minute walk from the coral. I assume. We're
Okay.
talking about the Wendy's.
Thank you, K. Kim, for the advisory there.
Could you perhaps put in some more specific directions for Ollie?
I'm not going. We have a Shake Shack on the property with an aquarium. If I want a burger, that's where I'm going. If I'm being honest, Although, a 5-piece nugget, maybe a baked potato, frosty, could do me wrong. Ace-10 suited. Raising to 37,000. Tsikinas defending his big blind here. Playing under that Lithuanian banner, one that, James, you and I have learned a thing or two about as he finds top pair and the lead against Vardanyan's open here.
Yeah.
You got Marius, you got Paulius, you got Dominicus, all kind of...
There's a lot of misses.
Yeah, yeah, but...
No, I mean, obviously it's a country that is very well represented in high-stakes poker. And every single one of these guys always impresses. I mean, he lost the pot a minute against Keating, but still massively impressed me.
21.
So a check call versus the C-bet here as Vardanyan on either side of that Queen of Spades seeks some equity on this turn. Finds the double gutter. Tsikinas shares one side of it.
56.
Yeah, just sledgehammering with that additional equity.
56 into 140, though, isn't egregious.
No, but it makes it so hard for 8x, 4x to continue. There's lots of draws that just fold as well. I think this hand, of course, where we'll have to continue the top pair, having picked up a gut shot itself as well. But certainly getting suspicious that a queen is no good.
So, content to continue to take the passive line. Check calling, pot up to a $250,000, and on the river, the 10 now gives Tsikinas the queen high straight. Vardanyan finally finds a pair.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's a bad time and a bad manner in which to do so.
I would like to see him exploit here with a little lead. I think Vardanyan just checks back so often. When you bet that size on the turn, it kind of looks like he might have, you know, one of those medium strength one pair kind of holdings. Wanted a bet, wasn't sure how much to do so, is likely to check back here. Can he find a little lead? $250 in there. Come on. Yes. Love this.
The lead has tickled Dempsey's fancy. This is a lofty proposition for Vardanyan.
Yeah, he just... Not much you can do with this hand, unfortunately.
I think.
But I mean...
The exit is in his future. This would be something gratuitously heroic because
I mean,
even hands that turn themselves into bluffs could accidentally end up beating you here. I don't know that that's really the way in which Tsikinas would operate. But
yeah, that's a good point. But I think it's, you know, he has two pair a lot here. Vardanyan, and
I will
it's
say
been a
this,
horrible
though.
spot for him. Well played, Tsikinas. I like that.
If and when you lead there and then the raise comes in and the ace-king is represented, you do find yourself in a bit of a blender. Meanwhile, Ding Biao has arrived on this river.
We're playing 8K, 16K.
With
There's 650K in the middle. What's going on?
What's going on? Is he asking
Oh,
Udon for all of it? Yeah. And look at Ding Biao.
I love cutting back to my hand in the middle of some Ding Biao nonsense.
I
Tim
gotta
Adams
say-
as well. Don't forget, folded that ace-jack not long ago. Must be thinking, hang on, is Ding just on one today?
You know, not since ground level at Nagasaki have we seen vaporizing like that.
Wow. Wow.
What, too soon?
Ace 8, call flop. Call.
Even James is wincing a little bit. All right, apologies. Of course, you know. But really, you have to admit 8-deuce was...
It looked feisty.
Little man and fat boy all in one.
Maybe it's a good call, though.
Udon with a gift wrap.
like this.
As his stocking gets stuffed.
Okay.
I just love the cut back to that table.
Is that pre-flop?
Just try and work out how we've got
Pre-flop
here.
3-bets or no?
Yeah.
Very strong.
Yeah.
Respect, respect.
There we go. Welcome to the jungle. It's been the theme of the day. A lot of these Triton regulars just really going hard trying to build a stack, knowing that they can re-enter over the next few days. They don't want to play this paltry 25k. They want to have at least 5 starting stacks in a bag and have a real go at it.
10-8 suited here for Hines. Activation.
Because you never know the air conditioning.
Spade coverage
You know.
over
You don't know,
Adams.
sometimes you walk out there, there's 10 degrees less as you walk out, you know, from the...
Well, on the table that we're sitting at over there,
Yeah.
the breeze
Flats.
was crazy.
Golubchik. Big blind, pretty one. And can close the action for another 16, which he does.
4 free games.
Ace Jack board. Golubchik with the best hand.
Hines deciding that 10-8 of spades just enough to have a little stab, make Adams fold out some pocket pairs. And of course, can improve down the streets. Golubchik with that jack makes the call for now.
So Hines manages to whittle the field down to heads up. Irrelevant turn card.
I mean, Ollie, at this point of the show, I've given up guessing which cards are relevant and what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's a great point,
Although,
especially when Ding Biao's involved.
I feel like we got, you know, a couple of the more conventional, honest players at the table.
125k, Aiden.
There we go.
Tells the tale here, and for
Wow.
Golubchik, things getting uncomfortable. He's got 498 back.
Yeah, this is horrible. Don't forget, he c-bet this board 3-way with Adams on the button. And yeah, I can't fault it. I cannot fault that fold. Wow. Hines ramping up the aggression.
I mean, you're looking at the prospect of Aiden setting up that river jam, and then what do? Do we really want to take the bulk of our chips and play the guessing game on the river? Obviously, it's unclear what that river held, but...
It's funny. It's almost like via osmosis. A little bit more bluffing is occurring at this table. Hines is sitting there watching Ding Biao just go bananas, and suddenly he finds his chips floating towards the middle, and perhaps they wouldn't usually.
Credit to Hines.
Here he is.
He was really scrapped on the day as the Irishman. Oh, there he was. Parker just laying it down there.
32.
Adams.
Well, it is Ding on the button. It's a scary proposition to play in the hand.
Cut off open. We just saw him with the 8 deuce, of course. This one will get through. A desperate desire by one J. Seppi in the chat, by the way, to determine who it is that's responsible for what he has described as a nice British radio voice that is commentating alongside me. And I'd love to advise that, of course, is Richard Hammond. No, it's just producer James Dempsey.
No. Just. I mean, quite offended. Good evening, Mr. Seppi.
That's the least offensive thing that took place in the last 5 minutes, James, although I'm not looking to relive it. Sumimasen.
Does that mean sorry?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you sorry for, Ollie?
I'd rather not say it again, James. It just sort of happened.
I was more a question of, are you apologizing on behalf of your country or your comment?
I was apologizing to an entire nation, actually.
Again, for the comment or for the actions of your nation?
No one knows what you're talking about, James. It's like it never happened. King Jack, unapologetically opening his Golubchik after having been bullied off of the best hand moments ago, understandably. Petikio, just 205 back. Drops in another 16. $9-6-5, top pair for Petikio, who hops in front, has the gut shot, straight draw to go with top pair and the backdoor hearts. King Jack not interested on the flop, but look at this in terms of zest. It gets no spicier on this turn. Hard draw acquired for Petikio, but he's behind. Checking again, that takes a little something.
Yeah, I actually quite like the check, but I think we check raise at quite a high frequency. Yeah, there we go, and he's just gonna move straight into it. The
I mean,
turbo
he piled
raise,
it in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, is that ever strength? I like the check in the sense that Golubchuk's gonna perhaps bluff this card a lot, having been the pre-flop raiser, and you just get to check raise and deny a whole lot of equity to get more chips in there. But if you're gonna do it, I think you want to do it slightly slower because it just screams weakness to me. A predetermined check jam. Where's the acting, Ollie?
You know, it's unclear whether or not if this jam comes in after some deliberation or if it comes in as brisk as it did here, if that really changes much in terms of Golubchik's willingness to make the call. It's another 149,000 required. Granted, that is healthy in terms of Golubchik's remaining stack, but he does have top pair jack kicker, and there's a lot of semi-bluffing available.
That's the thing. But you're quite right as well. A lot of those hands might just be, he might just flop two pair and decide to check jam turn as well and do it really quickly.
Finds the call, and that means Petikio needs to find help on this river. 466 in the middle. The Italian on his feet. Can he get off them? A heart, a 7, an 8, a 9. All would work, and instead it's the ace.
Good game, sir. Game.
A wrap of the rail and a chorus of GGs.
Off to the lake he goes.
Yeah. In style, mind you. To be expected, of course, from that delegation.
What is the name for that type of boat we're both thinking of?
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm surprised you don't know this.
I'm not really sure. There's the Wally World. Is that no? That's from National Lampoon. The Wally Power, something like that. I think it's a very specific vessel. James, efforting now. For those that have no clue what the heck we're talking about, we did go down a very imaginary trail in which we found ourselves surmising that Petikio is a man who has a little bit of coin and a little bit of a relationship with Lake Como, perhaps. Some driving gloves, an old Alpha, and this type of boat that we're trying to determine the name of.
I mean, as far as I can get, it's just referred to as a wooden boat.
Wow.
Which really upsets me.
It should. Because it doesn't do it justice.
But I am now looking at Lake Como boat rentals, so you take the next couple of hands, Ollie.
Yeah, yeah. Like you don't have enough punts. Adams, nothing punty about a king-queen open.
I think a Revetry turn, that sounds better, doesn't it? That's kind of what we're after.
A what?
I'm just perusing
Leave
boats,
the
Ollie.
foreign language pronunciations to me. Arriva? Yes, a Riva Tritone.
And a Riva Super Aquarama.
Riva, I believe, is a brand, a
Yeah.
ship-making company. As we see Adams.
Okay, fine. Do some poker.
With a more seaworthy holding here. Trip Kings well ahead of Heinz's 8, which checks this paired texture and faces follow through to the tune of 18 into 80.
Holly, they're not cheap.
No, this we knew. Is there a used one for sale? Or?
I mean, I'm trying to rent it, but looks
What's the rental fee?
You don't want to know. I actually missed a 0 when I first read it.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Not great. This card, however, could be viewed upon as great insofar as it could relieve Heinz of further drama.
Yeah, in essence, actually a great card for him to see. Obviously, the flip of that being this is one of the cards that Adam's most likely to bluff, but at the same time, with that holding, you kind of goosed.
80,000.
Especially to a big size. You know, Heinz is going to have some ace-X that defends the flop that he can continue with now. Heart combos as well, of course.
I mean, where are we looking to go from this point forward if we do make the call, other than praying that a check back awaits us on the river, which, you know, against the likes of Adams is never a given.
Yeah.
And Aiden steps away appropriately.
Oh, this small boat, 2 hours, $22.50.
$2,250?
Euros, but yeah.
Jeez, does that include fuel and a skip? Or you gotta pilot that thing yourself?
I mean, it's a boat tour, so I guess you get, you know, driven around.
Self-guided tour is definitely got to come in at a lower price point than that. But, you know, if you want that Ocean's 12, was it, experience? Maybe it was 11, I don't really remember. But I suppose you got to pony up. Nothing's cheap on Lake Como.
Let me just tell you that
you know, Villa d'Este, you know, the Miglia, whatever, the car shows. I mean, this is... You got to be prepared.
The big selling point of paying for the 6-hour tour versus the 3-hour tour is you get to spend some time off the boat in a town of your choice, which makes me feel like you're paying for a boat that you're not on. I feel like it's a bit of a scam.
Of course it's a scam, because what you do is you book two-hour journeys instead of the 6-hour, and just give yourself time.
The what, Murakami? No. No?
In between.
Looks like Murakami design, no?
Actually, that would work out as more. Real cost saving once you go past the 2 hours.
You know, no
Each
savings.
additional hour is...
Oh, talk to me.
Actually, it's a real weird pricing structure here. I'm not going to lie to you. It makes no sense. That someone needs to redo this.
It's okay, James, you get right on that.
It's non-linear. This is like some crazy ICM situation.
I was going to say one man that's not worried about non-linear Riva boat pricing is Ding Biao, Ace Queen, raised to $32,000, sporting that $270,000 watch, if we were to believe Boyanovsky's
Get you 2,000 hours on this boat.
assessment. Yeah, sure.
Aha.
Pocket Kings for Tony Parker.
64.
In comes a 3-bet to 64,000.
Oh, clicky one. Out of position.
Oh, you wonder what Ding's response is going to be.
Hang on a second. Is Ding wearing a different watch to the one he was wearing before he went to dinner?
Is it? I didn't clock the one that he had on before dinner. You think
Sure, he
swapped
had a
it out?
white strap.
Yeah, it's quite nice.
I think it's the same one. What time is it, though? That's what we're waiting to find out. And it's all in time, says Ding Biao, and he's run into it. I mean, Parker's chips are supposed to beat him in. What's going on, Tony? Don't you dare. Not unless JNT is out there out of turn and your name is Juan Pardo. Should this hand be finding the muck?
Well. I mean, Ding's going to feel pretty sick when he actually sees this hand. Surely there's no way Parker talks himself into folding this.
I'm jumping right into the Caribbean Sea. If Tony Parker folds these kings, especially against this man who's shown that he's willing to play all parts. I mean, granted, the re-raise is massive.
He doesn't want his journey to end, Ali. I think that's part of it. He's enjoying his time here.
Let me tell you something. All of us remember a point in our poker career where we would experience the same emotions that are right now going through Tony Parker's mind. We're not there now, presumably, whether we're in the chat as viewers with poker under our belt, whether we're here at the desk. But have a little bit of sympathy and a little bit of understanding. Oh, my God!
Oh, no!
James, I don't want to jump in the ocean right now, man.
Oh, no. Ali. There's sharks out there, buddy.
You're not supposed to swim at night. It's super windy out there. Have you seen the surf? I don't even have my swimsuit on. And yet, that fold by Tony Parker is going to send me swimming.
Luckily, we have a lifeguard on tap.
Well, Henry's got to get over to the desk, though, in the next frame. What on earth did we just witness? Ding Biao got away with absolute murder.
He has no idea what you just got away with there. No idea.
I mean, not since OJ has someone pulled that off.
OJ was found innocent in a court of law. Did not commit a crime.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit, right, James? Stick me on that jury. Showers.
Wow.
Anyway.
I mean, again, I'm going to come back to it. He's enjoying his time here. Didn't want the day to end.
Okay, listen. If Hines folds kings, I'm going to jump off the roof of the Royal into the ocean so that it's a parlay. I'll do both.
You got a lot of land to cover before you get from the roof of the Royal to the sea. There's
just
tarmac on the
catapult
way.
me. I know there's a bit of distance between there and the shoreline, but my God. Three bet to 96,000 as Hines' reaction to two kings. It's a little bit different than Tony's. Again, just consider over $500,000. Maybe Tony is just thinking, I don't want to have to take a spin here. A guy has an ace, hits the ace. I'm just... I'm not rationalizing. I'm just exploring.
He's been playing very snug. He thinks, hey, these guys know I'm playing snug. They suddenly come out with a re-raise out of position, and now this guy wants to instantly come back over the top for all of it. That's got to be a super strong hand. And
here's the thing.
You say you're just less experienced.
Less experienced, and we await Batel's response, by the way, here. Hijack ace 10 to the 96K.
It's hard to do much here in this hand.
I think Tony also thinks to himself, if I were to make that move that Ding Biao just made, I would do it with aces.
Yeah.
I would have aces, and
Right.
aces only. And so if you have that sort of logic, then, one can begin, perhaps, to understand.
Fold.
Batil took his time.
Yeah, I can see why. It looks kind of suspicious, but the stack sizes just make it really hard for him to ever do anything. Just too shallow to 4-bet fold, and too deep to 4-bet jam.
Back. in the movies, like the old school or whatever, you think going back to school is going to be so much fun.
Yeah.
KT on the spin up.
Even though it was like 26 or whatever.
Went against his buddy.
Yeah, tie on
back, I
tie.
had no fun at all because I felt like didn't have anything in common with anyone that was there.
Even you couldn't make a good time out of it. I feel like out of anyone in the world, you would be able to.
Yeah. I met some cool people, but
No frat parties.
no.
22K from
No, I
Punsri
felt
here.
like,
Obviously, these two are no
even
strangers
insecure
to
about
one
being
another. And
26
one thing that we do know, James, about friends is often they will go harder at one another than they will at relative strangers. And perhaps the 3 of clubs is going to aid KT into that sort of approach as he picks up the open ender.
Especially, Ollie, when you're playing under the lights. You want
Oh,
to
yeah, the
get one
glory
over your friend.
on stream.
Go back that night, clip the hand yourself, send it to them weekly.
Punsri checking back here.
Oh.
And finding the deuce, which gives KT the straight. Backdoor club arrival. The turn was uneventful. KT defended his big. Check called the c-bet on the paired flop. It went check-check on the turn. And here we are with 132 in the middle.
So hard to put together a hand you can beat here, bar the 7-8, 7-9, 8-9. That's about it. KT just has 4x a much higher frequency. Obviously the 5 possible. Going to check raise that. Somewhat often on the flop. 6x feels unlikely to go for this size.
105. Look at Punsri.
He just doesn't want to get shown a bluff by his pal, does he?
I mean, it's such a perfect sort of board for KT to be bluffing, and so Punsri tries to keep him honest.
Yeah.
And he'll realize he had the best hand in every spot until the one that counted.
Rather lose the 100k chips than have a bluff windmill.
Balance transfer to KT. You know, I didn't hear Kapun Kap as part of the exchange there, which of course means thank you.
I wouldn't know if you're lying to me.
I'm pretty sure it does. I mean, Henry lives in Phuket. He's just offset. Kilbane talked to us. Kapun Kap means thank you. I'm not sure what else came out of Henry's mouth there, but he just nodded and affirmed, so
yeah,
we'll live with that. Oh, he's just showing off. Keating has played all parts on the day. This time, legit kit, ace, queen. Tanaratakul with the 7-8 of diamonds. Flats, using some of Punsri's chips to do so. Vardanyan smothering the diamonds, comes along as well. KT finds a dusty gut shot. Checks over to Vardanyan with a better version, but he too uninterested. Keating, gut shot of his own, but the betting lead. Ace, queen, queen of hearts working. He will follow through for 40.
There we go. Keating just continuing to basically win every pot he enters. I mean, how many chips might you have had if he'd been looked up in some of these situations? You think the ace-jack, the ace-queen on an ace-high board ace-jack like board, as it were. He had the
Yeah.
king against ace-10 on king-10.
It's kind of scary to think about, but you're right. I mean, he's sitting pretty, but it could have been a lot prettier.
Mm-hmm. See someone in the chat asking where they can see all the players' chip counts and ranks. Well, WSOP Plus app is the best place to get that kind of information. At every break here in the tournament, the dealers on each table have an iPad in front of them, and they eyeball each player's stacks and enter it in. So it's not exact to the last chip, but it's as good as you can get.
Especially given the scale of this tournament. I mean, it would be entirely unreasonable to think that you would be able to replicate what the folks over at the Triton Poker Plus app are able to accomplish in much smaller fields in terms of the sheer manpower required to have real-time hand logging and chip logging. But definitely a step in the right direction, and one that helps to enhance the viewing experience here at the World Series. Meanwhile, Glazer looking to enhance pocket fives into a set, and he does just that, unfortunately for him. Sale with ace-jack has not connected with the board. Boy, a set of fives has been a thing on the day.
I'd say sets have been hot, Ollie.
Mm-hmm. Quick check back from Sale, and now he draws live to a wheel. Glazer left us somewhat breathless.
Yeah.
When he found the fold with an ace-queen against the ace-jack of Alan Keating earlier in this frame. Did so correctly. Unfortunately, prior to that, he did get bluffed by Keating.
I was really impressed the fact that he recognized that dynamic, switched back the other way. It was less like, oh, hang on. Hang on.
40 has become 135. SAO, a non-believer.
Oh, what a dream this is for Glazer.
I mean, if you had the ace-4 serve, congratulations. Glazer covering handsomely. And I have to imagine that he's going to ask for more here and now. James, or is that not necessarily a compulsory response? What do you favor?
Yeah, I kind of like it. Just call him. We get to have quite a lot of weak hands here. You
Oh,
know,
and he
some of
agrees.
The 4 plus a pair, some club draws maybe. Also, we can have a queen with no kicker a lot.
And you also let your opponent sail off potentially.
What a beautiful card.
Board pairing deuce. And let's see if it was a one-and-done proposition as Glazer checks the full house over to Sale.
I mean, a lot of those hands Glazer might continue with have missed. Obviously, there are going to be some made hands like this, but they are few and far between. So he's going to continue to tell the story, Ali, and he's ripped right into it.
Oh, no.
Wi-Fi? GG.
Well, there are occasions in which being on your feet and demiking comes in self-inflicted fashion. And for Sale, that's the case here. He'll have to live with it. Good news for him, of course, is we have multiple day ones on offer. If you can find another 25K or a Satty
It's nice to get raised when holding
to get you there.
Yeah.
The dream isn't over just yet.
Happy over there. Yeah.
But for now, Chagaseo.
I'm traumatized, so
Are they
hopefully
watching?
some sort of redemption. Yeah, well, my biggest regret was right before we got on.
Oh, no.
I told them.
Tune in. I'm about to get bluffed.
Like the very first time, just get destroyed.
Oh my gosh, that's great.
He has been traumatized, though. He's had some tough spots. 2 jacks fold. I
I'll tell
don't
you
hate
what,
it.
you
It
know,
was incorrect. But
a good antidote for
Yeah.
trauma is a nice big pot like the one that Sale gifted him. I mean, it beats waiting on the VA hospital to get you in for a therapy appointment. Not that I know anything about that. I mean, obviously there's been some. Anyway, Ace-6 versus 10-deuce. King-6-4. Second pair for KT. The cutoff opener. Keating with the Doyle. Check back from KT here. Maybe opponent specific, not wanting to allow Keating to drag him into murky places.
Yeah. I expected to see him bet that hand, but now look at this. Keating's going to go for a little bit of value with that deuce.
I think KT snaps. I think
Oh,
he
yeah.
played it in this way strictly to be able to snap.
Oh, okay.
16,000, and look at the elation on KT. He's like, I escaped. I danced with the demon and I escaped.
Yeah, exactly that. Keating's like, okay, I would have folded the flop, but I could have lost more on the turn on. Overall, an okay result.
Which Peter did you publicly humiliate? Peter Jetton?
The Asian Peter that plays on Hustler.
Oh yeah.
We played 3 days in a row of high stakes poker, and it was. I can't wait for it to come out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think I
teaser.
played my favorite hand I've ever played in my life.
The 9-7?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I just can't.
Pumped to see it.
Big bluff or?
Just a nonsensical thing. Just the best.
You don't say, Alan.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. When it works out.
By the way, Ding Biao's got a little bit of that Keating DNA in him as well.
Oh,
James.
I mean, he's been
Don't
showing
lock
more
those
of it.
two in a room. That's a couple of betta fish.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready for them on the same table just yet. It's good we got them on the same stage, but let's build a little divide between the two.
Yeah, you're going to need to bubble wrap that table. Pocket sixes now. Rosikinas. He accepts an orbit's worth of tokens.
I got it.
Drawing deeper
You can just ask us.
into the evening here at World Series of Poker Paradise at Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas. Ali Najad and James Dempsey shepherding through you.
I would rather reach
The
for it.
fourth of
Have you have to lean out of your seat.
5 frames. This last one having been a very, very entertaining one.
I'm Ali, I'm looking at that beautiful backdrop to the set, the sea, and I'm thinking, we might not see you again after your upcoming swim.
Yeah. And just make sure that when you're delivering the eulogy, James, you do hold Tony Parker accountable for my drowning in the evening undertow of the Caribbean. Thanks to him folding two kings
Is
pre.
it the Caribbean here? I was wondering over the Bahamas. Is the Bahamas not outside of the Caribbean? I don't know. Where does the line get drawn?
Listen.
I'm trying to get you out on a technicality here.
Yes, that's right. I would say I would jump into the Caribbean.
But it's too far away.
But does that mean I have to go to the Caribbean? Have you just made this worse on me?
Prolong.
Do I have to take a long boat ride to nowhere?
We could ask our friend if he can rent us his boat for $22.50 for every 2 hours.
I don't think the Riva was what he used to get to the Bahamas, James. I don't think that one's ocean worthy. Meanwhile, all in worthy, the King Jack of Vardanyan. Over the top of KT's friskiness with Jack 8 of clubs. Wantman
Wow, he is going for
jams himself over the top just to get some clearance out of KT, and he's performing delightfully against Vardanyan, who will be devastated.
Yeah, this wasn't as clear cut as that looks.
No, you know, Bucky embraced the variance there.
I mean, Vardanyan hasn't really got out of line. But well picked up on.
So here we go. As the Armenian looks to the poker gods for mercy with 334 in the middle. Jacob would do the trick for the time being. Instead, it comes queen high, but a 9 alongside will give him the gut shot as he swaps 3 jacks for 4 tens.
Deuce of spade, please.
My God.
No flush draw acquired. And no 10 either. As the wrong four-sider pays a visit to the river, and that'll do it for Mr. Vardanyan.
GG's.
No. ผมชนะ 8 จัก8 0 7
Good luck, man. Good point.
Nice.
Nice to play with you.
You seem like a nice chap.
James, you're a worldly man. Capital of Armenia?
9-3. You hit trips?
I misclick.
You made trips?
Oh, you did?
Oh, you're failing me.
No, misclick.
Oh. Yeah, I noticed
No,
that.
I'm not there.
Yeah, because
Oh, I was never
I
getting
said
there.
36, and you like looked back at it like, oh.
Oh, you made it 36?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I feel like you did. You maybe just forgot. I mean,
Oh.
you're always clocking global affairs.
Is that who I think it is?
We are clocking in on one Nick Schulman, who finished
Play many tournaments.
4th, I believe it was, in the 50K
Or
pot
is it
limit
just
Omaha.
whenever you want to commentate? You can
Deep
comment?
run there for him. I confess.
Yeah, 4th.
As much as I love you, James, if given the option, I would definitely trade you in for Nick here in the booth. It's nothing personal, but, you know,
It's all right, Ollie.
that's my number one.
You're not my first choice either.
Yeah, I believe it. And I actually don't blame you, as you do rate to get canceled as you get ensnared in some sort of controversy that might be the product of a thing or two I say in here.
Anyway.
I'm the hazard on a golf course, Dempsey. You know what I mean? You're a fairway. You might be the rough, but you're definitely no
first cut.
hazard. Yeah, for sure. Batil, presiding over Lagoon, Wantman over the reef there. Having been
quite a big disparity there. Look at this, the Lagoon table, far shallower.
Tony Parker. Folding pocket kings. Could have played a 1 million chip pot against Ding Biao. Instead, they sit midfield, both at 41 bigs. As a result of that choice, and once word comes down to Ding Biao that he managed to move all in with ace-queen and get the NBA star off of Cowboys, I think he's going to realize just how fortunate he was. Granted, not a given that the Kings would have held, but facts remain. Queen 7 deuce here, very dry board. Parker involved. Unclear the holdings.
Well, he likes it. Nick's a hoops man, isn't he?
Schulman's a boxing guy.
Okay.
He likes boxing. Hines likes his deuce.
Not as much as Parker.
Who's got him out kicked. This is blind versus blind. Check back from Tony.
Again, this just feels like check, check, and...
Five no good.
There we go.
King kicker. By the way, dealer kind of snappy there with the showdown. Just
You're telling
rip
me
that king deuce.
Nick's not getting any enjoyment out being on the table with Tony Parker?
I would imagine
any
he is. But
starstruckness? I don't know.
No,
I mean,
no.
okay.
Nick's not that guy.
Okay.
He's not asking for autographs. He's not trying to figure out a way to get the, Twitter follow,
Okay.
the WhatsApp QR code. He's just here.
All right.
Pocket fives obviously are going to turn into a set. If history is any indication.
It's certainly been the theme of the frame. Your last frame. Not on the day, just...
Well, listen, it could very well be.
It's a great way to go. Can you imagine telling me forever I can dine out on the story of...
The thing is, I could have just said if you were underneath an atom bomb, but, I... I'm sorry. It's just sometimes it happens. Ace Jack for Batil. Sometimes we flat, especially when the under the gun.
Yeah.
Adams is opening mystery hand time. Schulman stepping right into it.
Okay. Here we go. This is what I like to see. Oh boy, the mystery. Well, no one knows him better than you, Ollie.
This is true, but to be fair, I don't pretend to know him with respect to the poker. Much more so as a booth brethren. But nevertheless, We'll do our best here to try to whittle down what it is that has prompted Schulman's participation. 3 players head to the ace-7 deuce board. Top pair for Batil. Somehow 5s did not turn into a set.
Yeah, Adams can't enjoy seeing that, having opened under the gun. Call from the hijack, call from the cutoff. Can't see him putting any chips in here. Batil with, I don't want to say like the best one pair hand available. I guess
35.
Nick can sometimes have some ace-queen here. But I mean, this feels effectively nutted. Nick does make the call on the rainbow board.
So now the pot grows to 206 as the 5 step aside. Batil's activation, that which was responsible. Adams would have turned the wheel draw. But he'll spectate from this point forward, as will we, in an effort to deduce Schulman's holding. Does have position against Batil. Some ace-queen mixed into the flatting range here
like,
with under the gun open and flat in front of us?
Obviously, that's the only sort of one pair way he could be ahead. I think a lot of that just 3 bets, maybe.
Even against Adams under the gun
I say
open?
maybe overcalls some ace-queen suited. I didn't even know. I mean, more likely, obviously, the hands were behind 2. As we kind of spoil slightly, this being a mystery hand, we can assume Nick starts shoveling chips in the pot.
Right.
We're looking at, you know, deuces, 7s, ace-7, ace-deuce suited, ace-4 suited.
All those hands would make sense in terms of Nick's 115,000 here after Batil seeded.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine this is ever really going to be like an ace-10 type hand that's just betting to buy a showdown. I don't think Nick ever does that. So already we're looking at better hands and bluffs. It's hard to think of too many bluffs you can have on ace-7 deuce rainbow in a 3-way pot.
Yeah, I mean, even those underpairs to the ace that are bigger than the 7, you would think would be content to check back in this spot. And so you struggle if you're Batil to really understand what it is that we're performing well against. Nevertheless, he makes the call. And an 8 rolls off, innocent enough.
So usually when we're trying to, obviously in spots we don't really have to have many bluffs, we have to construct them by kind of turning our weakest hands into bluffs. So maybe there is some of that sort of hand, Ali, that you mentioned.
All in?
Oh, Nick just goes for it. All the coins. I mean, what could he have called the flop with? Like a 8-9 of spades?
So
Ollie, something like that?
9 bluffs. Feels like ace queen like.
Well, Batil landing on the ace queen. Thinks it's that hand so often.
Yeah.
That's kind of my guess here.
Yeah, I feel like the one pair, far less likely.
So you're calling something better than one pair here for Nick?
I just don't
For
see-
value? This is
Yeah,
not
I
ace
don't-
queen for you?
It's not ace queen. I mean, I think it's a low frequency hand to have anywhere, and I don't think he's...
7-8 suited? No.
No, 7-8 doesn't make sense. But ace-7, ace-deuce suited, deuces, 7s, ace-4 suited. So I feel like the only bluff is going to be somehow he peeled with some spades.
No one ever bluffs in that spot, but you can. Ugh.
No one ever bluffs, but if they do, it's probably this man. More than capable of finding it.
What do you think, chat? What's under the hood? Some saying sevens.
Didn't he just look at the camera and give it a little smile?
I actually think he did, and I wonder if that makes me think that maybe it isn't better than ace-jack under the hood. He does get his man to fold. Drum roll, please.
Ace-4
suited. You landed on it, Demps.
I mean, I listed every single value hand under the hood, Ollie. I'm not going to claim I made some godlike read on that one.
No, but that's all right.
He gave us the little wink and smile into the lens.
I love to see it, by the way. Not too often.
That's
that
confidence.
he'll break character out there.
Wow. What a fun one to finish with.
Yeah, no doubt. This frame coming to a close here as Shulman moves to third at the Lagoon table. Blinds will be moving northbound, and we move you back to the break desk. Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey. For me, Demps, the moment, of course, Tony Parker with the 2 kings, putting them in the bin pre-flop against Ding Biao.
Yeah, it's one that's going to be talked about, I think, a lot from this day of coverage. Again, you know, this is not someone who plays poker professionally. We know that. This is not someone who perhaps even has that much experience playing poker tournaments. So I don't want to hark too much on about it. Like you said, I think he just thought, what hand would I do this with? It would have to be aces.
Right.
So gave Ding credit for the same hand. I'd rather focus on Ding and just his absurd lines throughout that frame.
I mean, it wasn't relegated to simply the jam with the ace-queen against the 2 kings, but rather several situations in which he blasted off. And, of course, can't overlook Alan Keating, who gave Glazer fits.
Yeah, Glazer, he's done well to obviously get shown that bluff, but then come back and make a great fold and pick up some other chips, kind of had a lot more chips than maybe he might going into this break.
Yeah, definitely. So, how long is this break going to be? Are we talking about another
7 minutes?
7 minutes. Okay, cool. This one a lot shorter than the one before it. So stay close. 1 frame remaining here on the evening from day 1B of WSOP Paradise's Super Main. We'll see you in a few.
All in. Call.
I'd love to advise that, of course, is Richard Hammond. No, it's just producer James Dempsey.
No, just. I mean, quite offended. Good evening, Mr. Seppi.
That's the least offensive thing that took place in the last 5 minutes, James, although I'm not looking to relive it. Sumimasen.
Does that mean sorry?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you sorry for, Ollie?
I'd rather not say it again, James. It just sort of happened.
I was more a question of are you apologizing on behalf of your country or your comment?
I was apologizing to an entire nation, actually.
Again, for the comment or for the actions of your nation?
No one knows what you're talking about, James. It's like it never happened. King Jack, unapologetically opening his Golubchik after having been bullied off of the best hand moments ago, understandably. Peticchio, just 205 back. Drops in another 16. Nine, 6, 5, top pair for Peticchio, who hops in front, has the gut shot Straight draw to go with top pair and the backdoor hearts. King Jack not interested on the flop, but look at this in terms of zest. It gets no spicier on this turn. Hard draw acquired for Peticchio, but he's behind. Checking again, that takes a little something.
Yeah, I actually quite like the check, but I think we checked check raise at quite a high frequency. Yeah, there we go, and he's just gonna move straight into it. The
I mean, he
turbo
piled it
raise
in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, is that ever strength? I like the check in the sense that Golubchuk's gonna perhaps bluff this card a lot, having been the pre-flop raiser, and you just get the check raise and deny a whole lot of equity to get more chips in there. But if you're going to do it, I think you want to do it slightly slower because it just screams weakness to me. A predetermined check jam. Where's the acting, Ollie?
You know, it's unclear whether or not if this jam comes in after some deliberation or if it comes in as brisk as it did here, if that really changes much in terms of Golubchuk's willingness to make the call. It's another 149,000 required. Granted, that is healthy in terms of Golubchuk's remaining stack, but he does have top pair, jack kicker, and there's a lot of semi-bluffing available.
That's the thing. But you're quite right as well. A lot of those hands might just be, he might just flop two pair and decide to check jam turn as well and do it really quickly.
Finds the call, and that means Peticchio needs to find help on this river. 466 in the middle. The Italian on his feet. Can he get off them? A heart, a 7, an 8, a 9. All would work, and instead it's the ace.
Good game, sir. Game.
A wrap of the rail and a chorus of GGs.
Off to the lake he goes.
Yeah. In style, mind you. To be expected, of course, from that delegation.
What is the name for that type of boat? App is the best place to get that kind of information. Every break here in the tournament, the dealers on each table have an iPad in front of them, and they eyeball each player's stacks and enter it in. So it's not exact to the last chip, but it's as good as you can get.
Especially given the scale of this tournament. I mean, it would be entirely unreasonable to think that you would be able to replicate what the folks over at the Triton Poker Plus app are able to accomplish in much smaller fields in terms of the sheer manpower required to have real-time hand logging and chip logging. But definitely a step in the right direction, and one that helps to enhance the viewing experience here at the World Series. Meanwhile, Glazer looking to enhance pocket fives into a set, and he does just that, unfortunately for him. Sale with ace-jack has not connected with the board. Boy, a set of fives has been a thing on the day.
I'd say sets have been hot, Ollie.
Quick check back from Sale, and now he draws live to a wheel. Glazer left us somewhat breathless.
Yeah.
When he found the fold with an ace-queen against the ace-jack of Alan Keating earlier in this frame. Did so correctly. Unfortunately, prior to that, he did get bluffed by Keating.
I was really impressed the fact that he recognized that dynamic, switched back the other way. It was less like, oh, hang on. Hang on.
40 has become 135 to say, oh, non-believer.
Oh, what a dream this is for Glazer.
I mean, if you had the ace-4 serve, congratulations. Glazer covering handsomely. And I have to imagine that he's going to ask for more here and now. James, or is that not necessarily a compulsory response? What do you favor?
Yeah, I kind of like it. Just call him. We get to have quite a lot of weak hands here. You
know, and he agrees.
The 4 plus a pair, some club draws maybe. Also, we can have a queen with no kicker a lot.
And you also let your opponent sail off potentially.
What a beautiful card.
Board pairing deuce. And let's see if it was a one-and-done proposition as Glazer checks the full house over to Sale.
I mean, although those hands Glazer might continue would have missed. Obviously, there are going to be some made hands like this, but they are few and far between. So he's going to continue to tell the story, Ali, and he's ripped right into it.
Oh, no.
Wi-Fi? GG.
Well, there are occasions in which being on your feet and demiking comes in self-inflicted fashion. And for Sale, that's the case here. He'll have to live with it. Good news for him, of course.
Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the Super Main here from the Atlantis in the Paradise Island in the Bahamas. Randy, it feels a bit strange, not going to lie, you being on that side of the desk.
You told me to come over here, buddy.
I know. Self-inflicted, I must admit, but it does feel strange. But what doesn't feel strange is that the action has started to heat up a little bit towards the end of this Day 1B coverage. I don't know whether it's just fatigue, maybe the island bug, but people seem to have been going absolutely bonkers during that last frame. And when we're talking zero equity triple barrels, we saw kings folded pre-flop to a 4-bet. We saw Schulman give a little wink and a smile at the camera as he was all in for his tournament life. I mean, I feel like we're heading into the last 2 hours and we've only just seen the tip of the iceberg. Let's see if people continue with their aggression, looking to either bag a monster stack going into Day 2 or they play another Day 1.
Well, obviously the intention is to bag a monster stack. We've seen players like Ding Biao kind of just going for it, building stacks, you know. What you don't want to do is get in there with just like 2 blinds or 3 blinds, you know. Like you want to build. This is a $50 million guaranteed main event, 25K buy-in, and there's someone who is building a massive stack. Who's that, Henry?
Well, Fedor Holtz, surprise, surprise, currently playing 9 starting stacks good for 4.6 million. But note who's second in chips. Alejandro Lococo, currently second with 2.76 million. So he's built up a fantastic stack so far today. But I do feel like these last 2 levels are going to be the levels where we just see some guy go on an insane upswing in terms of, you know, maybe getting to 10 starting stacks, 11 starting stacks, because people do want to go into Day 2, like I said, with that big chip stack, because Day 3 is where the money's at. So Day 2, if you do have a stack and you can just lean into people closing in on that money bubble, that's really where you set yourself up for a tournament run to go on and make a deep run in this one. So we throw it back down to the main floor, live from the Atlantis, Paradise Island, Bahamas. Super Main event, Day 1B. So 2 more hours of play. Shout out to all the viewers with us for this one. It's a star-studded affair. Oh, is that Yon there? I didn't know Yoni was playing.
How
Yon
can you
there.
not? Doesn't matter if it's not 4 card. It's 2 card with this huge prize pool.
Who else have we got out there? That's Scott Seaver in the background. Dimitar Danchev, Dylan Lind. I mean, it's Chris Puetz. This is literally the I Spy, My Little Eye. What else we got?
I believe that's Alexei Boyka next to the orange player, putting the shades on.
That's our table here. Corey Kempson, Tyler Wilson, Kobayashi. Mizzy's in the mix. Alex Foxon down to 7 bigs. Lee Jiaoze.
Foxon's only got 7 bigs. Not what he's usually working with, but he's looking to spin it up. He's not trying to get the Day 2 of just 7 bigs.
No, he will be either spinning the wheel and re-entering or playing another day one. Shout out to Stephen Chidwick, by the way. Picked up his second bracelet today.
130
down the 50k PLO championship.
So I'm not sure of the chip values.
1.35 million.
What's your name, by the way?
Sorrel.
Sorrel. I'm Jack.
Nice to meet you, Jack.
Very nice.
Friendly check.
Friendly Jack has to bet. He's going to bet 45,000.
That's not very friendly.
That's reasonably friendly. What's your last name, Sorrel?
Mitzi.
Sorry, I'm so bad at chips. That's sufficient, right?
I always thought it was Mizzy.
Oh, it's a common misconception.
Everyone says it wrong.
2 Z's equal a T, right?
No, it makes sense.
Sorry, I missed it. What, your last name was what?
Mitzi.
Mitzi. My name is Jack Germain.
Jack
With a-
Germain.
But with a G, not with a J.
Oh.
Everybody
We got
thinks
some-
it's with a J.
We got one of those guys. We got a big hand talker. That's why they moved you up here, right?
Yeah, like I said, we know him. He's chatter.
Eva out.
Look, I'm surprised Jermaine doesn't know Sorrel Mitzi.
Not everyone is a lurker. Randy, not everyone's familiar with the OGs.
Yeah, one's a really OG online best tournament players way back when. Check around on the turn.
Jack's now got top 2. There is a 4-liner on board. Any ace or 9 would make a straight.
$60.
Oh, Jack's going for it. Look at this.
I have a good hand, but not the best hand.
Good hand, but not the best. You know I'm going to find out if you're lying to me, right?
And Santos, you get an app where you can check the stream and stuff.
Oh, yeah. We're going to be testing your credibility at some point. I actually believe you. A good hand, but not the best hand? Do I believe you?
All in?
I know, you kind of want to raise.
Yeah, I believe you.
Don't mind check,
But
check.
you might have the best hand, like the best hand.
I definitely don't have the best hand. I promise you I don't have the best hand.
Did you just enter?
Sorry?
Did you just enter or re-enter?
It's my first entry of the entire tournament.
But just now?
Yes.
Thought he started with
I have 2 margaritas because it's a 2-hour level and 1 margarita per level.
That's very,
I think
very
it's an
smart.
appropriate amount.
Drink management.
Yeah.
This guy is
You know, he had 2
automatically
margaritas before he folded.
my favorite
not.
person in the
It would
room.
have factored in, but
It wouldn't have made a difference.
The board was still the board.
yeah. It's ugly river.
Jack Germain, eh? Automatically my favorite person.
Love this guy.
40.
He's got the 2, was it mojitos that he brought over? Or?
Margaritas.
Margaritas, I do apologize, Jack. How dare I get those 2 cocktails confused.
What's your name?
Hito.
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 Hito from Japan?
Yeah.
You look like a distinguished gentleman who's ready to tango.
Hito.
What part of England are you from?
Distinguished.
London.
Originally born in
Gentleman.
London?
My family is from Ireland. I was born in Ireland.
Okay.
Currently live in
I
London.
couldn't.
You're the Irish.
I don't have a London accent,
Yeah.
but I lived in London since I was a child.
I know you didn't have a northern England accent.
I don't
knew
have
that.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to understand me, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're too easy to understand. I know some.
I know the
Northern
skeezer.
Englanders and they're-
I don't remember your name, but I play with you in London sometimes. Right? You're not talkative in London. You're not talkative in Caribbean.
Yeah, there are some people that aren't as chatty as Jack.
This table's such a weird shape.
It's a bit warm over here.
Yeah, it's like
Good luck, Foxen.
not quite an oval.
Kobayashi's going to get out of the way. Wilson will obviously snap at the Cowboys as Lee mocks the Jack 6.
I'm going to call, but I like how you have your cards up like you know I'm going to call.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably.
That's not the hand I expected to see.
Sometimes they give it to me.
It was against his better judgment.
Yeah.
How's your luck, Foxen?
And both the suits. I guess I need to make a straight.
Not even
You're
a
just
five.
gonna make a
I
straight.
thought
now,
a
bro.
six.
I think
Doesn't feel like a five.
I feel lucky, and I like you, so I feel that.
Good start.
Obvious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Foxen calling for a straight.
I thought
Not that I don't like you.
That's fine.
Yeah,
for the
it's
best.
ace-3. It's fine.
Now drawing to a 5 and a 5 only.
I'm not letting Alex get 10%. Oh, that take off the thing. I've never even seen that.
Nobody doesn't like.
I can't even take mine off. They'll yell at me to counteract it. All right.
Wrong set.
Wrong set.
Lucky Alex.
GG's,
You're gonna remove us
Foxen.
from the TV.
Yeah.
table
All
immediately.
right, guys.
Amazing.
Ratings just went down.
Freshly
I'd love it. I
crowned
can go back to using my
3-time
phone.
champ.
Yeah, I would love to have my phone back.
3-time bracelet winner. 2-time Triton champion. Out on day 1.
That's weird. They didn't take away our phone on the 100K.
They didn't.
Got Taco Meat in the chat saying, let's make Jack
Oh, yeah,
Germain
Yeah.
a star. I'll tell you what, if he runs some like vicious bluff and then gives it the speech play that he's been getting, listen, those that
What's your
table
name?
talk can go viral.
Jazzy.
Yeah.
You live in
I'm
London,
rooting
right?
for him.
Yeah.
Alex.
Alex.
Yeah.
Alex.
Last
Jazzy.
Alex standing.
Ido.
Hiro.
Ido.
H-A-R-O.
I apologize.
I saw you in Lazay playing blackjack. Like,
Hey, blackjack player.
We're on
Wow.
stream, sir.
That's good information. Yeah, his wife doesn't
You're
know.
telling
Now
the
she
world
does.
No, I have to vote.
He broke even. So,
I broke even.
yeah, he broke even that night, right?
Every time you see me in the casino, I break even.
Just dead even.
Precisely.
Wish I was that good.
Yeah, me too.
So let's fold it over to Lee.
Jazzy, Alex, Ido. Sorry, I forgot your name.
Mine's
Sorrel.
tough.
Sorrel Mizzy.
Yeah, Mitzi. But Mizzy's fine.
You're a famous guy, right?
I wouldn't say that.
Sorrel Mizzy.
I'm a washed up, old school,
Luna bag
Ido,
holder.
nobody.
Luna bag holder,
Yeah,
I love
still
that.
holding my Luna
Corey.
bags.
Corey.
Corey.
Yep.
Corey. Jack. Jack.
Me, Jack.
Corey.
Margarita Jack.
Margarita Jack. That is an acceptable.
That's a fantastic one-liner. Luna bag holder.
Alex got right back to the other feature table.
Did he really?
Yeah.
He plowed it straight in.
Feature table.
Obviously.
It's always random.
Yeah, real random.
Well, if you're as
Sounds like
beautiful as that guy.
Foxen's re-entered.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be on TV.
Oh, did he? Didn't wait for day 1C.
Gym every day.
Jack high. Jack high? Oh, you nipped me. You nipped me. I can beat 9 high.
You go gym every other day.
I do
Go gym
actually.
every day.
Every other day. But only for a couple months.
I go
It's been a
gym
few years since I've
every other
seen
month.
you, Sorrel.
And
Something.
But you look like you lost a ton of weight.
Thank you.
I
I
don't
go.
know how many years it's been, but you look.
Peloton, right?
I'm super swingy. Yeah, the Peloton.
That's what, who said I know? He's like, he's
Noah.
supposed to be on his Peloton.
Yeah. No, I'm super swingy when it comes to my weight. It's insane.
That's like
I'm like Jason Mercier. Every time I see him, he's either like super
the same.
overweight or like.
Yeah, you know Kale.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the same. Like he's
the
either like
same?
on a super strict diet and he's like
Yeah.
thin, or he's like got a pot belly and he's eating ice cream and shit. Like,
Is he on the upswing right now or downswing?
Which one's
yeah,
which?
I think so. I think.
Oh, that's downswing as in
This is gaining weight, right?
gaining weight. Yeah.
Upswing is losing weight.
What's this?
I think he straddled.
Is that an actual straddle?
well, it's not an actual straddle, but it's
But it's an actual blind raise.
an actual blind raise. Which
They find
I
Margarita
respect
Jack.
it. I respect it.
Something else. 'Cause his cards are
He
still,
just
like, way up.
blind raised.
I can't re-raise. So the polite thing to do would be to raise, so I have my option. Hey, look
Strike me as a polite guy.
Is he for real?
We've got the
He
straddle.
blind raised.
Did he
I'm
just
pretty
like
sure
put the
he's a
straddle
real
on in a 25k?
I
And
promise
Lee's
it's
got
not a
aces.
I know Jack is definitely a real Yeah, I mean, you never know.
I know this
You
guy.
never know, but like I'm
I
fairly
know
sure
it.
it's real.
If it's not,
Oh, he just
and
flat
cameras-
calls the aces. So is it kind of like a limp?
if it is
Kempson's
real,
in trouble.
there's any evidence that it's not a real straddle?
Kempson's in huge trouble because this pot is juice. It's a fake straddle going
Two
on.
margaritas there. Do you want to share one with me?
Did he just rip this in? I mean, it's for like 35 effective.
I don't think he's going to just outright rip.
Get those drinks.
There's still value in raising.
I mean,
the marina. 'Cause
Okay, Randy.
Or whatever.
It's crossing his mind, of
Happy hour
course.
dinner.
Maybe you're right. There we go.
Oh, have some of that.
push it forward.
Some of that, Randy.
Know your intentions, bro.
Well, how do you think Lee feels about that?
didn't realize
Just
it
as
was
I don't
hype as
care
you.
how Lee feels. Kempson's all in.
It's sort of like a
Huge
boat,
trouble.
like figure in the middle. It's very odd.
What is going on? It's a 25k with a straddle under the gun. I mean, a fake straddle. It's a blind raise.
Like, and he just flat. Like,
I straddled the other day.
he's been waiting all day to get me with and it's just please get this. Like,
It's on me. Jack got you.
Oh no, goodness gracious, you owe me.
Called collateral damage, I believe.
Wow, it really is cool.
If you didn't straddle,
he tried to trap me like 5 times today though. Yeah, if he doesn't straddle, I don't get stacked.
I didn't trap you.
We didn't get stacked.
raised.
You limped.
No, I raised.
Well, hold on, Kempson.
Oh, you got 2 clubs now.
You
Stop
got to
complaining.
you got to
You've
sweat.
2 clubs. Don't
You got to
complain.
sweat now. So you've been waiting all day.
80
to
big
get
blind pot.
Ooh, I like it.
It is what it is.
10 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds.
I'm not sure what I want. I want max
Club
damage.
for Kempson to do the dirty. Deep in day 1. Can't find it. Right color, wrong
I make a
suit.
50. Did you not see? He straddled 20. I make a 50.
He straddles the 40.
Made it 40.
Oh, you made it 40.
What did you do? I didn't even see what you did, to be honest. What did you do?
So unjust this game, honestly.
Leave it out. It's just gambly. We're here to have fun. Don't complain.
I thought you'd make it 20.
7:30, right?
No chance.
Wow.
Wait, is Lee
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
trolling?
If I raise, you still jump.
No, I really think he wanted to raise and not over limp.
Right, 25 bigs.
Oh,
You have
wow.
40 back. You have 40 bigs.
Yeah, but you straddled.
Yeah.
Do you even know the rules?
I think Lee's trolling. This is Asian trolling. I love it.
Look at all the chaos you started.
He thinks he raised his straddle.
I think you need a margarita.
Yeah.
Did he really? I thought he was just now trolling. He's serious.
He's definitely trolling, man. Listen, I live out in Asia.
You put 2 chips.
Okay, there's some of the best trollers in the world.
Sorry.
You probably just flat, right?
No. There's no 5C. They said, like,
I'm in the 6.
Yeah, 6 is here. Yeah.
This table's insane.
They got to bring more TV guys to the TV table, huh?
Not me.
Oh, you're a TV guy. Come on.
Do you know what I think we
Okay.
need to do to stay in line with the average TV experience? We should all be quiet and we should just look at our cards and... Oh, we need more sunglasses. Have you got a pair... We don't all have a pair of shades?
I'm the only one. I'm the only douchebag.
No, it's all right. You got a nice smile though, so you make up for it.
Make up for it.
I love this guy. This guy just automatically my favorite person in the room. We need more TV characters like Jermaine making
Do I have to?
televised poker font. So just to give some people context, there's obviously no straddles in tournament poker. That's not legal. But what Jermaine did was he put out the 40 from under the gun before the cards were dealt, kind of saying it's a straddle, but the reality is it counts as a blind raise.
Goodness gracious.
And then Lee trapped, and then obviously the bait was taken by the ace-jack.
How much?
Oh, Quas, fresh off his first bracelet.
310 to start the hand.
Huh?
He started with
green
310.
chips.
310 to
Gotcha.
start the hand.
Thank you.
This table, man. Action's crazy.
What is
Chatter's
going on?
amazing.
Raise.
What's with the 2.5x? GG's, Franklin.
Chips are going in.
Eights,
and
clubs,
I want you
hearts,
to win. Nice.
or a lady.
Oh shit.
Well, like, first hand set down. Kings against
So lucky.
They rig it for the
Yeah.
future.
Every hand since we got here has been like some sort of all-in call, all-in call, all-in.
Is a queen coming? Though?
I don't know.
Oh, it's
I
not.
can't tell you that much.
Feels like.
Yeah, they honestly, but thank God that wasn't. You'd think they were like just skipping the boring hands, right? So far.
It does feel that way. This isn't a highlight reel. This is live from the Atlantis. 1 card to come. Franklin needs a queen and a queen only. Stay alive.
Go game.
Doesn't find it. GG, sir.
That was quick.
That was a nice slice. Was that my first hand?
Button's good.
I
Yes,
think it
first
was,
hand.
yes.
And you're like,
Remember you
weren't
couldn't
sure
find
where
your
to sit
seat
and
30
shit.
seconds ago?
Sick.
They should have made him sit there.
Yeah, oh yeah, I do
He
remember.
gets games.
You can't have it in front of any electronics.
Oh, okay.
Like 1.3,
Yes.
1.2.
I think Jermaine's petitioning to be at every feature table for the rest of this series if he's bringing the margaritas over.
I'm here for it.
I'm here for it. He's putting the straddle on.
Something like that.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, there's no edge for putting a
did
fake
feel
straddle on.
Yeah, especially in the
down
25K with this lineup.
Kobayashi,
Nice ball,
8-5 off, no interest. Here comes Kempson.
Thank you.
Speech play incoming. King Jack off.
Yeah, Jack just having a look to see
125.
how much the big blind's playing. There's the 3-bet. It's a relatively small 3-bet out of
boring
position.
Got real serious.
Well, it's not about being serious. So here you're in the Caribbean, sunshine is here, the wind is here.
Cloudy yesterday too.
Cloudy every day. Cloudy and windy every day.
Hey, I got here a week ago and it was beautiful blue skies every day. Over the past 2 days, it's been a little bit cloudy, but
I'm just impressed how windy you can get without raining out here. You know?
well, I'm from London. London is cold
Oh,
wind,
yeah, yeah.
cold rain.
Anything's paradise.
Everything is
Yeah,
better.
yeah.
It's very hard to.
It's all tropical to you.
Exactly, it's great.
Have to agree with Jack.
Which part?
All of it. We're on an island. It's called Paradise Island. The clue is in the name, Randy. We're in paradise, playing poker.
130.
It's kind of a dream to be playing the 25K.
Yeah, 50 mil? Are you mad? Largest buy-in, largest tournament guarantee in the history of the game.
It's a win-win situation for Jermaine. He's going to have a good time regardless if
Oh,
he
for sure.
cashes or not. 3-bet from Kempson to ace-10 off suit, winning quickly.
It's got a bit serious out there though now.
For how long?
It's
Who'd
like
you
as
guys
soon
knock
as
out that was
oh, here we go. Over to this feature, we got Wampman, we got Punsry, we got Foxen on a fresh stack. Mystery hand to kick us off over on the reef table.
Put up Poncery King 5 suited on the button. Looking to get involved with Foxen.
Is that a 3-bet? It is, Randy. 110 to go. A little 2.75x. In position. Punsry rolling an aggressive number. Action back on Foxen.
So at least Foxen's second bullet. Start to handle 25 big blinds, fresh stack. So go to a flop. 3-bet pot.
Bottom pair for Punsry on the 10-8-5. No diamond in sight. It's one of those boards, Randy, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the 10-8 sometimes interacting with the flatting range of Fox, he's going to have some queen jacks, like ace jack, king queen of spades, those types of holdings.
I like to check back from Punsry because Foxen stack is relatively shallow, you might get check jammed on, and you really don't want to just call off a pair of fives. Now there shouldn't be that many offsuit hands for Foxen to flat, you know, out of position pre. So like hands like Queen Jack offsuit, we throw those out of the range. Let's reach for some chips. I mean, I feel like Foxen can value bet relatively thinly on turn because of the flop check back. Punsri doesn't have that many like over pairs, I would think. So if Foxen had like even hand like pocket nines, 8-7 suited, they might go for protection with 3 spades out there.
Punsri makes the call. SPR around 0.6 going to the river. So non-spade board pairing river has come 4-4. Does Foxen have any one spade type holdings, Randy, that aren't a pair?
So like ace jack maybe,
Right.
but I'm not sure. Is he calling that 3-bet from +1 versus button? Maybe. Ace queen might reshove pre, most likely, I would think. So of course that would mean that if there's not that many offsuit hands like that, then he's got a flush or he's just barreling like queen jack of hearts and just hoping his opponents just check back like ace king, ace queen, call the turn with a single spade, bricks out, bluff those hands out. But Foxen can go pretty thin for value, you know, any 10x, pocket nines probably can go for value too.
Nines with a spade?
I think it's possible, yeah. Can definitely do that.
Let's see. Punsri's in the tank. Does Foxen ever have like queen jack of hearts?
I think so. I think he can have that. And if he had bet those hands on turn, he wants to follow through on a river when another spade doesn't drop. Foxen could even have a little bit of slow played big pairs like aces and kings off of the 25 big blind pre-flop stacks.
Punsri getting laid almost 3-1 on a call. Needs to be good 25% of the time. I know it's not as straightforward as that, but is King 5 good 25% of the time? I think against Foxen it certainly is.
And the thing is, his range is so weak after that flop check back. He makes the call. What has Foxen got?
10-9. Foxen getting value. Look at this for a juicy little value bet.
Yeah, that's what I was saying is once you check back that flop on 10-8-5, Foxen can go very thin for value. It doesn't matter. Any 10 could have been just an 8 to go for value too.
That second bullet for Foxen gets the double up against the number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list, put out Punsri. American Airlines. Glazer. Keating in the mix. High stakes cash game legend. Have we had Keating at a Triton event yet?
He hasn't played a Triton yet.
Don't think so, no.
No, he didn't play either Triton Paradise events.
Can you imagine him in one of our cash games out in Jeju or something with Rui Cow and all those guys? Man, that'd be something else.
Yeah, definitely cash game is forte. KT defending suited Doyle, bottom pair. It's kind of one of those pairs where you wouldn't fault him for just check folding to a flop c-bet. Some of his outs bring another spade.
Yeah, it's a little bit on the ambitious side, this defend, for me. Although, no ICM to speak of yet, Randy. Just playing straight up chip EV. Does feel a little bit loosey-goosey, though.
Yeah, he's going to have to just check fold this turn.
Listen, sometimes you just have to do it for Doyle, okay? So WSOP, super main. How many mains did Doyle win?
2.
There we go. Sometimes you just got to flick it in for Doyle.
I think it's 2. He won 2 of 10 deuce, that's all I know. Could have been more.
Look, if there's ever a time to do it for Doyle, it's in the super main. 50 mil guaranteed. Hold on.
Okay, so
hang
are you
on.
talking to KT directly? I'm just curious.
KT, I said do it for Doyle pre-flop.
Oh my God, for Doyle.
Do it for Doyle, Randy.
Did it. And he's going to get a full double up against the 2 aces.
Do it for Doyle. Is he going to get the full double though, or is Glazer going to make a bit of a tight check back, which I can kind of get behind? I kind of can't. I'm a bit results oriented, being a bit biased.
He's not going to check it back because he's going to give Doyle Brunson the full double.
This isn't a highlight reel. I have to keep saying that. Doyle looking down, blessing this hand, by the way. He's like, oh, okay, 50 mil guaranteed, super main. There's the all-in from Glazer. And surely now, you've made 2 pair.
Aces.
Ace is no good.
Oh my gosh.
KT did it for Doyle. Doyle has rewarded him.
Glazer's sick. He said, oh my gosh.
Wait, so our phones are somewhere near here?
You're not supposed to have your phone.
No, I don't put it down there, but I just went to.
I would like to. Yeah, I would like to.
Where are they?
There's some random table.
They're just sitting on a table.
I've never seen anything like that. Oh, there's a dealer there. There's a dealer with like a box of phones.
Yeah. They took my smartwatch too.
Crazy.
Fucking cheaters, man.
They took
They ruined it for all of us.
But I mean,
it was dead. It's been dead all day.
It doesn't really make sense to me.
I mean, I feel like I don't mind them. Like, if you put them in a cubbyhole, but you should be able to go check. I mean, I guess. Just put this, I guess.
Yeah, if you're not.
I mean, if the stream, I guess.
Yeah, if you're not at the table, there's.
It's irrelevant. Yeah. I think they don't want people like getting information and shit.
Yeah, like getting. It's probably only a half-hour delay. And
it is bad for the game, to be fair, when everyone's like checking their phones.
That's fine. Yeah. But, I mean, if I can go down
Top
there
set.
and phone for a second.
In between hands, yeah.
For Mitzi.
What am I gonna do? I'm not gonna be like, hold on, I'm in the middle of the game, like, hold on.
This is just showers, Jack,
Go look at my
from the big. We missed a lot of the action, so it's tough to say how this one played out.
Getting this vibe that he had check raised the flop, or he led.
Not 2 hours.
it's probably a half hour. Over an hour.
I'm not 100% sure,
30
but
minutes.
he's losing more chips.
30
Not all of it.
30 minutes is a pretty short delay.
I mean, how great is this if you're Mitzi? Opponent's just betting into you have the nuts, or practically the nuts, assuming no 3-4.
I don't have the
on
best
turn.
hand. I have a reasonable hand.
Mitzi going for the speech play. It feels a bit out of line given the turn call from Mitzi. It's a rainbow turn card, so. And he's blocking like ace king, ace queen.
Have Margarita, you'll be more late struck.
Oh, showers.
500.
What's going on, Randy?
We're saving face.
Okay.
We're drinking margaritas. Mid-hand. And we're hoping those cards turn into aces.
What?
Wait, sorry, did he just... Did he drink a little bit too much margarita?
Good game, man.
Good game, guys. Have fun.
With you.
Take care.
Just bet called it off with ace high.
Yeah, he was betting on the turn as well. Well, he's down one margarita. He'll finish off the other one for the rest of the day. That was insane hand, and the action still continues. We flip it on over. Jackson's got aces.
Hang on a minute. Let me just digest that ace high call, bro.
No, you won't be able to figure that one out.
I'm trying to. What do we beat? Like ace 3? Ace 4?
You wanted him to be a hero.
I mean, he still is a hero in my mind, but I thought he was trying to save face, as you mentioned, and then... Anyways, back on over here, Foxen, who just doubled up, is in trouble against Jackson, 50 bigs apiece. Oh, hold on. Glazer's got ace queen of hearts.
Glazer might be able to save Foxen if he just puts in a 4-bet against a player who's going to 3-bet light.
If there's ever a time, yeah, to step into it with ace queen, it's going to be this one. And Jackson is just... Whoa, chill, Jackson, chill, Poppy.
He was so excited.
Take a second, you know?
And Foxen quickly out of there.
Yeah, I mean, after the snap call from the original Razor.
I still think he gets away, but I hear you. Just in case your opponent's got like queens, like, oh, maybe it's closer ace king. But Glazer's close to at risk. He has a little bit more than Jackson. Can't believe what's just developed for him.
This is a 25k buy-in, and it has just been ping-ponging back and forth across the feature tables. All ins, left, right, and center. And top set for Jackson seals the deal. Glazer drawing dead.
Do you have me covered? Do you have over $1 million? I can't see.
It's close.
He has about $1 million.
So Glazer loses with aces to the Doyle for a ton of chips.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Then
yeah,
he loses 2 aces for $1 million chips.
$1,020,000 plus this.
This was like within like a few hands.
Yeah, shake of the head there. I mean, he's gone from what, 1.6 million to practically out of the tournament in an orbit. That's 80 big blinds down to dust.
Unless that's miscounted.
Wait. This is how hit. This is 1.1.
Oh, yeah. That's 1.1.
1.09.
1.09. Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Good game, guys.
Okay.
Oh, wow, he was covered.
Better luck, man.
Finished off by Jackson. That's going to be a rough night of sleep.
I mean, he could rebuy, but maybe...
I would take a break, though,
yeah,
right? Like,
take a break, come back for day 1C. Although when you see the kind of carnage that's going on...
You're like, put me back at this table?
Yeah.
Revenge?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's cool.
Sit open feature 3. Decent spot. Re-raise all in.
Yeah.
It's normally a call pre-flop.
Really easy.
Take it.
Yeah. Suited in position, the buttons. Heads up is weird. And he's
No, I'm talking about the jacks.
Oh, no. Not normally.
Hope you don't mind me asking.
No, it's okay.
Learning as I go here.
Yeah, no. What I did is standard.
Oh, okay.
I just, whatever.
$16 big blind rip from Punsri, ace 10 off.
Feel good about it.
I mean, Alan's got a little gamble in him. He's thinking about ace 7 off.
Okay. I fold.
Okay, let's it go.
But nice to see, you know, Foxen answering Keating's questions like, oh, was the Jack's play standard for you, etc., etc. Admitting that he's kind of learning on the go with this short stack tournament poker.
You can get involved with some deep stack, some short stack, whatever you want over on GG Poker. Free $50 ticket into the Weekender with a min deposit of $20 and the use of the promo code Paradise 2024. It is that simple, people. Get involved and good luck.
Here comes ace 9 of clubs. Four 3 off for Wentman. Gonna defend the min raise off of his 2 million chip stack. Gut shot acquired, but Sakanas has got a nut flush draw. Betting lead.
Against the smaller sizing, some options for Wantman, whether it comes in the form of check call or perhaps even check raise.
I could see check raise, especially with the suit blockers, which block some of the continues.
Yeah, there it is. Check raise, a little 3x to 110,000.
Especially if your opponent is c-betting very wide range. You've got backdoor clubs working. Block a little bit of the backdoor diamonds, ace high, like ace 3 diamonds or so. That might bet call.
So there is the call, an inflated 330,000 chip pot. As Wantman does not want to see a 5 now, as it would give Chiquinas 9 high straight.
A lot of the check raises that check turn kind of get a little piece with that 8. You know, hands like 8, 9, 10, 8, these kind of gut shots. So it's a little tricky on how to approach this ace 9 of clubs because it picks up equity. But then maybe you're not expecting your opponent to check raise and check fold at a high frequency. It wouldn't surprise me if he checks this one back. Betting, of course, is fine given how much equity he has. You might also expect like a big hand, 2 pair plus, to just keep firing, and he does check it back in a lovely river card. I could see Wontman trying to represent the flush.
For sure. A little 4 of clubs. 330 to fight for, not one to just wave the white flag. That's a sizable bet. 250 into 330. The Lithuanian is just sat there with the stone cold nuts.
Yeah, thank you for the $250,000. Hopefully you give me another 378,000. Double checking his cards. Confirmed flush. Feels like he's trying to sell the story that maybe I've got this like ace of club blocker and you like bet call against me.
It's such a tough story to sell though, isn't it? When you bet into for that sizing on the river, it's one of the most underbluffed lines in poker to just find the jam there.
You're right.
Case in point, he had the nuts.
Wontman also has like a decent amount of flushes in that spot too.
For sure,
just
right?
Blindly blast away for like min click a little bit more.
Randy, we got 3,000 people with us over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel. Been live for 10 hours. Love to see people getting engaged in the chat. Let us know, as always, whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. I mean, it's pretty late local time. So perhaps some people stateside winding down for the evening. Watching a bit of World Series of Poker Paradise coverage. 50 mil guaranteed super main day 1. Shout out to people out east in Asia. Good morning, good afternoon. If there's any Europeans in the chat, you guys need help. You should be in bed. All right, 6 a.m. I'll tell you who else needs some help. There's Wontman with these kings after losing that pot. With the 4-3. Loves this squeeze spot. Keating isn't one to fold, by the way.
Even KT might be interested. Queen 10 suited. He doesn't like to fold either.
That's true. Yeah, Wontman's found 2 guys that don't like folding. Okay, now that KT is flat, maybe Keating does something mad.
Oh, he can't just back raise all of a sudden.
Let's go. Little 3-way, 3-bet pot, 540,000 in the middle.
Wontman's saying, no ace, please. No ace. No ace.
No ace. 10-7-6. KT is in trouble at this SPR, Randy. Did Wontman just check the kings? King of diamonds?
Did.
It's check round to Keating, who fires out 100K. He's not going to see that back.
This bet from Keating might actually cause KT some trouble because he's opened the door now. Wontman, though, unclear whether he check raises or check call. It's just 100K into 540. KT is getting the right price.
He is, but it's really difficult for him to proceed on a lot of turn cards, right, in terms of visibility. Any 8, 9, jack, king, ace, it just gets really uncomfortable. So I wonder if now that there is this little 200K sweetener. Yeah, there it is, Randy. He just jams. Keating's going to get out of there. I hope.
Yes, he's getting out of there. and
Easy, Randy.
1 minute.
I've seen Keating do crazier things.
This
Okay.
is a tournament, my friend. Don't worry. 1 minute just has to call this one off.
Snapped. 2 million chip pot. KT managed to do the dirty on aces earlier on with the Doyle Brunson, rivering 2 pair. He's looking for a queen or a 10 here, drawing pretty thin. If the man from Thailand can find 2 pair or trips across turn and river, once he's going to be out of here.
Ace on the turn. And Keating's thinking, man, maybe I should have gambled.
No way.
Would have turned a club draw and a gut shot.
5 outs once for Danoatrical. Doesn't find it. GG, sir. Wantman up to a very healthy 2.8 million. There we go.
Yeah, and the thing is, that turn was an ace. Imagine Keating didn't bet that flop in position. KT is probably still in there because Wantman's not going to be wanting to bet with an ace out there with 2 kings.
That's very true, actually, yeah.
Or even if KT played more passive on that flop and overcalled, probably doesn't get stacked. Results oriented, it's hard to say.
Oh, butterfly effect and all that, but I see what you're saying.
It's like, why are you saying thank you?
So what have we got in the chat then? We've got Manchester, we've got Newport, Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Keydog come back to us saying, wow, getting engaged with the chat? Of course we are. We've got Norway, Ukraine. The Lights Lives in my mum's house. Say hello to my mum. Make sure you make her a cup of tea, okay? Got Miami, Connecticut, Germany, New York State, Congo. Kevin Rand watching from Ireland. It's a late night for you. Perth, Australia. Well, we've got the International Space Station. Let's go, Randy. Going intergalactic here.
More premiums being dealt.
You know, whenever we have these 30-minute to 45-minute flurries of big hands and all-ins,
We're all going to die.
I really sympathize with the people asking us, like, is this live? Because it does kind of feel like a highlight reel, you know, you look away from the screen, someone's got kings, you come back a minute later, someone's got queens.
Jermaine is back.
Let's go, bros. Is he straddled again from under the gun, and it's Lee again with a hand?
I would never
He
go
did
home. I would
straddle,
live in the
didn't he?
Bahamas.
Fake
with you guys.
straddle.
We'll rent a little house, we'll swim on the beach, surf every day.
Yeah, I should have just called.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what table you're sitting at. But
That wasn't a check, but you said it's check.
That was a bad play.
So Jermaine fake straddled 40K. Lee made a quote-unquote standard raise of 80K with ace-10 suited. Checks it back. Jermaine now betting his gut shot. Lee's got the nut flush draw.
Man like me cannot not call. The insanity.
Lee does make the call. Listen, I want to get invited to Jermaine's Christmas party as he finds the offsuit 8 to make the 10 high straight. Poker is very much alive, my friend. Oh, he goes big. Goes big. I would not fault Lee for heroing this here.
I know Jazzy. He's my mate. We both live in London. And if he calls me, I'm going to feel offended. Because we're friends.
I don't have a pair.
A pair is
Well,
lucky.
that's, I'm glad that you don't have a pair.
Lee's saying if he'd had a pair, he
Still
would
thinking.
snap.
Let's face it, Jermaine's playing wild. You can call him anything.
Really?
Got paid.
I would not fault him for calling off here with ace high. It's a blind hand. He straddled. By straddling, I mean he fake straddled. I don't think Lee's going to get away from it, you know.
There you have it.
Gonna fold.
Oh, sorry.
I fold.
So he does pitch it. Jack Jermaine chipping up to around 800k. He's just having a lot of fun. Who else we got in the chat? Got Chiang Mai, Thailand. Shout out Thailand here for Punat Punsri, of course. Is at the other feature table. Got Brandon saying, watching from the poker mecca of the world.
Oh, yes.
Got Nick in the chat saying, snowed in watching in Erie, Pennsylvania. Enjoy the show, ladies and gents. Another premium, unfortunately for Wilson. Ross just has Queen 9-0. Was trying to get a cheeky one through in the cutoff.
Thank you. Can you give me some change?
Absolutely, Mr. Greenwood.
Wonderful.
We had whiskey together in Lessay in London with
Oh yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Maggie.
Yes, yes, I remember this now. Yeah, it's good whiskey.
I don't play poker, but the Triton a couple of years ago was in London.
Yes, yes,
so
yeah,
I played that.
No, I remember that.
I don't generally play poker tournaments, but
yeah, that was,
sunshine is nice here, so I came here with some family.
Yeah, that was fun.
Absolutely.
The whiskey was good. I still have like those glasses.
Raise 40,000.
Yes.
Pass.
Mitzi, Queen Jack offsuit, UTG, min raising. Into Greenwood, who's got ace jack
Yeah.
dominating.
Yeah, probably should have.
Don't dwell on the past.
What the ways?
Dwelling on the past is the worst thing you can do. Only look at the future.
Good point.
Oh man, he's now getting philosophical. Couple of margaritas deep.
Would have been more fun to
Couple behinds deep.
I think Jermaine's one of
You're extremely honest.
I was hoping
the best nosebleed cash game players from London.
I mean, I would have.
Okay.
Yeah.
One there.
It makes sense, right? Given the table talk and all of that, and the chatter.
If you raise, I just go.
Yeah, exactly.
He's definitely the most entertaining player.
Gives those private game kind of vibes.
Only 2 bullets, 3 bullets per day, 1 plus 2. I did 1, I came here. I did 1 now, I'll have 1 more. If
That's just today. There's always tomorrow.
might be too hungover tomorrow.
Good flop for Greenwood.
You have to
Top
consider
pair,
that.
Jack
Am I
of hearts.
considering that I'm going to be too hungover tomorrow to play tomorrow? So
If you are, you're fucking sharp.
you got to consider the likelihood of me being too hungover to register tomorrow. So am I playing slightly more considerate because I don't want to bust today? I know I'll be too hungover to play tomorrow.
Let me jot that down.
I can text it to you if you want. Oh no, I don't have my phone. Sure.
Mitzi officially drawing dead, was just trying to get a cheap one through against the big blind after opening from under the gun. Got a lot of respect for players like Mitzi, like they just have great awareness. They know when to wave the white flag, they know when a board texture is one that they can barrel on.
He calls himself a washed up old school reg, but I think he's still very sharp. Mitzi, that is. Greenwood checking over. Doesn't feel like he can get called by worse, so hoping to throw a line over to these kind of hands that have nothing.
I honestly think that's your generation's MO now, Randy, is you all pretend to be washed up against these new, young whippersnappers that have been born into the solver kind of time of poker. And all of you guys are like, oh, I don't play that much. Listen, Randy, I've been listening to you commentate, okay? You can't fool me, pal.
You're tired here.
I know. I know you're still out there in some study groups as Mitzi.
Oh my,
see, washed up, bro? Really? Really? Hitting Greenwood with the B200 on the river.
That, did he?
Oh, it's 350 effective.
Still an overbet.
So this went under the gun open. Greenwood defended the big blind.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, indeed. And check, C-bet, call.
I think I should have been all in already.
I feel like you want to say something.
I mean, I just think it's absurd. I mean, this feels like I'm about to make a really disrespectful fold.
That's music to the ears of Mitzi.
Big on the flop, check the turn, shove the river.
It's doing our job for us. The hand breakdown. Mitzi bet big on the flop. Check the board pairing turn. It's now jammed river for 150% pot. Greenwood.
I hope I don't look like an idiot.
Oh!
No. God, no.
Mitzi getting away with one, I'm telling you, man.
That was cool.
That was cool AF. Back on over here, we've got another, three-way all in, no big deal, 25k buy-in. Was that Krish in the mix? Go on, Krishy boy. Santosh Savannah's good friend. 8 of clubs for a sweat being called for. Sergev looks like he deserved to just hold with the queens, Doesn't need a sweat. Ace needed for Krish. 9 needed for Punsri. Sergev happy with the rest of the deck. Just hold with the ladies, which he does. Eliminating Punat Punsri in the process.
We'll see if Punsri wants to wait till tomorrow, come in once more today. Pretty much a triple up for the Queens. Now we go 3 ways. Kobayashi, Jack 10 suited, Kempson 4s, Mitzi, King Queen suited. Kobayashi with the best hand, top pair.
That was incredible, that bluff, man. Dude, we've got so many highlight hands rather, for the highlight reel after today. People really just going at it, dropping bombs left, right, and center.
You said it at the start of this frame, that players were just going to go hard, and obviously great that we got this multiple feature table option. Let us bounce back and forth.
See if Mitzi's really feeling himself here. 2 overs, backdoor hearts. Just comes with check call.
Lots of potential with this hand.
Hello. Is that 80% of a royal flush against top 2, Randy? At this point, I'm starting to believe that maybe this is a highlight reel and you and I are just living in a sim.
That's an amazing card for Kobayashi because he could have been up against a better kicker. Mitzi hasn't checked over yet. Contemplating lead.
I was gonna stretch, but I'll wait.
He just has so much equity, and perhaps he doesn't want to look for check jam. Might feel that's a bit too much. Doesn't want to check call with just king high. So take matters into his own hands. Problem is his opponent's got top 2 pair on a very draw heavy board that's going to want to raise and protect. Only hand he really feels like he loses to is like queen 9. Maybe some 7-9 suiteds.
I like this in theory. The thing I'm worried about is if Kobayashi does ever jam and then, like, what do? Do you just call off? You have to call it off?
Oh, the jack. How nice
Nuts.
is that?
Jack 10 going runner, runner, full house. See if Mitzi follows through. Front door diamonds get there. It's going to be tough to fold a jack out now, of course. Having hearts is kind of bad.
He also blocks, you know, like ace queen that probably just calls turn. Some ace kings, I suppose. I like a check here, but he's not checking, is he?
Randy, this is the man we just saw bet, check, bet as a bluff for all of Greenwood's chips. Just queen high on a 4 flush board.
Just stare over. I'm going to jam on you soon. You try and trick him, Kobayashi.
Yeah, you still got the nuts, mate.
I mean,
all in.
There's the jam.
Already got though, Mitzi. Thanks for the chips.
Kobayashi up to 2.1 million. What an absolute roller coaster of a day it's been. Day 1B. First day of coverage here from the Atlantis in the Bahamas. The 50 million guaranteed super main, 25k buy-in, largest ever guaranteed prize pool in the history of poker. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu. We've got James Dempsey and Ali Najad on the commentator rotation with us for the next 6 days till we crown a champion. Got about an hour left on the clock, maybe a little bit under, as we head into the final level of play today before everyone bags and tags for day 2. And tomorrow, rinse and repeat, day 1C. We've seen some very aggressive poker being played here on day 1B. Saw Stephen Chidwick take down his second bracelet earlier on today in the 50k PLO Championship.
I'm not going to lie, I was tempted.
Matt
If I make a
Berkey
dumb mistake, I'll
catching
so
stray
dumb.
bullets in the YouTube chat.
You have to explain. To
No, I was going to have to take the margarita.
Someone saying you should call Matt Berkey and ask him to teach you to use words, big words that mean
What's
nothing.
her name?
You know, Berkey is known
Dally.
for using
Looks like
sesquipedalian
knows what he's doing.
type words, Randy, isn't he?
We know what that word means, but all right.
I didn't until 20 seconds ago. I googled it. Sesquipedalian is to describe a word that's very long and multi-syllabic. So the word itself, for example, sesquipedalian, is in fact sesquipedalian, Randy.
Are you reading dictionary.com right now?
I'm not. I just love the fact that Berkey's catching strays. He's not even at the table. The guy
You don't seem amused.
just somehow,
You didn't seem amused by
even when he's not in the
didn't
tournament,
What'd you do? Did the recheck and act like it was aces.
One of those.
catching strays. Steezy saying Greenwood slowly realizing he hero folded to a bluffing maniac. Yeah, he is going to see that one back.
Yeah, especially when you see the guy like snap bet fold against another player in that huge pot earlier. King Queen versus Jack 10. Like, maybe I did make a mistake. Jazzy Lee, he's in, Queen 10 off. Flopping best with the pair of 10s. Ace out there. Wasserson. Pocket 4s.
Was fresh off that first bracelet here, by the way. Took down the 25k DC. Being Josh Aria, heads up. Continues. Lee won't be going anywhere, but he's not thrilled about building a pot out of position with middle pair against an under the gun range.
Go now, Bovey. Excellent.
See how frisky Was is feeling here. I mean,
I had a bullet over there.
potential to just triple off, you know. Has one of those hands.
What do you need? It's one margarita.
Yeah, you tend to see these kind of small pairs blast away, unblocking hands that check call, check fold like hands that turn
This
clubs
table looks so dead.
for
Look at
pair.
You got the deadest expression on your face.
Oh, that's why we blast off on the turn.
Oh no! I come to the Bahamas and
Was
gamble, and I
did
lose
check.
out, and now I'm Mr. Glum. Jog on.
Rivers are set. Lee checking over once more, very content to try and get this Queen 10 to showdown.
Loss can go pretty big here.
225.
Yeah, this makes sense. Lee can still have an ace. that's going to be curious. With Moss checking the turn, it doesn't really look like he should be having a strong hand. Ace King, Ace Queen has a lot of incentive to bet the turn. So for him to all of a sudden bet big looks suspicious.
It does, and Lee's hand looks like a 10. The way it's played out, right?
Yeah, 10 or a very weak ace. Ace rag. But something that isn't really that strong. Then again, Wass's hand with that line looks odd.
Anyone know what the time is? It's not. It's set to Australia time.
Oh.
It's just easier for me.
I do not.
Lee correctly folded against Jermaine earlier on. Can he find another good laydown here?
11:30.
Yeah, lets it go. Good fold, mate. I don't know about you, Randy, but when someone folds and then immediately asks me if I was bluffing, I get a bit fired up, you know? So, dude, if you thought I was bluffing, you had the opportunity to call and see the cards. You decided not to. On your bike, mate.
Alright, you tell someone that next on your bike, mate. If you want to know. If you thought I was bluffing,
If you thought I was bluffing, cool. I just extended the invitation to you for 225k and you folded. So, clearly you didn't think I was bluffing. Because your cards are in the muck.
I'm with you with
Showers.
that. You know?
Okay?
You're right. Don't ever ask that question again.
Sorry, Lee. Now Lee's catching stray bullets for no reason. It's been playing well.
He's picked up sevens.
Where do you live, Luke?
What?
Where do you live?
Toronto.
Toronto? Canada? I thought you were American. You're not American, you're a Canadian.
Yes. That is 12 green? That is country.
Yep. Better country. So I live in England.
Yeah. I live in England.
Okay.
I mean, Toronto, you know, we were calling England once.
Top set's nice.
Not that long ago, surprisingly. Up until like
Overs and backdoors galore.
1980 or something, like the Queen.
Yeah, I think
was
Moss
still
might even
technically the head
lead
of
this
state.
board. It's his type of texture in the big blind. He's got a lot of potential. He's got a gut shot. Ace high, backdoor spades. The UTG player isn't expected to bet this flop,
85.
given it's more of the blinds' board. So I like this lead. It's not going to work, obviously, against top set, but it makes sense.
It comes out firing just shy of half pot.
Yeah, here. Yeah, here.
But he might get knocked out. So it needs to be a lucky bet.
The camera's on Lee for some reason. There we go. Wilson does get out of the way. So round 2. Ding, ding, ding.
You already tipped him 100.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
How deep are they? 1.2 at the start of the hand.
Sounds like you did.
Just shy of 50 bigs. Out of position, does Lee just want to announce himself right here, right now? Fearful of the turn check back. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, you don't want...
He's gone
like,
big as well.
Oh, he's gone really big. But you don't want your opponent to, you know, check it back on a turn, on random cards. Also, you can get your action killed with straightiness, like 5 or 8x. If your opponent has like 2 pair plus, obviously you want to stack that if you can.
You straddle, I double straddle.
Serious?
Nah.
Corey.
I got hurt last time, so I'm not doing it.
We could. You could if you wanted to.
No, I know I could, but I got hurt last time, so results oriented. I'm not doing it again.
Don't be results. I'm straddling next hand regardless.
I know. I'm thrilled about it.
I would like it if you did it too. It would keep the vibe high.
Oh, wow. Jermaine would have had a decent hand for a double straddle.
See, I want to.
I can't believe
the hand.
he would have actually done it.
You do, I check right behind you.
Okay, I'm gonna fold this. just so I can straddle next hand.
This guy is a legend.
Did he not have King Jack of Hearts?
He did, Randy, but he doesn't want to bust this hand. He wants to straddle next hand, okay? Listen, right? When you're as rich as Jermaine is, you come from private game, nosebleed cash game backgrounds. 25k day ones. They're a bit of fun. He's got the margaritas out. He's having
Or
fun.
you had enough margaritas late in the night, like Jermaine. Maybe that's why you're making plays like that.
Yeah, he wants to straddle. He's here for the entertainment. He's having so much fun. Leave him alone.
I kind of think he's having the most fun in this whole room right now.
He's in for 2 bullets, and he's having more fun than 90% of the people that are in for just 1 bullet.
Kobayashi, open, 6-9 suited, flop decent.
What's Wilson pondering here? A little check rizzle? No, just pitches it. Okay, straddle hand. Now, once again, I do need to remind the viewers
So tight.
Are you playing so tight? Because the hungover thing?
I was very.
that the straddle is not live.
That's why I entered at like level 9 today.
I thought you were playing tight because you're going to be hungover tomorrow, so you don't want to play tomorrow.
No, I don't. Obviously I'm getting through today, so I'm not playing tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
obviously.
I'm happy to be hungover tomorrow.
Right.
But I'm also.
You straddling or not, mate?
Oh yeah, of course, absolutely. Sorry, I forgot.
That is high morale. He's got King 4-0.
I can't believe. Usually someone does this straddle maybe once just for the LOLs, but
Because luck is more important than skill. Right? It's better to be lucky than good.
Wow, Wilson might step in it.
It's a nice friendly Englishman who comes and straddles. So I know I'm going to steal his I'm going to steal his straddle. I need to show it to the computer. I'm going to call very wide.
yeah, I think we all know that, Jermaine.
Says yes. Nobody from England does it. It's an English joke. Computer says yes, computer says no. You don't know that?
Computer says yes, computer says no. Shout out Catherine Tate.
Sounds
very much understand it.
Yeah.
Computer says yes in this spot.
Sounds funny.
It sounds like it could potentially be funny in some world.
Oh, Jermaine's flops enough of a piece to stay curious.
Computer says check.
Jack 8-4, bottom pair, 2 spades. He does have that all-important king of spades. Some emergency runner cards.
Super aggressive, just like.
No, I'm just thinking.
Understandable.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
But you can do it super quickly. Just like pow, 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 pow. Pow. Like that. Just, you don't need. Thinking is.
I see what you're saying.
Quick thinking.
Yeah.
Not slow thinking like.
Oh!
Super slowly.
Oh, and he didn't even stutter, by the way, mid-sentence.
He's a pro.
This is elite.
I'm a little tired too.
Bro, do you know how hungover I was? Last night. Keep it real. I had, in UK units, probably had 22 units. Do you have units in the US in the same?
Like units of what?
Alcohol.
Oh, no.
You don't have a little thing in the back of your thing saying you're having
They do.
0.1 unit.
Yeah, they do,
I
Ross.
know something.
Unit measurements work the same.
So you can tell me to shut up. We're friends, though, right?
You're trying to fist bump the dealer.
I'm going.
What happened? Did the dealer not fist bump him back?
He's not allowed to.
Oh.
Snap call from Ross.
How much? Good hand.
Yeah, I think you're making tomorrow too.
You just gotta be lucky. You gotta be lucky and fun Bounce with the dealers. If the dealers give you that back and forth, like, what's your name again? Dally. Like Dally here. You make their choice. It's inevitable.
True.
Oh, it's in the chat saying him and early 2000 D-Nags would be a hilarious table.
Well, let's hear a
I
story
agree.
about last night. 22 units deep.
1 or 2 units, 1 or 200 units.
Is that the end of the story, or?
1 second, sorry.
He's trying to tell us how hungover he was.
Yeah, I know.
I was amazed.
Is there more to the story?
It's like one standard drink.
110?
One standard drink.
Yeah, a
So you
unit
know
is
how it
just a
says on the
drink.
bottle of vodka,
A
like
unit
26
is just
standard
a
drinks.
drink.
You don't know
So,
that?
like, 1 beer would be 1 unit?
No, one
Yeah.
beer is usually like 1.2.
Oh, wow.
In the US,
So
a
units
bottle,
not
a
that
bottle of beer is like 1.2
20 units is a
Well,
solid
20
round.
units.
20 units is a lot.
20 units is like
Yeah, 1 unit's nothing.
15
You can have like 2 or 3 and drive.
Is that right?
Right.
50K.
It's like 18 beers or so.
I never drink and drive, by the way. I'm not endorsing that to any of
None of
anybody
those
who might be
shenanigans.
watching. I don't even have 1 beer and drink and drive, but I drink a lot and don't drive, and I have a good time. So don't drink and drive, anybody. Even 1 beer. It's not me. I drink a lot and not drive.
Okay.
The straddle.
It was 50K. I want to keep you in.
You don't want to straddle for me, Luke. All right.
I don't even have chips to straddle.
Just for the boys and girls.
Okay. Now we get to play a poker hand.
But you're really good, I hear.
Well, anyone can win on one hand, right?
I want to win in the long run.
Hmm.
I'm not good at that. I understand the way that short-term variance, long-term variance.
50K.
Yeah. I know you don't want me to do that, but anyway. Check.
Dwayne still the best of it on the turn. Pot size bet back for Greenwood.
Don't do anything mad.
Oh.
What's in the pot?
Seems like a standard.
255. You should know that anyway. You're such a pro. You've played poker tournaments for the past 20 years. How much is in the pot, bruh? Come on, leave it out. How much is in the pot? It's a silly question.
Okay, I'm all in.
Oh, I have a pair.
This is a hard call.
Hasn't folded yet. He called off with ace high
40?
earlier on. Oh my. He's made the call.
I think you're ahead.
Oh my.
There we go.
I was hoping
750.
to get you off something like that.
Look at me, bro. You're just be professional. I'm going to call up everything. You're absolutely mad if you think you get me off anything.
I figured I was
You could win, though.
about-
We were like,
I
what,
have a-
40?
I don't like the 6 of diamonds. That's kind of unfortunate.
Why are you trying to get me off anything? You're absolutely
King
a
Jack
madman.
10 diamond needed for
Maybe
Greenwood.
That's crazy.
I thought
right?
some good things could happen. Okay.
Doesn't find it.
Mr. Greenwood, you know better than that.
You saying this like I had like I
No,
thought,
but you can see that I'm here. I'm drinking like 4 margaritas. I'm not here to like
yeah, but
not get it in.
I also can't like mom and you know,
Sam is going to be pissed. Sam is going to watch this. He's going to be like, really, really, bro? You're going to be back in your hotel room, and he's going to be like, bruh, what is that? Anyway, I rate you.
Okay,
Go, Jake.
I was hoping to get Jack 10 and you call.
Okay.
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 Jesus
You
Christ.
should have seen a river first. What is he thinking?
Someone
How much? 25.
cut the tap. The margaritas have been free flowing for Jermaine here on Paradise Island.
Why were paying me?
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
No, come on.
Come on.
Come on.
I'm me.
This guy's hilarious, man.
This is amazing entertainment.
50.
And I'm glad he's building a stack. Mean he's gonna stick around.
That's true. He's just not folding bottom pair, and then he's just like, Lucas, you should know. Bro, look at me.
60. 50.
Ace King. A real hand for Jermaine.
300.
What are you playing now?
Not an insignificant amount at this point.
Just give me a ballpark.
3, 4,
I got it. I got it.
1, 4.
It's like
1, 7.
Yeah.
1, 7. Where's 1, 7 come from? Oh, including that. Including
Did
that.
he make it 300?
Yes, 300.
1, 7, including that. Don't be mad though.
No beef. I got no beef.
No beef.
Sir.
Keep it friendly there. We've got 33 minutes in the end of the day. All I want to do is make it to the end of the day. That's what's important to me.
I
don't know what's
believe
important
it.
to you, but if I make it to the end of the day, I'll be so proud of myself. And I want you to feel the same way.
There you go, bro.
Good hand.
Jack's up to 1.9 million.
Don't want him missing that 100.
Really spinning it up.
I request for Jack Jermaine to be on all of our feature tables for the rest of the tournament.
I hard disagree, Randy.
Disagree?
1 frame per day is enough.
For you?
Okay.
If you're results orientated, straddling improves your chance of getting through today too.
Sure.
Why you got mad face now?
No, I'm not mad at all.
You sure?
Very sure. I'm very sure. I'm a little sleepy though.
The optimal strategy is to buy in on 11 line if you don't want to be sleepy for day 2. That's how I go about it.
What he just said.
If you buy in late, you don't have to play for 10, 12 hours.
Yeah, but then it's late. So you might be tired.
No, you just wake up at like 2
Sleep
p.m.
all day, yeah.
I see.
There's the optimal strategy.
Yeah,
I
I
think
can
Sorrel
still can survive
I
1
get it.
frame.
I get you. No, I just didn't understand what you said.
Wake up late.
Right.
Buy
Sergey
in
just
late.
doesn't get it.
Get through with like 3x, 4x starting stack
Right.
in 2 hours, and then that's it. That's a standard procedure, right? I don't understand why anybody do any different. Show them to this one. And I think I'm going to fold this. Tasty there. Am I allowed
That
to
was
say
solid.
What do you
That-
say?
I said the hand is tasty, but I'm folding.
Oh, you can say that.
What about if the hand is a high hand and I'm folding? Anyway, I
You're
don't.
gonna have to ask Sorrel. He makes the rules.
Huh?
I hear that you play mix.
Yeah.
I play mix, but I'm
play
bad.
mix?
I'm so bad, but I like playing games.
I think I'm down more than you in mix. Lifetime. I'd be willing to bet.
The fact that you're saying that makes me feel that I probably played 100 hours of mix in my life, and I'm down a lot, but not. But the fact that you've mentioned it makes me
Might be
feel that
close.
you're down there.
Now that you're saying that, we might be close. 100 hours. What stakes? Reasonably.
I don't play in Obviously. I play in.
Yeah, neither do I.
I play friendly games. I'm
Friendly
not professional, and this.
Case
Play a
ace. It's found its way to
Did
the
you used to play
turn.
that private game with Roland? Roland DeWolf?
I play with Roland.
Yeah?
But not. We might have. I don't want to talk about.
Oh,
80?
okay.
Some whispers of private game shenanigans in London.
I like punty games. I want max variance.
I like
because
that.
I'm bad. I'm as a losing player. I want max variance so I can maybe win.
Well, for you to realize that, maybe you're a winning player.
No, I could be. I think I could be a winning player, but I don't need to be a winning player because I'm good at.
It's more fun to play bad.
It's
way
fun to play bad.
By a lot.
Playing bad is
Way
so
more
fun.
Yeah.
I used to. as I said, I used to be a poker dealer. Shout out Victoria Casino. I used to be a dealer at the Vic in London.
Yeah.
And
Saved for Wilson.
What happened from then to now?
I left and I got a job.
Got a job?
And I
Must
did
be
well.
a good job.
Good job. And I do well. And I lose money at poker.
Chop it up.
Yeah, it's a hobby.
It's fun.
What's your job?
No, I don't think this is true.
It's a good job.
It's a good job. Sounds crypto related.
It is.
Plus
Somewhat.
sports.
It's gambling related, but yeah. It's gambling related.
You didn't seem like a guy that would be involved in gambling.
Sorry? It's gambling related, but it's not poker. I'm bad at poker, but I'm good at gambling. If you want to
change this, I'd much rather be good at gambling than poker. Yeah, sure.
This is me. That's me. Yes.
Why does he get a phone?
Good.
Yeah. VIP.
VIP. VIP.
About 25 minutes left on the clock.
Margarita?
I mean, I would. Small blind, big
Margaritas
blind,
are
you got
free.
me. We should
On
all
this
get
table,
a
margarita
half
is
hour,
free.
right?
Soju. Where are you from? China. I thought you were from Korea and you wanted soju. When you said thank you, I thought you said soju.
I love the
So I was like,
soju.
oh, soju.
I would.
All
Small
right.
blind, big blind, you got me. But not now. But if you go, I go very light. Yeah?
I plan all in checks.
Oh.
I would go. My name is Jack, so.
Ding
going all
Biao
is good.
Anything I go
has
for.
rebought and it's just put in 500,000, 8-3
Yeah,
off.
I believe. I believe.
Guys, if this isn't the biggest top signal you've ever seen in your life, people blind all in, first hand of a 25k.
I have
This is absolutely
I have
insane.
470, 500. I have exactly 5.
No,
you have
that guy-
exactly
you guys
5?
got the table.
Oh, don't look. Don't look to the river.
Oh my
Don't look.
gosh.
No, don't look. Go, go,
Don't-
go.
don't look,
You can
don't
show
look.
Mine, but let him feed down.
Monster.
Did you look?
Oh my god. I believe him.
This is great. I love this.
I had a 9.
Guys, this is a $25,000 buy-in.
Very happy.
All in dark.
I'm gonna double try to
Oh, you didn't call dark.
My 3 is hot.
No, I looked.
You looked.
Win a pub game?
I had a read.
Or in duck.
Randy, I don't know at this point.
What we do know is Wasserson is ahead.
I've given up
Guess I
trying
need
to
high card.
apply
High card, I
logic to the commentary.
Whoa.
The 8.
Not a bad. No.
Wait, I don't think he covers.
What's going
They
for
have
the
exactly-
unmic?
Allegedly, they have exactly.
I knew it. Good game.
GG's, sir. Freshly crowned.
You're not done yet. You go
Bracelet winner.
I had 8.
This is fun table. This is good.
I had 8.
We have
Moss
good,
came
very,
to
very,
this
very fun
table.
table.
He's straddling.
Lost to
You're
the
going
straddler.
Fuck.
And
I'm
then
gonna straddle
8-3
next time.
offsuit
You
blind
double
jam.
straddle? Yes, if you double straddle, you are the absolute
Little tilted.
I would love.
Just a friendly home game we're playing. We got the straddles, we got the all-in blinds.
Good luck.
Big blind only?
It's like a satellite into a $50 tournament.
Yeah.
Straddle. You straddle. I'll double straddle. He'll triple straddle.
They'll triple straddle.
Please, please, please. Please, come on. You'll be
I'm
be
not
legendary.
short, like.
It's because your backers will be like, oh, why are you not?
That's not
Why
why.
are you straddling?
That's not why.
That is why. Otherwise, you'll straddle.
That is not why.
Oh, man.
Jermaine
We
says
could
he
have
would
had
double straddle
yeah,
and
and
Binding
Dick-
would triple.
100% Dick couldn't wait, bro. He was like, let's go. I'll put the triple shot on. He's going to put the double on next hand. Man, Was just saying as he left, this is like a $50 tournament satellite or whatever it was.
You saw that you had
Satellite into a $50 tournament.
Oh, see, you should have straddled. Next hand straddles come in.
What's
Wow.
going on? One big blind?
One
Mitzi
big and a 50.
would have loved it if the triple shadow was on.
He might flat
I
here
go
with two
blind
aces.
call first and waiting other people to raise. You 50, I call. I call first.
120?
People are too good. I'm not good
Once you
enough.
start with throw.
So there's the 3-bet. This hand potentially over and done with. As Mitzi's 3-bet off of 20 bigs. Jow in the chat saying my 10-cent, 20-cent home game isn't even this crazy.
Well, Kempson's actually raise called Queen 9 suited out of position from under the gun against Mitzi.
Bill. Bill. Hey, Alex. Sounds like Bill.
My name is Jack.
Hey.
Very nice to meet you.
Oh, that's trouble for Kempson.
Jack, take the card. 8, 9, 10, Jack.
Next time you have pocket jack. I have king queen.
Biao can't wait to play the double straddle spot. This is going to be showers though in this hand.
I mean, if you're calling this pre-flop against a 3-bet, you're loving this flop.
There's the call, 450 in the middle. Kempson just wants to give Mitzi rope to hang himself. Okay, so he was bluffing. Oh my word.
What? 2 pair?
Well, GG's aces getting showered so far today.
Nice.
Mitzi.
You don't expect to see that.
Yeah, I mean, with the very, you know, condescending, nice. Understandably so.
Unlucky, Cyril.
1-1 versus aces.
Try to come back, guys. I miss you already.
Yeah, I think Mitzi wants to be at this table.
You could.
This is where the action's at.
See if you can pull the jack. See if you can come right back to that seat. Tell him you'll rebuy. I bet you if you tell him that, they'll let you come back here.
No, button wrong.
Dead button.
See, they can't wait
Look at it like one more bullet.
to play the straddle. This has to be the craziest 25k
straddle and a call.
feature table we've ever seen.
Guaranteed.
Got some fresh tunes. Got a double straddle about to go on. We got a promo code, Paradise 2024. That gets you a free $50 ticket into the Weekender if you deposit a minimum of 20 bucks.
Henry, can you straddle in the Weekender?
I mean,
Can you double straddle? Can you go all in with 8-3 offsuit for your whole stack you just bought in?
I know in the cash games on GG you can do the blind all in. I love that.
If it's not in order, then it's not okay. But if it's in order, it's fine.
Yeah, so you can blind call.
Yeah.
Jasper in the chat saying, Henry, the prank has been going on for long enough, mate. We know we're looking at highlight reels. I wish we were.
Well, they've got chips out in front already. What's going on? They're fist bumping? It's straddle and blind call.
10k, 25k, 50k blind, and then blind call from
Now we're both in
Biao.
position. Worst case scenario, we're in position.
It is folded over. Dude, Kempson's got 8-4 off.
We don't know. We know action. Okay, let's have a look.
We saw King 7 suited folded and an ace folded. Wow, Biao's bottom two.
Min bet.
Of course he's going to try and steal it.
Sure.
There's the race.
Wow. 10-7, lockbox.
That's fair. Fair game. Good hand. Another margarita. And one more.
Sure.
Beer.
Sure.
One beer. One beer.
I'll have
a beer.
You know what, buddy?
20 minutes left. He's getting the table to drink.
No, thank you.
20 minutes left.
It's not about that. I'm just.
50 days.
Drink.
I'm drinking nearly every day since I've been here.
Yeah, see, I took a day off, so I'm good to go.
He's straddled cold as well.
You straddle?
Fucking
insane.
If I came to Atlantis to play poker, I would have a drink. It's up to you. Not mandatory.
I can't believe there's 2 players straddling.
All good.
Kempson gonna isolate from the small blind. 125k. Gonna get defended by Ding Biao's 10-9 off.
Wait, 225 or 125? I heard 225 from the dealer. Yeah, those green chips are worth 100k a piece. Or are they worth 25k a piece?
130.
Yeah. Greens are worth 100, so it was 225 pre. Sizable pot brewing. Biao going nowhere with the gut shot.
Man, if he finds the queen.
Stop it, Randy. At that point, I would start to think that we're the ones getting punked, and this is a highlight reel from earlier on that the WSOP team have shared with us. Kempson getting tricky. Slides it on over.
I like this, just given how wild Ding Biao and Jermaine has been playing with those straddles. Very clear they're willing to gamble it up. We'll float wide and bet away.
Uh-oh. Biao's taking the bait. How much has Kempson got back? Like 650-ish. I don't think Ding is as deep as it's showing him to be as well. I do apologize for this. This isn't the production crew's fault. This is a byproduct of these straddles and all sorts of shenanigans going on at the table.
Look at this. Still check calling, realizing Ding Biao is just going to blast away at a very high frequency.
It does seem right, actually. Those pinks worth 25k a piece. Biao's got 10 high, Randy.
And he's in a betting mood, isn't he?
He hasn't got to the river to just wave the white flag. Especially when he could be up against a hand like Ace Queen.
King.
Good check.
There we go. Kempson up to 1.7 million.
Unlucky. I wanted you to win because you were straddleicious.
King.
Straddle bros down there.
I really wanted you to win. Your straddles are so tasty.
King good.
I like it.
I go all in.
Back to where you were.
Took the hard way.
No, brother.
So Biao sat down about an orbit ago. Blind all in first hand with 8-3 offsuit. Doubled up.
Okay, change to
He also got called by Queen 9 off.
Ace 6? No, not Ace 6, Ace Ace.
Yeah.
ace ace.
I hope you get Ace Ace.
Did he just blind all in?
He's going to. So it's
Thank
really
you so
interesting because
much.
he can't jam now, obviously. But what if you do have a big hand? Oh, Kempson's got 8 high.
Well, they're going to get it in.
Jermaine just
See?
Oh, this me. I haven't looked. I haven't looked. Promise. Cameras everywhere can see. But you call if I go all in?
Yeah.
100%. You've no looked as well. Promise. Promise nobody's no look.
Ask everybody.
He hasn't looked at his hand.
I haven't looked. But I can swear.
He's gonna peel it.
Don't bend the cards. Don't bend the
Oh,
cards.
we got a flip.
Then we got it anyways.
Luck box. How much is this?
Wow, that's a really good hand.
I don't want an ace. 7. That's once
the ace comes, you just want to be live, you know?
Yeah,
Like, it doesn't matter. You just want to be live once you see an ace.
240. 60, 240.
Oh, it's 3 across. It might be 7-7. 50-50. 50-57.
Don't bend the
7.
33.
Hope you had
I'm not
7.
bending badly. I understand how to bend cards in without.
7.
He's played a lot of baccarat.
3-side.
Or 7-7.
What is happening?
You're all in blind.
Good luck.
Had, like, ace 10.
This hand's insane.
Blind and blind. That is so fair. That would have happened anyway.
It's actually legit. I mean, it's pretty
Guys, I don't know what to tell you. If this isn't
Sevens is definitely ripping on that size. You know?
Obviously, it goes both ways.
an excuse to pony up.
Oh, club as well.
Hang on.
That makes it again.
Top
again,
top
again.
for Biao.
Flip again.
Red 8.
What do we?
Jack's
yeah, right,
absolutely
red eight.
destroying Biao's hand.
That's so sexy. I like it. I like it.
You got a blind all in a 25k buy-in on day one. It's the second time there's been straddles. If you're East Coast, fly on down. 50 mil guaranteed. You got 2 more days plus start of day 2.
Baccarat. I feel like a cash.
Wow.
The thing is, Jermaine doesn't mind doubling up
I'm
Ding
so happy.
Biao.
If it was anybody else, I'm like, oh, why you win? You're so boring. But you come, you play, you straddle.
Yeah, so, yeah, sure, but I mean, it's more.
Phil
It's not a
McGill.
standard cash game. No,
This is
it's
literally
a practice.
straddle on all-in blind.
I kind of want to go back, but what's happening here? Fox has got ace 8.
We hear someone at this table say, what's going on over there?
Question is, you might be all in every hand.
Keating's got queen jack, a bluff catcher.
If he calls, he's out of the tournament, Randy.
Probably not, but
Foxen's got the goods. Diamonds break, hearts break. And like King 10. 7-6.
King Jack deuce.
Keating's really chewing on this one.
Such a good flop.
Yeah, I mean, this is... Seems quite grim for queen jack.
He's called him off.
Foxen. 2.7 million in chips.
So literally the last 15 minutes of play, Keating showered
didn't get to know you yet.
late on day 1.
Didn't play a single hand.
That's a shame. Would have loved to have seen Keating spin up a stack. I'm sure he'll be back in for more. Oh, is that Was?
Yeah, he
Who's
did
been
over
moved,
there.
moved over here.
I have to raise. Go on in.
This is the biggest circus I've ever seen.
Me and Mr. McGill with the medium hand.
These horrific cards.
Play with me, Phil.
I like to play this guy.
This guy's a legend. He jammed all in blind, and I called him blind. And it was actually sick. I had 7s, he had ace jack. So
he's 2 for 2 on jamming blind. 8-3 off, and
but I have a medium hand. It's medium. It's not the best hand. It's not the worst hand. It's one of the hands is.
Jack, before I forget, thank you for the margarita.
Fresh margarita.
Yeah, Andy Tillman announcing 3